The high and mighty sect master's wife of the Tianyan sect was actually bullied by the sect's disciples at will. She could only tightly close her eyes, panically cover her mouth, and the slightly trembling eyelashes also showed that her heart was not calm, but silently endured everything you gave her. If the sect leader finds out about this, we'll be in big trouble, Pu Wanyan warned anxiously with a trembling voice. However, you were already immersed in the wonderful moment and paid no attention to Pu Wanyan's warning. With a flushed face, a dazed look, and a hint of impatience, you said, "What's there to fear? Would the sect leader dare to lay a hand on me? If he really dares to do so, my father will definitely chop him up alive." With that, you ignored Pu Wanyan and eagerly launched another attack towards her. The next line is a plain text input. Before long, you completely relaxed and fell down. Pu Wanyan had reached his limit long before and could not continue to support himself. You are the young master of Baihu Mountain, born as a human from the natural transformation of a white tiger. With your special existence, how could ordinary people easily withstand your attacks? As you gradually entered the dreamland, exhausted both physically and mentally, Pu Wanyan reluctantly leaned towards you, and then you both fell into a drowsy sleep. After an unknown amount of time, when you slowly woke up, you suddenly found that the sect master Wang Chengfeng of Tianyan sect, as well as your father Muzhan, both appeared before your eyes. Muzhan's face was grim, his eyes wide with anger. "You reckless thing, drinking some horse urine and not knowing the directions, dare to bully the sect master's wife? I'll slap you to death. You disgraceful thing." Muzhan gestured as if to slap you. Wang Chengfeng saw the situation and quickly stopped. "I didn't ask you to kill him." You shrank your head and whispered, "Father." Muzhan directly shouted angrily, "You troublemaker. Tomorrow I will send you down to the mortal realm. You are not allowed to come back for 100 years. Wang Chengfeng glanced at Pu Wanyan. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The script wasn't written like this. Muzhan should have proposed compensation, then vehemently refused, only then obtaining a gangjin from Baihu Mountain. Why suddenly send Mulang down to the mortal realm without any compensation? Could it be that Pu Wanyan was seduced by Bai? A hint of anxiety appeared on Wang Chengfeng's face. The only thing missing for his enlightenment was a gangjin. Otherwise, why such a big sacrifice? But who dares to provoke Muzhan's violent temper? If things go wrong, he could start a massacre at Tianyan sect. Remember, your father is the left and right hand of the empress, one of the 4 great generals. That's how it is. Muzhan led you back to Baihushan. Wang Chengfeng and Pu Wanyan didn't dare say a word. At this moment, inside the main hall of Baihushan, Muzhan's face turned iron blue, and he directly slapped you on the head. "You don't even know you've been played." You wanted to retort, but you were still scared into silence. "Tomorrow I will send you down to the mortal realm. You are not allowed to come back within 100 years. Learn to be a good person, and exercise your mind." Muzhan was resolute. You looked bitter, never expecting to have played yourself. "I will assign you a guardian of the path. You must reach the true One realm within 100 years when you go to the mortal realm." Muzhan directly gave you a life or death order. You were also helpless. The true One realm is the realm in the mortal realm where one can ascend to the heavenly realm. But cultivation is very difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Father, I want a woman as my guardian, not a man. Preferably Aunt Su. This is your final stubbornness." Muzhan pondered for a moment and ordered, "Then go and call Su Fuyao over." Su Fuyao is currently the chief steward of the inner courtyard at Baihu Mountain. Soon someone brought Su Fuyao over. Her perfect figure wrapped in a white long dress, exuding a unique charm of mature femininity in every move. The perfect roundness in front of her was like 2 towering hills, rising and falling rhythmically with her gentle breath. Behind her were like 2 ripe peaches, emitting an irresistible charm with a slight tremor. According to legend, Su Fuyao is a genius demon who ascended from the lower realm 100 years ago after enduring countless hardships. With extraordinary talent and unfathomable strength, Su Fuyao respectfully greeted Muzhan and you, saying, "Greetings, Mountain Lord." "Young master," Muzhan solemnly said, "Su Fuyao, there is something I need to entrust to you. Please give your orders, master." Tomorrow, Mulang will be sent to the lower realm for training, and during this time, you will be his protector, ensuring his safety. Su Fuyao was stunned by Muzhan's sudden words. Should she go to the lower realm as Mulang's protector? Her mind was filled with countless thoughts of the memories from 100 years ago in the lower realm. Upon hearing this, you showed a happy expression and quickly ran to Su Fuyao, hugging her arm and pleading, Aunt Su, please agree with my father." After hesitating for a moment, Su Fuyao finally nodded gently. As the young master was flirtatious by nature, accompanying him to the lower realm might mean being bullied by him in the future. From the day she ascended to the heavenly realm, she no longer belonged to herself. As the proud daughter of the heavens in the lower realm, Su Fuyao was once a sensation of her time, a peerless genius of the demon race, breaking through the realm of True One and ascending to the heavenly realm. But at that time, he came to the heavens in high spirits. And as a result, these major sects in the heavens were like talent shows, picking one after another and taking them all back as house slaves and maids. The proud daughter of heaven. On the other hand, she was chosen by Mu War and came to White Tiger Mountain to take care of Mu Lang, working as a slave and a maidservant at White Tiger Mountain. In the lower realms, seeing a pastoral battle is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. Ascending to the heavenly realm, seeing the shepherd's war was like an ant seeing the blue sky. And Mu War for Mu Lang, this rebellious son, really is in the mouth afraid of melting, hold in the hands afraid of falling. This led to him being pampered, ruthless and lawless. Now that the heavenly realm was about to be in great turmoil, he was forced to let him go to places like the lower realm, which was one of the reasons why Wang Shifeng had dared to count on Mu Lang by utilizing Pu Ruyan. Women, magic treasures, for Mu Zhan. As long as Mu Lang opened his mouth, Mu Zhan would absolutely satisfy him. Mu Zhan directly grabbed Su Fuyang's hand, took out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip, and flicked it into Mu Lang's forehead. Let go of your mind. Mu Zhan's words caused Su Fuyang to let go of her mind. And similarly, Mu Lang also let go of his mind. Mu Zhan recited a bizarre incantation, and the sound was so loud that it struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. For a moment, Su Fuyang suddenly felt that her heart was panicked and her chest was stuffy, as if something was in control of her, and her body was not under her control. And when Mu Lang realized that there was an additional tie in his heart, his mind moved, and Su Fuyao's face instantly paled. Wave, now that she's under your control, get a grip on yourself. Su Fuyang's face was ashen when she heard Mu Zhan's words. At this moment, if Su Fuyang didn't know what was going on, she would be really stupid. How could I not have expected that I would be in the hands of a teenager to control my destiny? He himself for the White Tiger Mountain is also considered to do their best. This 100 years has never had any mistakes. How did not expect to actually let the pastoral wave control themselves? Makiran grinned. Ha! Originally, it was a long time for Su Fuyang, but I didn't expect that now I would actually be enslaved by myself. That would be the tiger talent. To be a tiger for a tiger. Should I assign you another maid? Thus taking care of your life and living. Mu Zhan sighed. Mu Lang was tempted to open his mouth and claim the Heavenly Diffusion sect, the patriarch's wife, Pu Ruyan. He felt that if he really claimed Pu Banyan, that absolute could be slapped alive by Mu Zhan. Say, who do you want? As if he knew what Malong was thinking, he glanced at him slightly. Makurang opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but not knowing how to say it. Mountain Lord. If it's really not possible, I'll go to the lower realms to find a few maids for young Lord. Although Su Fuyan was dissatisfied with Mu Zhan's behavior, he still had some good feelings towards this young master. After all, he had already taken care of him for many years. Mu Lang's talent was good, but his strength was too weak. He was born with a flirtatious nature and had no intention to cultivate, often eating and drinking with a group of fox friends. And Mu Zhan did not care about his cultivation. As long as the White Tiger Mountain is there, Mu Lang no one can do anything to him. But now I do not know why he changed his mind again. The lower world? That's fine. After all, the hearts of the people in the upper world are not the same. Mu Zhan took out a bronze carriage from his arms, and there were two bronze white tigers pulling the carriage in front of it. Wave child. This is the bronze carriage that I obtained during my adventures back then, and I'm passing it on to you this time. It's full of some supplies and pills, and it can also be used for both offense and defense. Saying that, he handed over this bronze carriage, which made Mu Lang drool. To know, the entire White Tiger Mountain knows that the bronze carriage that is the chariot of the White Tiger Mountain Lord Mu Battle, followed him into battle, did not expect that now passed on to Mu Lang. Dad, you gave it to me, what are you going to do? Mu Lang was still concerned about this old dad. My strength is of little use nowadays. You can use it to save your life. Mu Zhan looked at the bronze carriage, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Su Fuyao, protect Langer this time, and when you come back in 100 years, I'll guarantee that you'll be raised to the middle realm of Dao Lord. Mu Zhan finally drew a big pie for Su Fuyang. Su Fuyang's heart was happy, but her face did not change much. They're all foxes of 1,000 years. So what's the point of playing chatty? Thank you, Mountain Lord. Su Fuyang still said a few polite words. For people like Mu Zhan, any emotional fluctuation could be captured by him. When Su Fuyang left, Mu Zhan narrowed his eyes and stared at Mu Lang, then unlocked a dark red gourd from his waist. This is the 300 tiger soldiers. Don't use it until you have to. Mu Zhan said. Well, get ready. You're going to the lower world tomorrow. Chapter 1, Extreme Human Woman. Song Dynasty, Dianzhou. It's time for the three great immortal sects to gather in the Great Song Dynasty again. The Golden Vajra sect, the Myriad Sound Workshop, and the Heavenly Sword sect, as the immortal sects of the Song Kingdom, every once in a while, then massively accepted disciples. The relationship between the three great immortal sects and the great Song imperial clan was intricate and complicated, cut and dried. Just as the three great immortal sects were recruiting disciples in Song, within the palace, in a certain room, a topsy-turvy affair was taking place. A pair of wonderful carcasses, at the moment rolling around with abandon, as if they knew no exhaustion. The woman was in her 30s, her plump and full figure was unforgettable, and at the moment the woman was gently biting her lip. If someone recognized this woman in front of them, they would definitely be surprised to find out that this woman was the infamous and stunningly beautiful Empress Dowager of Song, Xiao Meinyang. True to his name, only the skin was as white and flawless as snow, delicate and silky. The rich and graceful body has made countless men fall in love with it and can't stop thinking about it. However, what was even more unexpected was that the man who was on the bed at the moment, entwined with this stunningly beautiful woman, was the disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, Mu Lang. Look at his skillful movements and techniques. Obviously not for the first time with this radiant beauty of such intimate emotional exchange. The Pantheon Immortal Pavilion was not one of the three great immortal sects of Song. The dependency was even less in Song, but in the neighboring country, Shan. The Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion belonged to a demonic cultivation sect. 3 years ago, Mu Lang was relegated to the lower realms, and by chance, he worshipped a patriarch's wife of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion as his teacher. This time, he had come to Song on behalf of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion to disrupt the three great immortal sects' acceptance of disciples, and in doing so, take some gifted disciples away from them. However, as to whether or not the three great immortal sects could recruit some talented and overqualified disciples, Mu Lang actually didn't care too much about it. After all, every not-so-short period of time, as little as half a year, or as many as several years, the three great immortal sects would organize something like this, with fewer and more. So the overall strength of the three great immortal sects was, well, not bad. Whenever it was Mu Lang's turn to take charge of this matter, he would always take advantage of the opportunity to have fun and womanize. As for the encounter between him and Xiao Meinyang, the Empress Dowager, it is a long story. Xiao Meinyang, on the other hand, was lying quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her slightly trembling eyelashes showing that she was not as calm inside as she appeared to be, but she was silently enduring everything that Mu Lang had given her. Right at this moment, Mu Lang reached out his hand and gently stroked Xiao Meinyang's cheeks that were as fragile and delicate as sheep's fat white jade. This woman was simply a natural beauty, charming to the extreme. Those delicate red lips were as tantalizing as cherries. Under the curved willow eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes flashed with a seductive light. The high and straight nose is just rightly embellished on that delicate melon face, which further emphasizes the three-dimensionality and beauty of its features. Only Xiao Meinyang gave a slight pout, then gently pulled up the gorgeous brocade quilt beside her, trying to cover up her stunning body that was flawless. However, that hidden figure instead added a bit more mystery and temptation. Xiao Langjun, can you take me away? Away from here? Xiao Meinyang had a pleading face. Now, long past the age of cultivation, now with age, Xiao Meinyang physique has begun to go downhill, which every woman does not want to see. Junior Langjun, nowadays in this deep palace, the late emperor has long since passed away, and I am really lonely here alone. I want to follow you forever. Xiao Meinyang lightly opened her vermilion lips, and her beautiful eyes were as soft as autumn water. That pair of beautiful eyes were soft as water, as if they could hook people's souls away. Take you away? You're much more comfortable within this palace than you are in the outside world. Do you know that we're in your Song immortal gates? That's evil cultivators. Mu Lang had an odd expression on his face, knowing that the Song imperial clan and the three great immortal sects that were very close. I'm willing. I've stayed in this deep palace long enough. I've served the late emperor for more than 10 years, and I've been able to stand up to their Zhao family. Junior Langjun, please, please, please. Speaking here, Xiao Meinyang's eyes showed a touch of pity. That pathetic look really makes people feel compassionate. Junior Langjun, I can serve you every day. I can take whatever you want. This cold and quiet palace was already like a cage. The more Xiao Meinyang spoke, the more resentment she felt towards this royal family. She wasn't the first mother of the current Song emperor. It was just that she was the only one of the late emperor's concubines left. She had no choice but to be made Empress Dowager by Emperor Song, but she was not treated as such. However, in the face of Xiao Meinyang's words, Mu Lang narrowed his eyes and stared tightly at the beautiful and moving woman in front of him. The corner of his mouth was still hung with a bad smile. It's fine. Usually I can still come to the palace to look for you. I came here as if it was as easy as scrying. Hearing this, Xiao Meinyang sighed helplessly and slowly lowered her head. After a slight hesitation, she suddenly raised her head and gently gave a quick peck on Mu Lang's slightly dry lips. Then, as if he had used all his strength, he violently opened his arms and hugged Mu Lang. Little Lang, Continue to love me. Xiao Mainyang's eyes were soft and no longer pleaded. After the passion, Mulang unhurriedly helped Xiao Mainyang put on her clothes, his eyes flickering from time to time. Finally, he stopped the movement in his hands and looked at Xiao Mainyang, who was lying on the side, and asked softly, "So eager to get out of here?" Xiao Mainyang nodded slightly and gently lifted her delicate jade hand, gracefully draping the garment over her body. However, the garment only half covered her body. This kind of hidden posture rather added a few more charming flavor. Every subtle movement naturally oozes an endless seduction. Whether you raise your hand to brush your hair, or turn around to straighten your skirt, there's nothing that won't mesmerize you. Here, I've really stayed long enough. Emperor Song has let my daughter go to the marriage, and my 13th prince, he's also killed by any means possible. Speaking here, a deep look of helplessness surfaced on Xiao Mainyang's face. After hearing this, Mulang lowered his head once again, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Xiao Mainyang's plump and moving figure. The body is flawless, with shapely, curvy curves. The white as snow skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, which was so dazzling that it was hard to take your eyes off of it. Junior Lang Jun, take me away. I can help you frame a pair of superb human women and take them away together. Xiao Mainyang stared back and kept tempting Mulang. Extremely fine human woman? Aren't you? Empress Dowager Xiao, the ultimate woman? Makoran laughed. Was he really that much of a lustful man? Reaching out his hands, he then slowly tied the ribbons of that purple lingerie for her. Fingers gently touched Xiao Mainyang's back, and that touch was like an electric shock that spread throughout the body. It's different. That's a pair of twin juxtapositions. Once the words were said, only Xiao Mainyang gently pursed up those delicate, cherry-like red lips, then slightly nodded her head. A pair of twin juxtapositions? Ma Kuran, however, knew that they were commonly known as twin sisters. Ha, you still know that kind of yukai? Mu Lang instantly became interested. Right at this moment, the hand that was originally helping Xiao Mainyang tie the ribbon suddenly became uneasy, and actually began to wander and grope around her slender waist. Xiao Mainyang was startled in her heart and hurriedly reached out to forcefully push away Mu Lang's dishonest hand and pouted. Junior Lang Jun, nowadays the Empress Tong Yen Rue. The Tong Yen Yun who is in charge of recruiting disciples for the Myriad Sound Workshop. That's the Tong family's juxtaposition lotus. Even if you just let me follow you as an errand boy, it's better than being depressed and ending up in the middle of the red dust. Xiao Mainyang's request wasn't too high, and for this kind of thing, Mu Lang could still accept it. Mainly, he was interested in Tong Yen Rue, Tong Yen Yun, this pair of extreme juxtaposits. Yes, you can, but you're going to suffer if you follow me. Empress Dowager Xiao. Mu Lang looked at Xiao Mainyang with a smile. It wouldn't be difficult to take the person in charge of recruiting disciples for the Myriad Sound Workshop captive. How do you frame them to come? Mac Lang asked. Tomorrow I'll arrange it. Xiao Mainyang's eyes were mesmerized. Perhaps it had been too long since she had been in contact with a man, and she went soft in Mu Lang's arms again. Okay, as long as you coax them over, I'll take the three of you with me. Mu Lang said. Mourner will go make arrangements. Xiao Mainyang struggled to get up and then arranged for someone to inform the Empress. Then, a fox appeared in Mu Lang's arms and looked at Xiao Mainyang's back. Chapter 2, The Empress, Cunning Palace. The sunlight shines through the carved window panes, reflecting a serenity. A woman with a plump, full figure and graceful posture was sitting elegantly on a soft couch by the window, wearing a gorgeous yellow gown that was dainty. Hanging her head slightly down, she focused on the book in her hands with a serene expression. The slender jade-like hand gently cupped a small snack and brought it into his mouth. The pink tongue rolled gently and the morsel was instantly half bitten away in a mouth-watering bite. This woman is the Empress of Song, Mrs. Hua Rue, Tong Yen Rue. Not only is her appearance absolutely beautiful, but her temperament is even more elegant, and she exudes an air of honor when she raises her hands and throws her feet. At this moment, a palace maid walked in with light steps and slowly came beside Tang Yen Rue. After respectfully bowing, she said softly, Empress, the Empress Dowager has sent someone to invite you to make a trip to her place. When Tang Yen Rue heard this, she gently put down the books in her hands, stretching out her jade hands to rub her somewhat sore temples. Her willow brows slightly knitted. Slightly displeased, she muttered, what is this old woman looking for me for again? Every time Yen Yun comes to recruit disciples, she always has to call me over. Obviously all that old, have long missed the best time to cultivate, but still have to toss and turn like this. In his words, he exuded a deep feeling of dissatisfaction towards Empress Dowager Xiao Mainyang. But if it were really that easy to succeed in cultivation, wouldn't this palace be willing to be trapped in this deep palace and follow Yen Yun to pursue the immortal path long ago? The more Tong Yen Rue thought about it, the more angry she became. But in the end, she forced down her anger and waved her hand at the courtesan. You go and reply to the visitor. and say that this palace will clean up a little and will go over in a while. The palace maid led the order to retreat, while Tang Yenrui got up and walked to the dressing table and began to dress up carefully. After all, when facing that difficult old woman, the Empress Dowager, you can't lose your manners. Just after arriving at Xianing Palace, Tang Yenrui saw Xiao Meinyang from afar. Her face flushed as if she had been moisturized. Just as he was about to salute, Xiao Meinyang arrived, and he was taken in by Xiao Meinyang's hand. What's with the salute? It's not like we're outsiders, Xiao Meinyang said. Mother's color, it's getting more and more rosy. It's even better than my concubines, Tang Yenrui said with slight envy. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Xiao Meinyang naturally knew in her heart why her complexion had suddenly become so rosy, but she feigned ignorance. However, as long as she thought that at this moment, Mu Lang was still inside the house, she could not help but feel secretly pleased in her heart. Humph, when the time is right, let's see if you can be as rosy-cheeked as I am. Seeing Xiao Meinyang slightly tilting her head, she lightly smiled and said, I have long been old and weak, so how can I be compared to the young and beautiful Empress? You, Empress, are the most deservedly beautiful person in Song. In the face of this praise, Tang Yenrui just faintly smiled slightly, surprisingly did not say anything to refute it. She slightly owed her body and softly responded, Thank you, mother, for your fallacious praise. Apparently, Tang Yenrui frankly accepted Xiao Meinyang's praise of her beauty. At this moment, Xiao Meinyang's heart was an overwhelmingly difficult one. This Tang Yenrui even nonchalantly responded to the claim that she was the first beauty of the great Song dynasty. So what did she? Xiao Meinyang, count 4? Is it just to be forgotten in the corners of the ears? The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Xiao Meinyang clutched the handkerchief tightly in her hand, trying to calm her inner emotions. After a short pause, Tang Yenrui softly opened her mouth and inquired, I don't know what the Queen Mother's special summoning of my concubine today is about. Hearing this, Xiao Meinyang hesitated slightly, then put on a twisted demeanor. Mourner actually wants to. I would like to ask the Empress to introduce Mourner to your sister, Immortal Master Yen Yun. After saying that, she lowered her eyes, seemingly somewhat embarrassed to look directly at Tang Yenrui. As expected, just as Tang Yenrui expected beforehand, this Xiao Meinyang's plan was still to try to get in touch with immortal cultivation through her relationship. What a greedy, thieving old woman. Yen Yun has been very busy lately. Many clans are visiting her, and my servant may not always be able to see her, Tang Yenrui said. Mourner also knows that your sister is very busy, just taking a little time to come over. Xiao Meinyang then took out a brocade box from the cabinet. Empress, here is a several hundred-years-old mountain ginseng that can be used to aid in cultivation. I also trouble you to bring it to Yen Yun, Xiao Meinyang softly said. Having come to this point, Tang Yenrui couldn't afford to refuse. A centuries-old ginseng, just to see Tang Yen Yun once. It's worth it. I didn't realize this old woman was hiding such a good thing. Herbs that were over 100 years old would be completely enough to aid in cultivation, not to mention hundreds of years. Mother, then I'll keep it for Yen Yun. As for whether it will work or not, I can't guarantee it, Tang Yenrui said. Old woman, be careful of stealing chickens. It's fine, as long as the Empress brings her words to the table. I still have a centuries-old He Shou Wu here, as long as the matter is accomplished. This He Shou Wu will be given to the Empress. They're all foxes of 1,000 years. So what's the point of playing chatty? Empress Dowager Xiao saw Tang Yenrui's thoughts at a glance and hurriedly told her the backstroke. As long as Tang Yen Yun still had thoughts about the hundreds of years of He Shou Wu, then she would definitely come. Humph, dead old woman. I can't believe I'm hiding so many goodies. Right at this moment, he only saw Tang Yenrui walking in a graceful manner, slightly blessing her body. Then I will leave first. I will head to Yen Yun's place. After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving behind a graceful back. Only after Tang Yenrui had walked away did Mu Lang slowly walk out from the shadows, a smile if any hanging at the corner of his mouth. Little ingrate. Will Tang Yen take the bait this time or not? With just a mountain ginseng and a He Shou Wu, will she really come? Xiao Meinyang couldn't help but frown and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Mu Lang, however, smiled confidently. Don't worry, the allure of hundreds of years of He Shou Wu for Tang Yen Yun cannot be underestimated. She will definitely come. The so-called mountain ginseng and He Shou Wu are the private property of Mu Lang, and this is just to use them as bait. Then, Mu Lang turned his head to look at Xiao Meinyang and gently said, have someone prepare some tasty food and boil some hot water over. I want to take a bath later and rest properly. When Xiao Meinyang heard this, her heart could not help but tremble. She naturally understood the deeper meaning of Mu Lang's words. After all, they had just rested for just a few hours, and at this moment, Mu Lang even had this thought again. However, despite her misgivings, Xiao Mainyang was well aware of her situation today. As long as Mu Lang could keep his promise and take her to escape from this cage-like palace, then she would obediently comply with whatever the other party requested. So, she hurriedly answered. Someone, quickly prepare meals and hot water. This palace is feeling a bit tired. Chapter 3, The Twin Lotus. Tang Yanrui anxious to leave the Sinang Palace, and even the Cunning Palace have not gone back to a trip. They are in a hurry to run straight towards the outside of the palace. The heart is very clear. This 100 years of mountain ginseng has what amazing efficacy. Such a rare thing can be said to be a rare treasure that can be encountered but cannot be sought off. Sister! Sister! Tang Yanrui jogged all the way to the door of the Myriad Sound Workshop's compound in the Song Kingdom. Due to the urgency of the situation, there was no time to have someone pass a message, so he couldn't wait to push the door open. At this moment, there was a woman sitting in the room. At a closer look, this woman actually bore a slight resemblance to Tang Yanrui. She was dressed in a long dress as white as snow, and her plump, full, bumpy figure looked even more graceful and charming under the tight wrapping of the long dress. The white dress was as light and airy as a flowing cloud, fitting on top of her delicate body and outlining her delicate and graceful curves in an appropriate manner. Whenever there is a movement, the hem of the long skirt will sway gently with it, as if dancing, and one can't help but be moved by it. Sis, why did you suddenly come over? Could it be that there's some more gifted royal son or princess in the palace? Tong Yanyan put down the crystal stone he was playing with in his hands with some surprise and asked without slowing down. No, those qualified royal sons in the palace have long been accepted by the Heavenly Sword sect. The rest of them, however, are just some unimpressive goods. I came this time but specially brought you a good thing. Oh. Speaking here, Tang Yanrui smiled, then reached out and pulled out an exquisite brocade box from her bosom. Tong Yanyan frowned slightly. What good things could Tong Yanrui have? However, even though there was still some misgivings in her heart, Tang Yanyan eventually reached out and took the exquisite brocade box. Before even opening the box, she gently sniffed her nose, and that keen sense of smell instantly caught a hint of a special scent. Compared to Tong Yanrui, her sense of smell was much sharper. Mountain ginseng? Just by the smell if any, Tong Yanyan made a judgment. One couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, as it wasn't often that one could possess such precious medicinal herbs. With a heart full of curiosity, Tong Yanyan carefully opened the brocade box. Only the box was covered with a layer of bright red silk cloth, and the outline of the mountain ginseng could be vaguely glimpsed through the gaps in the silk cloth. Gently lifting up a corner of the red silk cloth, when the entire mountain ginseng was fully displayed in front of her eyes, Tang Yanyan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. The appearance of this mountain ginseng looked extremely extraordinary, with its roots coiled and intertwined like a small, agile dragon, and judging from experience, this mountain ginseng was at least several hundred years old. Such a mountain ginseng can be considered a rare treasure that can be found but not sought. Normally, only those respected elders in the immortal sect would have the opportunity to obtain such a precious item. It was as hard as hell for ordinary people to get it. Sister, where exactly did you get such a treasure from? Tang Yanyan asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. At this moment, Tang Yanrui sat down unhurriedly, casually picking up a piece of dim sum and putting it in her mouth. This was given to me by the old woman, saying that she hoped I could help match her up so she could meet you. Hearing these words, Tang Yanyan's brows frowned slightly. Old woman? Are you talking about Xiao Mainyang? Is she even still alive? Obviously. With regards to this Xiao Mainyang, Tang Yanyan also knew something about her. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Mainyang had been trying to find ways and means to ask Tang Yanyan for help in introducing herself into the Myriad Tones workshop. It was a pity that she was simply too old and had long since missed the best time to get started. The Zhao family has never had these rare medicines that are more than 100 years old. Ah, now how could such a mountain ginseng suddenly appear? Tong Yanyan muttered to herself with a heart full of suspicion. I don't know the details either. I guess it was rewarded to her by the late emperor. Moreover, there is also a several hundred years old He Shou Wu. Tong Yanrui narrated what she experienced today in colorful detail. Although the two of them were twin sisters from the same mother, Tong Yanrui's talent in cultivation was indeed not as outstanding as Tong Yanyun. Because of this, Tang Yanrui always racked her brain and tried her best to find all kinds of precious herbs for Tang Yanyun. After all, only if Tong Yanyun's cultivation is getting better and better, the Tong family will be able to stabilize its foundation in the Song dynasty and flourish. There's even a centuries-old He Shou Wu? Hearing this, Tang Yanyun couldn't help but be moved. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't moved by it at all. It was important to know that the value of such a rare thing to a cultivator was simply incalculable. Tomorrow, you must take me forward to pay my respects to Xiao Mainyang. Alas, no, it's better to go now, immediately right away. Tong Yanyun could not hold back the eagerness in her heart, and she hated that she could not immediately pocket that He Shou Wu. because as long as she had these two medicinal herbs to help her, then her successful breakthrough to the Tongling realm would be just around the corner. Thus, the pair of sisters, Tang Yanrui and Tang Yanyun, sped towards the direction of the imperial palace in such a windy and fiery manner. And at this moment, Xiao Meinyang is bathing leisurely in her bedchamber. Suddenly, a palace maid hurriedly ran to report in a panicked manner. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager is here. Xiao Meinyang directly stood up from the bathtub, and Mu Lang just lay on one side, admiring the scene. Without any shyness, Xiao Meinyang draped that white robe over her body directly from the edge and put it on in confusion. Let them in. The tone of his voice couldn't help but tremble with excitement. As long as Mu Lang subdued the Tong sisters, he himself was expected to be admitted to Mu Lang's door. Mother, my sister is here. The two then stepped into Ci Ning Palace one after another. It was Mu Lang, who was lying on that big bed, who was stunned by this pair of absolutely beautiful human women. A pair of twins is quite something else. Greetings, Empress Dowager. Tang Yanyun smiled faintly, considered to have greeted Xiao Meinyang. Both of you, please sit, please sit. Xiao Meinyang hurriedly arranged for the palace maid to make tea. Mother, this time, I've led Yan Yun over, so if there's anything you guys can communicate properly, so that you don't have to look for her in the future. Tang Yanrui said. Every time, Xiao Meinyang approached her, she was too annoyed. Tang Yanyun, on the other hand, got right to the point. Empress Dowager, I heard my sister say that you still have a centuries-old He Shou Wu? She wasn't interested in Xiao Meinyang. She was interested in the hundreds of years old He Shou Wu. Well, there is one, but it's not with me. The corner of Xiao Meinyang's mouth flashed with an imperceptible cold smile. Not in your place? Then where? Tong Yanyun got a little anxious. It's with my family's youngest son, including your hundreds of years old mountain ginseng, which also belongs to my family's youngest son. Xiao Meinyang said directly. Junior? Tang Yanrui was shocked in her heart. Mother Empress, what are you babbling about? You are the Empress Dowager. How can you still have a young groom? Chapter 4, Evil Cultivator? Pop. Only a crisp ringing sound was heard, and an extremely cold and chilly wind swept in without warning. Invisibly a large hand violently pushed Ci Ning Palace. The door was closed. Tong Yanyun, who was originally sitting on a chair, instantly bounced up, her beautiful eyes filled with the color of vigilance, staring at Xiao Meinyang with a deadly stare. His right hand gripped the hilt of the long sword at his waist tightly, the knuckles of his fingers slightly white, and he would not hesitate to draw his sword at the slightest breeze. Who the hell are you? And who is your little groom? Tang Yanyun angrily asked, her voice carrying undisguised wariness. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was drawn out by half an inch, and a cold light flashed. In the face of Tang Yanyun's questioning, Xiao Meinyang, however, appeared unflustered. With a slight smile, she said softly, Tong Yanyun, my little lord is resting, and it won't be long before he wakes up. When that time comes, your pair of twin lotus, all of you will have to follow him. After saying that, Xiao Meinyang also glanced at the two Tang Yanyun sisters with a different meaning. However, at this moment, how could Tang Yanyun have the heart to pay attention to Xiao Meinyang's words? Just moments before the door slammed, she was acutely aware of a hint of something different. There seems to be someone hidden behind the screen, so the eyes swept quickly to the screen. As expected, through the gap in the screen, she could clearly see a man slowly dressing with his back to them. But strangely enough, despite being able to witness the man's every move, Tang Yanyun could not feel any aura emanating from him at all. One must know that with Tang Yanyun's current cultivation realm, even the slightest fluctuation in her breath would be difficult to escape her perception. However, at this moment, this mysterious man did not bring a single bit of sensation to Tang Yanyun. There was only one possibility in such a situation, and that was that the other party's strength was far above his own. Not only did Tang Yanyun discover this anomaly, even Tang Yanrui, who came with her, also noticed the movement behind the screen. Her eyes were wide open, staring dead on at Mu Lang's gradually moving away figure, her mouth slightly open, her face full of astonishment, as if she had seen some extremely unbelievable sight. Xiao Meinyang, how is it that you are harboring a strange man in this Xining palace of yours? Moreover, it is even in your bedchamber. What in the world is going on here? It's hard not to. When Tang Yanrui said this, her voice came to an abrupt end. She really didn't dare to continue imagining it. Xiao Meinyang had always been dignified and elegant, and such an image was simply a world away from what was happening before her eyes. After all, in the eyes of the world, this young and beautiful Xiao Meinyang has been silently guarding this cold and lonely palace since the death of the late emperor. He lived in deep seclusion every day, and never had half a word of gossip spread, so when she witnessed such a scene with her own eyes, the shock to her heart was undoubtedly huge. It only felt that the image of the flawless Empress Dowager had instantly collapsed. and in its place was a watery, unashamed woman. She couldn't help but tremble with anger and gnash her teeth at the thought. Not knowing shame. Xiao Meinyang, you are actually so ungodly as to sneak around behind everyone's back and hide a man in your own chambers. Saying that, Tang Yenrui raised her hand and was about to point it at Xiao Meinyang, wanting to scold her fiercely and angrily. However, right at this moment, Xiao Meinyang only smiled faintly. There was no panic in that smile at all, nor did she see any hint of annoyance. Instead, she appeared to be extraordinarily calm, only to see her speak softly. Tang Yenrui, don't make such a fuss. When the time comes, will you, the highly respected Empress Mother, be able to be like me? Only to see Xiao Meinyang said in a delicate voice. Junior Lang Jun, this is what I mentioned to you. That Tang family's so-called twin parallel lotus Tang Yenrui and Tang Yenyun sisters. Saying that, gently sidestepping to get out of the way, Mu Lang unhurriedly straightened the slightly wrinkled clothes on his body and slowly paced out from behind the screen. Tang Yenyun was even staring intently at Mu Lang, who had just appeared, her eyes filled with vigilance. Who exactly are you? Within the three great immortal sects, I've never heard of the existence of a character of your appearance. The corners of Mu Lang's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile, lightly responding, who I am is actually irrelevant. What matters is that today, you two sisters must leave this place with me. His eyes flashed with undisguised greed. At this moment, Xiao Meinyang was full of fawning manners and moved lightly to Mu Lang's side. When she saw Mu Lang walk out of the screen, the smile on her face grew wider. Just then, however, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound rang out, and a cold light shot out from Tang Yenyun's waist, aiming straight for Mu Lang's face. An incomparably sharp longsword shot toward Mu Lang with lightning speed. Seeing that the long sword was coming at him aggressively, Mu Lang did not rush out to respond. Just in the nick of time, suddenly a white snake with a huge body snapped out of nowhere. Swiftly swinging his tail, he viciously lashed out on top of the long sword. Clang! With a crunching sound, between the splashes of sparks, the imposing longsword was actually hardened and knocked to the ground with a crisp impact sound. Bold fanatic! How dare you make a move on my young master? Only to see that white snake's body twist and turn, its mouth actually spitting out human words. That pair of eyes flashed with a ferocious light, staring at the Tang Yenyun in front of them with a deadly stare, wanting to eat her alive. White snake! Tang Yenyun was shocked in her heart and looked at the talking snake incredulously. One couldn't help but think of a clan that focused on defending beasts. You're from the royal beasts of the sea? I'm from the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Mu Lang hemmed and hawed. The Pantheon Immortal Pavilion? You're an evil cultivator? Tang Yenyun's face was filled with horror, and her voice trembled a little. After all, the name of the evil cultivators of the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion had long been infamous, but it had been a long time since they had been heard of. Ha 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 ha. Congratulations for guessing correctly. It's just a pity that there's no reward. Xiao Meinyang, this is the end for you. Your entire Xiao family will not be able to escape. Who made you dare to collude with such evil cultivators and even get involved with the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion? Tang Yenyun's eyes widened in anger, her face filled with indignation. How could she not expect that the always dignified and virtuous Xiao Meinyang would do something so treacherous? Evil cultivator? The Pantheon Immortal Pavilion? Xiao Meinyang murmured with a face full of doubt, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. As a mortal woman who had no knowledge of the immortal cultivation sect, these unfamiliar words were as obscure and difficult to understand as a heavenly book to her. As for what the so-called Pantheon Immortal Pavilion and the evil cultivators actually were, she had no way of knowing. At this moment, Tang Yenyun, who was standing on the side, was furious, her delicate face slightly reddened because of her anger, only to see her willow eyebrows rise up, her cherry lips lightly opening, righteously pointing at Mu Lang and rebuking her. Evil cultivators? Everyone is punishable. Evil cultivators like you from the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion are even more unabashed scum of the cultivation world. However, in the face of Tang Yenyun's accusation, Mu Lang showed an appearance of not caring, and there was even a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Tang Yenrui, Tang Yenyun, right? It's almost time. Come with me, Mu Lang said coldly, without the slightest bit of room for negotiation in his voice. Chapter 5, White. Hearing this, Tang Yenyun's heart tightened, but she did not give in easily. With a wave of the jade hand, a cold and shining flying sword instantly appeared in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Mu Lang, to fight him to the death. It was a pity that Tang Yenyun had ultimately underestimated Mu Lang's strength. Mu Lang's figure suddenly flashed like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of her. Immediately afterward, a large, powerful hand violently reached out, pinching Tang Yenyun's delicate and slender neck with unerring precision. Tang Yenyun, who had her throat pinched, suddenly turned pale and had difficulty breathing, but she still clenched her teeth and refused to give up her resistance. At the same time, Mu Lang turned his head to look at Tang Yen Rui, who had long been scared out of her wits. I didn't expect that I would have such an unexpected harvest this time when I came to Song. Tang Yen Rui, from now on, you will follow me. You Kai like your sisters are extremely rare. White. In an instant, that originally small and delicate white snake suddenly underwent a shocking change. The body quickly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a white python of incomparable size. This giant python was as if it were a small mountain coiled in the Sinang Palace, and its huge body occupied almost the entire space of the palace. Immediately after that, the python slowly lowered its head, moving so gently that it was afraid of hurting Mu Lang. And when Mu Lang, who was standing on the side, saw this, he effortlessly leaped and landed firmly on top of the python's head, only to see the giant python open its bloody mouth, revealing a scarlet tongue that kept stretching and gulping, emitting a chilling aura. Xiao Meinyang, come with me. I'm still missing a bed-warming mate here. Mu Lang rode on the python's head and laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Meinyang was immediately filled with excitement. Finally, the long-awaited opportunity has arrived. Even though she knew very little about the so-called immortal sect, being able to have such an opportunity to step into the mysterious world had already excited her. Junior Lang Jun, I'm willing to go with you. Go with you. Xiao Meinyang couldn't wait to respond. Before the words fell, as the white snake lowered its head once again, Xiao Meinyang was smoothly brought above the python's head by Mu Lang. At this time, the Tang Yen Rui on the side had long been scared out of her wits, and she fell on her butt on the ground, trembling all over. In contrast, Tang Yen Yun was slightly more calm, but the fear within could still be seen from her slightly pale face and clenched hands. However, before they could react more, they only saw the python gently swinging its tail. With just that slight roll, the two of them, Tang Yen Rui and Tang Yen Yun, flew above the python's head. White, let's get going. There was simply no need for him to give more instructions, and as if he understood, the white snake twisted its huge body and shuttled out as quickly as lightning. At the same time, deep inside the imperial capital, inside a small, unremarkable attic, a small, ordinary-looking old man suddenly jerked his eyes open. With a brilliant light in his eyes, his entire body instantly rose up in the air. Looking at the distant figure of the python that was gradually fading away, the little old man returned to the attic. When did the people from the imperial beast jaunt come to my songland? The little old man murmured. It was stepping into the dead of night, but looking down from White Snake, it was all lights. Xiao Meinyang was still a bit scared after standing so high for the first time, and held onto Mu Lang's arm tightly. Junior Lang Jun, I'm afraid. Tang Yen Rui was even worse, sitting on the ground, not even daring to stand upright, her legs trembling. Only Tang Yen Yun is slightly better. Young lord, where are we going? White Snake once again spat out human words. Go straight back to the Chen Kingdom, to the Immortal Pavilion. Don't delay on the way. Mu Lang looked at the three human women and licked the corners of his mouth. White Snake traveled through the imperial capital, and surprisingly few people noticed. The characters who recruited disciples from the three great immortal sects were all at the same gathering Yuan realm as Tang Yen Yun, and there were very few at the Tong Ling realm. The three great immortal sects, all treating Song as if it were in the palm of their hands. No one would expect someone to come here and cause trouble. Therefore, the strength of these few people who recruited disciples was not too impressive. As she watched the White Snake take herself away from the imperial capital, Tang Yen Yun began to struggle more and more. Once you leave Song, you will be screaming for your life. At that point, it was just up to the man in front of him to dominate. Put me down, put me down. Tang Yen Yun kept struggling, but Mu Lang's hand tightened its grip. Be honest, or I'll be on Little White and deal with you directly. Mu Lang's cold voice irritated Tang Yen Yun. Young master, didn't madam find you a pair of fox demon sisters? They are much more talented than these three. So why are you still bringing these three? White Snake was puzzled. Master's two fox demon sisters, too young, which has the charm of these three. When Xiaobai transforms into form, he will also become this plump and full woman. Mu Lang said. Young lord, you're so annoying. White Snake seemed shy and lowered her head. Soon, it left the imperial capital. Xiao Meinyang silently looked in the direction of the palace. This time she was considered to have left the cage that had imprisoned her for more than 10 years. Junior Lang Jun, thank you. Xiao Meinyang was inwardly thrilled and filled with gratitude for Mu Lang. Letting go of her hand, Tang Yen Yun directly sat paralyzed on the White Snake's head, gasping for air. Too terrifying. This youth is too terrifying. If the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion was all like this, it would be terrifying as hell. You two sisters, you will always accompany me in the future. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. Standing with his arms folded, Mu Lang just stood on top of White Snake's head. Tang Yen Rui still had a look of fear on her face, and Tang Yen Yun's eyes flickered. She saw a person a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, Luo Sen, at the top of that white snake's head. Senior brother Luo. Senior brother Luo, save me. Save me. Tong Yen-yun couldn't care less. This man, she couldn't beat him. She didn't believe that the Heavenly Sword sect leader's disciple wasn't a match for him either. The man on the ground with a wine gourd and a long sword on his back raised his head slightly, and from afar, he saw a white shadow wandering through the night. He frowned just slightly, then took a sip of his drink. Then his ears twitched. Someone was calling out to him, in the direction of the white shadow, carrying the wine gourd. He went after them. Young lord, someone is catching up. Whitesnake didn't even need to turn around to sense the other party, then slow down. I'd like to see what strength the other party that is. Mu Lang smiled faintly. Then, glancing at Tong Yen-yun, which she had summoned, then let her die trying. Young lord, don't even need you to do it. I can get him killed. Whitesnake paused, those eyes staring at the other party. It was also the first time for the man to see such a giant python, and he hastily took several steps back. The man then saw Tong Yen-yun on the snake's head. Is that senior sister Tong up there? Senior brother Luo. Senior brother Luo. Save me. Save me. Tong Yen-yun shouted hoarsely. Once you leave Song, you will only be at the mercy of this man's lewdness from now on. Chapter 6 Rosen defeated. Looking at the giant python in front of him, Luosen couldn't help but feel a trace of fear welling up in his heart, and at this moment, he also had to concede, because just this white python, with his current strength, he was afraid that it would be difficult to defeat, not to mention the fact that there was even a man standing steadily on top of that white python. Taking a deep breath, his hands quickly pinched the spell seals, and at the same time, the green lotus sword carried on his back flew out horizontally, rushing straight towards that white python. Test the opponent's strength first, and if the situation is bad, you should at least be able to escape. However, Rosen had obviously severely underestimated the strength of this white python. At this moment, he was on the verge of stepping into the passage realm, and the only way to have a chance of survival was to let go. Eat my sword! Accompanied by a furious cry, the green lotus sword transformed into a dazzling sword of light that came from the sky, the light instantly illuminating half of the imperial capital. It's a pity that, as the saying goes, planning is in the eye of the beholder. When he thought that this strike would definitely inflict a heavy blow on the white python, something unexpected happened. Before the green lotus sword could touch the white python's body, it was firmly blocked by an invisible barrier. No matter how much Luosen pushed his mana, the green lotus sword was never able to advance any further. This exchange between Rosen and the python quickly caught the attention of some people. It was mainly due to the fact that Rosen's aura was so grand when he struck that the entire imperial capital was shaken. For a while, the disciples of the Vajra sect, the Myriad Sound Workshop, and the Heavenly Sword sect came out at the sound of their voices. Quickly look, isn't that senior brother Luo actually engaging in a life and death battle with a python? I don't know who was the first to shout it out, and it led to a lot of chatter from the rest of the crowd. Ha! Surprisingly, it's senior sister Tang. Could it be senior sister Tang on top of that giant python's head? A female disciple of the Myriad Voice Workshop suddenly lost her voice and exclaimed, filled with panic, "Put!" With a muffled sound, Luosen was forced to retreat back and forth as he exchanged blows with the python, followed by a mouthful of crimson blood spewing out wildly from his mouth. At this moment, Luosen's face was as pale as paper, bloodless, and his body was shaking. With wide eyes, he stared dead on at Mu Lang and the others who were gradually moving away, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Senior sister Tong, I'm really no match for him, Rosen mumbled in a low, inaudible voice, his words revealing a deep sense of frustration. As his words fell, the green lotus sword in his hand slowly flew back into its scabbard. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm the emotions that were churning within him, and then commanded, all disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, listen to the order. Quickly return to the house to rest, and early tomorrow morning, we will immediately depart back to Heavenly Sword Mountain. After saying these words, his entire body let go of its entire strength all of a sudden, looking incredibly weak. That exchange had a huge impact on Rosen. One should know that as a sword cultivator, one should be invincible in battle among cultivators of the same rank. What's more, within this Song country, Luosen had always been the best among his peers, never having tasted defeat. However, today, facing the giant python driven by this man, Luosen suffered an unprecedented fiasco, struggling to resist even a single move from his opponent. Looking above that giant python, Tang Yen-yun was similarly pale and shocked in her heart. How could he not have expected that senior brother Luosen, who was known as the number one person of the younger generation of the Song Kingdom, would lose so easily to this giant python? This was really greatly unexpected. You're great, little Lang. You're great, Xiao Meinyang said in a delicate voice. That charming smile could seduce people's hearts. although she wasn't sure what kind of strength Luosin actually possessed. From the exchange of blows just now, it was clear that Luosin was by no means a match for Mulang. Mulang's gaze casually glanced at the two sisters, Tang Yenyun and Tang Yenrui, who were on the side. At this time, Tang Yenrui had not yet fully recovered from the previous shock and was still sitting there, looking somewhat stunned. Who the hell are you? Tang Yenyun carefully assisted her sister and looked at the man in front of her with a wary face. At this moment, the sisters had no choice but to follow this person for the time being, secretly praying in their hearts that the other party would not be a pervert, only to see Mulang gently picking Tang Yenrui's chin. The action was extremely provocative. The mature flavor emanating from her body was not at all below Xiao Meinyang, and one could not help but look sideways. In contrast, although Tang Yenyun was also born beautiful and attractive, but the flavor is indeed slightly inferior. Fortunately, her own cultivation strength was quite good, which slightly made up for some of the shortcomings. The Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. The 10 True Legends. Tang Yenyun couldn't help but frown slightly. She actually knew very little about this place, the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion, but she also knew what weight the top 10 true legends meant. The 10 greatest truths? Tang Yenyun murmured softly, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. The Chen stayed on the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion, a clan of strength against the Song State 3 Big Immortal Door, can be known to the content of the 10 true biographies. Senior brother Luo. The other party is a true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Tang Yenyun exerted her entire body's mana and eventually spread out such a sentence. Luosin murmured in a low voice. The Pantheon Immortal Pavilion? Quickly go back and inform the clan that the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion has come to my Songland to capture people. Subsequently, sound was transmitted from all parts of Sondi, straight to within the sect, above the White Python. In the future, the three of you will be the people I belong to. In the Kingdom of Chen, you can directly report my name when you encounter any trouble. Right at this moment, Tang Yenrui, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Can you, please, let us sisters leave here?" The voice was slightly trembling, and it was clear that there was a great fear inside of being forced to stay. Compared to Tang Yenyun, at this moment, her heart was filled with more fear, and she could not have imagined that Xiao Meinyang would betray her sisters so easily. Want to leave? Tang Yenrui, let me tell you, don't think you'll ever get out of serving little Lang Jun. You will serve him for the first half of the night, while the second half of the night will be your sister's turn to take over. With the grand and magnificent imperial capital in the rear, it gradually disappeared from view. It looked like she had already left the place that had bound Xiao Meinyang so deeply, had been a prison in which she had spent more than 10 years, but now she was finally able to break free. Xiao Meinyang approached Mulang with a heart full of joy and affectionately rubbed her cheek gently against his face. Junior Lang Jun, I'm really too grateful to you. Without your help, I'm afraid that the grieving family would never be able to get free. Hearing these words, Tang Yenrui, who had only just slightly regained her senses, could no longer hold back her inner rage as she fiercely stood up, pointing at Xiao Meinyang and cursing profusely. Xiao Meinyang, you shameless person. It's because of you that the two of us sisters ended up in this situation. Tang Yenyun on the side hurriedly reached out to support her sister, worrying that she might accidentally fall down because of her overexcited emotions. In the face of Tang Yenrui's angry rebuke, Xiao Meinyang just smiled coldly, not putting the other party in her eyes in the slightest. Alright, stop arguing. In the future, the two of you will follow the cultivation. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Tang Yenyun and continued counting. And you, an innate realm, you haven't even broken through the chi refining realm yet, wasting your qualifications for nothing. Tang Yenyun shuddered slightly. Mulang could actually tell his cultivation level with a single glance. No wonder he wasn't his opponent. When we arrive at the Immortal Pavilion, we'll find a way for you to sprint to the Tonling realm. Mulang criticized the three women. One by one, Makiran was okay, not bad for a woman. At least it was much better than the other true disciple, the one who had a crop of women around him, and more to the point, liked to abuse them. Tang Yenyun raised her head slightly and glanced at Mulang. This man actually wanted to help her raise her cultivation level? Passing Spirit Realm. Certain mediocrely qualified elders of the Myriad Sound Workshop were only at the Passing Spirit Realm. Junior Lang Jun, that immortal pavilion of yours, is it far from Song? Xiao Meinyang's eyes were mesmerized, and at the moment, she wanted to quickly get to the place, and then keep on pandering body, mind and soul to Makirang. Mak Lang actually had to take her to cultivate. She could only repay him so much. Almost there. Little White speed is still fine. Before dawn, it should be able to arrive. Mulang said. Xiao Meinyang's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were mesmerized, and it looked like she was in love. Unceasingly, he rubbed against Makorong's arm. Xiao Meinyang, are you flirting again? Empress Dowager. How dare you be so shameless? Tang Yenrui couldn't look past it and scolded once again. You sisters, you're no good either. Tang Yenrui, how did you get up to the position of empress? Don't you know in your own heart? Xiao Mingyang did not spoil Tang Yenrui. Anyway, everyone is the same. Tomorrow start cultivating. I do not believe that I am not as smart as her. Tang Yenrui, Xiao Mingyang were just like this on the boa constrictor, accusing each other and revealing each other's shortcomings. Luckily, both are royalty and there's nothing fragrant about it. Chapter 7 Stop. Let go of my sister. The Pantheon Immortal Pavilion. Located in the Kingdom of Chen. Compared to the Song Kingdom, the Chen Kingdom was still considered to be a rather strong power in the Tianyun continent. After all, there was only one clan in the Chen Kingdom, the Immortal Pavilion, which had fought against the three great immortal clans of the Song Kingdom without any defeats. The area is rich in resources and talented people, and is influential among the neighboring countries. When the sky had just turned fish-belly white and the morning sun was slightly exposed, Little White had already arrived at the border of the Chen Kingdom. As of this moment, it also meant that it had arrived at the place where the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion was located. To one's surprise, at some point, a small and delicate white fox had appeared in Mulang's arms. The fur color is as white and flawless as snow, and its hair is as delicate and smooth as satin. However, every time Xiaobai sensed the presence of this little fox, a wave of panic would involuntarily well up in his heart. Perhaps, in this world, apart from Mulang, only Xiaobai had a more in-depth understanding of this seemingly ordinary little fox. This little fox was precisely what Su Fuyang had taken shape to become. Thinking back then, she was the proud daughter of heaven from the Sky Fox continent, famous throughout the entire lower realm, because in the eyes of those in the lower realms, the only way to gain broader space and opportunities for development is to successfully ascend to the heavenly realm. As a result, cultivators in the lower realms are all seeking the path of ascension by all means, and the competition is unprecedented. Ever since Su Fuyang descended to the lower realms, she had always shown herself in this little fox form. No one has ever had the slightest suspicion of this due to its seamless disguise. It wasn't until that time when Mulang attempted to subdue Little White and got into trouble due to his limited power that Su Fuyang had no choice but to release a slight hint of her aura. Xiao Mainyang had long since drifted off to sleep and had been lying on Xiao Bai, while Tang Yenrui was snuggled in Tang Yanyan's arms. At this moment, the three beautiful ladies were no longer in their usual demeanor, and were there unclothed. The three had never sat in a boa constrictor before, so where could they afford to be tossed around like that? Only Tang Yenyun was slightly better. After all, she was a cultivator of the Yuan realm. Young lord, we're almost at the Immortal Pavilion. Half an hour later, Little White's gigantic body had arrived underneath the Phantom Dream Valley. It's senior brother Mu returning. It's senior brother Mu returning. Soon, the Mountain Guard disciples cried out. Many people in the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion recognized this giant python, the mount of the top 10 true legends. Mu Lang. This one had only been worshipped in the Immortal sect for 3 years, and had been directly elevated from an ordinary disciple to a top 10 true disciple. This made many people unconvinced, but many disciples were no match for him. He had always been the heart of the sovereign's wife, and directly worshipped her as his teacher. Greetings, senior pastor. Greetings, senior pastor. Many disciples saluted when they saw Mulang. True disciples. In the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, it was above tens of thousands of disciples and below a dozen. Behind every true disciple was an intricate network of relationships. Soon, some people saw the three beautiful ladies on that huge python of Makwang's, who were mostly older than the average woman. Someone in the crowd soon ran out to air it out. TSK, old 10. The madam asked you to go to Son on business. Why did you bring back 3 old women? Soon, a teenager came out. Not very tall, with a punchy bun and a wobbly head. It's just a rant at Makorang. At this moment, Xiao Mainyang, Tang Yenyun, and Tang Yenrui had woken up long ago and looked at the huge mountain gate, not knowing what to do for a moment. Little Langjun, is this the Immortal Pavilion? Xiao Mainyang shivered. Where was that Empress Dowager's aura at this moment? On the contrary, it was Tang Yenrui, who was slightly calmer, and then began to survey the group. Ha ha, old 10, look at you, bringing back 3 old women that are actually older than my mother. Ha ha. The teenager from Chongtianwu kept mocking Mulang. Li Tong, today I'm in a good mood, so I won't bother with you, or else it's your cousin who can't protect you. When he passed by that punchy bun, Mulang even purposely pulled his punchy bun. Also, old 10 is not what you call yourself, remember? Next time you call out, I'll have someone bring your mother here. Mulang's words directly scared Li Tong pale. Li Tong, the cousin of the 10 true disciples, Li Zi. With such a cousin, Li Tong had been foxing around in the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Junior Lang Jun, is this the immortal pavilion? Xiao Menyang followed behind Mu Lang, not daring to leave too far away. Tong Yen Rui, Tong Yen Yin both slightly recovered some of their spirit, looking at the spiritually thick Yumang immortal pavilion. One of them was too surprised to speak, especially Tong Yen Yun. This Pantheon immortal pavilion was too much thicker in aura than Myriad Soundplace. Li Tong hurriedly hid into the crowd. He knew Mulang's temper and would do what he said. What's even weirder is that it doesn't like young girls, only human women. Go inside. From now on, Tong Yen Yun, Tong Yen Rui, you'll be practicing here. Saying that, Mulang sized up Tong Yen Rui's figure. Watching the crowd, they have avoided the way for bringing some mortals back. The Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion does not stop it. Here, it's not as moralistic as those famous schools. Mulang's mansion, deep within the Immortal Pavilion, was a cave that was extremely rich in spiritual qi. There was a formation disk that could absorb the aura of heaven and earth, thus locking it in the cave. Xiao Menyang was the first to enter the mansion. The space inside wasn't too big, but the aura was frighteningly thick. Tong Yen Yun, Tong Yen Rui were resistant. They knew that as long as they went in, they would be controlled by Mu Lang for the rest of their lives. Mu Lang seemed to know Tong Yen Yun's mind as well. He directly pinched her neck and brought her into the cave just like that. Entering the cave, Tang Yen Yun realized how ridiculous it was for her to fight Mu Lang at that time. Su Fuyang directly leapt onto the bed and squinted upright at the bedside. And Xiaobai also transformed into a white snake and casually found a corner. You guys will be here from now on. Xiao Menyang and Tang Yen Rui, you two follow behind Tang Yen Yun and cultivate together. I have plenty of resources. Mu Lang reclined on the chair and casually pulled over Tang Yen Rui. For this Empress of Song, Mu Lang had already paid attention to her all the way. Her figure was no less than Xiao Menyang's. It is a pity that there is no cultivation. If the cultivation keeps up, these three people, absolutely, are the best of the best. What are you doing? Get off me. At this moment, Tang Yen Rui panicked. She felt like she couldn't struggle and was confined by Mu Lang. Stop. Let go of my sister. Tong Yen Yun wanted to stop Mak Lang's evil behavior, and was about to make a move against him again. Ma Korang grinned, revealing eerie white teeth. Stop? How can I let her fly away from a cooked duck? Tong Yen Yun pounced over. How could she let her sister be abused by this evil cultivator in front of her eyes? The two, who kept struggling and trying to leave, were no match for Mu Lang. Let me go. You let me go. Tang Yen Rui was in tears. Although she was the empress, she had been used to being pampered. Where had she encountered this kind of savagery? Chapter 8, Madam Sovereign wants you to come over. Tong Yen Yun's eyes were filled with unwillingness at the moment, staring dead on at Mu Lang, the anger in her heart about to spill out. Just a moment ago, she was actually bullied by this hateful man, and at this moment, the Tong Yen Rui on the side. That shy appearance makes people can't help but feel pity. Xiao Menyang was unusually calm about the scene that had just occurred, seemingly treating it as if she had seen nothing at all. Handily, he began to help Mu Lang clean up the cave. This originally quite good cave. After Xiao Menyang took care of it, it became spotless and well organized. Mu Lang cast a sidelong glance at Tong Yen Yun and said with slight dissatisfaction, Tong Yen Yun, break through the Tongling realm tonight. To be such a big person and still be stuck at the Yuan realm is simply a waste of this talent of yours. Among these three beautiful ladies, in fact, Tong Yen Yun's talent was not the most outstanding, truly gifted. On the contrary, seems to be gentle and skillful Xiao Menyang, down to the world for so long, the people encountered is also Xiao Menyang talent is the best. However, it was regrettable that for some unknown reason, Xiao Menyang, who possessed such an outstanding talent, did not embark on the path of cultivation. Instead, they married early and lived a life of motherhood. Hearing Mu Lang's words, Tang Yen Yun raised her head slightly and glared back at Mu Lang just as fiercely. In his heart, he simply didn't believe what Mu Lang said. What could break through the qi refining realm tonight? What a joke. He was not a 3-year-old child, so how could he be easily coaxed by such nonsense? It was at this moment that Xiao Menyang, who had been silently packing up her things by the side, suddenly stopped her hand movements. Looking at Mu Lang with anticipation, she asked softly, Junior Lang Jun, can I also cultivate like them? Those big watery eyes were full of longing, so that one really couldn't bear to reject them. It's okay, your talent is no less than Tong Yen Yun, it's just a waste of time, Mu Lang said. After 3 years of descending into the realm, he had encountered countless stunningly beautiful human women and extremely beautiful special objects, but, just extremely attached to Xiao Menyang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her back to the immortal pavilion by 1,000 miles. Tong Yen Rui still lay on the bed with difficulty. She also wanted to cultivate and reside in her face, but she was too embarrassed to open her mouth. She wasn't like Xiao Menyang, who was so familiar with Mu Lang. Taking out 3 brocade boxes, the size of a palm. He then handed them to the three. These 3 brocade boxes. All of them are hundreds of years old medicinal herbs. You guys take them first and slowly moisturize your bodies. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui, your bodies are too fragile. Without stinting, he directly put 3 brocade boxes and stuffed them into the hands of the 3 beautiful ladies. Xiao Meinyang was oblivious to the medicinal herbs. As long as Mu Lang gave them to herself, she wanted them. Tang Yenrui slowly tucked into her arms. She had no desire to get up yet. Only Tang Yenyun knew what she was talking about. It was top quality medicine. I can't believe I gave it to myself to aid in my cultivation. No wonder Mu Lang could say that there was still a chance to break through the Tongling realm tonight. Cultivate well. You should be able to break through the Tongling realm, Mu Lang said. Afterward, Mu Lang was still afraid that it wasn't safe, so he took out another crystal stone the size of a small thumb that was crystal clear. If you really can't, you can use this, Mu Lang said. What's this? It's a crystal? It's something so much better than herbs, with no side effects. This for me? Tang Yenyun was incredulous, fearing that Mu Lang was humiliating himself. According to Tang Yenyun's status, in the myriad sound place, the only people who had heard of it were those who meditated and absorbed the aura of heaven and earth. Not to mention the crystals. It was hard to share the herbs with her. This was Mu Lang's purpose, to cultivate a few extreme yokai himself and bring them back to White Tiger Mountain when the time came. Tang Yenyun opened her mouth. Xiao Meinyang didn't know about the rarity of crystals. She did. She didn't expect that the crystals would be given as soon as she said so. Junior Lang Jun, what is the Tongling realm? Xiao Meinyang slowly asked. Tang Yenyun, tell it to Xiao Meinyang. Mu Lang didn't have that kind of effort. Turned straight around and hugged the little fox. In the lower realm, there are a total of 10 major realms. In order, they are innate, Qi refining, Yuan gathering, Tongling, God concentration, Big Dipper, Cave void, lineage, King's marquee, and True One. Tang Yenyun spoke seriously. Perhaps the crystal was having an effect, unceasingly unraveling the confusion. Xiao Meinyang was also considered to cherish the rare opportunity, unceasingly pursuing Tang Yenyun. Tang Yenyun's heart was unwilling and pulled Tang Yenrui along with her to sit up. His own sister had to practice as well. Today, after I break through the Tongling realm, I'll come and teach you two to cultivate. Tang Yenyun wasn't stupid. She knew what Mu Lang meant. Now that he had gotten on Mu Lang's thieving ship, he might only be able to follow Mu Lang one way or the other. It's just that, sometimes Mu Lang is too overbearing, not something Tang Yenyun likes. Junior Lang Jun, then what is your cultivation level today? Xiao Meinyang suddenly stared back and asked. It was Tang Yenyun who listened curiously. There's no need for you guys to know about my cultivation. Knowing too much is not good for you guys, Mu Lang said. Cheapskate. Yenyun, 10 realms in the lower realm. Does that mean there's an upper realm? Xiao Meinyang was curious. The upper world? Tang Yenyun shook her head. How could she know what was in the upper realm? I don't know, but I've heard that some people have ascended to the upper realm and some have come over from the upper realm. According to Tang Yenyun's status, that was all she knew. There is no upper realm, only the heavenly realm. Mu Lang murmured softly, then continued rubbing the little fox. Su Fuyang didn't even bother to raise her head. The lower world was not as comfortable as the heavenly world, but in the lower world cozy do not need to think so much. If there is a chance to start over, Su Fuyang absolutely will not ascend to the heavenly realm. In the heavenly realm, Su Fuyao still had to find ways to fulfill some of Mu Lang's requests, but now she only needed to coax Mu Lang into bullying the women of the lower realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought back 3 beautiful ladies from Song. Aunt Su, do you think that in 100 years, is it possible for me to break through to the True One realm? Gently rubbing the soft little tummy of the little fox, soft and cozy. When the little fox heard this, it twisted its head around and glanced at Makarang, then gently shook its head, not sure itself. With Mu Lang's talent, if he could keep cultivating diligently, reaching the True One realm would not be difficult. But the problem was that the guy was always too lazy to practice sometimes. Right at this moment, a shout suddenly came from outside the cave. Senior Brother Mu. Is Senior Brother Mu here? The voice came very suddenly, but rather urgently. Private caves aren't for just anyone. Usually, only those who had permission from the owner of the cave, or those who were extremely powerful, had the ability to force their way in. Not long after, the voice rang out again. Senior Brother Mu, come out. Mu Lang frowned. However, he still held the little fox in his arms and quickly walked out of the cave. After all, after spending 3 whole years in this lower realm, Mu Lang's temper was already much better than before. As soon as he left the cave, Mu Lang saw a young disciple standing there anxiously waiting. Seeing Mu Lang appear, that disciple hurriedly stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Mu, the patriarch's wife has asked you to come over. Master is looking for me? Good. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the cave again. After returning to the cave, Mu Lang put the little fox aside and then instructed the three beautiful ladies guarding the cave. You guys wait here for me to come back. Don't wander around. If you accidentally break into someone else's cave, you might get into big trouble. The three beautiful ladies nodded their heads in agreement that they would do as they were told. Seeing this, Mu Lang was relieved to leave the cave. Chapter 9, Su Wanqiu. Deep in the depths of the Valley of Dreams, there were a dozen or so pavilions in that mid-air, and it was unknown what method was used to make them levitate. Holding Su Fuyang like this, Mu Lang directly came to the deepest part of the valley. There was a peach blossom-shaped attic in mid-air, and that was the attic of the patriarch's wife. Looking in from the outside, it's so gray that you can only see the shape. Other people entering the attic might have to be informed, but Mu Lang directly stepped forward. On this airy loft with a panoramic view of the mountains, there was a plump, full-bodied lady. The body was plump and full, concave and convex, like a ripe peach, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. The curve of the upper body is delicate and moving, and the breasts are rounded and full in the right way, like two towering peaks, majestic but not too soft. Clothing package not only did not cover the proud peaks, but made them in the hidden between the more added a few hazy beauty, so that people cannot help but want to look at a few more eyes. And the lower buttocks were even more round and firm, plump and elastic, swinging gently with her footsteps. With such a busty and fat figure, she is able to perfectly display her unique flavor whether she wears gorgeous brocade or plain cotton clothes. Gracefully raising her hand, she gently untied the silk belt tied around her waist, and the gorgeous long dress on her body slowly slid down like petals blown off by the wind. The long and white jade legs were thus exposed in the air, as white and flawless as sheep's fat white jade, emitting a tantalizing luster. The pink bustier was hidden within a light gown. The bustier was tightly wrapped around her plump breasts, outlining an enchanting curve that people could not help but fall in love with. Walking with light steps to the pool water, her crystal-clear jade feet carefully reached into the pool water. Suddenly there was a gentle breeze that brought a slight coolness. There was also a delicate petal in the wind. It fell from the sky in a flurry, drifting down to the water and swirling with the current. Stretching out her slender fingers, she gently scratched the water, sprinkling the cool pool of water on her own fair arms, the water droplets running down her skin and soaking the charmingly fragrant shoulders. And at this moment, Mak Lang was watching this scene, and gulping, "This body is so hot." Gulp. Couldn't help it. Swallowed. Right. That's it. Come on. Untie it. Macaron watched and waited for the lady bathing in the pool to undo her smock. Does it look good? Is it big? A voice suddenly rang in Mu Lang's ears. True. Really big. Mak Lang suddenly turned back and looked at that lady, while his gaze happened to be on those proud breasts. This lady was none other than the wife of the sovereign of the Pavilion of the Immortal Dreams, Su Evening Autumn. Master Ah, this body of yours has become even more fascinating. Mu Lang hated the fact that just now, Su Evening Chiu all but unraveled her sarong. Mu Lang, don't think about that all day long. Su Evening Chiu gently nudged Mu Lang's forehead. How about going to Song country this time? Su Lanqiu asked softly, then glanced at the little fox in Mu Lang's arms. It's just like that, those immortal sects nearby, recruiting disciples every now and then. What kind of talented disciples can there be? Mu Lang sat on a chair, casually picked up a teapot, and poured it, not caring in the slightest about Su Evening Chiu's gaze. Afterward, Mu Lang unlocked a dark red gourd from his waist, opened it, and fiercely poured a mouthful of liquor. Still spirits are good, so that's why you brought back 3 half-aged women? Su Evening Chiu looked at Mu Lang with a smirk, a look of waiting for an explanation. Letting go of the little fox I bestowed upon you to go find 3 half-aged women. Mu Lang, you have really unique tastes. Master, this is only in their 30s. Where is it considered a half-aged woman? Besides, cultivation has no age. When they start cultivating, won't they not be able to tell their age? Mu Lang muttered in his heart. At least it wasn't as old as Su Evening Chiu. Young girls don't like it? Like human women? Su Evening Chiu then seemed to think of something and looked at Mu Lang wistfully. Mu Lang, honestly explain, are you hitting on Master's idea? Su Evening Chiu was just like a young girl, sitting beside Mu Lang, holding her chin and staring at him. Master, where to follow? Even if he was hitting on Su Wanqiu's idea, Mu Lang wouldn't say anything. That song thing, did you get it? Su Wanqiu suddenly became formal. The 3 great immortal sects of the Song dynasty recruited disciples for Mu Lang to sabotage, and that was actually a fake. The main thing was, an object had appeared in the territory of Song, which might not be useful for others, but for Mu Lang, it could be considered a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Only then did Su Evening Autumn allow Mu Lang to go to the Song country to destroy the 3 great immortal sects to collect disciples. Got it. I've broken through too. Maklang picked up the snack and took a bite. A breakthrough? Su Evening Chiu, with her eyes glued together, noticed that Mu Lang had already broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. The Big Dipper? Su Lanxiu's heart, all of it, trembled. The 10 true legends could all be honored by Mu Lang. Many of the old men of the Immortal Pavilion were only at the Big Dipper realm, and they themselves were only at the Big Dipper realm. I didn't expect that your strength has progressed so quickly. Mu Lang. Su Evening Chiu heartily blessed this disciple. I took this disciple by mistake, and I remembered that 3 years ago, when I first met him, he was only at the Tongling realm. Now, having broken through the God Condensation realm, he had reached the Big Dipper realm. Su Fuyang was in Mu Lang's arms and rolled her eyes. Can't it be faster? This kid is going to break through True One within 100 years and return to White Tiger Mountain. The dark red gourd in Mu Lang's hand. Every time Su Fuyang saw it, her pupils would shrink slightly. To know that this gourd was hanging on the waist of Muzhan. Muzhan, that kind of strength. His body was absolutely all magic treasures. It's not because Master guided me well. Otherwise I could have gone to Song to obtain that kind of thing. Mu Lang smiled and complimented Su Evening Chiu a few times in passing. Yes, otherwise you wouldn't have brought back 3 beautiful ladies from Song. Su Evening Chiu was more of a pot calling the kettle black. Mu Lang's face was bitter. This master teacher of his own. He was good at everything, but he was too possessive in that area. LOL. All of them have been worshipping for 3 years, and they have yet to meet the pavilion master of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since you've reached the Big Dipper realm, then master will bestow you with a treasure. Su Evening Chiu took out a scented capsule from her bosom. The beige scented pouch and the color of Su Evening Autumn's clothes mirrored each other. Here's a flying boat. You can use it as a substitute in the future. Su Evening Chiu handed the scented pouch to Mu Lang. A flying boat? I have Little White. I normally have Little White carry me around. Besides, Mu Lang still had a White Tiger bronze chariot in his arms, which was the best tool for transportation. Unfortunately, Mu Lang didn't want to take it out. How did you get that Little White of yours? When I don't know? It was obtained by slaughtering a genius disciple of the Imperial Beast Zai. Once the Imperial Beast Zai finds out, you will not be able to eat it. Glancing at Mu Lang, this disciple had been unconscionable and murderous from the moment they met 3 years ago. Fortunately, the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion was originally a demonic sect and acted by preference. Su Wanqiu didn't care. Alright, master. I know. Besides, it's not like I'm going out. I'm within the Immortal Pavilion. So what could the Imperial Beasts I know? Mu Lang said. Chapter 10, I owe you. Who said that? Su Evening Chiu's face suddenly became grave as she stared tightly at Mu Lang, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. Nowadays, many parts of this heavenly cloud continent have suddenly been thrown into chaos, and a great crisis of unprecedented proportions is sweeping through, and it may even spread to the entire lower realm. A huge crisis? Hearing this word, Mu Lang's face trembled slightly as an incredulous expression appeared. That's right. Su Lanqiu nodded heavily, her emotions growing more and more excited. Some sects in the lower realms have actually started attacking each other without warning. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. To know, Su Evening Autumn had already lived in this world for dozens of years, but such a large-scale clan attack was the first time she had ever heard of it in her life. It was as if these sects had gone mad, and inexplicably they attacked. Mu Lang and Su Fuyang glanced at each other and understood each other. Perhaps, only the two of them know the real reason behind this turmoil. It must be that the heavenly realm has already been in chaos, and its influence is gradually spreading to the lower realm like ripples. More to the point, Su Evening Chiu's tone grew heavier. Those self-appointed righteous sects in the heavenly cloud continent have even pointed their spearheads at us. The devil sect. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but frown with a worried expression. Within the territory of the Chun country, it had always been the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion that was the Soul Clan, and there were even more inextricable and intricate connections between the Chun Kingdom's royal family and the Immortal Pavilion. The connections are a real headache. Anyone else dare to take a shot at us? When Mu Lang heard this, an odd look spread across his face, and he secretly pondered in his heart, is it possible that you have to go through a bloody storm in the lower realm as well? Well, that's why I asked you to hide Little White, or just let Little White take form. That way the Imperial Beast Sai won't be able to discover it. Su Evening Autumn gently bit her lips, becoming more and more flirtatious. The little fox in his arms gently arched over Mu Lang, who woke up from the flirtatiousness of Ho Su Evening Autumn. Kid, the stamina is still okay. It seems that the 3 beautiful ladies have sort of held you. Su Evening Chiu smiled faintly and gently covered her mouth. You rest for 2 days, and then you make a trip to Chengdu. Su Evening Chiu said. To Chengdu? What's the point of going to Chengdu? Mu Lang frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. My Su clan. There is still a transformation grass. Go fetch it and let Little White transform. Su Evening Autumn smiled softly. then took out a brocade bag from her bosom. I can't leave the immortal pavilion lately, so you give this to the Su family by the way. Su Eveningshio became more and more flirtatious, and any move she made exuded a mature flavor. Morphing grass? The Su family still has the transformation grass? This made Mu Lang a little curious. One more thing. These three beautiful ladies of yours, what are their identities? Su Eveningshio said. Ha, the Empress Dowager of Song. And the Empress. You kid. You're taking the Song royal family by the scruff of the neck. Gently nodded Mu Lang's forehead. I'll go to Chengdu. Xiao Mengyang stays behind. Her talent is not bad. It's just that she didn't have the chance to cultivate back then. I'll take the remaining two. As if thinking of something, Mu Lang continued. Master Xiao Mengyang will help take care of it. Good. It's really owed to you. Don't worry, Xiao Mengyang. I'll take care of it for you. That twin sister you're planning to bring around here? Su Eveningshio glanced at Mu Lang wistfully. Bring them around and prepare to cultivate them properly. The qualifications of the two are quite alright. Pile them up with resources. Gently playing with the dark red gourd. The qualifications are okay? Piling up with resources? Su Eveningshio sized up Mu Lang. You have a lot of resources? That's right. Since you've been a teacher for 3 years, I haven't given you any cultivation resources yet. TSK. Are you hiding something from me? Mu Lang? Su Eveningshio was starting to get curious about Mu Lang, who had suddenly appeared in the Qin Kingdom 3 years ago, and subsequently worshipped himself as a teacher by mistake. Whenever Makarang was asked about his identity, he was vague. Good master, where do I want to hide it from you? Hate to praise the color of the pants. To tell you, Mu Lang said. Bah, all day long. You're just full of that crap. Su Wanchio ranted. Alright, get ready to leave. We'll go to the Su family in a few days. I'm afraid that the Imperial Beast's Eye will know about it, and will raise an offense at that time. Su Eveningshio said. The Imperial Beast's Eye, considered to be the leader of these sects in the Heavenly Cloud continent, prided itself on being the righteous path. Some of the clans in this vicinity, the Immortal Pavilion didn't want to get involved with them. Got it. Mu Lang did not think that this fox in his arms would probably be able to kill a large portion of the Tianyin continent, but he also knew that Su Fuyan would not make a move until it was dangerous. The protector of the way is not a direct shot. I'll go back first. Tonight I'm afraid that you, Tong Yen Yun, will break through the Tongling realm. Mu Lang got up and left. Su Wanchio was too tempting. He didn't dare to stay on, or he was afraid of doing what the pavilion did. Before even arriving at the mansion, there were many people gathered outside the cave, each one talking. Mac Lang saw Li Tong's figure in the crowd. Senior brother Mu. Senior brother Mu. Many people saw Mu Lang return and avoided the strife of this group of true disciples. Li Tong, are you itching again? Did you instigate this group? Mu Lang narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Tong. Li Tong was still trying to hide into the crowd, but the group of disciples avoided him, directly revealing him from the crowd. What? You can only be allowed to bring back a bunch of old women, and you won't let anyone else talk about it? Li Tong hardened his head and stared at Mu Lang. He had seen his cousin coming. If you're grinding, I'll kill you today. While others cared about Li Tong's identity, Mu Lang didn't care about Li Tong's identity. Senior brother Mu. What a big mouth. Bullying Li Tong like that. Really, when senior brother doesn't exist? A man, dressed in a brocade suit and a folding fan in his hand, came from the distance. Many people saw the man and their faces trembled slightly before they saluted. Greetings, senior brotherly. Scram. A bunch of losers. What are you looking at? The man's starry eyebrows rose, and he directly said angrily. This man was none other than one of the 10 great true transmissions. Li Zi. Senior brother Mu. Long time no see. This is the 3 half-aged women brought back from Song, and you're still being imposing? Li Zi opened his folding fan and then stared at Mu Lang. Li Laosher, if you have any farts, just let them go. At this moment, Xiao Mengyang, Tang Yen Rui, and Tang Yen Yun in the cave hurriedly ran out. That scene just now was so scary. It was Tong Yen Yun, who was also a cultivator, who was startled. The strength of this cultivator from the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion was too much stronger than the strength of the Myriad Voice Workshop. It's no wonder. The entire Song Kingdom, that's 3 great immortal sects. But in Chen Kingdom, the Pantheon Pavilion is dominated by one man. How can it be the same? TSK. Senior brother Mu. You've got some unique tastes. Or is Li Tong right? Li Zi smiled. Chapter 11, Storage Bag. And you know I've got my eye on Li Child's mother? As soon as Mu Lang's words fell, Li Tong's faces all changed. This was an unhesitating slap in their faces. Mu Lang, aren't you too arrogant? How dare you be so unselfish? Do you really think that you can be lawless and reckless just because you've hugged Su Evening Autumn's thigh? Only to see Li Zi furiously roaring. his eyes glaring round, veins rippling on his forehead, his face full of anger. After saying that, his hands quickly pinched out spell seals with skillful movements. At the same time, the folding fan in his hand swirled up, and with the sound of whistling wind, he lunged straight toward Mulang. This folding fan was obviously not an extraordinary item. The fan surface was flickering with a strange light, and there were hidden runes flowing. Li Tong's mother, also known as Li Ziyi's aunt, Mulang's move was simply a naked humiliation to the Li family, causing them to lose face. However, in the face of the incoming attack, Mulang appeared unusually calm. First, he pulled Xiao Mengyang beside him behind himself and frowned slightly. His gaze locked onto the folding fan that was flying rapidly. Although Li Ziyi was an expert of the condensed spirit realm, he was no longer a threat in Mulang's eyes at this point. Just at the moment when the folding fan was about to hit Mulang, he could only see him flash out his right hand. The palm wind whistling past, and accurately grabbed the folding fan with one hand. That folding fan couldn't move in Mulang's hands, and no matter how much Li Ziyi repeatedly urged his mana, it didn't help. The corner of Mulang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. This fan is not bad, it can barely be considered a treasure. With that, he casually waved his arm, easily erasing the mark that Li Ziyi had left on the folding fan. Immediately afterward, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the folding fan to Tang Yin-yun, who was not far away. Keep it well. This is a magic weapon used by a powerful person of the God Condensation realm. It's much more powerful than that long sword of yours. Tang Yin-yun took the folding fan and didn't say much. But, on the other hand, when Li Ziyi saw this, he was so furious that a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. Li Tong hurriedly ran over and assisted Li Ziyi. Cousin, are you alright? Li Ziyi stood up shakily and shook his head. Then he stared at Mulang. Good tactics. Cough. Senior brother Mu. This is a silent promotion to the Big Dipper realm? Mulang did not reply to Li Ziyi, but only glanced at Li Tong who was on the side. It was this look that scared Li Child. Li Ziyi, who was also a true disciple, was not even a match for Mulang. So what about himself? Besides, Li Child wasn't stupid. Big Dipper realm. How many Big Dipper realms can there be in the entire Immortal Pavilion? The Qin Kingdom was quite wealthy in the Tianyun continent, but compared to the lower realm, the Tianyun continent was nothing in the entire lower realm. Li Ziyi, what? Still have opinions? According to Mulang's character in the heavenly realm, beating Li Ziyi to death would be considered light. Cough. Senior brother Mu. I'm impressed. Li Ziyi gave in. The late stage of God concentration and the early stage of the Big Dipper seemed to be one realm apart, but they were actually worlds apart. I heard that senior brother Li has a storage bag? Mulang started hitting Li Ziyi's cultivation resources again. His face changed. Li Ziyi stared at Mulang. You're a snake with a heart of gold? Be careful of chipping your big teeth. He knew what Mulang meant, but he also only had one storage pouch. That's a lot of nonsense. Either we waste Li Tong or we waste you. Li Ziyi's face changed drastically. Mulang, the killing genius, definitely did it, knowing that when he was an inner disciple, he was the one who slaughtered an inner disciple. At that time, Su Evening Autumn fully guaranteed that Mulang would become a true disciple. Now that Mulang was a true disciple and had broken through the Big Dipper realm, the entire Immortal Pavilion wouldn't say much if he really scrapped Li Tong. Li Ziyi clenched his fists tightly, then reached into his arms and pulled out a palm-sized cloth bag. It was gray and not really pretty. With just a snap of his fingers, the cloth bag fell into Mulang's hands. It was a 10-foot-sized storage bag. Not bad. Get lost. You're welcome to trouble me again. Mulang signaled the two to get lost. At this moment, there was no need to deliberately spread the word. The entire Immortal Pavilion's disciples knew that Mulang had broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. This strength was already the same as many elders. The elders, on the other hand, were hundreds of years old at most, or tens of years old at least, and this was how they reached the Big Dipper realm. How old was Mulang? He was already in the Big Dipper realm. One must know that Mulang was brought back by Su Eveningchio 3 years ago, and was only at the Tongling realm. 3 years have passed and already in the Big Dipper realm. This is a rising star of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Li Tong, Li Tianyi left in a sorry state. Only Li Tong still secretly glanced backward, secretly holding a grudge against Ma Kurang. Cousin. 3 years? This dog Mulang only used 3 years to break through from the Tongling realm to the Heavenly Dipper realm. He definitely has unknown secrets on him. In Li Tianyi's cave, Li Tong gritted his teeth and analyzed. If it's not possible, inform the family? Nowadays the whole Immortal Pavilion can definitely guess. We still don't act rashly. The family, just the old patriarch of the Heavenly Dipper realm, can't afford to lose. Li Tianyi's eyes flickered. This revenge will not be repaid. He swore not to be a human being. If Mu Lang didn't reveal that he had broken through to the Big Dipper realm, it might have been fine. Now that it's revealed, the Immortal Pavilion is full of people who want to clean him up. Cough. Li Tianyi hurriedly took out pills and healed his wounds. And the entire Immortal Pavilion, just as Li Tianyi had said, had begun to hit on Mu Lang's idea. In fact, it was more of a suspicion of Su Evening Chiu. 3 years ago, a light lit up in the sky of the Sky Cloud continent, attracting cultivators from all over the Sky Cloud continent. Mr. and Mrs. Su Lanqiu suspected that a supreme treasure had come out of the world. The two of them left the Immortal Pavilion together, but afterwards, they came back with Su Evening Chiu alone, and the pavilion master didn't come back with her. The same person came back, but there was one more person. Mu Lang. It was that time. Mu Lang was brought back by Su Evening Autumn and took in a disciple. When Mu Lang improved so quickly in 3 years, the Immortal Pavilion crowd just suspected that Su Evening Chiu had obtained a supreme treasure. Now that the supreme treasure was in Mu Lang's possession, how else could one explain Mu Lang's ascension so quickly? For his part, Mu Lang didn't think so much about Li Ziyi's storage bag and casually threw it to Xiao Menyang. From now on, you'll cultivate in this cave. There should be some resources here that are enough for you to cultivate for a while, Mu Lang said. Xiao Menyang's phoenix eyes glanced at Mu Lang, then nodded. Junior Lang Jun, I know. In a few days, I'm going to make a trip to Chengdu. Tang Yen Rui, Tang Yen Yun both go with me. Xiao Menyang, you just stay here in the cave and cultivate well. Mu Lang began to make arrangements. I'm not leaving with little Lang Jun? Xiao Menyang was a bit flustered, feeling that Mu Lang was somewhat unwilling to have her. And Tang Yen Rui, Tang Yen Yun was even more flustered. Following this pervert? That mustn't be tortured. Your natural talent is good. Cultivate here at ease and make a breakthrough as soon as possible. I'll have a heavy use for you when the time comes, Mu Lang said softly. Chapter 12, Bamboozled. The entire Song capital, at the moment, seemed to be in a huge mess. A shocking news spread across the cultivator world like a bolt from the blue. The Empress Dowager and Empress of the royal family had actually disappeared strangely. It caused the already turbulent Song Palace to be in a state of chaos. You know, the Empress Dowager and the Empress are both vital figures. The status is so honored that every move is a matter of national dignity. However, how can it not be shocking that it has now disappeared without a trace and without warning? Immediately afterward, even more shocking news came from the Myriad Tones workshop and the Heavenly Sword sect successively. It was actually the devil cultivator of the Chun Kingdom who brazenly attacked and took the Empress Dowager Xiao Menyang and the Empress, Mrs. Flower Rui, Tang Yen Rui, captive together. Upon this news, the entire Song dynasty instantly exploded, and the people were furious and filled with righteous indignation. These Qin demon cultivators were simply too arrogant. How dare they act so recklessly and openly take the Empress and Empress Dowager of the Song Kingdom captive? Their behavior was outrageous and seriously provoked the majesty of Song. However, it doesn't end there. Soon after, another piece of bad news came one after another. Tang Yen Yun, a disciple of the Myriad Tones workshop, was similarly brutally attacked by a demonic cultivator and was unfortunately taken captive. And Luo Sen, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, was even seriously injured in the fierce battle with the demonic cultivator. This chain of events has undoubtedly stirred up an uproar with a single stone. What the demonic cultivator of Chen did was not just an infringement on an individual, but it was nakedly trampling the entire Song Kingdom as well as the three great immortal sects underfoot and trampling them wantonly, with the Zhao family as the leader. The Heavenly Sword sect, Vajra sect, and Myriad Sound Workshop acted quickly. All parties' leaders urgently summoned, have rushed to Song capital, must not let the devil cultivator so wildly rampage, must give them a painful blow. At the same time, upon learning of the news that the three great immortal sects were about to gather in Song capital, the many scattered cultivators in Song land also responded to the call and converged on Song capital with fervor. For a while, Song Do became the center of attention, and a fierce battle between good and evil seemed inevitable. Several men and women looked at Luo Sen in a certain restaurant in Song capital. Rosen, tell me, what's going on? A young man asked. This person was none other than the Heavenly Sword sect's head disciple, Lian Chang. Luo Sen originally wanted to hide it, but when he thought of Mu Lang's means, no, Mu Lang didn't even put up a fight. It was that white python that directly injured himself seriously. There was a gnashing of teeth. Afterwards, Luo Sen recounted what happened to Lian Chang, and what he heard was Lian Chang's straight frown. You mean there's a boa constrictor on the other side? Or a white one? A charming woman asked. The woman was slightly older, looking to be in her 40s. Well, senior sister Zhu, the other party has a giant python. And it was that python that injured itself. Luo Sen didn't dare to lie casually in front of this group of people. This woman, on the other hand, was one of the outer sect elders of the Myriad Voice Workshop, Zhu Yun. The other party can harness a giant python? It can't be someone from the Imperial Beast Jade, can it? Zhu Yun was slightly worried. The Dream Immortal Pavilion is a devilish sect, and everyone on the right path can be put to death. But the Imperial Beast Fast, that is a righteous sect. The general sects really don't want to offend them. No, it's not the Imperial Beast Sai. Senior Sister Tong ended up yelling from the python that the other party was a demonic cultivator from the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Luo Sen defended. Python. White. The Pantheon Immortal Pavilion? Lian Chang murmured in a low voice, always feeling like he had captured something. At this moment, next to a few people, there was also a man with dark skin and a lean body. The man grinned and then stared at Lian Chang. I say Lian Chang, didn't the Imperial Beast Jia say that a disciple of their clan was slaughtered in the Song Kingdom and asked us to help find clues? Lian Chang's face changed as he stared at the man. The Vajra sect still has people as meticulous and serious as you. I thought they were all big old men. Just directly notify the Imperial Beast Jade. Whether or not it's someone from the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion who slaughtered them, it'll be directly held on their heads, the man said. The man then stood up and glanced at the charming Zhu Yun. It's not easy for Senior Sister Zhu to meet. Why don't we go and spar? Zhu Yun stood up and straightened her clothes. Then Senior Brother Lian. Senior Sister will take her leave. When the two left, Lian Cheng's face was low. A pair of dogs. All they think about is that all day long. Turning to look at Luo Sen. Useless waste. Directly send someone to spread the news that the evil cultivators of the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion have taken captive in the Songland, and have also secretly killed the disciples of the Imperial Beast Jade. Luosen didn't dare to refute Lian Chang, so he only lowered his head. Understood. Senior Brother Lian. On this misadventure, that news was sent back to the Imperial Beast Jia, so that the Tianyun continent, which was already somewhat turbulent, was even more turbulent. Lian Chang hurriedly went to the palace. This time it was not only for Xiao Mainyang, Tang Yen Rui, but more importantly, there was a royal son who was directly taken away by a large sect in the Heavenly Sword continent. Lian Chang needed to inform the Zhao family's royal family. Emperor Song. Zhao Wuxi listened to Lian Chang's information. His heart was thrilled. The Heavenly Sword continent that was quite a bit higher than his own. The Heavenly Cloud continent. A genius disciple had finally appeared in the Zhao family. Perhaps the revival of the Zhao family was in sight. Lian Chang looked at the slightly dazed Zhao Wuxing. Patriarch said, this matter of the demon cultivator of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion has bullied us. The Zhao family can take the lead, and the three of us immortal sects will send people directly to the border of the Chen country. Zhao emotionless froze. The Song Kingdom, declared war on the Chen Kingdom? Zhao Wuxing was instantly apprehensive. The overall strength of the Chen Kingdom, that was slightly stronger than the Song Kingdom. Once war is declared, Song will not be pleased. Well, the demonic cultivators from the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion actually captured the disciples of the Myriad Sound Workshop, injured our disciples, and even killed the disciples of the Imperial Beast Cultivator. If this matter, we are indifferent. How will you allow us to gain a foothold? Lian Chang stared at Zhao Wuxing. And the Empress Dowager has been taken captive. It's even more about your royal dignity. Lian Chang really hated this weak Song Emperor with a passion. The Empress Dowager was not my real mother. The Empress is gone. I'm continuing to take concubines. It's fine. It's fine. Zhao Wuxing hurriedly explained. Lian Chang was so angry. Your Zhao family, there are still old ancestors alive? Lian Chang asked. There's also an old ancestor of the God Condensation Realm who hasn't asked the world for many years. Zhao Wuxing said softly. God Condensation Realm? Old ancestor? Instantly Lian Chang knew how helpless Zhao Wuxing was. The royal family no longer had a top-notch fighting force. Nowadays it was just pampered for many years, and had long since lost that sharpness. The God Condensation Realm, in some sects, was already considered a high-end battle force, but within the sects, there were also battle forces above the Big Dipper. No wonder Zhao Emotionless didn't want to hold on to things. The Zhao family couldn't afford to consume anymore. Just declare war, and when it's done, your royal family will choose 10 more disciples to worship in my Heavenly Sword sect, and Myriad Sound Workshop will send one of their disciples to enter your deep palace, to be your empress, and to protect you. Lian Chang said. At this moment, the three great clans could declare war on the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, but they needed Song to take the lead. Otherwise there was no way to annex the Chen Kingdom. This time, the Heavenly Sword sect had great intentions. Zhao Wuxing had already been moved by Lian Chang's conditions. The disciples of the Myriad Tones Workshop, that each and every one of them was stunningly beautiful, much prettier than Tang Yen Rui. Good men, clamor great general, annex the borders of Chen. Chapter 13, Cleansing of the Meridian and Marrow. In the middle of the cave, there was a huge and incomparable bathtub, which was currently bubbling with hot air. The entire room was enveloped in mist. as if in a wonderland. Looking closely, he saw two women of stunning beauty sitting peacefully and quietly within the tub. The clear, warm water was close to flooding above their delicate, silky necks. There were also many delicate flower petals floating on the water surface, and these petals swayed gently with the water waves. Like a dream, through the layers and layers of petals gap, can vaguely see the two beautiful women, that delicate and graceful, concave and convex body curve, really is beautiful. One of these two beauties in the water was the beautiful Xiao Meinyang. She was currently enjoying the warm, cozy hot water with her eyes tightly closed and a smile on her face as she soaked it all in. The other one was Tang Yenrui, looking a bit anxious. That pretty face was full of nervousness, and her eyelashes were slightly trembling because of her inner apprehension. Not far away, Mu Lang stood there quietly, the brocade box in his hand already open. It was filled with some precious medicinal herbs, obviously prepared for the scene in front of him a long time ago. He was going to personally perform a cleansing for these two women to help them improve their physiques. On the other side, Tang Yen Yun was sitting on top of the bed, holding a crystal clear crystal stone tightly in her hand, her eyes slightly closed, her expression focused on her cultivation. A small and cute white fox, on the other hand, was lazily lying on the side of the bed, with a pair of big soulful eyes curiously watching everything that was happening inside the house. For some reason, this little fox seemed to be very puzzled by the fact that Mu Lang was so concerned about these human women in the red dust, but it didn't make a sound to disturb them. It wasn't Su Fushan who said that as long as Mu Lang's identity was there. Gently hooking his finger, the Tianyan sex Pu Banyan of this kind of status, all climbed directly into his bed. Pu Banyan was a woman of the Dao Lord realm, and with a casual finger, this entire pixie dream immortal pavilion could be destroyed. That kind of woman can come and go, but it is on the lower realm of Xiao Meinyang. Tang Yenrui such a woman is extremely interested in. Is this ready to play? The domineering president of the heavenly realm, falling in love with me in my 30s in the lower realm? Crucially, it had been more than 3 years since Su Fuyang had followed Mu Lang to the lower realm. The number of times he himself had been intimate with him was not as many as the number of times Mu Lang had been intimate with Xiao Meinyang. Every once in a while, Mu Lang would go to the Song Kingdom to get intimate with this Xiao Meinyang, and this time he simply brought it back. It really pisses off this fox. It was a centuries-old He Shou Wu, and it was this He Shou Wu that had tricked Tang Yen Yun into coming over. With a slight force, the He Shou Wu turned into pieces of powder, and with a slight release of the hand, all the powder was raised into the bathtub. Then the stream swirled and all the powder began to swirl around the two women. Hold your breath and experience it with your heart, Mu Lang reminded softly. Xiao Meinyang's delicate body was shaken, and then as if she felt something, the water, her hands clenched tightly, unable to allow herself to struggle. Tang Yenrui's determination was just slightly less than Xiao Meinyang's. As time passed, Tang Yenrui, Xiao Meinyang's body began to turn red, and those medicinal foams began to attach themselves to the skin. Yin is absorbed by the skin little by little and thus converted into spiritual energy in the skin. Mu Lang, when did you become so attached to women? From the bed, the little fox directly leapt onto Mu Lang's shoulder. Auntie Sue, it's not like you don't know what kind of women I like. Gently stroking the little fox, the soft fur was delicate and smooth. Then how come you didn't let Pu Banyan's kind of extremely good quality accompany you down to the realm? Su Fuyang blankly glanced at Mu Lang. You don't say. I really did have this idea, but it turned out that I was afraid that my father would get me killed. Mu Lang helplessly said. Looking at Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui slowly absorbed the medicinal power of He Shou Wu, and looking at Tang Yen Yun, absorbing the crystals was already on track. Do you still remember? When I went down to the lower realm, my father said that the hearts of women in the upper realm are separated, so it's better to be careful, Mu Lang said softly. So, you're just going to cultivate a batch of them in the lower realm and bring them up? Su Fuyang wanted to burrow into Mu Lang's arms. Well, cultivate to a batch, and back in the heavenly realm. That's listening to me alone. You can break through True One and ascend to the heavenly realm. What about them? We don't know how long it will take for them to ascend. Su Fuyang didn't believe that Mu Lang could afford to wait. Mu Lang took out a large bronze carriage from his arms, with two bronze white tigers in front of it, which were lifelike. TSK, 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 so that's how it is. Mu Lang, when the time comes, carry them in the bronze great carriage? Good tactic, good tactic. Su Fuyang then remembered that Mu Lang also had such a supreme treasure as the bronze great chariot. If the old mountain lord knew that you used the white tiger bronze chariot to transport women, he could skin you. Su Fuyang said wistfully, in those 3 years, didn't you meet a lot of superb specialties? The doe from the imperial beast fast, didn't you also have an encounter with her? Why don't you bring her? Su Fuyang looked at Mu Lang in doubt. Dear Yaji, that woman is too possessive and can't be changed anymore. Xiao Meinyang is slavish, gifted. well grasped and loyal. Mu Lang analyzed the situation. At this moment, Su Fuyang realized that Mu Lang seemed to have grown up and had his own ideas. No longer the little kid who had surrounded himself all those years ago. No wonder. No wonder. Su Fuyang had a bitter smile on her face. She knew what Mu Lang meant. A woman like Xiao Meinyan didn't need to be controlled at all. Su Fuyan was still the one that Mu Zhan used his essence blood to help Mu Lang harness. Otherwise Su Fuyan would have escaped long ago. Mac Lang, you've really grown up. In the heavenly realm, one has always been pampered. Eating, drinking and having fun. Where has one ever experienced anything? After 3 years in the lower world, it feels like a different person. Too much maturity. Starting to have their own ideas. For a while, Su Fuyao didn't know whether it was difficult or gratifying. Auntie Su, don't say that. Afterward, Mu Lang continued to look at Xiao Meinyang, Tong Yenrui. The two women were, at the moment, radiating heat, while from their pores, they began to excrete outward strands of a black substance. Mu Lang, how do you know that he Xiao Wu can also cleanse the muscles and marrow? Su Fuyang was a little curious. It's not like it's pure he Xiao Wu, and I even crushed a crystal. Mu Lang laughed. Su Fuyao pouted, thinking to herself that it was purely medicinal herbs. Time is getting longer and longer. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui pores of stains, which is more and more. The original clear water also began to become turbid. At this moment, those flower petals floating on the water surface finally manifested their effect, emitting a faint fragrance that successfully masked the stench of the stains. Mu Lang observed the two at all times. After all, it was also his first time helping someone wash their veins and marrow. In this case, he couldn't say. Chapter 14, A Grasshopper on a Rope. At that very instant, the atmosphere in the entire cave became unspeakable. An invisible force is quietly surging. Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yenrui, the aura emanating from their bodies was already dense to the extreme, like a blazing flame that was about to break through its bonds and erupt. At this moment, the two were only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough, and the slightest change could lead to a breakthrough. Xiao Meinyang's eyes were misty, and between the waves of her eyes was a color of flirtation and ecstasy. Unceasingly writhing, his body was but a burning hot and unbearable. In contrast, Tong Yenrui's situation was even worse. Flushed and breathing rapidly, the entire person had long lost her usual reserve and modesty, and was completely immersed in this powerful impact of spiritual energy. Just as the two were struggling, suddenly, Mu Lang said, Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui, if you don't make a breakthrough at this time, when will you wait? The words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, straight into the hearts of the two women, instantly waking them up from their confusion. In an instant, Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yenrui only felt that their minds were clear, and all their distractions were swept away. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy in his body was like a flood that broke the dike, madly rushing up, following the meridians all the way upwards. Finally, along with two crisp popping sounds, Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yenrui successfully broke through to the innate realm. The originally restless aura also gradually calmed down at this moment. Surrounding them, it formed a light halo and looked beautiful. Tang Yenyun, who witnessed the whole thing from the side, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. When I thought about it, it had taken me a full 2 months to break through from the mortal flesh to the innate realm, and at that time, that so-called master couldn't afford to use those rare medicinal herbs with a vintage of more than 100 years to aid in cultivation, not to mention such precious crystals. Thinking of this, a trace of envy could not help but arise in Tang Yanyan's heart. However, soon after, he felt a coldness coming from the palm of his hand, and when he looked down, it turned out to be the crystal stone used to break through the passage realm that he was holding in his hand, which was emitting a slight chill. She smiled to herself again. When did one become so insatiable? Xiao Meinyang was the first to wake up. Her face was blushing. Then she wanted to get into the water, but a foul odor on her body made Xiao Meinyang frown straight away. What's that? It stinks so bad? As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Meinyang noticed those black stains on her body, which would fall off with a slight rubbing of her hands. Well, when did my body become so dirty? Xiao Meinyang didn't care about Mu Lang's gaze. Straight away, he climbed out of that bathtub, which at the moment had a layer of black stains floating in it. With a wave of her hand, another tub appeared and was subsequently filled with hot water. Get in there and wash up. Xiao Meinyang couldn't wait to climb in and scrub up in a hurry. Looking at Tang Yenrui again, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and at a glance, she was pretending not to be awake. Tang Yenrui, when you wake up, go and wash. Your body has a foul odor. It smells bad. Mu Lang laughed. Tang Yenrui hurriedly climbed up, not caring about Mu Lang's gaze. Put, splashing directly in the tub. Splashing. Xiao Meinyang split her face. Tang Yenrui, are you crazy? Ah, I am at least your mother. At this moment, Xiao Meinyang directly splashed Tang Yanrui with water. How could she suffer a loss now that she had stepped into the time of cultivation? Empress Mother? Bah! It's a disgrace to have an Empress Dowager like you in the Song Kingdom, stealing someone to the palace. Tang Yanrui did not care about Mu Lang and directly cursed. All were practicing for the first time, and no one was afraid of anyone. Bah! You haven't tasted Mulan's stuff? And you still have the nerve to talk about me. It's shameful enough to have an empress like you in the Song Kingdom. Xiao Meinyang similarly scolded. Subsequently, after half an hour of jostling, perhaps the water in the tub had already cooled down. The two of them couldn't help but wipe the water droplets on their faces, and only then did they come out of the tub. The skin of the two had become even more delicate and silky than it had already been a moment ago, lightly touched and resilient. The slender jade legs, stepping on the ground, were directly eye-catching, slowly putting on the pink-colored bib. Then Xiao Meinyang shook her hair, water beads splashing. Tang Yanrui made a gesture and went for another scuffle. Alright, you two have just broken through. Experience it a little. Tang Yenyun still has to break through to the Tongling realm. Mu Lang casually waved his hand, and the water from the bathtub directly penetrated the cave and spilled outside. An inner disciple passed by outside of Mu Lang's mansion and frowned as he looked at the cave, which was the cave of the No. One ruthless person in the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Careful all the way. But suddenly, a bucket of water fell from the sky, directly from his head to his feet. He just wanted to break out into curses, but when he thought of Mu Lang's fierce reputation, he then tightly covered his mouth. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Tang Yenyun held the crystal stone and kept absorbing it. This opportunity was rare. I wonder when the next time this lecher will give himself a crystal. Non-stop absorption, non-stop operation of spiritual energy. As time, bit by bit, passed, Tang Yenyun at this moment, the aura in her body, was becoming more and more abundant. Just a little more and Tang Yenyun will break through. The breakthrough of the gathering Yuan realm into the passing spirit realm was not only a quantitative leap, but also a qualitative one. As Tang Yenyun absorbed, finally the aura in his body reached a critical point. The entire cavern trembled with Tang Yenyun's breakthrough. Tang Yenyun finally felt it. The realm of Tongling. Her heart was so excited that she had all this plan to spend 3 or 4 years polishing the realm. Because, the resources she had access to, that was very little. Burning and looting, that could be a great direction to obtain resources for cultivation. But Tang Yenyun was unwilling and would not do it. The passage realm was too much stronger than the gathering realm that was. Casually, Tang Yenyun felt like she could beat up 3 or 5 of her gathering Yuan realm selves. I broke through. It's good that you've made a breakthrough. Familiarize yourself with the realm. Teach the two of them on the way, and leave with me in a few days. Mu Lang said. Suddenly, a voice transmission came from Mu Lang's ear. Mu Lang, get your ass over here. Su Evening Chio's voice, actually calling herself Old Mother? It seemed like something had happened to make Su Evening Autumn so angry. I'll go out first. Don't run around by yourselves. Afterward, he hugged Su Fuyang and walked out. After Mu Lang left, Tang Yanrui hurriedly came to Tang Yenyun's side. Sister, it feels like I have endless strength in my body. Sister, you've just broken through the innate realm. It must be a world of difference from your original fleshly mortal body. There's still a long way to go in the future. Tang Yenyun then looked at Xiao Meinyang. This Empress Dowager of the Song Kingdom, although she was screwed over this time, she was also blessed by the misfortune and broke through to the Tongling realm. In the future, perhaps it would be to follow Ma Kurang forever. When she thought of that unbearable time last night, Tang Yenyun's heart was in a state of diarrhea. Tsk. Xiao Meinyang didn't think, did she, that this palace could make a breakthrough as well. With Mu Lang out of the picture, then Tang Yanrui began to resume her status as empress. Tang Yanrui, you prodigal hoof. Mu Lang just left and you're starting to pose? Xiao Meinyang didn't care and glanced at Tang Yanrui. As long as this woman didn't get involved. Alright, sis. And Xiao Meinyang, all of you stop arguing. The 3 of us are now grasshoppers on a rope. And you still have the heart to fight? Tang Yenyun said. Chapter 15. The more clingy Xiao Meinyang. A grasshopper on a string? Xiao Meinyang murmured in a low voice. Then looked at Tang Yenyun. She understood what Tang Yenyun meant. Good. Xiao Langjun is surely more than just a few of our women. I am not going to bother with you. Xiao Meinyang's phoenix eyes glanced at Tang Yanrui. Tang Yanrui frowned, wanting to retort, but she didn't know how to say it, and could only be silently angry. Sister, as well as old lady Xiao was right. Nowadays the 3 of them are one honor and 1 loss. Sister, what was that fan just now? Tang Yanrui suddenly remembered that folding fan of Li Zi's. A folding fan? Tang Yenyun picked up the folding fan from the bed, and there was only an ink painting on it. But that scene, regal, A god condensation realm's treasure weapon wasn't something that the Tongling realm casually played around with. Ahem. Before it was too much more than juggling, Tong Yen Yun was a coughing fit. This one. Too strong. Don't force it to be refined. I'll help you refine it in a couple of days. As long as you're obedient. In the cave, Mu Lang's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Yenrui was in a panic, looking up and looking around. Where was Mu Lang's figure? Tang Yenrui? Just stop looking around and experience the innate realm. And Xiao Meinyang, were the three of you preparing for an alliance just now? Mu Lang's voice continued to ring out. This cave, as long as Mu Lang was in this valley of dreams, he would be able to completely connect with Mu Lang's mind. Therefore, he would be clear of every move of the three beautiful women. Xiao Meinyang, who had broken through to the innate realm, had an even more plump and full figure, and her every move was full of flavor. Xiao Meinyang spat out her tongue, then lowered her head and stopped speaking. It was like a child who had done something bad and was caught by his elders. Afterwards, Xiao Meinyang lowered her head and took out that storage pouch from her bosom, and all of a sudden, Tong Yen Yun and Tong Yen Rui all came together without the need. Xiao Meinyang, what's in here? Quickly open it for me to take a look. Tang Yen Rui came over. Xiao Meinyang, please address the mourning family. Empress Mother. Xiao Meinyang's years of Empress Dowager temperament was displayed all at once. Mother? Xiao Meinyang you. Mother Empress, it's better to let my concubine take a look. What is contained in this storage bag? Not only was Tang Yen Rui curious, but Tang Yen Yun was curious as well. Thus, the three of them began to study the storage bag in the cave. Mu Lang carried Su Fuyang all the way to Su Evening Chio's place. As for the dispute with Li Zi, Su Wanqiu didn't even bother to ask about it. Nowadays, this disciple was already considered a high-end combatant of the Immortal Pavilion, and the average person was really not his opponent. Mu Lang, you've victimized my old lady. As soon as Su Evening Autumn saw Mu Lang, she directly glared angrily at her eyes. Afterwards, Su Evening Autumn sat on a chair and slightly raised her legs. Her long skirt fluttered, revealing a touch of snow-white skin. The toe of his foot rested against Makuran's chin. Do you know what I'm looking for in you? Mu Lang shook his head, then glanced at the crystal-clear jade feet and took a step backward. Oh master, how was I to know what you were looking for me for? Mu Lang was self-conscious enough to sit on the chair, casually pulling the hem of Su Evening Autumn's skirt. These snow-white thighs and pink jade feet can't just be seen by others. Mu Lang, don't bull ****** me. Su Evening Chio had a face of anger as she fiercely blanked Mu Lang. Look at that! Su Evening Chio threw a jade slip, the size of a palm, to Mu Lang and ruthlessly dropped it in his arms. Mu Lang casually pinched his hand on the jade slip. Late autumn, the Song Kingdom has gone crazy and trooped to the border, and all three major sects have sent their disciples. What's the point? It's just a military deployment. What's it got to do with me? Mu Lang looked innocent. Why does everything have to involve me? It's not your doing. The Empress Dowager of Song, the Empress, have been captured by you. People cannot display troops at the border? Su Evening Autumn gently knocked on the table. Alright, tomorrow you'll leave the Valley of Dreams and go to Chengdu at an early date. And bring that twin beautiful girl of yours with you. Su Evening Chio looked at the unimpressed Mu Lang and was secretly angry again. With a gentle leap, he instantly came behind Su Evening Autumn and gently kneaded on her shoulders. Master, just don't get angry. If you get angry, you'll become unattractive. Lightly tapping on Su Evening Autumn's back, he just squeezed Su Evening Autumn's fragrant shoulders. You, there. The pinch is distracting, and I'll have to take a bath to lower the fire later. Su Evening Autumn was dissatisfied. In a moment, send Xiao Meinyang to me, and then you take those twin beauty queens and leave quickly. Also, you can't say that the Empress Dowager of Song, the Empress was taken away by you. Su Evening Chio admonished. Mu Lang wasn't stupid and nodded his head in a hurry. Hurry up and leave, and transform that white python of yours early. Su Evening Chio signaled Mu Lang to leave quickly. After returning to the cave, the three women were like changed. Tong Yen Rui, Xiao Meinyang immediately changed into a good mother-in-law and daughter-in-law like. Tong Yen Rui's sentence a mother. Listening to Mu Lang were a little surprised. When did the two get so attached? When did they get so good? Xiao Meinyang, in a moment, I'll send you to Su Evening Chio's place, and you'll follow her to cultivate for a while. Mu Lang said. Xiao Meinyang immediately, teary-eyed, Junior Lang Jun, do you not want me? Aha! When did Xiao Meinyang become so sensitive? What's that? I'm going out on an errand. I'll be back in a few days. You have a good talent. Don't want to waste your talent. Mu Lang spoke nicely, and only then did he pacify Xiao Meinyang. Su Fuyang was in Mu Lang's arms, and at this moment, she finally felt the words that Mu Lang had said. Xiao Meinyang's slavery. Absolutely. In the future, She would definitely be the kind of woman who would stick to Ma Korang and hardly ever separate. Junior Lang Jun. I don't mind. Take me with you and leave. Xiao Mainyang now had no relatives in the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. The one and only Mac Lang, again, is going to leave her to that Su evening show. She's really scared. Looking at Xiao Mainyang's icy pitying appearance, Mu Lang sighed. This woman is really like this in her life. Well, just come with me. Mu Lang sighed. Mac, Mu Lang. I want to stay and consolidate my cultivation. The most surprising thing was that Tong Yenyun actually wanted to stay. Tong Yenyun knew that this journey to Chengdu, there would be less need to serve Mu Lang, and there would be no time to cultivate at all. Now that it was so hard to break through the Tongling realm, how could it not be consolidated? Okay, then you stay. Do I need to send you to Su Wanchio's place? Mu Lang asked. No need. I'll cultivate and consolidate by myself in this cave, Tong Yenyun said softly. Afterwards, Tong Yenyun sat down on her knees and began to consolidate her cultivation. Xiao Mainyang, on the other hand, had eyes that were mesmerized, and her gaze just wasn't going to leave Mu Lang's body. Little Lang Jun, wherever you go in the future, don't leave me behind. Xiao Mainyang was, at the moment, 10,000 times more enamored with Mu Lang. For Xiao Mainyang, she didn't know what to do, but Xiao Mainyang was too obedient. Chapter 16. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will save you. In the early morning, Mu Lang got up early and led Xiao Mainyang and Tang Yanrui, two stunningly beautiful women with great poise. After a little packing, they boarded the road to Chengdu. Along the way, Xiao Mainyang cared for Mu Lang, showing her gentleness and consideration, only to see her take out the exquisite dim sum and gently send it to Mu Lang's mouth, softly saying, Junior Lang Jun, taste this dim sum, the flavor is very good. After Mu Lang took a bite, he hurriedly picked up his handkerchief again and gently wiped the residue on the corner of his lips. It wasn't long before Xiao Mainyang was busy once again, taking out a fresh fruit, skillfully peeling and removing its core with a small knife, then slicing it into cicada-like thin slices. Then, carefully picking up a fruit slice, she handed it to Mu Lang's lips and smiled. Come, little Lang Jun, have some more fruit, so on and so forth. Xiao Mainyang kept repeating these actions. Taking care of Mu Lang had become a great pleasure for her. Tong Yanrui, who was on the side, looked at Xiao Mainyang being so attentive and considerate to Mu Lang, and couldn't help but feel some dissatisfaction in her heart, secretly rolling her eyes. Humph, I wonder if the late emperor ever enjoyed such treatment when he was alive. However, Mu Lang didn't care about this. Instead, he was contentedly lying on Tang Yanrui's lap, leisurely savoring the fruits handed over by Xiao Mainyang. The flying boat that he was riding on traveled smoothly forward in the air, and although the speed was not extremely fast, it was already considered quite swift compared to Xiao Bai. However, even so, one must know that this flying boat was a precious and incomparable heavenly deity realm treasure, and it was already rare to have such a speed. At this moment, Xiao Mainyang slightly bent down and was about to pass another piece of fruit to Mu Lang, and with her body leaning forward, Mu Lang was instantly able to clearly feel the curves of her body that could be described as perfect. Only to see Xiao Mainyang's skin as delicate as a young girl's, smooth as jade, her plump waist was not even a handful, her perfect body proportion was unobstructed. In addition, from her body also exudes a faint fragrance, which makes people smell relaxed and intoxicated. Xiao Mainyang of the innate realm, Tong Yanrui, is now even more tantalizing like a peach. Help! Help! The flying boat was flying in mid-air, but a sudden cry for help came from the ground. For this kind of thing, Mu Lang that was more trouble than it was worth, although it sounded like the shrieking voice was a woman. Nowadays, Ma Korang wasn't the type of person who slept with one person when he saw one. Junior Lang Jun, someone is calling for help down below. Xiao Mainyang, who was feeding Mu Lang, suddenly climbed to the edge of the flying boat and looked down. Well, I heard you. Mu Lang didn't stop the flying boat. The speed of the flying boat was very fast, and the fact that this sound could be skillfully spread above the flying boat was intentional on the part of the other party. Is this a ploy? At the thought of this, Mu Lang suddenly stopped the flying boat and counted himself, which is going to be a good look. What kind of person eats the guts of a bear? Slowly turning around, in just 1 T's time, he had already sped tens of miles down the road, and that voice, still echoing in the flying boat. Help! Somebody, help me! Right at this moment, above the empty ground, there were several figures standing. One of the women was particularly eye-catching, with a plump and shapely figure and exquisite curves, which was simply tantalizing to the extreme. That is skin as white as snow, with a light luster, blowing, especially the pair of long and straight jade legs. It is a reverie. Just a glance, we know that this woman must be a stunning beauty, but also has been a woman's body. However, this beautiful woman was currently surrounded by a group of fierce and vicious people, all of them were surrounded by several burly men. Each of them stared directly at the woman with lustful eyes, their faces full of impish looks, but strangely enough, they actually dared not make a move. Time passed by, and the crowd just stood there in a stalemate. Finally, when the silhouette of the flying boat surfaced again at the edge of the sky, the several pugnacious men looked like they had gotten some sort of signal and instantly became reckless. Only one of them, a big bald man, was seen staring greedily and tightly at the woman in front of him. He, this lady, you'd better obediently go with this lord. As long as you obey me, I guarantee that I can give you a wonderful taste like never before. In the face of such revealing and flirtatious words from the bald man, the woman didn't do anything, but quickly dodged and hid behind a big, thick tree. Somebody, help me, save me. Its hoarse voice resounded through the clouds. Ha ha, scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you today. Seeing this, another big man with a cross-faced face stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, smiling obscenely in response. Despite such intimidation and threats, the woman remained undeterred and continued to shout with perseverance. Help! Help! That mournful cry for help broke through the sky and happened to reach the ears of Mu Lang and the others who were not far away. Mu Lang had a look of the strangest to the extreme on his face. It's all about me? That flying boat finally slowly landed on top of the ground, and immediately afterward, Mu Lang, Xiao Meinyang, and Tang Yanrui walked out from within the flying boat. However, unexpectedly, although the appearance of these two beautiful ladies could be described as stunning, but the group of big men seemed to be uninterested in them, and their eyes were always locked tightly on the woman in distress. It was only that woman who first glanced quickly at Mu Lang, and then moved her eyes to Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui. At this moment, her heart couldn't help but secretly say, no wonder the Jade Brief mentioned that this guy named Mu Lang was a womanizer, always surrounded by all kinds of women. Moreover, it seemed that all of these women were slightly older than Mu Lang. At the thought, the woman unconsciously pursed her lips, then stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked the corner of her mouth in a delicate cry. Help! Help! Little Master Lang, help me! After hearing these cries for help, Mu Lang couldn't help but stare, and at the same time, those few pugilists also turned their heads to look in the direction where Mu Lang was, and some of them even noticed Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui standing beside Mu Lang. In an instant, their eyes all lit up, and their mouths let out bursts of astonishment. Hey! Today we are really lucky. Originally, we had already captured such a flowery beauty, but I didn't expect that we would now have two other stunning beauties delivered to our door. Those big men were all so excited that they were dancing around, as if they had already seen an upcoming flavorful show. Such crappy acting was just played out in front of Makiran. This group of people, they were definitely coming for themselves. Chapter 17, Crappy Acting. For a while, Mu Lang was actually a bit stupefied, not knowing how to respond to the few people in front of him. The fake embarrassed himself. These people, they actually know their own preferences? They've come for their own preferences? Just then, he saw a man with a full beard and a stout figure, looking askance at Mu Lang, narrowing his eyes and threatening. Kid, if you are sensible, hurry up and get as far away as you can. Otherwise, not to mention that this flowery beauty will fall into our hands. Even the two beside you won't be able to escape. After saying that, he even sneered a few times in triumph. A few of you, where do you hang out? Mu Lang stared at the several people with a smile. It's none of your business where I hang out. Either get lost or leave the two women behind. Seeing that Mu Lang actually spoke politely, without the slightest hint of the kind of violent temper that said he would strike, he couldn't help but start to gain an inch. Smelly mouth. Damn it, would have liked to play with you. At the same time, the face of the woman who had been standing on the sidelines and watching with cold eyes also changed slightly. Thinking that her plan was seamless, she couldn't figure out where exactly she had revealed the flaws. Whoosh! A white python violently broke out of the ground and quickly shuttled up like lightning. Opening his bloody mouth, he tightly wrapped around those pugilistic men in a flash. Immediately afterward, as the giant python continued to tighten its body, a sound of bones cracking came from it, and those few dudes were instantly strangled into a bloody and miserable mess. This sudden turn of events was dumbfounding, especially that woman who was originally full of confidence was scared out of her wits. That's not true. That's not how the script was written. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yanrui even tightly covered their mouths and noses. The pungent smell of blood made them dry heave. You, how did you kill someone? The woman's face went pale, but she quickly recovered. Who are you people? More than anything else, Mu Lang wanted to know what the other party's identity was, and what kind of person would dare to count on him. I don't know what you're talking about. My concubine is from the capital, and was targeted by this group of chowderheads while returning home to save her family. The woman pretended to be pitiful, with a horrified face. Looking at this woman, Do you really think you're too stupid to see it? The key, one actually did not discover the woman's cultivation. What kind of technique was this that had been cultivated to conceal the aura? After thinking about it, Mu Lang still decided to let this woman leave. Being able to have her voice penetrate straight through the flying boat, her strength was at least in the condensed spirit realm. Forget it, just go. Mu Lang waved his hand and directly let the woman leave. Afterward, Mu Lang's eyes glared sternly at the creepy giant python as he shouted angrily under his breath. Little white, how dare you eat people? Believe it or not, I will immediately skin you alive. This roar exploded in the air like a thunderclap, straight into Xiao Bai's ears. Xiao Bai, who was originally preparing to open his bloody mouth and devour the group of corpses in front of him, was so frightened that his body trembled and his movements came to an abrupt halt. He looked at Mu Lang in horror, a deep look of fear in his eyes, only to see Xiao Bai quickly retract his huge head, and his entire body began to shrink dramatically, turning into a small and delicate white snake in the blink of an eye. Then, darting into Makaron's arms, shivering, young lord, I won't dare to eat people again. Don't skin me, Little White begged with that pitiful voice. When Mu Lang saw this, his brows frowned slightly, and there was some dissatisfaction in his heart. As a mother snake, you are about to transform into a human. How can you eat people like this? Aren't you afraid that when you ascend, you will encounter a heavenly calamity? After saying that, Mu Lang no longer paid attention to Little White in his arms, turned around and once again stepped onto the strangely shaped flying boat, drove the mana, and sped towards Chengdu. After Mu Lang left, the woman who had just been in a state of shock, her face instantly regained its calmness, and there was no trace of a scared look. She looked down at her shapely, dimpled figure and couldn't help but mutter darkly, "Isn't it said that this true legend is extremely lustful, especially towards those married women? Why is it that today, when I see such a beautiful face and delicate body, I don't have the slightest intention to take me away?" The more the woman thought about it, the more puzzled she became, and she couldn't help but take a closer look at herself again. Whether it's the face or the figure, compared to the two beside Mu Lang, it's not even close. Thinking of this, the woman unwillingly took out a crystal-clear jade slip from her bosom, gently bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it, leaving behind a transmission. When the recording of this transmission was finished, the woman waved her hand, and the jade slip instantly turned into a stream of light that rushed straight into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Humph, going to Chengdu? True Master Mu, we'll meet again. The woman glared angrily at her phoenix eyes and stomped her foot fiercely, only to see a wave of her jade hand as a green light flashed by. A spider with a huge body size and glowing green light appeared out of nowhere. The spider lunged at the group of pugilists' corpses with open teeth and claws, its sharp fangs instantly tearing through their flesh. Without a moment's effort, those corpses were all devoured by it, leaving only a shocking streak of blood on the spot. At this moment, on top of the flying boat, Xiao Manyang's beautiful eyes became a bit mesmerized, and the image of Mu Lang's great display of power just now kept floating in her mind. It's so handsome. Thinking about it, her delicate voice sounded once again. Little Lang Jun, do you want to be fed snacks again? After saying that, she lightly moved her lotus steps and twisted her slender waist to walk to Mu Lang's side, holding a plate of exquisite snacks in her hands and looking at him with a pleasing face. While Tang Yenrui on the side saw this, she disdainfully skimmed her mouth. This Xiao Manyang is also too attentive. Right at this moment, Mu Lang turned his head to look at the two girls. We'll be arriving at Chengdu soon, so you guys should pay a little attention to your safety at that time. But I'm sure that no one will dare to make a move against the two of you in Chengdu. However, Tang Yenrui was unimpressed as she raised her chin and proudly said, "Humph, this palace is not afraid. I'd like to see if anyone else in Chengdu would dare to take my palace away." But then glancing at Mu Lang, it was this colorful and daring fellow who had directly taken himself captive from the palace. Take it that this palace didn't say anything. Tang Yenrui instantly softened. Tang Yenrui perhaps really think that this is the Song capital Bianzhou, and still think that she is still the identity of the empress. Now that she had allowed Tang Yenrui to have the innate realm, it had caused her little pride to reach its peak. Tang Yenrui, Xiao Manyang, if you are bullied in Chengdu, directly say that it's my Mu Lang's people. Once the other party continues to pester, forget about leaving Xiao Bai for you guys at that time. Mu Lang said, there is still some uneasiness about them. After all, going to the Su family wouldn't bring them along, so it was better to be safe and sound in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 18, Su Jinchang, Chengdu, also known as Tendu, the entire country of Chen, the most prosperous place, the heavenly capital, situated in the center of the kingdom of Chen, was like a bright pearl, shining with endless light. However, what was unexpected was that cultivators from various sects had converged here. One must know that there was originally only one clan in the entire Chen country, the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. However, nowadays, the relics and legacies of many other old sects had also quietly appeared in this place. These once glorious clans had fallen, but the valuable resources they left behind ended up in the hands of the major families as well as the royal family in Tiandu City. After years of careful cultivation, these cultivators had become the disciples of the great clans and royal families, serving them. With the support of many powerful disciples, the Chen family, the royal family of the state of Chen, had grown so much in strength that it was incomparable to the Zhao family of the neighboring state of Song. It could be said that the Chen family's position in the Chen kingdom was already rock solid and untouchable. Looking at the scale of this Tiantu city, it is more than several times more than Bianzhou. Standing in the distance, the city walls towering into the clouds, the pavilions, the street traffic, pedestrians shoulder to shoulder, a prosperous scene. Mu Lang saw this grand and magnificent heavenly capital from afar, and with a gentle leap, he jumped off the flying boat. With a wave of his hand, the delicate flying boat instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the storage pouch at his waist. Immediately afterward, he turned around and picked up the beautiful and touching Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui beside him, and took a big step towards the heavenly capital slowly. Along the way, the two women undoubtedly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The figure was delicate and curvaceous, especially the plump waist, which exuded a charming charm. Walking, the long skirt fluttering with the wind, tightly wrapped round and firm buttocks, hidden between, adding a few points of tantalizing atmosphere. Not only that, but the aura that emanates from the two is so different that you can't help but fall in love with them. Little Lang. Morning. Xiao Meinyang had just opened her mouth, and before she could finish her sentence, she was cupped by Mu Lang reaching out and cupping her chin. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Remember, from now on, call me master. Xiao Meinyang instantly turned red with shame, lightly spat and pouted. Bah, properly, why do you let people call you master? Although there was some reluctance in her heart, her shy and cute appearance in turn became more and more endearing. Afterward, Xiao Meinyang said shyly, Master, let's go into the city. Tang Yanrui had a disdainful face. Xiao Meinyang is degrading herself. Still the Empress Dowager, how can she be so bad? But as Mu Lang approached, Tang Yanrui began to be a bit overwhelmed by Mu Lang. TSK, 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 Mrs. Flower Rui. That's really ravishing. Mu Lang's words stimulated Tang Yanrui's heart. Getting closer and closer to the city gates, one could gradually see that outside the gates, there was a white-clothed young man, handsome and graceful, riding an oddly shaped beast, and followed by dozens of people in armor. He was waiting right there. Why haven't you come yet? Didn't Auntie say she could arrive today? The teenager was on the foreign beast and kept muttering, until Mu Lang appeared. The teenager's eyes glowed. Junior, two absolutely beautiful human women with a fox in their arms. That should be him. Riding up on the foreign beast, he came all the way to the front of Mu Lang. Are you Mu Lang? Mu Lang frowned, looking at the teenager in front of him, slightly unpleasant. Scram, blocking my way. It's really the same as what Auntie said. A violent temper, capable of getting into a fight at the drop of a hat. I'm Su Evening Autumn's nephew, Su Ming. The young man leapt down from the foreign beast, then came to Mu Lang's side, looking at Xiao Meinyang, before sizing up Tang Yanrui. It's really the same as what Auntie said. Liking old women, Su Ming said. You're a Su? I didn't expect Su Evening Autumn to actually notify the Su family in advance. Well, Su clan. Su Ming has met true Master Mu. At this moment, Su Ming finally put away his cynical demeanor and seriously saluted Mu Lang. Su Evening Chiu had mentioned Mu Lang, a heavenly deity realm, in the jade slip, which was news that many people in the Su family did not believe. Su Ming didn't believe that Su Evening Chiu would cheat, a 20-something-year-old in the Big Dipper realm. Su Ming didn't dare to imagine. Su Ming? Su Evening Chiu asked me to go to the Su family to take out an item. Did she say that? Mu Lang asked softly. Su Ming nodded his head repeatedly. Auntie said, you came this time, just to go to my Su family to fetch an item. My father has long been ready, just waiting for Mu Zhenjuan to go. True Master Mu. The carriage is ready. The two ladies can get on the carriage. Su Ming said. No need. They'll just follow me around. Mu Lang waved his hand. Having been promoted to the Heavenly Dipper realm, he hadn't practiced properly yet, and he really hoped that some ungrateful ones would come. Along the way, Mu Lang and Su Ming had a great conversation. In particular, the foreign beast under Su Ming's seat really attracted the eyes of the crowd. Su Ming, who is the head of the Su family nowadays? Mu Lang remembered what Su Evening Chiu had explained. The first was to take that transformation grass, and the second was to give the brocade pouch in his arms to the Su family. Handing it over to the Su family is not something to be taken lightly. At least give it to the head of the Su family. The head of the Su family? That's my father. Su Ming was a little proud. 10 do. The Su family that was also a big family, and also a family with a heavenly deity realm. Your father? I'm looking for your father for something. Su Evening Autumn asked me to bring something to your father. Mu Lang said. Alright, true Master Mu. Wait until my house, then I'll bring you to meet my father. Su Ming said. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as Mu Lang, Su Ming exchanged words, the sound of neat steps came from the streets, far older and darker. At the head of the group was a Taoist man, dressed in green robes with a long sword on his back. It was actually riding a cow with a one-horned, oddly unusual horn. Behind the Taoist was an army of soldiers in black armor, neatly organized, led by the Dawn Guard. He headed out of town. Ha! It's actually the Black Armor Army. And Taoist Ox? What's going on here? Su Ming murmured in a low voice. Moo! That one-horned cow suddenly gave a low roar, then turned its head to look at Mu Lang, and coming to Mulong's arms, Little White was curled up, not daring to raise his head at all. What kind of people are these? Mu Lang was a bit curious about this team. The Black Armored Army. The leader is Taoist Ox, the army of Prince Chen, one of the 4 forbidden armies of the Kingdom of Chen. Su Ming said seriously. The Su family wasn't too far from the city gates. By the time the Black Armored Army had left, they were almost at the Su mansion. Su Ming hadn't even returned home to the hall when he started yelling. Father, father, I met Mu Jinjuan. I brought Mu Jinjuan back, loud and clear. What a shame. A middle-aged man slowly walked out from within the hall. A brocade suit, majestic and solemn. Right on the steps, he stood with his arms folded, staring at Su Ming before slowly turning his gaze toward Mak Lang. Su Jinchang has met true Master Mu. Chapter 19, The Letter of Marriage. Su Jinchang? A question came from the doorway. It is precisely the old man. True Master Mu has come to our humble abode. Please come in, please come in. Su Jinchang's face was full of smiles as he warmly greeted Mu Lang as he walked into the house. While guiding Ma Korang inside, he secretly sized up the young guest. In front of him, this young man is only in his 20s, but he has already reached the Big Dipper realm. So gifted, really rare to the extreme. In the future, he will definitely be able to ascend to the heavenly realm. At the thought of this, Su Jinchang couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart, as Evening Autumn had taken in such an outstanding disciple. Even she could follow and get a lot of light. Family Master Su is too polite. Mu Lang responded humbly. Immediately after that, Su Jinchang hurriedly ordered his subordinates to serve tea, and specifically instructed to use the best tea leaves from Shang Tiandu. However, for these teas of slightly inferior quality in the lower realms, Mu Lang has actually long been accustomed to them. He still remembers that when he first tasted this low-quality tea, he vomited on the spot as he could hardly tolerate its bitter taste. But after many attempts, he was now able to drink it down as if nothing had happened. At this time, before Su Jinchang could open his mouth to speak, Su Ming, who was on the side, couldn't even care about taking a sip of tea and couldn't wait to say, Father, guess who I saw on my way back? Su Jinchang frowned slightly. His gaze then fell on his son, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry, as if signaling him to hurry up and tell the answer. I only saw Su Ming take a deep breath, then quickly said, I saw Taoist Ox, and he is leading a group of Black Armor Army that is preparing to leave the city. Taoist Ox? The Black Armor Army? Su Jinchang was first stunned, but in an instant, the contents of the jade slip that Su Evening Chiu had sent earlier appeared in his mind. The Black Armor Army, a rare sight for several years, just showed up. They are ready to go to the front line. Now Song doesn't know what's happening crazy. Suddenly cantonment at the border. Su Jinchang gently tasted a mouthful of tea and continued. Nowadays, the 3 major clans of the Song Kingdom have sent their disciples down the mountain, which is ready to fight with our Chen Kingdom. Your aunt has said to have the family prepare some young talents to go to the front line for some training this time as well. Lightly tapping on the table, Su Jinchang looked at Mu Lang. Su family master. This is what master told me to give to the Su family. Mu Lang took out the pouch from his arms. It was the one that Su Evening Autumn had handed over to Mu Lang before she left. Casually putting the brocade bag into his sleeve, he did not immediately open it to check. True Master Mu, my sister sent a letter saying that she asked you to come to my Su clan to fetch the transformation grass? After half an incense burner, the two finally got to the crux of the matter. By my side, there is a demonic creature that is in dire need of transformation grass, so master asked me to come to the Su clan. Mu Lang said softly. The little white in her arms kept wriggling. Too touched. The young lord was personally coming to claim the transformation grass for her. I know. The transformation grass is in my Su clan's treasury, and I was prepared to keep it for Minger's use. Since Shed's sister opened her mouth, this transformation grass will be given to Mu Jintong. Su Jinchang knew that it would be true to make Mu Lang owe a favor. Soon after, Su Jincheng had people arrange lodging for Mu Lang and the others, and brought the three of them to rest. Xiao Mainyang directly hugged Mu Lang from behind, then rubbed herself. Little Lang Jun. Looking at Xiao Mainyang's flirtatious face, Mu Lang signaled her to go and stay on the bed. Tang Yenrui, on the other hand, is looking dumbfounded. This is broad daylight. This Xiao Mainyang began to flirt? Only after Mu Lang left, did Su Jincheng then take out the pouch from his sleeve. Nowadays, it's all about jade slips spreading the news, but for Mu Lang to come to the Su family with a brocade pouch, he didn't know what Su Evening Autumn meant. Gently opening the brocade pouch, inside was actually a piece of paper that had already yellowed, and it looked like it was not small in age. Su Jincheng gently opened the paper, and what met his eyes was actually a marriage certificate. In an instant, Su Jincheng knew whose marriage certificate this was. The marriage certificate between Su Yingning of the Su family and Qin Feng of the Qin family. More than 10 years ago, Su Evening Chiu had not yet broken through the Big Dipper realm, and at that time, the Su family did not have the strength it has today, coinciding with the birth of Qin Feng. By mistake, Qin Feng then fingered Su Yingning and wrote a marriage certificate in the process. Now, after more than 10 years had passed, Su Evening Autumn had broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm, and there was another old ancestor of the Su family who had also broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. A double Big Dipper in one door, in Tiandu, was also rare. Plus, Mu Lang had also broken through to the Heavenly Dipper realm, and for this disciple, Su Evening Autumn loved it from the bottom of her heart. Although it was said that Mu Lang liked that kind of voluptuous woman nowadays, Su Evening Autumn still wanted Mu Lang to have a woman from the Su family by his side, but Su Evening Chiu was in the way and wasn't able to follow Mu Lang. Then, the proud daughter of the Su family, Su Yingning, came to mind. Plus, it was rumored that Qin Feng had cultivated a few years ago and had suddenly gone off the deep end, wasting all his cultivation. Invisibly, not only did he break his own cultivation along the way, he also broke his marriage with Su Yingning. Looking at the marriage certificate in his hand, Su Jincheng burst into a bitter smile. He understood Su Evening Chiu's meaning. Take this marriage certificate and go to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage. Then it's all about trying to find ways to get Mu Lang and Su Yingning together. I didn't realize my sister had become such a snob. But Qin Feng went into the devil. The cultivation of all the waste. This is everyone knows. Baby Ning cannot use a lifetime of happiness to follow Qin Feng, right? Su Jincheng sighed. Now that the Su family was getting stronger, there was no need to accommodate the Qin family. Mu Lang was indeed a young talent, and infant Ning would not lose out by following him. At least Mak Lang broke through the cave void, or the array. Then the entire Su family would be on the next level. With the Su family of the cave realm, they could walk sideways in the Chen kingdom. The lesser of the two is clear. Father, what is this? Su Ming looked at the marriage certificate, wanting to come over and take a look, but not daring to. Infant Ning's marriage certificate. Su Jincheng was indifferent and handed the marriage certificate to Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming realized that his genius sister had actually been engaged to that trash Qin Feng. What does auntie mean? Looking at the content of the marriage certificate, Su Ming had a diaphragm. Qin Feng was already wasted and was not worthy of the Su family's maiden. What your aunt means is that she wants us to go and withdraw the marriage contract, and find a way to marry Yingning to Mu Lang. Su Jincheng took back the marriage certificate, gently put it away, and continued to put it in the brocade bag. Going to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage? Su Ming did not expect his aunt to be so overbearing. Although this Qin Feng is ruined, but withdraws from the marriage, then it is like tearing up the face with the Qin family. Well, that's what it means. I also didn't expect that your aunt actually remembered this marriage contract. Su Jincheng took a sip of tea and slowly sighed. To know, the Qin family is now fallen the only Big Dipper realm, that is also old and weak, almost no longer show up. The new Big Dipper realm, for the time being, coupled with the fact that the genius disciple Qin Feng had gone off the deep end, his cultivation was ruined. The Qin family has a feeling of being green. Chapter 20, Transformation Grass. Father, in case Qin Feng can recover? Su Ming envisioned. Recovered. He can't compare to Mu Zhenchuan either. Back then, Qin Feng, but he broke through the Tongling and ended up going off the deep end, while Mu Zhenchuan is now in the Big Dipper realm. Su Jincheng didn't care. As for that, breaking through the True One realm, that was too long. In these hundreds of years, how many could have broken through to the True One realm? Seriously, not to mention Su Evening Autumn. At this moment, it was Su Jincheng who understood Su Evening Autumn's use of a bitter conscience. The next generation, Su Ming's generation, was mostly at the Gathering Yuan realm today, with few at the Tongling realm. For this group of sons and daughters, if they could have one or two Big Dipper realms, that would be the top of the heap. And Mu Lang, now not much older than Su Ming, is already in the Big Dipper realm. The The Su family cannot be jealous of this genius? Tomorrow, you first bringing Ning to meet with Mu Lang to see what's going on. Then we'll go to the Qin family with the idea of withdrawing from the marriage. Su Jincheng shook his head and then left. He still had to go to the treasure vault and fetch the transformation grass. In Mu Lang's room, Xiao Meinyang was helping Mu Lang take off his boots. Junior Lang Jun, just rest for a while. I'll pinch your shoulders. I reckon Su Jincheng will send over the transformation grass in a while. Speaking of the transformation grass, Little White instantly got out of Mu Lang's arms, shaking his head and spitting red letters from time to time. This would be the most exciting time for her. Every demonic creature would try to find a way to transform into a form. And the only way to continue cultivating was to transform into a form. Demon cultivation. That is according to hundreds of years. While the human body cultivation, tens of hundreds of years to achieve the same effect. This was the reason why those 10 million demons wanted to take shape. The transformation grass was not a rare thing, but it was considered to be an urgent need. Many second generations like to use it to morph into various demonic creatures that play along with them. But there were also those who were born in human form, such as Makoran, White Tiger original body, can be born as a human body. Gengjin White Tiger is not the kind of mountain wild tiger class can be compared. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to subdue a great demon like Su Fuyang. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Tong Yenrui was still quite perceptive and hurried over to open the door, only to see Su Jincheng holding a brocade box in his hand, standing outside the door. Thank you, ma'am, for opening the door. Mulan was not polite to Tang Yenrui, but Su Jincheng could not. Firstly, where was Mulan's identity? And secondly, where was Mulan's strength? Anyone beside Mu Lang, the Su family had to respect. Family Master Su was here? Come on in, Mu Lang said casually. However, Mu Lang didn't get up to greet him. Instead, he continued to lie on the bed, enjoying Xiao Meinyang's massage. Mr. Mu, are you still comfortable living here? Compared to the immortal pavilion, the Su family is a bit simple, so I'm afraid that true Master Mu might be a bit uncomfortable, Su Jincheng said softly. Then, placing the brocade box in his hand on the table, True Master Mu, this is the transformation grass that my sister spoke of, which has been stored in the Su family for a long time. Taking out another brocade box from his sleeve, he once again placed it on the table. True Master Mu, this is a small token of appreciation from the Su family. Family Master Su is polite. How embarrassing this is. How bad it would be for my master to know. Where did Mu Lang look embarrassed? However, Su Jincheng was also a human being, and quickly retired. This man in two women's house. He could not stay for long. True Master Mu, I'll be leaving. In a moment, Ming'er will take True Master Mu around this heavenly capital. Su Jincheng then left, leaving behind two brocades on the table. Maybe it's a case of people having to bow down. Tang Yenrui, the Lady of Flowers, gradually began to change her mind. Taking the two brocade boxes, he came to Makarong's side. Whoosh! Before Mu Lang could say anything, Little White directly drilled out of his arms and kept wandering over the two brocade boxes. Finally, curled up on a brocade box with his little head held high. Young lord, I want this brocade box. It contains what I want, Xiao Bai said, gesturing for Tang Yenrui to open it. A medicinal fragrance hit his face as the brocade box was opened. It's straight up mind-blowing. An oddly shaped and colored herb lay at the bottom of the brocade box. Transformation grass? Really transformation grass? Xiao Bai exclaimed. As for the transformation grass, Mu Lang didn't feel anything. After all, it was useless to him. Little White directly held the transformation grass and hid in Mu Lang's arms. Young lord, when can I refine it? Little White asked. Whatever, refine it whenever you want. It didn't matter to Mu Lang, as long as Little White was transformed. As for Xiao Bai's name, Mu Lang had thought of it. It would be Bai Suzhen. Thank you, young lord. Thank you, young lord. Afterwards, Little White swallowed the transformation grass in one bite. It was slowly refined in Mu Lang's arms and finally took shape. The other brocade box, on the other hand, had a centuries-old 7-star grass lying inside, and 10 crystal-clear crystals. For these things, to be honest, Makarong couldn't even look at them. You have to know that the things cultivated inside the White Tiger bronze chariot, that's the top material. Any kind of it in this lower realm, that's a supreme treasure. However, Mu Lang's cultivation level was too low to use many of them. Tang Yenrui, you can have these, Mu Lang said. Tang Yenyun obtained a magic weapon and Xiao Meinyang a storage pouch. This time, it was finally Tang Yenrui's turn. Tang Yenrui was thrilled in her heart. At that time, when Tang Yenyun obtained the crystal stone, she had seen it with her own eyes. Now that kind of crystal-clear crystal, he actually had 10 of them. How could he not be excited? Tang Yenrui also followed the other's example and stuffed the brocade box into her arms. resulting in her already full arms looking even fuller. That's too hard to see, Tong Yenrui, really can't. Put it in my storage bag ah? Xiao Mengyang came over and, as if showing off, picked up the storage bag in her arms. The soft storage bag, apart from being ugly, didn't occupy too much volume, just like a money bag. Tong Yenrui's gaze fell on the exquisite storage bag, and a trace of envy couldn't help but well up in her heart. In the end, he could only carefully place the brocade box into Xiao Mengyang's storage bag. Thank you, mother. Tang Yenrui slightly owed her body and said in a still polite tone. Despite the resentment in her heart, she understood that this was not the time to show her emotions. Surprisingly, things are going so well, and everything is falling into place. Having just arrived here, he had easily obtained the transformation grass, and the entire process had been incredibly smooth without any twists or delays. At this time, Xiao Mengyang lightly opened her vermilion lips and softly asked, Mu Lang ah, since we've already come to this heavenly capital, when are we going to go out for a stroll? Before the words fell, a fragrance like orchid and musk came to the face. Mesmerizing. Hearing this, Makoran replied after a little thought. Indeed, we should go around. How about this? Let Su Ming from the Su mansion bring us along in a little while. Perhaps it was because of the time spent together. Tang Yenrui and Mu Lang gradually became familiar with each other. Anyone who understands Mu Lang is clear that he is actually easygoing, very good at communicating and exchanging ideas, and does not have the slightest bit of the flightiness of those playboys. Only, deep in his bones, there still lurked an innate condescension. Yeah, then let's wait to return to the Immortal Pavilion after strolling around. Mu Lang smiled and nodded his head in response. Chapter 21, Impressing the Fat Man. Morning. Mu Lang had just finished washing up and was about to take a short break when he saw Su Ming smiling and leading a group of people in. With a variety of food in his hands, he filled an entire table in no time. True Master Mu, my little sister has heard of your great name and admires you, so she has specially entrusted me to make your acquaintance. At this time, Su Ming completely lost the arrogance that he usually had when treating others, and his attitude was extremely humble. Oh, your little sister? Mu Lang stared at Su Ming with a suspicious face. This guy can't be trying to make me his brother-in-law? When he thought about it, his expression looked more and more odd. Precisely, my sister, Su Yingning, is the leading figure in the younger generation of our Su family, only 16 years old, yet she is already at the spirit passage realm. Su Ming introduced his own sister with a mouthful of words, yet how much truth there was in it. It was difficult for Mu Lang to discern for a moment. Hearing this, Mu Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. At the age of 16, you can reach the Tomling realm? Even among the lower realms, it is considered outstanding, and you even want to know me? After saying that, Mu Lang no longer paid any attention to Su Ming, and instead began to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast on his own. On the side, Xiao Mengyang very thoughtfully picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the food residue left at the corner of Mu Lang's mouth with skillful movements. True Master Mu was being modest. My sister is not worth mentioning in front of True Master Mu. Not worth mentioning, Su Ming said. Only after Mu Lang was full of wine and food did he redirect his gaze to Su Ming and slowly opened his mouth. In that case, fine. But first things first, I'm just going to go along for the ride. Seeing that Mu Lang had agreed, Su Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly answered. Thank you, True Master Mu, for the honor. Tonight, I have invited a few close friends to gather together, and I hope that True Master Mu will come to visit us and we can all enjoy a drink together. It could be seen that in order to invite Mu Lang, Su Ming had indeed made every effort this time, showing his sincerity and humility between his words. Alright, then take us around the heavenly capital. After 3 years of worshipping the Immortal Pavilion, I haven't come to this heavenly capital yet, Mu Lang said. In the heavenly realm, there is the prosperity of the heavenly realm. The lower world, too, has the dust and smoke of the lower world. Alright, if True Master Mu appreciates his face, then I'll be the one to spend everything today. Soon enough, someone was evacuating these breakfast delicacies. With a smile on his face, Mu Lang hugged Su Fuyang, followed closely behind by 2 women as beautiful as the heavens, and left the spot in such a dashing manner. Along the way, Su Ming gushingly introduced Tiantu City to Mu Lang. True Master Mu, this Tiandu City may indeed be slightly inferior compared to the Immortal Pavilion, but when it comes to a good place to have fun, the Immortal Pavilion is far inferior to this place. To say that the liveliest and most fun place in this entire Tiantu City is none other than the banks of the Tiantu River. Whenever night falls, it's all singing and dancing and lights. Su Ming might not be too familiar with other places, but for those places where he could drink and make merry, he was simply familiar with them and knew them very well now. At this time he was neither riding the imposing beast nor leading the strikingly tawdry army. In this Tiantu City, the most lively place at night is the bank of the Tiantu River. while during the day, the auction house and Chengdu Lianquan are the most attractive. Chengdu Lekan? Well, how should I put it? The Chengdu Lai Hall can be said to be a place that combines eating, drinking, and having fun. And there are actually some beautiful-looking female cultivators in it, Su Ming slowly said, revealing a hint of mystery between his words. You should know that the banks of the Chengdu River are usually a good place for ordinary people to spend their leisure and entertainment, whereas the Chengdu Leech Pavilion, which is completely different, is a place that specializes in providing pastimes and enjoyment for cultivators. At this time, Su Ming's own strength was only at the gathering Yuan realm. If he was placed in one of those smaller clans, perhaps he could barely be considered a disciple. However, in this heavenly capital city, there were as many powerful people as there were clouds, and there were also many geniuses from all walks of life. Compared to that, the district gathering realm was really insignificant and not worth mentioning at all. Because of this, Su Ming had an inexplicable resistance from the bottom of his heart towards places like the Chengdu Leech Pavilion. Just then, from not far away, there was a shout. Su Ming! Su Ming! Looking along with the voice, he saw an obese teenager with a huge head waving his hand towards Su Ming with a smile on his face. Fatty son, come over here. Fatty son, this way. After the teenager known as Fatty son approached, Su Ming introduced, Brother Mu, this is Fatty son Sunjin, a son of the Sun family. But it's just that it's not a direct descendant of the Sun family. Nodding his head, Mu Lang didn't say anything more. Just go to that Chengdu Lai Pavilion. Su Ming had a bitter face. It was over. I blame myself for talking too much. How did I mention the Chengdu Column Hall? Inside, that was consumed according to the crystals, adding up to no more than 1 or 2 crystals in his own pocket. Su Ming, what's wrong? As soon as Sunjin arrived, he began to inquire about Su Ming's situation. It's okay. How can one's word count for anything? This is my brother Mu. I'm going to take him to the Chengdu Leech Pavilion to have some fun. Su Ming instantly raised his head and chest. If you really can't, you can borrow it from Su Yingning, who must still have a few crystals in her hand. It's a real bummer. Asterisk. Su Ming, is this getting rich? Inviting this buddy to the Chengdu Lai Hall? You know that it's known as a gold-selling cave. You have so many crystals, Sunjin said with some envy. Or did your aunt give you a sum of crystals? Sunjin asked softly. Ahem. Su Ming hurriedly interrupted Sunjin. He didn't want to be looked down upon by Mu Lang. 2 crystals a month. I can still save a lot. Su Ming was completely punching his face. Mu Lang suspiciously glanced at Su Ming. Feelings that this kid does not have crystal stones. Forget it, you take me. I'll do all the spending. Mu Lang was originally the master of fun. Not too much importance is attached to these out-of-body things. Su Ming. Who is this dude? So generous? The Chengdu Lai Pavilion is not something that ordinary people can afford to play with. So don't end up with so many crystals that we can't put together. Sunjin came over and asked in a low voice. Alas, Brother Mu, that's out of the pixie dream immortal pavilion. When the time comes, there's the immortal pavilion to cover it. So what are you afraid of? Besides, my Su family's name isn't worth a few crystals? At this moment, Su Ming's cheeks were burning. This time he was considered to have been underestimated by Mu Jinjuan. Lead the way in front. And by the way, help me introduce this Chengdu Leech Pavilion. Mu Lang looked around. Suddenly, there was some nostalgia for White Tiger Mountain. In the heavenly realm, Mu Lang also had a group of fox and dog friends, and at that time, they also loitered together and did no evil. The forces within the White Tiger Mountain, no matter who they were, when they heard that Mu Lang was coming, the big girls and the little daughters-in-law were all hiding one by one. Chapter 22 Chengdu Liaguang. The Chengdu Liaguang stands tall and is divided into 4 floors, one above and the other below. The exterior was extremely lavishly decorated, with every piece of masonry and every piece of glazed tile radiating a dazzling light. And when stepping inside, what met his eyes was a scene of splendor. It was still mid-morning at the moment, but the Kanjali Hall was already crowded. Looking around, he saw many people coming and going, and almost all of them were cultivators. However, the cultivation levels of these cultivators generally didn't seem to be too high, with most of them being at a lower level. Xiao Mainyang and Tang Yanrui followed Mu Lang and slowly walked towards the Chengdu Lai Pavilion. All 3 of them were outstanding in appearance, especially the 2 beautiful ladies, with graceful postures and absolutely beautiful faces. When he came to the entrance of the first floor, there were surprisingly 2 guards standing here. These 2 were actually innate realm cultivators. One must know that in a normal small sect, cultivators of the innate realm were enough to become highly valued disciples. But here, they were merely responsible for guarding the portals. This is a clear indication of the depth of the background of the Chanjalikan. Just inside the door, facing the front door was a wide staircase. Surprisingly, there were also guards at the stairway, and these guards were even stronger, having reached the chi refining realm. Looking further into the interior of the first floor, neatly arranged rows of counters. Some of the counters were rented for trading various cultivation resources, such as pills, spirit herbs, magic treasures, and so on. There are also some displaying rare materials brought out from various secret realms, attracting many cultivators to stop and watch, and the sound of bargaining is endless. On the second floor, there was a restaurant where some cultivators could eat and drink. On the third floor, there were several auction houses that would auction off sky-high prices from time to time. On the fourth floor, it was a world of song, dance, paper and fun. And above the fourth floor, there is a different view. The women there were basically all cultivators, all with skin as white as snow and looks as pretty as a flower, making it a sight to behold and unforgettable. Her body is graceful, and her knitted brows and smile are full of charming charms. As it turns out, this clubhouse is actually a comprehensive venue that combines table-setting retail, dining and leisure, auctions, and a greenhouse. Only then did he realize why so many people came here to spend money during the day. Originally, he had thought that all these people were rushing towards the fourth floor, but now it didn't seem to be entirely the case. Compared to those women who generally possessed white skin and a small waist, the two of them, Tang Yanrui and Xiao Mingyang, were slightly more plump. However, even so, they still attracted a lot of attention when they walked on the road and had a high turnover rate. Many people had sideways glances, staring intently at these two beautiful people. Brother Mu, this floor can be full of scattered cultivators selling items here. It's usually hard to find anything really good. Seeing that Mu Lang seemed to show some interest in the first floor, Su Ming hurriedly whispered close to his ear. Oh, so, but let's take a look first. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. After a little pondering, Mu Lang finally decided to stroll around the first floor first to see what was going on. The first time he encountered this kind of stall scene, Mu Lang showed a strong interest. After all, this kind of situation he had never encountered in the past. Thinking that his own vision, coupled with Su Fuyang's vision, might be able to pick up the treasure, I saw all kinds of objects neatly displayed in front of the vendors. Some stalls were decorated with magical artifacts glittering with strange light, while others displayed mysterious and enigmatic secret books. And there were even pills emitting a strong aroma and rare medicinal herbs in various forms. On top of that, there are a dizzying array of gadgets that scream unnameable and bizarre. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he walked unhurriedly past vendor after vendor, scrutinizing the small, delicate objects. However, to his slight disappointment, none of the many items could really catch his eye. Originally full of expectation to be able to find some treasures here, Mu Lang, at this time the face cannot help but show a little lost color. Brother Mu, let's just hurry up and leave. It's hard to find any good goods in this place. Everything here is basically left over after being carefully selected by the administrators. But any good thing that has some value would have fallen into their hands long ago. Seeing this, Su Ming, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. It was still an item that was left over from being picked, which made Mu Lang's originally high excitement instantly recede like a tidal wave and become tasteless. Showing a hint of disappointment, he shook his head, as if he no longer had any hope for these things in front of him. Seeing this, Su Ming, who was on the side, hurriedly told Mu Lang what he knew in detail. Those treasures that they think are not bad will be sent to the auction house on the third floor, and they will be sold by auction at that time. At this time, Su Ming's eyes turned and proposed, Brother Mu, why don't we go to the third floor first and see what particularly good things are brought to auction today? Mu Lang nodded slightly in agreement after hearing this. Good, then let's go around somewhere else first. With that, he turned and stepped away without hesitation. However, right at this moment, Xiao Mingyang, who rarely spoke outside, suddenly spoke. Mu Lang, it's not much farther from the end here, so why don't we just walk to the head and take a look? There might be something good hidden in the innermost part. Hearing this, Mu Lang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He twisted his head around and his gaze fell on Xiao Mingyang. How could this Xiao Mingyang, who had never been talkative, be so active and forthcoming with her opinions this day? But since she had said so, it was not easy for Mu Lang to refuse. Okay, then walk to the top and take a look, just in case there's some really rare object hidden in there. With that, the group continued toward the front. Along the way, Mu Lang always kept an eye on the stalls on both sides, but until the end, he couldn't find a single useful thing that could catch his eye. Seeing that it was about to come to an end, just as the crowd was about to leave, the last peddler, seeing that they were about to be far away, hurriedly shouted out, This gentleman, and the two ladies, I have a treasure here that might be just right for this lady among them. Saying that, he saw the peddler quickly bend down and reach into the worn-out cloth bag pressed under his buttocks for a while to feel around. Within a short time, He carefully pulled out an ancient bronze mirror from it. Although this copper mirror looked a bit old, the surface was still smooth and bright, as if it could reflect the depths of one's heart. You see, this mirror, in my opinion, is a match made in heaven with this lady. As the vendor spoke, he pointed his finger toward Tang Yanrui, who was standing on the side. Everyone was stunned, especially Mu Lang and Xiao Meinyang, who had thought that the peddler would point to Xiao Meinyang, who had even more outstanding looks, but I didn't expect it to be directed at Tang Yanrui. Mu Lang was wary and began to scrutinize the bronze mirror carefully. However, no matter how much he tossed and turned, and even used his mana to test the waters, he was never able to find anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 23, National Colors. Just then, the little fox that had been lying quietly in Mu Lang's arms suddenly moved. Nimbly twisting his body, he slowly climbed up to Ma Kurang's shoulder, then approached his ear and softly muttered a few words. After hearing the little fox's words, Mu Lang nodded thoughtfully and once again turned his gaze to the bronze mirror in his hand. Immediately afterward, he gently breathed into the mirror. In an instant, a thin layer of water mist had risen on the surface of the originally clearly visible mirror. After the water mist dispersed, Mu Lang's face instantly became grave. It was because at this moment, he finally noticed something unusual about this bronze mirror. This copper mirror, just how much does it cost? Mu Lang stared tightly at the vendor in front of him and asked in a deep voice. When that peddler saw this, he was first slightly stunned, then he blinked his eyes and looked at Mu Lang with a smile on his face. This gentleman, I really didn't lie to you nah. This is definitely a rare and good mirror. Cut the crap, just tell me the price. Mu Lang had obviously lost his patience and simply didn't want to waste any more time with this peddler. 1 crystal stone. The vendor raised his finger and then said, good. Mu Lang was also painfully quick, taking out a crystal stone and casually throwing it to the vendor. Picking up that bronze mirror, he pulled Tang Yanrui and left. Xiao Meinyang followed behind. It was the first time she had seen Mu Lang take the initiative to hold Tang Yanrui. Su Ming, Sun Jin even dared not speak and followed Mu Lang towards the stairs, holding the bronze mirror tightly, carefully speculating. According to Su Fuyang, this bronze mirror was still not ordinary. However, Ma Kurang hadn't found anything special about the copper mirror yet. Throwing it casually to Tang Yanrui, since it was said to have a destiny with Tang Yanrui, maybe Tang Yanrui would be able to discover it when the time came. Though the words of one vendor are not to be trusted, Tang Yanrui was beaming with joy and kept organizing her appearance with the bronze mirror. On the 3rd floor, that was made up of several auction houses, each with their own specialties. Crucially, Mu Lang discovered that there was an auction house that actually focused on auctioning female cultivators, which made him a bit curious. Auctioning off monks? That's what it means. Mu Lang looked at the auction list of one of the auction houses called National Color. From top to bottom, it was surprising that the entire auction was filled with female cultivators who were waiting to sell. Then let's take a look at this auction house of National Colors. Smoothly handing over the auction list in his hand to Xiao Meinyang at the side, Xiao Meinyang received the list with a puzzled heart, lowered her head to take a closer look, and in an instant, she comprehended Mu Lang's intentions. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. This lecherous man. No matter where she went, what was always in her heart was only women. This National Color auction house was located in a spacious hall on the east side of the 3rd floor. From afar, you can see that above the gate hangs an ancient plaque, on which is written National Color and Fragrance of Heaven in 4 strong and powerful characters. Right at this moment, Mu Lang just turned around and realized that he wasn't the only one heading towards the National Color auction house. One after another, many people are walking fast in that direction. A sizable portion of them were dressed in brocade garments, obviously all rich sons. Some of these gentry are sassy, others are condescending. When some people passed by Mu Lang, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui. However, after reading it they left shaking their heads. After all, everyone has different standards of beauty for women, and not everyone is attracted to that kind of plump and full figure, nor do they all love the beauty of a slightly older woman. Just after entering the auction house, one could see a dozen or so female cultivators standing on both sides in long beige dresses, a clear line of female cultivators of the innate realm. When did monks become so worthless? All of them were dignified and elegant, and when they saw someone coming in, they would even bow slightly. This was also Su Ming's first time coming in, even though it was said that he was also a famous and prestigious son of Chengdu City. But Chengdu Lian Pavilion, this belongs to the high end of the game. He is not strong enough. The main thing is that he does not have enough crystals in his pocket. Normally, you can only go to the banks of the Chengdu River, where it belongs to the general consumption and the national colors among mortals. Several gentlemen, are you going to the hall or the box? Soon, a welcoming female cultivator slowly came and smiled. At this moment, Su Ming, Sun Jin all looked at Mu Lang. which was headed by Mu Lang. The hall is too crowded. Mak Lang still preferred to be quieter. It was too noisy and distracting. Okay, a few gentlemen. Follow me. Afterwards, he was led into a box where he could see the auction table through a window. At the moment, there was nothing on the auction table, and everything hadn't even started yet. That female cultivator, likewise, stood behind Mu Lang, and she could be commanded at any time if something happened. The auction, how long until it starts? Mu Lang asked. This gentleman, it should be very soon. The backstage is ready, just waiting for the auctioneer. The female cultivator lightly said. Auctioneer? This auctioneer is hard to invite. Our National Color Auction House has invited her a dozen times, and she has politely declined. But just now, that auctioneer suddenly transmitted a jade slip, wanting this auction to be hosted by her. The hostess was smiling and just completely systematized and eloquent. What kind of person has such a big rack? The key is that this auctioneer never have something genre. More critical is that every time this auctioneer always can auction out the sky price. Just as the female cultivator spoke eloquently, a knock sounded on the door. The female cultivator opened the door, and it was two maids that brought tea and snacks. To know the consumption of the box, that was 50 crystals to start with. This service was far from enough to pay for. This is our special tea of the national colors, the heavenly fragrance tea, picked by Yun Ying's unmarried virgin, petal by petal, and finally baked after 49 days. The female cultivator could see that Mu Lang was the leader of these people and then poured in tea. In the entire box, it was just Mu Lang sitting alone. Tang Yanrui and Xiao Mengyan were all standing knowingly, not to mention Su Ming and Sun Jin. Xiao Mengyang, Tang Yanrui, sit together. Mu Lang didn't drink tea. He wasn't interested in heavenly fragrance tea, just looking at the auction table to see this kind of auction. In the heavenly realm, there are also auction houses, but this kind of small auction house, basically Mu Lang directly into the backstage. See what? Directly take. Only that auction house of the Empress was slightly scorned by Mu Lang. However, this time, if we reach the true One Realm and go back, maybe the Empress will even have a reward. Soon, someone came. The entire auction house gradually began to quiet down. Our auctioneer is checking out the auction items backstage. Please don't be in a hurry. The auctioneer this time. We've gone to great lengths to invite him. Chapter 24, Du Lingchen. Next, we have our chief auctioneer of national color. As the exciting words rang out, the crowd's eyes focused on the auction table, only to see a woman in a colorful red dress walking in style. She was tall and slender. Her skin was fair and snowy, just like sheep's fat white jade that was crystal clear. The face is pretty and delicate, with curved willow eyebrows, almond eyes with love, a fine nose, and red vermilion lips without pointing. However, underneath such a beautiful and touching appearance, she exudes a kind of arrogance and indifference that makes people hard to approach. The woman just showed up and there was a gasp of surprise. Chan Du Ling. Oh my god. It's even Du Lingchen. As it turned out, she was the prestigious chief auctioneer of the entire Chengdu Liege Pavilion. Although she rarely presides over auctions in person, whenever she is involved, she is sure to break previous records and create impressive results. Long time no see, honored guests. Chen Duling's vermilion lips lightly opened, and her voice was clear and pleasant, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. After she said that, she scanned the surrounding luxury boxes with a demeanor. When her gaze finally landed on the box that Mu Lang was in, it was only a slight glance before she quickly moved away. But in this brief moment, Xiao Mengyang and Tang Yanrui involuntarily shivered. It was as if an invisible pressure had suddenly descended on them, making them feel as if they were being watched by some kind of terrifying existence in death. Tang Yanrui was startled in her heart and hurriedly put away the bronze mirror she was holding in her hand and cast her eyes towards the auction table, while at this moment, Mu Lang casually picked up the bronze mirror and continued to scrutinize it. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he observed Chen Du Ling on stage through the lenses, pondering. Well, this time, thanks to the generous invitation of the National Color Auction House, Slave is honored to serve as the auctioneer for this auction. With a smile on her face, Chen Duling began to methodically introduce today's lots and the rules of the auction. I'm sure you've all seen the auction list this time. The National Color Auction House has always been an auction house that mainly auctions female cultivators. Chen Duling casually picked up the auction sheet. Today's auction items? There are only 7 of them. I'm sure each and every male is waiting impatiently. With Chen Duling's delicate smile, Su Ming was on the verge of being infatuated by looking down. Mu Lang for Chen Duling, but did not have any feelings. Too cold and colorful. He did not like it too much. Or rather, Makiran likes to throw his weight around. Then here comes the first auction item. With her red skirt flying in dainty, Chen Duling's whole body is full of flattery. 2 maids pushed a cart and slowly walked out. covered with a red silk. I'm sure everyone knows that the first auction item is a skyfox from the Skyfox continent. Lifting the red silk, a cage just appeared, and inside was a snow-white fox, which, strangely enough, actually had 2 tails. The Heavenly Fox Clan. That's the top existence of female demons, especially the 2-tailed Heavenly Fox. That's even rarer. Every word from Tanya-chan is a foil to the rarity of the item. Twin-tailed skyfox. Unattainable. If you bring it home and nurture it properly, the Big Dipper realm is just around the corner. The more Chen Du-ling said, the more ambiguous it became. Twin-tailed skyfox. The starting price that is 10 crystals. Chen Du-ling said. 15 crystals. Soon enough, a male bid on the twin-tailed skyfox. That could transform into a form. Once it transforms into a form, then it can transform into a woman. That is a beautiful looking existence. 18 crystals. 20 crystals. 25 crystals. Just like that, he watched the bidding. A dot rising upwards. Watching Su Ming's blood boil. Who doesn't want to splurge? Who doesn't want to splurge? 25 crystals at a time. You should know that this twin-tailed skyfox can transform into a woman to accompany you all. Chen Du-ling continued to compel. 25 crystals for the second time. 25 crystals for the third time. Deal. Chen Du-ling smiled sweetly. Congratulations, Mr. Zhu. This 2-tailed skyfox is yours. Su Fuyang in Mu Lang's arms, on the other hand, had a cold face as she stared tightly at Chen Du-ling. Heavenly Fox Continent. One must know that Su Fuyan was the genius of the Heavenly Fox Continent, thus ascending to the Heavenly Realm. The fox of the Sky Fox Continent, although he did not recognize it, was not comfortable in his heart. Then, we have the second auction item. Chen Du-ling softly said, didn't you say, female cultivator auction house? How come there are still foxes? Xiao Mingyang said suspiciously. Twin-tailed skyfox. That's female, same as female cultivators. Su Ming explained. Just as the crowd was still immersed in the shock brought about by the first auction item, the entire auction site instantly set off a commotion as the second auction item made its appearance. Many people's gazes were attracted over, with a glint of curiosity and excitement in their eyes. Surprisingly, the lot was displayed unobstructed for all to see. Not at all carefully covered with red silk like the other lots, only to see 2 maidens dressed in gorgeous costumes slowly pushing an exquisite cart up to the stage. And placed on the cart was the center of attention this time, a bare-chested woman. The woman's limbs were tightly locked in heavy shackles the thickness of her fingers, and her face was twisted with rage. A roar continued to emanate from his mouth as he hissed towards the group of lineage children under the stage. Roar! Let go of me! His low and strong voice was like thunder, shocking the several gentlemen sitting in the first row to freeze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a while. Along with the woman's struggles, the shackles on her body shook violently, making a crisp clattering sound. The sound produced by the chains colliding and rubbing against each other seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing many of the cultivators present to feel a pang of heart palpitations and awe. At this time, standing on the stage, Chen Du-ling with a smile on her face, began to spare no effort to introduce to the crowd up. You all must have seen it clearly. This is no ordinary woman, but a powerful female body cultivator. Moreover, she has already reached the cultivation level of the Yuan Gathering realm, so even if she were to face a powerhouse at the early stage of Tongling, she would be able to easily strangle him, killing someone across the ranks. Such strength is extremely rare even amongst cultivators, not to mention it's still a woman. Chen Du-ling said softly. Her voice seemed to be filled with magic. If a certain family's male son could subdue this physical cultivator, that strength would definitely be like a tiger. Not much of a looker, but good strength. The gathering of elemental realm could cross over to the passing spirit realm, and wouldn't the passing spirit realm even be able to slaughter the condensing spirit realm? Thinking about this, many of the males began to get excited. Auction them off one by one. Buy a vase and go back. Maybe even get a family rant. Buying a prospect back. That's definitely being complimented by the family. Chapter 25, The Heavenly Cloud Lady. Starting price, 20 crystals, 25, 30, 34, 37, 45. Soon there was a shout, but not from a certain male, but from one of the boxes. The boxes all started at 50 crystals, so there were definitely big shots inside. Many of those sitting in the hall were the sons and daughters of some of the families in Chengdu, like the Su family, and in the box, that would be the disciples of the clan, or the children of the family. Family, lineage, it looks the same, but it's 1,000 miles away. 45 firsts. Chen Du-ling's beautiful voice, once again, rang out. 45 pieces. Second time. Is there anyone left? It's a rare chance. Although physical cultivators are not very good looking, their strength is there. Perhaps it was Chen Du-ling's words that had an effect, and soon, Someone shouted. 50 crystals. A youth shouted. $50? Chen Laoshi, are you that shabby? $55. Someone seems to recognize that youth. Did you call Chen Laochi? The youth quickly glanced at the other. 60 crystals. Alright. The 7th prince of the Qin kingdom spent 60 crystals to buy such a physical cultivator? Ha ha, 5 big and 3 thick. It really matches you. Chen Laoshi, you continue. I'll quit. Soon. Several competitors have withdrawn. This female body cultivator of the Gathering Yuan realm. Don't want it. A female body cultivator, who couldn't say she was good looking, and spent so many crystals, really wasn't worth it. Congratulations to the 7th prince. 60 crystals to obtain this female body cultivator of the Yuan realm. Chen Duling's voice was sticky and glutinous. It seemed to tug at the 7th prince's heartstrings. You're welcome, Miss Chen. You're welcome, the 7th prince said. Then we have our 3rd auction item. But first I'll tell you a story. Have you all heard that in this heavenly cloud continent? Hundreds of years ago, there was a woman of great splendor and beauty, the heavenly cloud G-maiden. Chen Duling's vermilion lips lightly opened, and her pleasant voice spread throughout the venue. The crowd looked at each other with puzzled looks on their faces. The heavenly cloud lady? The name sounded so strange. Mu Lang turned his head to look at Su Ming beside him, only to see that Su Ming also had a blank look on his face. Mu Lang he came to the lower realm for only 3 short years, and naturally knew very little about this kind of character. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly shook his head repeatedly, stating that he had never heard of this person. Right at this moment, Su Fuyang, who had been quietly staying in Mu Lang's arms, suddenly climbed out. Quickly approaching Chen Duling's ear, he muttered a few words softly. After hearing what Su Fuyang said, Mu Lang was first slightly stunned, and then a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. That's right. This 3rd lot of ours today is none other than the daughter of the Heavenly Cloud G lady left behind in the Heavenly Cloud continent back then. The moment these words came out, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, and the crowd that was still quite calm instantly exploded. What? The daughter of the Heavenly Cloud lady? My goodness! Hasn't the Heavenly Cloud G maiden long since ascended to the Heavenly Realm? How could she have left her bloodline in the lower realms? This is great news. It's the first time I've heard of it in all my life. For a while, all kinds of exclamations and skepticism rose up, and the scene was thrown into a state of chaos. Those highly respected bigwigs couldn't hold back their inner curiosity either, and they exchanged words and talked about it. Some of the young juniors, because of their shallow seniority, were not clear about what the Heavenly Cloud G-maiden actually was, and could only look at the excited elders around them with a confused expression on their faces. Chen, Miss Chen, are you sure? In one of the boxes, an old voice came out, and it was trembling with some excitement. Listening to this voice, it should be Old Man Qin. Why isn't he dead yet? Your family Qin Feng has gone off the deep end and is preparing to use the Heavenly Cloud G lady's air to restore her meridians? Chen Duling's voice was not loud, yet it managed to spread throughout the auction house. The heir of the Heavenly Cloud Himeji lady can recover from going off the deep end? This was explosive news, and each one of them looked towards that box, waiting for Old Man Qin to answer. My family's Fenger is already wasted. This Heavenly Cloud G lady's air doesn't heal Fenger's meridians. It's just that the old man wants to fill the room. When Old Man Qin just finished speaking, many people began to laugh. This old man is so unashamed. He is almost hundreds of years old, but he still wants to renew his marriage. Snap, gently clapping his hands. Soon, the 3rd auction item was on the floor. The corners of Chen Duling's mouth rose slightly with a contemptuous smile, and she even glanced at Mu Lang's box without thinking. Mu Lang, who had been paying attention to Chen Duling, narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the 2nd time, and Ma Kurang didn't believe that this woman was unintentional. As the 3rd auction item was unveiled, on that cart was a huge block of ice. There was a woman lying in the ice, delicate and silky skin, pale face, snow-white hair, just lay there as if he had fainted. Only the slight rise and fall of her breasts announced that she was still alive. Frozen women? Those who were familiar with that story blushed slightly. In these 100 years, only the demon fox from the Sky Fox continent had ascended, and only she had this means, and she certainly wouldn't come to the Sky Cloud continent to ice a young girl. Come to think of it, there was really only that Heavenly Cloud G lady from the Heavenly Cloud continent hundreds of years ago who had this means. A woman who had been frozen for hundreds of years was still the first daughter of the True One realm. Soon, many people remembered to think small. Miss Chen, may I ask where this ice cube was found? Soon, someone inquired, probably wondering if it was the same place he knew. There's no comment on that. The seller said that he can only tell you that it is indeed the heir of the Heavenly Cloud G maiden, and nothing else. Chen Duling said helplessly that there were some things that were not up to her. Miss Chen, then quickly state the reserve price. Some people couldn't wait. Once they brought back the air of this heavenly cloud G-lady, it would definitely be worth every penny. 100 crystals, which can be replaced with equivalent drugs. Chen Duling stated the base price. Chen Duling's words just fell. Many people's hearts trembled. All know that the estimate is expensive. Did not expect to start so expensive. 100 crystals to start. 150 crystals. Old Man Qin said directly. After saying that the entire hall was quiet, many people could hear a trace of trembling in Old Man Qin's voice. This Old Man Qin, I guess he's scraping together all the Qin family's assets. Otherwise he could be so excited? Old Man Qin, 150 pieces is indeed scary. But then, 170 pieces. Soon enough, someone continued to raise the price. Old Man Qin slowly let out a sigh of relief, and wondered if someone had raised the price, or why. The entire auction house began to enter the white-hot ground of shouting prices. 200, 220 pieces, 220 pieces. What's that? I'll offer 250 pieces. One by one, they began to not think of the crystals as crystals. Mu Lang smiled, then got up and stood up, saying to Tang Yanrui, Xiao Menyang, go! Experiencing the process of the auction house, Mu Lang didn't intend to stay much longer. These are things that he has no desire not to auction off. With Mu Lang dropping 50 crystals, he left the box. Chapter 26, The Quadruple Upstairs Mediocrity. Unexpectedly, just as Mu Lang turned to leave, Chen Duling, who had been acting calm and collected, had her face change slightly. This unexpected turn of events disrupted the original calculations and plans in her mind. It was really 1,000 plans, but after all, I didn't anticipate that Mu Lang would suddenly choose to leave in the middle of the process. At this moment, Su Ming, who was on the side, opened his mouth and asked, Brother Mu, are we heading to the 4th floor now? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice, for this was the first time he had ever set foot in this Chandu Leech Hall, not to mention the 4th floor, and Mu Lang responded with a nod. That's right, go to the 4th floor and take a look. Obviously, regarding this pavilion, especially the rumored greenhouse part of it, Mu Lang was filled with curiosity. After all, in that heavenly realm, there were no so-called greenhouses that existed. Instead, there were some sects that specialized in such matters. There, some clans make a living out of it. When the crowd stepped onto the 4th floor, the sight before them was simply jaw-dropping. One could only see the warbling and dancing here, bustling with activity, and one by one, the graceful female cultivators were displaying their charming styles to their heart's content. Light songs and dances, or coquettish smiles, all of them are trying to do their best to lure the passing cultivators into their boudoirs, so that these people's crystals can be obediently emptied out. However, not everyone is able to maintain their inner peace in the face of such a luscious scene. No, Sunjin was the first person who couldn't resist the temptation. His eyes widened as he stared straight at the extremely revealingly dressed women, and his mouth couldn't even help but make the sound of swallowing saliva. Finally, under the extreme stimulation, Sunjin only felt a surge of hot blood rushing straight to his head, and immediately afterward, he saw 2 bright red nosebleeds gushing out. I really can't stand it. Su Ming I'll take a step first and hurry downstairs to ease my mind. Before the words fell, Sunjin hurriedly ran towards the downstairs. After all, how could an ordinary person like him possess a strong enough determination to resist such temptation? As Sunjin hurriedly left, Su Ming stayed where he was, his gaze still lingering on the group of dainty and beautiful ladies. Gradually, his heart began to grow restless. Gently patting Su Ming's shoulder. Cultivate well. Your determination is too poor. Mu Lang said. 2 gentlemen, inside please. Welcome to this place. Soon, a woman came, with a plump and full figure that made Su Ming pay extra attention. I don't know, gentlemen, if there are any familiar girls, the woman continued to ask. Mu Lang did not say anything, just looked around, looking at one woman after another, then looking at Tang Yanrui, Xiao Menyang. Some of them are not as good as Xiao Menyang, Tang Yanrui. However, Ma Kurong still searched for a place to sit down. Xiao Menyang consciously poured tea for Mu Lang. Tang Yanrui was also not willing to show weakness, and was behind Mu Lang, squeezing his shoulders. Mother, you're getting older. Let me do these small jobs, Tang Yanrui said, and then she obediently helped Mu Lang pour tea. Only Xiao Menyang lightly raised her phoenix eyebrows, her eyes glancing to the side like electricity, the corner of her mouth hooking up into an arc that seemed to be a smile or not. Good small wave hoof. See you recently. This kind of attentive appearance is not intended to compete with the morning family favor not? As she spoke, Xiao Menyang walked towards the seat in a graceful manner and slowly settled down. TSK. Xiao Menyang gently shook her head and made a few playful smacking noises. Tong Yen Rui, have you really figured it out so well, you little wannabe hoof? You can't wait to compete for favor? Facing Xiao Mengyang's questioning, Tang Yen Rui laughed. Your mother's anger is restrained. Your words are a disgrace to my concubine. Concubine just see mother after all day labor. Heart really cannot bear, so just advise mother after more rest. In fact, the reason why Tang Yanrui had undergone such a transformation might be precisely because of those crystals gifted to her by Mu Lang. These crystals not only brought her to her senses, but also made her realize many things. All along, Tang Yanrui knew deep down that she couldn't just sulk all the time. After all, that wouldn't solve anything, it would just make the situation worse. Since it was either way, what difference did it make to her whether she let Zhao Wuxing stay in her bedchamber or chose Mu Lang to accompany her? However, after careful consideration, Tang Yanrui felt that spending the night with Mu Lang would not be a bad thing. At least Mu Lang had brought her into the world of cultivation, making it possible for her to cultivate. However, on the contrary, Zhao Wuxing had never given her such a valuable opportunity. All things considered, it was clearly more cost-effective to stay with Ma Kurang. Besides, Ma Kurang never treats those around him poorly. At this moment, Tang Yanrui's gaze flickered slightly, and the movements in her hands did not stop, still gently massaging Mu Lang's shoulders. And Mu Lang's move to openly bring two beautiful women to have fun drew many guests to look sideways in disbelief of what they were seeing in front of them. After all, this is a place for people to enjoy themselves, but it's rare to see a maverick like Mu Lang, who brings his own beautiful people. Is it possible that you think the women here are not good looking? You should know that this place is a gathering of many female cultivators from the destroyed clans. They are all trapped here, forced to earn tons of crystals for the proprietor of this place. At this time, another woman came forward and softly inquired, "This gentleman, I wonder if you already have a familiar female cultivator." However, facing this group of heavily made up and featureless women in front of him, Mu Lang really couldn't raise the slightest interest. Not really. Seeing this, Xiao Mengyang, who was on the sidelines, rose up with a loud voice, staring straight at the woman, and said in a delicate voice, "My family's little Langjun is the only one who can't look at you mediocre fans." As soon as her words fell, the scene exploded. "What do you mean by that? Says who? How dare you call us vulgar? Don't even look at your own weight." Soon, there were several women who couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts and gathered around, wanting to argue with Xiao Mengyang. Although Mu Lang was able to ascend to the fourth floor, how could the people present know who he really was? After all, in this land of fish and dragons, any kind of character could appear. In all fairness, though, there are indeed some outstandingly beautiful women in this room. The women who were arguing had average looks, but the more they did, the more they cared about what others said. With a few crystals, you can't tell north from south, an innate realm, and you dare to call us mediocre? Soon, Xiao Mengyang and the girl's argument attracted several women with outstanding appearance. Chapter 27. A woman in a long beige dress was walking slowly. The long skirt flicked lightly with the wind, setting off her delicate figure more and more gracefully. And behind this woman, followed closely by several enchanting and charming women. They were all full-bodied and curvaceous, and each step they took carried 1,000 flavors, attracting the gazes of many people around them, especially the buttocks that were tightly wrapped by the long skirt, which was round and firm. One could not help but be attracted to it. "Humph, just some rouge and vulgar powder?" The woman's vermilion lips opened slightly and said softly. After speaking, he smiled faintly, a smile that was gorgeous and eye-catching, but which vaguely revealed a hint of imperceptible contempt. Then, he first turned his head to look at Xiao Mengyang on the side, and then moved his eyes to Tang Yanrui, and after looking up and down, he spoke again. "It's nothing more than that." With those words, the woman gracefully walked over to a chair and sat down, slightly tilting her head. Her pair of soulful eyes looked straight at Mu Lang on one side. "This gentleman, your hobbies are really special. You don't like teenage youthful girls in their teens, but instead you have a fondness for these women in their 30s and 40s. The woman said as she gently stroked her hand through her hair that fell down her chest with a flirtatious look on her face. She even deliberately glanced towards Xiao Mengyang's side, as if hinting at something, although Xiao Mengyang's figure was quite well maintained. Compared to the group of young and beautiful women in front of her, she was indeed quite a bit older. Hearing these words from the woman, Mu Lang did not show the slightest bit of annoyance. He simply responded with a feint, and then he gently raised his right hand, picked up an exquisite teacup on the table, and took a sip. Then we'll rearrange two beautiful women here for your excellency to accompany you for the night." As the woman spoke, she gently teased Makaru's leg with her toes. Xiao Mengyang, Tang Yanrui also knew in her heart that this woman was right. The two of them were seriously older. If one said that the cultivation was high, it could still be justified, but the two were only in the innate realm now, in their 30s, which was older among the mortal women, and not comparable to the young girls. Compared to young girls, I still prefer my female companions. Saying that, Mu Lang pulled Tang Yenrui, Xiao Mengyang to sit down. What kind of services do you have here? Mu Lang asked. The woman froze, then said, this gentleman, aren't you asking a question? This is the place to have fun and sing at night. The young masters, gentlemen, and lords who come here are all here to indulge to their heart's content. Do you really not understand? The woman's nails scratched the palm of Mu Lang's hand. How could Mak Lang not understand? Back then in the heavenly realm, it was one of the ladies of a certain great clan who helped enlighten him, so it gave him a special hobby. Help my little brother here with a set. Mu Lang pointed at Su Ming and said, Su Ming, and the woman were all stunned, and Su Ming hurriedly shook his head. True Master Mu, Brother Mu, please, Makoto? The woman caught a word in Su Ming's mouth. Brother Mu, I don't need it, I just came to palm my eyes, just to palm my eyes. Su Ming was truly shocked, but the crystals in his mouth, can he still let them fly? The woman looked backward, and instantly a woman nodded. The three women directly pulled Su Ming and left, allowing Su Ming to struggle, all to no avail. The three beautiful ladies directly caused Su Ming to become excited. This gentleman, just now I heard that you are a true disciple? Is it possible that you are not a true disciple of the Immortal Pavilion? The woman inquired tentatively. I didn't realize that this woman, so sensitive, that this bit of vocabulary could be captured. Could it be that a true legend of the Immortal Pavilion can still get a free pass? Mu Lang laughed. Free of charge? It's not impossible. Let's see how strong you are, said the woman, her toes teasing upwards more and more. My strength? Isn't that a good explanation for why I carry around two beautiful women in their 30s instead of teenage girls? The woman was dumbfounded by what Ma Kurang said. So that's how it was. 30-something beauty resistant to build. What can a teenage girl do? Nothing but tenderness. But tender, as Xiao Menyang, Tang Yenrui's cultivation increased, their skin could also become more and more tender. The woman couldn't help but panic. This male seemed to have hit the key point. Just as the woman tried to retract her toes, a hand grabbed the woman's ankle. Sir, please let go. The woman was delicate and said softly. The voice was full of flirtation, that look of desire. So maybe someone else took the bait. Get lost, just take care of my little brother. Mu Lang signaled the woman to leave. So heartless? Not to mention the women. Even Xiao Menyang and Tang Yenrui didn't expect Mu Lang to flip so quickly. The average person can't really resist. The woman still wanted to say something, but Mu Lang's cold eyes directly caused her heart to panic. This male, not something she could handle. She had no choice but to leave. Now you know the benefits of cultivation, right? This time, go back, cultivate well, and break through to the innate realm, then break through to the qi refining realm at an early date, Mu Lang slowly said. Xiao Menyang hurriedly nodded her head, and she unconditionally obeyed Mu Lang's words. Tang Yenrui also knew in her heart that the opportunity was rare, and that cultivation could lead to eternal youth. Junior Lang Jun, the women here are as beautiful as flowers. You're so spirited. Why don't you go find one or two? Xiao Menyang came over. She didn't want Mu Lang to be wronged. What's more, I don't want the Maklang brothers to be aggrieved. Xiao Menyang, that's not your concern. Just cultivate well. Mu Lang knew what Xiao Menyang meant. Got it. Xiao Menyang sat sullenly on one side, just watching a group of women wandering from table to table, and then leading a young master, a male son, and a lord away. Perhaps it is the ruthlessness of Mu Lang. Many women have avoided Mu Lang, not even upward. Getting it together will only make it more embarrassing for you. Mu Lang just whispered together with Tang Yenrui and Xiao Menyang. As for Su Ming, at this moment, he was brought in by a few people. Not only was he having fun, but the main thing was that Mulan's identity was pretty much exposed. To actually be a true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, Mu Lang's identity quickly reached the ears of the higher-ups on the 4th floor. True disciples weren't scary. What was scary was that nowadays, the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion was as strong as ever in the Qin Kingdom. It's actually him? In a certain room, a woman looked at Makiran and their table through a crack in the window. Mu Lang's divine sense, that was so sharp. The little fox had just raised its head, wanting to tell Mu Lang that someone was peeping. Just see, craning his head to that window, frowning, not saying anything. Suddenly, in several rooms, there were gazes that noticed them. Su Ming had revealed his identity? Chapter 28, the 4th True Transmission. Su Ming came out trembling, holding the corridor all the way to Mu Lang's side. Mac, brother Mac, this group of people is too scary. I simply couldn't control it and revealed your identity. As soon as Su Ming came out, he hurriedly confessed. These women are really scary. They can't resist themselves. How many? 3. Su Ming replied honestly. Alright, take a little rest and leave in a while. This Chandu Liankan, that's all. Not that there's anything interesting about it, but Molong wanted to leave. And some people didn't want him to. Old 10. I heard you were here, so I came out to see. And sure enough, it's really you. Accompanied by a cheerful laughter. Only the doorway of a certain room slowly opened, and a slender figure stepped out. Fixing his eyes, it was a fluttering young man. The posture is as straight as a pine. The face is as handsome as an immortal, and a kind of innate dashing temperament exudes between his hands and feet, which is really described as handsome and suave. However, if one were to scrutinize his eyes carefully, one would be able to detect a hint of imperceptible viciousness flickering in them. Without raising his head to look, just by virtue of that familiar voice, Mu Lang would be able to know exactly who the visitor was. The fourth true disciple. Zhou Shen. Zhou Lao Shi. What's the matter? Mu Lang lazily sat on the chair, not even bothering to move his body, and responded in a cold tone. In the face of such a disrespectful attitude from Mu Lang, Zhou Shen did not get angry, but only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a meaningful smile. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Meinyang on the side. It had to be said that this Xiao Meinyang was indeed born with a charming demeanor. The skin is snowy, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water waves, knit the brows and smile are with all kinds of flavor. This kind of stunning beauty, even if it was Zhou Shen, who had seen a lot, could not help but light up in front of his eyes at this moment. This woman is really something else. Old 10. The two human women beside you can be called the best of the best. Zhou Shen did not hide his appreciation for Xiao Meinyang, and even commented in front of everyone. You know that Zhou Shen is a man who is more horny than Mu Lang. He has been indulging in female sex all his life, and he has been hanging around among many women. Yet amazingly, despite all this indulgence, his strength has not lagged significantly behind as a result. To this day, he had already cultivated to the middle stage of god condensation. What's the fart? Let it go. It was a pity that Mu Lang had always had no good feelings to speak of towards the remaining 9 true disciples of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Even if it was the only female among those 10 true disciples, he likewise had little good impression. So when facing Zhou Shen, Mu Lang didn't want to give him half a face at all. Zhou Shen, who always casually wandered around the 4th floor of this Chengdu Lai Hall on weekdays, couldn't help but have his face change slightly after hearing such nonchalant words from Mu Lang. This guy was so disrespectful that he didn't appreciate the fact that I was kind enough to talk to him. If this goes on, how can I have fun here in the future? Thus, Zhou Shen said with a gloomy face, Mu Lang, don't go too far, even if you have an affair with that Su Wanqiu. So what? Let me tell you, I also have someone behind me. If it really comes to blows, even if I teach you a hard lesson, I'm afraid that Su Evening Autumn wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. These words came out as if a thunderbolt had exploded. Everyone was shocked, especially the sentence that Mu Lang and Su Evening Chiu had an affair, which was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar and spreading rapidly throughout the entire Chengdu Lai Pavilion. For a while, all kinds of speculations and comments were heard. It turned out that behind the mysterious Pantheon Immortal Pavilion, which had always been known for its mysteriousness, there was actually such a dirty and unpleasant thing hidden behind it. Hearing about this, Mu Lang couldn't help but frown slightly. He only saw his eyes glaring at Zhou Shen and said in a deep voice, Zhou Lao Si, don't wait until one day when you are inexplicably slaughtered and you don't even know exactly why you died. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came. Okay, both of you, let's calm down and listen to my concubine's advice. Let's each take a step back and leave it at that. Why make such a mess? Before the words fell, a graceful lady slowly walked out from the back. If she hadn't shown up in time, I'm afraid that the two of them, Mu Lang and Zhou Shen, would have had to fight it out on this 4th floor. You have to know that this is not an ordinary place. If you really start a fight, the damage caused will certainly not be small. The crowd fixed their eyes on this lady. Not only is her figure shapely, but also her temperament is outstanding, and she shows her elegance when she raises her hands and throws her feet. Looking at this posture, it should be the person in charge of managing the affairs of this 4th floor. I only heard that lady continue. Duke Mu, today, for the sake of Sister Chen and I, make peace, so as not to cause any more trouble. In fact, for this true disciple who had entered the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion for only 3 years, Zhou Shen was really a bit guilty of muttering in his heart, because he simply couldn't gauge how strong the other party really was. It is clear that this person, Mu Lang, has always been ruthless and has no scruples in doing things, but to what extent is it powerful? No one can say. Because of this, Zhou Shen was really unwilling to easily mess with such a dangerous person. At this moment, seeing Sister Chen intercede, he went downhill with the trend and hastily nodded his head in response. Fine, fine. Since Sister Chen has given her word, let's forget about it this time. Mu Lang, count yourself lucky today. We'll see. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Mu Lang and turned around, ready to leave. However, Zhou Xin did not truly understand Mu Lang's temperament. One must know that Mu Lang was the kind of person who was not afraid of the sky or the earth and acted recklessly. In the face of Zhou Xin's threatening warning, would he put it in his eyes? At this moment, the mind was already calculating to find a chance to teach this guy a good lesson. When it was too late, it was only when Mu Lang's face sank, his arm swung violently, and the teacup that was originally held in his hand shot straight toward Zhou Xin. Its speed was so fierce that it was simply staggering, and the tea in the cup was even splattered in all directions because of this powerful impact. The force characteristic of this strike would have unimaginable consequences if it hit its target. Poor Zhou Xun was completely unprepared for this, and by the time he realized the strong wind coming from behind him, it was already too late to make any reaction. Bang! After a muffled sound, the teacup slammed hard on Zhou Xun's back. The huge impact caused Zhou Xun's body to sway, and he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Put! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Zhou Xun's mouth and splashed down on the ground. Zhou Xun's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He could never have imagined that he would actually dare to take a shot at him in a place like this. You know, this is the Chandu Lekan. Once the matter became a big deal, even if Su Evening Chiu stepped in, I'm afraid it would be difficult to protect Mu Lang. Thinking of this, Zhou Xin was shocked and angry in his heart. Good Mu Lang, to be so despicable and shameless. How dare he engage in a sneak attack here? Cough. Covering his mouth tightly, he glared viciously at Ma Kurang. However, at this moment, Mu Lang had a bashful face, as if he had just done a trivial and insignificant thing. He was completely unfazed by Zhou Xin's accusations and abuse. Chapter 29, Sister Chen. Right at this moment, Sister Chen on the side finally couldn't help but speak up, only to see her grim face, her gaze as deadly as a knife staring at Mu Lang in a stern and angry voice. Daring madman, how dare you injure someone in the Chan Duli Pavilion? Do you really disregard my concubine? Don't think that you can act recklessly here just because you have some unclear relationship with that Su Evening Autumn. Even if Su Evening Chiu herself came today, she would never dare to do anything easily. The more Sister Chen spoke, the more furious she became. For several years, no one had ever caused trouble in the Chandu Liege Pavilion that she managed, thinking that his own strength was enough to easily subdue this boy in front of him who didn't know the heights of heaven. Today, my concubine will discipline you, this lawless person, for Su Evening Chiu, and then inform Su Evening Chiu to personally come to the Chengdu Liege Pavilion to collect him. After saying that, Sister Chen clasped her hands to her chest with a winning look. Sister Chen, a late-stage god concentration, was also enough in this Chengdu Liege Pavilion. In this heavenly capital, all of them were considered top-notch existences. After all, in stepping one step, it would be the Heavenly Dipper realm. In the entire kingdom of Chen, how many Big Dipper realms can there be? Whoosh! A sharp cracking sound rang out, and a dazzling red light sped out. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually a red ribbon as bright as blood. Just like a nimble red snake, it danced recklessly in the air and pounced fiercely straight toward Mu Lang. When Su Ming, who was on the side, saw this scene, he had long been so frightened that his body trembled, and his face was so pale that it was bloodless. How could he not expect that these two people would say that they would make a move, and they were still this unforgiving? This Mu Jintuan can be really powerful, simply a lawless master. Right at this moment, only to see Mu Lang unhurriedly stretching out his right index finger and flicking it that way. In an instant, those exquisite snacks that were originally placed quietly on the table seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force and flew up in the air, shooting at the opposite Sister Chen one after the other in a swift manner. Seeing this, Sister Chen was furious. Her eyes widened in anger and her mouth cursed. What a bastard who doesn't know how to die. How dare you fight back? One must know that in all these years, in this Chengdu Liege Pavilion, no one had ever dared to disobey her so boldly. Now that a brat had made an exception, how could she not be shocked and angered? However, in the face of Sister Chen's angry rebuke, Mu Lang did not take it to heart in the slightest. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a touch of disdain, and he said in a cold voice, "Just accompanying you to play around. And you really think you're some kind of great character?" Before the words fell, his figure flashed violently, and the whole person leaped high like an arrow off the string, his feet instantly leaving the ground and flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, before the crowd could even react, Mu Lang had already quietly arrived in front of Sister Chen like a ghost. Immediately afterward, he and Sister Chen were almost face to face, close to each other. At this moment, a creepy, eerie smile slowly surfaced on Mu Lang's handsome face. Sister Chen, do you really think you can cover the world with one hand? It was not known when, but Mu Lang's pair of arms, like iron pincers, firmly pinched Sister Chen's snow-white neck. Well, cough cough. Sister Chen's eyes widened at once, her face filled with horror. How could he not have thought that this harmless-looking kid would possess such a powerful strength, and was clearly above himself? At this moment, Sister Chen was like a small chicken being picked up, her feet stomping in the air, trying to break free from Mu Lang's bonds, but it was just a futile effort. As the minutes ticked by, the desperate feeling of suffocation surged like a tidal wave, instantly drowning her in it. It's over. It's all over now. Sister Chen screamed in her heart that it was not good. She could clearly feel the icy killing intent emanating from the boy in front of her. There was no doubt that if this continued, the other party would definitely kill him painfully without hesitation. And right at this moment, Zhou Shen, who was on the side, also turned white with fear after seeing this scene, covered his violently heaving chest with his hand and hurriedly ran over. Quickly release Sister Chen. Mu Lang, hurry up and let go of Sister Chen. You mustn't cause any trouble recklessly. However, in the face of Zhou Shen's shout, Mu Lang didn't even raise his eyelids. Instead, he indifferently said, "Oh, what? Are you teaching me things?" As he said this, Mu Lang's entire state appeared unusually bizarre, and even Zhou Rong, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. No, 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 it's not like that. Mu Lang, never be impulsive, never act rashly. Seeing this, Zhou Shen was even more frightened and waved his hands repeatedly, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down on his forehead. In his heart, he knew very well that with the stance that Mu Lang had just displayed, it would be easy as pie to clean himself up. So at this moment, the only thing he could do was to try to calm the other party down so as not to let things deteriorate further. Sister Chen is the county princess of the Qin Kingdom, and there is an extraordinary connection between our immortal pavilion and the Qin Kingdom. You mustn't act rashly so as not to cause great trouble. Zhou Shen rushed to dissuade him with an anxious heart. This guy who doesn't know how to die, just had the intention to kill. Just in that instant, Zhou Shen was able to experience the ferocity of it. He is very clear in his heart. If the immortal pavilion knows that this disaster is actually related to himself, then he will certainly have no good fruit to eat. I'm afraid that he really have to fall into the end of eating. However, Mu Lang casually threw down a sentence with a disdainful face. What is the Qin Kingdom's county princess? Even if it's the Empress of Song, I'll take it down easily. After saying that, he threw Sister Chen to the ground. As the saying goes, the speaker has no idea what he's talking about. As soon as these words were uttered, they were soon silently memorized by certain thoughtful people around them. Tang Yanrui, on the other hand, was blushing and didn't dare to look at others. It was too embarrassing, even though no one else knew she was the Empress of Song. Sister Chen, I'm leaving now. Do you have any objections? Mu Lang cast a sidelong glance at the paralyzed and wretched Sister Chen and asked in a cold tone, only to see that Sister Chen's face was as pale as paper, her body trembling, where there was still half a bit of strength to answer. She just shook her head desperately to show that she had no opinion. It's so uninteresting. Mu Lang had originally thought to take this opportunity to properly test the true strength of the Big Dipper realm. Unable to do so, this Sister Chen was simply too weak, and she easily subdued her with just one move of her own. Such a wide gap cannot help but make people wonder. Is this Sister Chen's so-called late stage of God concentration cultivation is not in vain? When he was in the God condensation realm, he definitely wouldn't be this weak, right? Chapter 30, Suingning, Nightfall. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery. The banks of the Tiandu River have become a place for the common people and the lesser gentry to enjoy themselves and dance and sing. A beautifully decorated flower boat sails out from the pier. Through the windows of the flower boat, the graceful dancers inside were faintly visible, and they were dancing gently and mesmerizingly in a picturesque manner. Mu, true Master Mu, the flower boat is ready, and my little sister has been waiting there for a long time, so I guess she'll be able to come over in a while. Along the way, Su Ming was so excited that his mouth kept talking like a succession of cannons, hating that he couldn't tell all of his sister's things to Mu Lang. When Mu Lang and his group finally arrived at the bank of the Tendu River, a bright moon had already crept up to the top of the willow branches. The bright moonlight sprinkled down on the sparkling river like silver scales glittering. At this moment, a grand-scale flower boat was steadily moored at the dockside, seemingly waiting here specifically for Mu Lang's big ride. When Mu Lang and the others stepped onto this flower boat, the flower boat instantly left the pier and slowly floated up the current, leisurely traveling above the banks of the Tendu River. Several people had already gathered on the flower boat, and among this group of people, there was a teenage girl in her early teens who stood out. This young girl was quirky-looking, with skin as fair as snow and a beautiful appearance, dressed in a long bright yellow dress, the hem of the skirt fluttering with the wind, the pair of slender jade-like legs hidden, but also added a few points of charm. True Master Mu, this is my little sister. Su Yingning, Su Ming introduced to Mu Lang with a smile on his face. Su Yingning just silently glanced at Mu Lang and didn't say anything. However, the state that Su Yingning displayed at this moment was truly bizarre. That shapely figure and the flirtatious eyes hide some kind of unknown secret. For dancers from the earthly world like this, Mu Lang actually did not generate too much interest. However, unlike Mu Lang, Su Ming and the others had a greater interest in such women. After all, not everyone could have a multitude of crystals to seek out those high and mighty female cultivators. Therefore, when faced with the flavorful dancer in front of him, Su Ming seemed particularly excited and active. At this moment in time, perhaps it is precisely because one has come to an area that one knows and excels in, Su Ming completely let go of his usual constraints and restraints and became wantonly indulgent. On the other hand, Xiao Meinyang on the side was full of disdain as she looked at those dancers who were dancing. As a noble woman, she naturally looked down on these types of women who were in the midst of the red dust. In her eyes, these women are often trapped in a place of no return because of a momentary lapse, which is really sad and lamentable. One slip of the tongue. Just then, Xiao Meinyang suddenly said to Mu Lang in a petulant manner, "Junior Lang Jun, do you also like to watch dancing? When we return to the mansion later, my concubine is willing to offer you a dance." After saying these words, that beautiful and stunning face couldn't help but blush a faint reddish color. Hearing Xiao Meinyang's words, Mu Lang couldn't help but ask with some surprise, I didn't realize that you were actually proficient in dancing? Mourner will. And naturally so will Tang Yenrui. Xiao Meinyang secretly calculated in her heart that she wanted to drag Tang Yenrui into this mess together. So she opened her mouth without hesitation. Oh, in that case, doesn't that mean that Tang Yenyun is equally proficient in this way? When Mu Lang heard this, a light flashed in his mind and he instantly had a new idea. Right at this moment, Su Yingning arrived lightly and quietly appeared beside Mu Lang, only to see her blinking those big, clear, watery eyes. She asked curiously, "True Master Mu, I heard that you are my aunt's disciple?" "Well, not bad. I am indeed Su Evening Autumn's disciple," he responded to Su Yingning's question, but his gaze couldn't help but fall on top of her long and charming jade legs, facing this beautiful and touching woman in front of him. Before Mu Lang had time to appreciate it in detail, he heard Su Yingning say softly, "Then I wonder if I could do my little girl a small favor?" As she spoke, her watery eyes stared tightly at Mu Lang, filled with anticipation. "Help? Why would I help you?" Mu Lang chewed on the orange Xiao Meinyang had just fed him in his mouth and responded casually and carelessly. Seeing that Mu Lang didn't seem too willing to help, Su Yingning didn't get discouraged, but took a deep breath and slowly said, "As long as you are willing to help me, I will fulfill any request you make." Immediately afterward, as if she was afraid that Mu Lang wouldn't believe her, she hurriedly added, "Really, any request will do." These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Mu Lang's ears, instantly arousing his great interest. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a wry smile as he asked with a wicked grin, "Does that include that sort of thing?" Su Yingning obviously understood the deep meaning of Mu Lang's words. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her entire body was frozen on the spot as if she was petrified. A quick blush spread across her face, all the way to the base of her ears. "True Master Mu, you already have two beautiful ladies by your side. How can you still look at the little lady?" Su Yingning's figure was indeed too much inferior to Xiao Meinyang's. Xiao Meinyang rolled her eyes and continued to feed Mu Lang. "What is it? Tell me," Mu Lang said. Help me go to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage," Su Yingning said. "Withdrawal?" Mu Lang was confused by Su Yingning. What did it mean? I have a marriage contract with Qin Feng, of the Qin family. Qin Feng was originally a genius, but as a result, many years ago, he went off the deep end, and since then, his meridians have been wasted. Su Yingning said softly, I want to withdraw from the marriage," Su Yingning said. It was only then that Mu Lang realized that Su Yingning's idea was that Su Ming hadn't even thought about helping Su Yingning withdraw from the marriage. "I didn't realize it was so exciting, but I actually helped with the withdrawal." "No, what are you looking for me for by withdrawing from the marriage?" Mu Lang had an odd look on his face. "What was this about?" "I want you to help me go to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage." Su Yingning finally stated her purpose. Help you go to the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage? This couldn't be Su Ming's real purpose for bringing himself here tonight, could it? Or perhaps the entire Su family wanted to get in touch with Su Yingning themselves and then help her back out of the marriage? Genius girl, punk kid, withdrawal? In Mu Lang's heart, a thought flashed through his mind. How this felt familiar to him. Is he or she the villain? Does your aunt know about this matter? Mu Lang was still a bit curious. After all, he hadn't experienced this kind of thing. Su Yingning shook her head. My own decision. I'll go. Su Yingning, don't want to marry that punk Qin Feng. I want to gain my freedom. Junior Lang Jun. This girl is too pitiful. Just help her. Before Mu Lang could agree, Xiao Meinyang first spoke up. Pity? Shouldn't Qin Feng be pitiful? With his strength wasted and his fiancée withdrawing from the marriage, how is it that Su Yingning is pathetic? Okay, we'll see about that when the time comes. Mu Lang sort of agreed. Chapter 31 Beauty Bathing. Mu Lang didn't linger too long. He didn't have much interest in this kind of red woman. The whole flower boat, just swinging on the water, did not come close to the shore at all. True Master Mu, if you really can't, you can rest on this flower boat for the night, Su Ming said. It was considered the largest flower boat on the banks of the Tendu River, with 3 floors above and below, and numerous rooms inside. It's not impossible. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui nodded. It didn't matter to them, now that they were following behind Mu Lang. It was fine to have Mu Lang. Soon, the owner of the flower boat packed a large room for Ma Kuang and the others. 3 people after all. Then with a smile on his face, he watched as Mu Lang and the 3 of them entered the house. It's still the youngsters who know how to play. Today, I really saw a lot of women. However, fortunately, Mu Lang possessed a determination beyond the norm, and in the face of these mediocre fans, his heart did not ripple too much. Just then, a delicate voice came, Junior Lang Jun, the slave wants to bathe. Following the sound, only to see that the graceful Xiao Meinyang had already moved her lotus step slightly, slowly approaching to the side of Mu Lang. On the other hand, Tang Yenrui also had a burning gaze, gazing blearily at Mu Lang, seemingly full of anticipation. Thus, he immediately utilized the art of voice transmission to quickly transmit what he needed to this place. In no time at all, the tub with its steaming hot water was brought to the front of the room. Immediately afterward, Mu Lang flicked his arm and instantly executed a powerful barrier, completely isolating this room from the outside world. Seeing that everything was in place, Xiao Meinyang had long since been unable to hold back her inner eagerness. Jade hand lightly raised, slowly unraveled the body's robe. In an instant, a flash, a touch of snow-white skin as white as snow was hidden and exposed. People could not help but to side-eye, and then, lightly sat into the water, but saw that the tub was quite spacious, and was actually a large tub that could accommodate 2 people. At this moment, Xiao Meinyang's pretty face was full of spring, full of anticipation, and her gaze was looking straight at Mu Lang, as if she was hoping that he would also enter this bath barrel together. Despite the desire in her heart, she was never able to be as spontaneous as the former. Seeing Xiao Meinyang being so pushy, Tang Yenrui couldn't help but look shy. Her cheeks flushed, and murmured in a low voice, Aya, Xiao Meinyang, don't be so hasty. Tang Yenrui lightly undid her robe, leaving only a touch of pink bustier. Then her lotus steps moved gently, slowly stepping into the bathtub. After entering the tub, she first gently fiddled with the warm water with her hands, feeling the comfort that the temperature of the water brought, before slowly undoing her bustier and gently tossing it out of the tub. At this time, the 2 women as beautiful as heavenly fairies in front of Mu Lang bathed to their heart's content, between the water vapor-filled, more hazy beauty. While Mu Lang was not attracted by the beauty in front of him, he instead took out the copper mirror and scrutinized it carefully. The bronze mirror looked ancient and old, but it exuded a mysterious aura. Right at this moment, Su Fudao lightly climbed out of Mu Lang's arms and gently rubbed his chin as she whispered, Mu Lang, let me tell you, there's a great demon here, and I suspect that it's the woman we saw at the auction house earlier. Su Fuyang's words were concise and clear. Her voice was suppressed extremely low for fear that others would notice her presence. After all, as Mu Lang's protector, he knew that he had a special identity and could never easily expose himself until he had no choice. At what Su Fuyang said, Mu Lang felt very surprised. Great demon? Su Fuyang nodded and continued to explain. Well, this mirror may have a great origin. Perhaps it was left behind in the lower realm by a certain great man after his fall. Judging from the aura emanating from this mirror, this great demon is at least in the True One realm. True One realm? One must know that the True One realm was a realm that cultivators in the lower realms could only dream of. And those who were able to reach this level were all gifted. If you can reach the True One realm, you can fly up to the heavenly realm. So how can you stay in the mirror? Otherwise, it's still stranded in this Chen country. Which great man fell and left behind mirrors that could reach the True One realm? For a while, Mu Lang couldn't really think of anyone from the heavenly realm who had fallen in these hundreds of years. Just put it away. If the other party dares to come out, old me will directly get her killed. After Su Fuyang finished speaking, she shrunk back into Mu Lang's arms and stopped speaking, rubbing the brass mirror. There lived a great demon, and was that great demon a man or a woman? Puff! Gusts of water splashed in all directions, and crystal clear water droplets flew around, forming a misty fog. This sudden sound interrupted the thoughts that Mu Lang was originally immersed in. Frowning slightly, his eyes followed the sound to its source. At this moment, Xiao Mainyang and Tang Yenrui were laughing and joking in the middle of the bathtub, completely unaware that they had already leaked their spring light. Through the hazy water mist, one could vaguely see Xiao Mainyang's graceful body, skin like snow, as delicate as a lotus flower. Tang Yenrui was also delicate and lovely, with a face like a peach blossom, and exuded an air of youthful vigor. However, these two beauties did not know that their inadvertent display of charming style had already fallen into the eyes of Mulang. Only Xiao Mainyang could be heard giggling in the water, reaching out to tickle Tang Yenrui as she laughed. She seemed to be having a good time, completely disregarding Tang Yenrui's feelings. Tang Yenrui's face was covered in water droplets by Xiao Mainyang, and her hair was wet and plastered on both sides of her cheeks. Her appearance was very wretched. Nonetheless, she remained stubborn and refused to give in, shouting, "Xiao Mainyang, this palace tells you that this palace won't scream. Just don't." She tried to struggle to escape, but helplessly Xiao Mainyang was quite strong and well versed in the art of catching people, making Tang Yenrui unable to get away at all. But instead she was bullied to the point of weakness. "Xiao Mainyang, don't mess around. Don't mess around." Tang Yenrui finally got a little scared, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. After all, facing Xiao Mainyang, it was really difficult for her to be invincible. However, Xiao Mainyang was not the least bit moved and continued to laugh playfully. These words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Tang Yenrui's ears, causing her to be stunned. What? Tang Yenrui felt that it was simply unbelievable. This kind of thing she could not accept in any way. So, without hesitation, she refused again. I'm not going to scream." The determination showed her inner dissatisfaction. "Xiao Mainyang, don't. Tang Yenrui was so scared that she screamed, "The water is getting cold. Get up." Tang Yenrui was eager to escape. Mu Lang walked over and casually reached into the tub. Xiao Mainyang's eyes were mesmerized. "Is little Lang Jun coming in? I'll warm up the water for you guys. You keep going. Soon, the water temperature rose significantly. And this effect? Tang Yenrui was pulled into the water again by Xiao Mainyang, and Tang Yenrui looked as if she was in a state of lifelessness. Tang Yenrui would agree to anything at this moment as long as she could get out of Xiao Mainyang's clutches. I promise. Tang Yenrui was afraid. As soon as Xiao Mainyang let go of her hand, she climbed out of the tub, not caring at all about Mu Lang's gaze. He just came to Mu Lang's side, then got under the covers. Chapter 32, Divine Lady Emmer. A beautiful woman in her arms, a beautiful woman in her company. Such a good time. It is really refreshing. This night, Mu Lang was as comfortable as a fish in water. The night was late, all was silent, only the bronze mirror lay quietly on the table. However, right at that moment, the copper mirror emitted a strange light for no reason. The glow instantly shattered the tranquility of the night and made people fearful. It felt like a pair of eyes were peering into the house through the mirror. But fortunately, Su Fuyo had been lying next to the bronze mirror, staring at it with all her concentration. Perhaps it was because of her existence that this bronze mirror didn't dare to make a move easily. On the other hand, Tang Yenrui had long been exhausted and laying on the side. Those long and slender legs were just exposed without any fear, exuding a charming charm. Looking at Xiao Mainyang, she was even more daring and bold, with very little clothing covering her body. But other than Su Fuyang, no one else could even see this fragrant scene. At this moment, Su Fuyang was filled with curiosity about this psychic copper mirror, only to see her stretch out her own little paw and gently touch the surface of the bronze mirror every now and then. For this harassment from Su Fuyang, the person in the mirror finally couldn't bear it anymore, only to hear an indifferent to the extreme voice coming out from the bronze mirror. "Get your paws off me." However, how could Su Fuyang be obedient? Instead of stopping the motion in her hands, she intensified it by stimulating the bronze mirror with her claws more frequently. Now, the person in the mirror was completely enraged, and a powerful red light violently penetrated out from the copper mirror, illuminating the entire room in a reddish hue. Even the tantalizingly long legs on the bed were at the moment in the red light. In the face of copper mirror's sudden outburst, Su Fuyang was undaunted. One must know that she was at least a Downlord realm powerhouse, and the other party was only at the True One realm. How to be intimidated by the other side? Afterwards, Su Fuyang's entire claw pressed down on the bronze mirror, and in an instant, all of the red light disappeared. It changed back to the plain, unadorned bronze mirror. Daogun realm? The voice coming from the mirror was filled with disbelief, and even began to tremble from excessive surprise. How is this possible? A Downlord realm powerhouse even existed in the lower realms? True One realm? Why don't you fly up to the heavenly realm? Su Fuyang's consciousness quickly passed into the bronze mirror with a heart full of doubts. Immediately after that, the familiar voice came out from the bronze mirror again. Why do you want to ascend to the heavenly realm? My mother said that ascending to the heavenly realm is only to serve as slaves to those people in the heavenly realm. It's much better to stay in the lower realm and be free. These words revealed a deep resistance to the heavenly realm. Hearing this, Su Fuyang couldn't help but ask after her, "Your mother?" Only to hear that voice reply without hesitation, "That's right, it's what my mother said. Back then, after my mother ascended to the heavenly realm, she kept in contact with me through this mirror, and informed me of all these things one by one, telling me by the thousand that I should never ascend, saying that it was simply a huge trap." The person speaking was none other than the auctioneer of the auction, Chen Duling. Her condescending voice coming out of the brass mirror at the moment. Su Fuyang frowned slightly and continued to ask, "When did your mother ascend to the heavenly realm?" Chen Duling's voice then rang out, 200 years ago. Between the words, there was no concealment of the small hint of pride deep inside. 200 years ago? This point in time made Su Fuyang's heart flutter. She vaguely remembered such a character. Your mother is the heavenly god continent, goddess Mu Jing'emer? Even though hundreds of years had passed, Su Fuyan still had some impression of this once famous goddess. I didn't realize that Mu Jing'emer actually had a daughter, and that she would be stranded in this heavenly cloud continent. Su Fuyang was surprised. Just then, an icy question rang out. Who are you? It is rumored that there is a copper mirror in Mu Jing'emer that can observe the sights beyond the 9 heavens, and can also probe the secrets beneath the 9 secrets of the underworld. Wouldn't it be this copper mirror? Su Fuyang murmured, once again carefully scrutinizing the bronze mirror in her hand. The more he looked at it, the more he was shocked, and in his heart he secretly wondered, could this really be that precious mirror from the legend? At this time, when Chen Duling, who was on the opposite side of the mirror, heard this, her face steeply sank, as cold as frost. This isn't that mirror. This is the alter ego she helped me refine with countless hours of effort when she was ascending. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Fuyang nodded thoughtfully, but immediately afterward he frowned slightly and asked in doubt. So, are you actually using this bronze mirror to hide your true identity? Or is the mirror itself actually you? However, in the face of Su Fuyang's questioning, Chen Duling chose to remain silent in response. For a while, the surroundings fell into a silence, with only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves. Su Fuyang was secretly happy in her heart. She seemed to have touched on the crux of the matter, so she was ready to strike while the iron was hot and continue to inquire in depth. But just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from the mirror, a voice without any emotional fluctuations, and a trace of unspeakable condescension. What's the point of asking so many questions? Now it's our turn to ask you. By what method did you go to the lower realms as a mere downlord realm cultivator? There was absolutely no way this could be the voice of Du Lingchen. Su Fuyang's heart jolted, and the expression on her face instantly became grave. Could this even be the voice of Mu Jing'emer? No sooner had the thought flashed than he felt a chill rise up his spine. Staring tightly at the mysterious mirror in his hand, could this mirror really have the ability to connect to the heavenly realm? If that's true, it's amazing. Thinking of this, Su Fuyao took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. Are you Mu Jing'emer? A moment later, a cool woman's voice slowly sounded. It doesn't matter who I am. The point is, how exactly did you get to the lower world? Hearing these words, Su Fuyao hesitated slightly. Someone sent me to the lower realm and made me a protector of a duke. As soon as her words fell, the woman across from her suddenly fell into silence. Just then, a noisy and boisterous sound suddenly came from inside the mirror. I only heard a sharp and ear-piercing voice roar. Mu Jing'emer, you servant girl, how dare you hide here and be lazy? Why don't you hurry up and serve the young master? Immediately afterward, there was a series of unpleasant insults and heckling. However, it didn't take long for all the voices to come to an abrupt end, and the surrounding area once again returned to a deathly silence. Put. Su Fuyang couldn't help but laugh out softly. Mu Jing'emer is nothing more than that. Chapter 33 Mirror Demon, Chen Duling. Just as he was getting complacent, Chen Duling, who was on the side, was roaring angrily. What are you laughing at? Don't think that because you've stepped into the Downlord realm, you can act recklessly and unselfishly here, only to see Su Fuyang's figure flash, instantly transforming into a woman of great poise, willow eyebrows erected, apricot eyes rounded, pouted and drank. Old ladies people, you still dare to make a move? After saying that, her veiled hand raised and quickly pinched the mirror fragment like lightning. This was the first time Su Fuyang had restored her original body after descending to the lower realm. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and the entire flowership was noticed. The original face was clear and elegant, and at this moment it was even more fascinating, mesmerizing. Even Xiao Mainyang and Tang Yanrui, who had always been known for their beauty, couldn't help but be eclipsed and dwarfed at this moment. Su Fuyang's face was cold and frosty-like, staring at the bronze mirror with a deadly stare. Are you going to come out obediently on your own? Or are you going to wait for this girl to pull you out herself? The voice was crisp and pleasant, but the majesty contained in it sent shivers down one's spine. Chen Duling in the bronze mirror was obviously shocked by Su Fuyao's aura, and warily questioned through the mirror. "You, what exactly are you?" When Su Fuyang heard this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, outlining a contemptuous smile. "What am I? Humph. You'll find out soon enough." Before the words left her mouth, she only saw that she did not hesitate to extend her right hand and unexpectedly probed straight into the bronze mirror. At this moment, Chen Duling, who was far away in Chen Dulai Hall, was looking at the mirror in front of her in horror. Suddenly, a slender hand as white as jade snapped out of the mirror and tightened its grip on her throat like a ghost. Before she could react, a huge force came from her, which actually dragged her hard from the end of the bronze mirror to this side of the flower boat. Puff! With a muffled sound, Chen Duling fell in a sorry state on top of the deck of the flower boat. Mu Lang, who was on the side, witnessed this scene with a look of disbelief on his face. "What's going on here? Why are you just grabbing people over at the drop of a hat?" Auntie Su. As Mu Lang looked at Su Fuyang in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Aunt Su was still so beautiful and touching. At this moment, Su Fuyang, who was preparing to clean up Chen Duling, stopped her hand movements and coldly looked over after hearing this shout. Only her willow brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of coldness was revealed in her eyes. "I'll do it, Auntie Su told me to." For his part, Mac Lang quickly crouched down and reached out to untie the red gourd at his waist, because he knew that the seemingly weak woman in front of him was actually a real one-realm powerhouse, and if he was not careful enough to be sneak attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, Chen Duling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "He's that male?" However, her gaze did not fall on Mu Lang, but instead turned straight to Su Fuyang on the side. Su Fuyang naturally understood what Chen Duling was asking about, so she nodded slightly. Boing. At this time, the originally sleeping Xiao Mengyang suddenly let out a slight moan, seemingly turning awake. Seeing this, Su Fuyang waved her jade hand without hesitation, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Xiao Mengyang and Tang Yanrui, causing them to fall into a coma once again. Seeing this, Mu Lang couldn't help but ask curiously, "You're already at the true One Realm's cultivation level. Why are you able to control yourself from ascending?" In the face of Mu Lang's question, Chen Duling was tightly closing her lips and not saying a word. With her high-mindedness, how could she care to interact with someone like Mu Lang? After saying that, I only saw Su Fuyao lightly opening her vermilion lips, slowly saying, "His identity can be much more noble than you." Its voice was soft, but it contained a kind of unquestioning. However, right at this moment, the Chen Duling on the side suddenly raised her willow eyebrows, her eyes opened angrily, and she cursed angrily under her breath. "None of the men in the world are good." These sudden words caused Mu Lang to freeze. In the middle of thinking about it, I only heard Su Fuyao lower her voice again. "I heard that Mu Jing'emmer's husband, Chen Tai, was cruel enough to leave Mu Jing'emmer behind and elope with another woman back then." Before the words fell, Chen Duling was already furious. She clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes staring at Su Fuyao with a deadly glare, and roared loudly, "Don't ever mention that negative man again." Its roar was deafening, wanting to vent all the indignation in its heart. Seeing this excited reaction from Chen Duling, Su Fuyao couldn't help but smack his lips and shake his head. Egu, okay, let's not mention this again. But who knows? Chen Duling did not stop there. She is still emotional. Continue to hiss and yell. "It's all because of that damned dogman, and that shameless. If it wasn't for them, how could I have been sealed in this bronze mirror and suffered so much?" Hearing this, Mu Lang realized that behind this was a saddening and tragic past. And at this time, Mu Lang, between his mind tossing and turning, seemed to have sensed some clues as well. His brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at the bronze mirror in his hand and thought, "Could it be that the reason why this bronze mirror appeared in front of me was because you intended to do so? You wanted to make a move on me when you saw that I was accompanied by many beautiful women? However, you, a true One Realm, aren't you directly able to make a move on me, and you still need to go through so much trouble? This is none of your business." Chen Duling sat on the ground, then looked at Su Fuyao. "If you want to kill me, just do it. I've had enough of these days." Su Fuyang was not the kind of person who killed innocents indiscriminately. "I don't care about your business. As long as he's not in danger, I won't make a move." Mirror Demon, how did you manage not to ascend to the heavenly realm? Su Fuyang was more curious about this. "My body, now that it has become one with the mirror, as long as I hide in the mirror, I won't be felt by the heavenly tribulation," Chen Duling said. In an instant, Mu Lang's face chilled. "Doesn't that mean that there are still many people in the lower realms who have the same method of avoiding the heavenly tribulation as you do? That is to say, there are still many true One Realms in the lower realms?" At this moment, Even Su Fuyang's face changed slightly. There was the True One realm. And there might as well be the Tao Lord realm. This is a big deal. I don't know exactly. This is what my mother helped me think of. At this moment, Chen Duling slightly recovered a bit. The emotions are not as emotional as they were earlier. Do you want to see your mother? Mu Lang suddenly asked. Chen Duling stared at Mu Lang warily. To offer something for nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. Mak Lang was filled with embarrassment. He can take you to see your mother. And he can even free your mother from some big family. Su Fuyang sort of spoke the truth. As for whether or not Chen Duling believes it, that's her business. Chapter 34, The Message of the Jade Slip. Not kill me? Then I'll go back. Chen Duling stared straight at Su Fuyang, a hint of imperceptible cunning flickering in her eyes. In her heart, she was as clear as a mirror, knowing exactly what the woman in front of her was playing at, wanting to subdue herself. Heck, it's a fool's errand. She, Chen Duling, was not the kind of character to be manipulated. Thinking about it, but when Chen Duling once again landed her eyes on Su Fuyang, she still couldn't help but secretly marvel. I have to admit, this woman does have a remarkable body, especially the graceful body and the beautiful appearance. Even if the same woman Chen Duling saw it, she could not help but be moved by it. However, it would never be possible for her to submit to the other party simply because of these external conditions. Hearing this, the corner of Su Fuyang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, only to see her gently waving her hand, signaling that Chen Duling could leave. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, instantly illuminating the entire cabin as if it were day. Chen Duling, on the other hand, followed that bronze mirror and disappeared in the blink of an eye, returning to the original room. When the light dispersed, only Mu Lang and Su Fuyang, who had already transformed into a snow-white fox, remained in the field, only to see that fox lightly twisting its body, then slowly walking to Mu Lang, raising its head and gazing at him with a pair of big soulful eyes. TSK, Mu Lang, are you really willing to let her go? This is a great exotic demon, such a rare existence, it's simply unattainable. Saying that, Su Fuyang leaped up and got into Mu Lang's arms. Those eyes also kept scanning back and forth over Mu Lang's body, wanting to see through him in general. An alien great demon? Is it rare? Mu Lang had a puzzled look on his face, and to be honest, he didn't know much about this sort of thing. On weekdays, he had few hobbies other than eating and drinking. Su Fuyang blankly glanced at him and explained without any good humor. Exotic great demons are certainly rare, and they often possess unique talents, and once they grow up, their strength is also very powerful. In this heavenly realm, 9 out of 10 of those great demons with famous names are foreigners who have become Taoists. Mu Lang blankly glanced at Su Fuyang. You didn't say so earlier. Why don't I get her back while I'm at it? Su Fuyo said. There is no need at all. We will surely meet her again in the future, and when that time comes, we will try to swindle her, coax her, and bring her to the heavenly realm to look for her mother. The corners of Mu Lang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. Boo! Right at this moment, only a crunching sound could be heard, and the bronze mirror that was originally placed quietly on the table suddenly trembled violently, followed by an angry, petulant voice. Well, you dog man, you really don't have any good intentions. This voice was crisp and pleasant, and it came from none other than Chen Duling, behind the back of the bad words of others when the main person was caught on the spot. Even if the cheek is quite thick like Mu Lang, at this moment also cannot help but feel a little embarrassed. Forget it, then first regard the copper mirror as a sound transmission object. When there's an opportunity, find a way to get in touch with Mu Mirror Emmer, and properly inquire about what kind of situation the heavenly realm is in. After saying that, Mu Lang reached out and grabbed the bronze mirror with one hand and put it into his bosom. However, before he could complete his action, Chen Duling's exasperated yelling once again came from within the bronze mirror. Humph, don't even think about contacting my mother through the mirror. It was at this moment that a green light was violently streaked across the end of the sky, speeding rapidly. When Mu Lang saw this, he reacted extremely quickly, and with a casual wave of his right hand, he easily held the green light in his hand. Lowering his head and fixing his eyes, it turned out to be a small and exquisite jade slip. Could it be that this was the message Su Evening Autumn had purposely passed on to him? What is the matter that is so urgent and vital? With a heart full of doubts, Mu Lang couldn't wait to open the jade slip and began to carefully read the information in it. And as he finished reading the contents of the jade slip, the expression on his face instantly became incomparably strange. What's wrong? Su Fuyang scurried into Mu Lang's arms, curious. Alas, the border between Song and Shen has gone to war. The cultivators of the two countries have gone out. Su Evening Autumn informed me, don't go back to the Immortal Pavilion. Go directly to the Sword Chi Xiong Pass. How could Mu Lang not expect that after casually hijacking two yokai, How come Song and Chen actually went to war? To the Sword Chi Xiong Pass? Where to do what? Alas, there aren't enough heavenly deity realms left in Chen. And the Sword Chi Xiong Pass needs the heavenly deity realm to sit on it. There's also the fact that it's far from the front line. Mu Lang said. The key is the last sentence. Stay away from the front lines. That was Su Evening Cho's focus. She wouldn't arrange Mu Lang in a dangerous place. TSK, TSK, TSK. Mu Lang, this time the strife between the Chen and Song states is entirely caused by you. Su Fuyang said with her little head held high. When did Su Wanqiu ask you to go? The sooner the better. Is it really that urgent? Makuran held a skeptical attitude. However, Su Evening Autumn's words were still somewhat convincing to Mu Lang. No matter what, at least Su Evening Autumn wouldn't harm herself. Alright, then we'll set off as soon as it's light. Mu Lang said. Right at this moment, Mu Lang's mind had long since thrown the matter of helping Su Yingning withdraw from the marriage out of the sky. After all, has been engaged for so long, also do not care about this 10 days and half a month. Wait until the return from the Sword Chi Xiong one. After then deal with this matter is not too late. So, in turn, the two, Tang Yanrui and Xiao Mingyang, were patted awake. After being awakened, both of them looked sleepy. Their eyes still had a layer of haziness, and they hadn't yet completely broken free from the dream world in general. Among them, Tang Yanrui was especially the most striking. Her body, which could be called flawless, was thus unreservedly displayed in front of her eyes. What's wrong? Tang Yanrui rubbed her eyes and murmured softly. On the other hand, Xiao Mingyang, who was on the side, was slightly more sober, but was likewise full of doubts. At this time, I only heard Mu Lang speak. Get up quickly. In a while you'll have to follow me to the Sword Chi Xiong Pass. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Mingyang, who was still a bit confused, instantly seemed to be splashed with a pot of cold water, and the whole person immediately became spirited. Little Lang Jun, what on earth is going on here? Why are you rushing to the Sword Chi Xiong Pass in such a hurry? Although her heart was full of questions, the always well-behaved and docile Xiao Mingyang did not hesitate too much and already started to put on her clothes. First, she picked up the purple bib and tied it around her chest, and then she put on a light, cicada-like sarong. Xiao Mingyang, under such a costume, looked more and more charming and graceful. Although Tang Yanrui was a bit at a loss for words, she saw that Xiao Mingyang had already acted, so she had no choice but to gather her spirits and follow along to dress and clean up. Chapter 35, I'm not going back. Su Ming acted very blandly towards Malang's departure. After all, the relationship between the two of them wasn't that close. After all, it seemed to him that he would always feel a little constrained when there was Malang around. Now that Mak Lang was gone, it was just what he wanted, and he could do as he pleased. On the other hand, Su Yingning was filled with disappointment. She had been calculating in her mind to withdraw from her marriage contract with Qin Feng because now that Qin Feng had been reduced to a waste, this marriage no longer had any meaning to her. Originally, there was still the intention to use Mu Lang's special status to force Qin Feng to voluntarily withdraw from the marriage. But who would have thought that Mu Lang would leave so quickly? Right at this moment, Mu Lang suddenly turned to Su Yingning and said, Su Yingning, don't worry. When I return from the Sword Chi Xiong Pass, I will definitely help you successfully withdraw from the marriage. After saying that, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of not caring for playing the role of such a bad guy. Mu Lang didn't care at all. Anyway, he had done a lot of similar things over the years. Hearing Mu Lang's words, Su Yingning's gaze couldn't help but flicker, her heart secretly speculating whether what he said was true or not. However, at this moment, she had no choice but to pin her hopes on Mu Lang. A huge flying boat slowly appeared above the ground, only to see Tang Yanrui's graceful figure take the lead in boarding the flying boat, closely followed by Xiao Mingyang. As soon as these two heavenly beautiful women stepped onto the flying boat, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Finally Makuran got on the flying boat. Su Yingning, who was standing in place, was biting her lips tightly, a trace of hard-to-conceal reluctance showing in her eyes. With Mu Lang's departure, Su Ming once again resumed his quiet life. Junior Lang Jun, why did you leave so suddenly? It's only been a day. Xiao Mingyang didn't know what kind of emergency Mu Lang had. Looking at Xiao Mingyang, Tang Yanrui, Mu Lang smiled faintly. The Song Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom are at war, and some cultivators from the Song Kingdom are out in force. Mu Lang's words directly caused Xiao Mingyang to freeze. Song, Chen is at war? When was that time? Xiao Mingyang wondered. To know that not long ago, following the departure of Mulang, the relationship between the two countries is still quite okay. Besides, Chen and Song hadn't fought for decades, so how did the two countries suddenly start to fight? Right after I left with you, Song trooped the border, Mu Lang said. Xiao Mingyang, Tang Yanrui looked at each other. Junior Lang Jun, Do you mean that Zhao Wuxing already knows that it was you who took us? Well, not long after taking you all away, he knew, but only knew it was someone from the Immortal Pavilion who took you, and didn't realize it was me. Afterward, looking at Xiao Mainyang, I said, if Zhao Wuxing asks me for you guys and tells you to go back, what will you do? Tang Yenrui didn't know, but Xiao Mainyang definitely didn't go back anyway. Xiao Mainyang hurriedly shook her head. Junior Lang Jun, I won't go back. Then she came to Mu Lang's side. Junior Lang Jun, every day with you love. Now the heart has long belonged to you, willing to follow you as a slave and a servant girl, also do not want to go back to be that queen dowager. Xiao Mainyang was extraordinarily sincere, as could be seen at a glance. Tang Yenrui, silent. Some words she is not as revealing as Xiao Mainyang, but she certainly doesn't want to go back either. There were some things that Zhao Wuxing couldn't satisfy her, or at least couldn't let her cultivate. Me, I'm not going back either. Tang Yenrui hugged Macarong from behind as he gave her a different kind of pleasure. Then you too, cultivate well and break through to the middle innate stage soon, Mu Lang said. Su Fuyang slightly raised her condescending head and lightly glanced at Mu Lang from the corner of her eye. This lecherous man, how could he easily capture the hearts of two women, Xiao Mainyang and Tang Yenrui, in such a short period of time? It had to be said that women like Xiao Mainyang and Tang Yenrui were still relatively easy to fool, easily caught in the web of Macaron's love. If she were Su Fuyang, how would she let Mu Lang have his way? In Su Fuyao's eyes, the small country of Song was like a projectile, which is what made Xiao Mainyang and her duo shallowly insightful. And while that majestic sword chi pass was still a short distance away from the bustling Qin capital, it was at the junction of the three kingdoms, and its geographical location was crucial. However, in the minds of most Song people, Jianxi Xiongguan was so remote and distant that they might not even bother to send an army there. But this was merely Su Evening Autumn's wishful thinking. In fact, this majestic pass has been guarded by General Li Ping of the Kingdom of Chen. Speaking of this General Li Ping, he was a member of the Li family of the Kingdom of Chen, whose status was distinguished. Not only that, his wife Chen Meijiao is a county princess of the Qin Kingdom, with outstanding and delicate appearance, which can be said to be one of the few beautiful women in the sword Qi Xiongguan. Hand in hand, this couple has been here for more than a dozen years. As many as 50,000 troops were stationed within the sword Qi Xiongguan, and they drilled and prepared for battle day after day, always maintaining a high level of vigilance. For many years it has been quiet and peaceful, but just the other day, this rare peace was finally and mercilessly shattered. On the sword Qi Xiong Pass, Li Ping looked at the black pressurized army outside, and beside Li Ping, there was a woman, valiant, holding a long spear in her hand, with a small green-colored spider lying on her shoulder. The woman was slightly plump and full, with a lovely appearance. Meijiao, why is it so good that Song suddenly sent troops to attack our Xiongguan? This question had always been something Li Ping couldn't figure out. It was important to realize that Song and Chen hadn't been in strife for decades. Specifically, I'm not sure. The last time I went to Guan, it seemed like a certain disciple of the Immortal Pavilion had taken the Empress of Song, the Empress Dowager, captive. Chen Meijiao slowly said, under the sword Qi Xiong Pass, the Song Kingdom came with more than 100,000 troops at once, accompanied by a number of cultivators, and were stationed just outside the pass. It just put some pressure on Li Ping, but didn't mean to do anything. Assholes. It's all assholes. This group of dogs, completely disregarding our deaths and lives, Li Ping said angrily. Just don't dwell on it. Now that there is an army of 100,000 people outside and the cultivators are estimated to be in the hundreds, how should we face it? Chen Meijiao gently stroked the spider on her shoulder. I've already sent the news back to the Guan. They should send someone over. We alone can't withstand this. Li Ping stroked his chin. A lance, just stuck in the ground. Chen Meijiao propped her hands on the female wall. Do you think you'll send Tonger over? Send the child here? What can Tonger do when he comes back? It's only the Yuan gathering realm. Only if we let the God condensation realm come over. Once the true handler comes, there's still a possibility. Li Ping looked outside and frowned slightly. Then, Li Ping suddenly came to a realization. Do you think they will be waiting for our cultivators to come over? Chapter 36. Young woman Chen Meijiao, with his hands tightly braced against the cold, hard female wall, he gazed straight down at Chen Meijiao, and his heart trembled violently. This is absolutely impossible. How on earth did they learn that the number of cultivators in our pass is so small? Chen Meijiao's eyes widened with disbelief. She desperately tried to convince herself not to believe this fact, but a chill rose involuntarily in her heart. Could it be that all of them have been secretly watched all along? Thinking of this, Chen Meijiao only felt a wave of creepiness. At this moment, Chen Meijiao suddenly changed her mind, and her original eagerness to see her son cooled down. Even though it had been a long time since she had seen her son, she really didn't want to involve him in this dangerous situation at the moment. Ugh, now I really don't want Tonger to come over. Chen Meizhou sighed worriedly. Hearing this, Li Ping, who was on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Alright, let's not talk about that for now. What did you do when you returned to Guan a few days ago?" It turned out that just a few days ago, Chen Meijiao suddenly received a jade slip, and then left Xiangguan on horseback alone. Until yesterday, she only returned. But at this time the outside of the pass has been filled with densely packed with Song soldiers and horses. The situation is exceptionally grim up. In the face of Li Ping's inquiry, Chen Meijiao appeared rather casual and casually responded, "What else can I do? The clan sent a message to my father saying that they wanted me to go and stop a brat from the Immortal Pavilion, but in the end they let him escape." "Oh, was it actually the clan that informed your father and then your father sent you?" Li Ping couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this, but seeing that Chen Meijiao seemed to be unwilling to talk more about this matter, he had the good sense not to continue to pursue the matter any further. After all, he didn't want to break the ice. "No, Li Ping, do you think I have some ulterior motive for going back this time?" Chen Meijiao turned her head violently. Her gaze was like a torch. Staring at Li Ping, the eyes were able to penetrate his soul. Looking at Li Ping's heart in a panic, only to see Chen Meijiao's willow eyebrows raised. Her face full of anger questioned, Li Ping, can it be that you still suspect that I will go and do those ugly things that I am sorry for you?" Her voice unconsciously rose an octave. The anger it contained unmistakable. "I think back then, since I married into your Li family and worked hard to give birth to my little child soon after, you came to station at this remote and majestic pass due to the family's arrangement, and without saying a word I resolutely followed you along. In a flash, more than 10 years have passed. I'm so unfamiliar with this place, and there's not even a single familiar person around, so if I really want to do something unfaithful to you, there's no one to do it with." Speaking here, Chen Meijiao's emotions grew more and more emotional. Her eyes slightly reddened, tears swirling in her eyes. At this moment, Li Ping only felt that his face was on fire, and he was secretly chagrined in his heart. It turned out that his own little mind, but so easily by Chen Meijiao to crack, really ashamed to the extreme. In fact, over the years, Li Ping always thought that he had climbed high on Chen Meijiao. After all, he is only a commoner son of the Li family, a low status, while Chen Meijiao is the real county princess, the origin of the honorable. To make matters worse, an accident years ago left him with severe physical injuries and he has since lost his ability to be a man. Because of this, Li Ping's heart gradually became distorted and sensitive, and he was always suspicious of his wife's every move. Meijiao, oops, it's all my fault, it's my imagination, absolutely nothing like that, I just casually asked that. Seeing that his wife was so angry, Li Ping hurriedly compensated with a smile and comforted Chen Meijiao's emotions with his hands and feet, fearing that she would be angry and break her body. It was amazing to see how far above himself his wife was. "If we want to hold this pass, we have to rely on her. Humph, forgive you for not having the guts. Hurry back with me." Only to see that Chen Meijiao let out a pout, with a hint of unquestioning in her tone. Hearing these words, Li Ping instantly understood in his heart what was going to happen next. "Let's stay here. Just find a room at random. We need to be quick about it," Chen Meijiao continued. Li Ping naturally knew exactly what she meant by a quick battle, but there was no way he could do more than assist. Not long ago, as Chen Meijiao walked out from the room, only to see her face as rosy as the sun, her skin as fair and delicate as sheep fat jade, the whole person looks more and more charming and moving. After all, Chen Meijiao was originally a natural beauty. A little grooming would be enough to overwhelm the crowd. However, before things were over on this side, a cacophony of noises came from the distance. It turned out to be the first batch of cultivators to arrive here. They were a team formed by Tendu, one of several teams under the Li family. There were about 20 or so people in this team, both men and women, and the strength of the crowd varied from high to low. The most powerful among them had only reached the psychic realm. "Greetings, Lord Li Guan." As soon as these people saw Li Ping, they bowed in respect. Although it was said that Li Ping was the son of a concubine, his status and position was there. As long as he bore the surname of the Li family, that was enough for the people to treat him with respect. Li Ping waved his hand and hurriedly had people receive the group. "Mr. Li can't leave the barrier without authorization nowadays, so I won't accompany you. Please forgive me." "It's fine." Lord Li Guan is polite. After waiting for the people to leave, Li Ping frowned slightly. The Chen Meijiao at this moment was bewitching and charming. "This number of people, I guess it's not enough," Li Ping said. "Don't worry, I've sent a message to my father. He should send someone over as well," Chen Meijiao casually said. That's good. As the first wave of cultivators arrived, the second wave followed. It's actually a group of young people. It is a clan from Chen Meijiao's old man's fiefdom. A total of more than 100 people. Directly drawn by Chen Meijiao's old man half over. A whole 50 or so people. All young boys and girls. The weakest in terms of strength was just the innate realm. The one with the strongest strength was a young girl with the cultivation of the gathering Yuan realm. It's Chen Meijiao's sister, Chen Mengjiao. As for why she didn't send her sister to the immortal pavilion, this was not something that Chen Meijiao knew. Looking at her sister, and such a group of teenagers, Chen Meijiao stroked her sister's head. These people can only be cannon fodder when they come here. And I don't know what Dad thinks. Young people, with all the advantages of youth, are energetic. One chattered on, and even climbed up to the city wall to look out at everything. Is this the Song army? It looks like there are quite a lot of people, but it doesn't feel like it's strong enough to kill more than 50 of us. Soon, someone else said. The soldiers on the city wall just glanced at that teenager, and then once again stared down at the city with vigilance. Chapter 37, Attacking the City. Just then, in the sky above the heads of the crowd, without warning, a large and imposing falcon appeared. Only to see this falcon spreading its wings and swooping out of the pass as sharply as a bolt of lightning. Every now and then, he flapped his wings a few times, adjusting his flight attitude and speed. However, although Li Ping, who was standing on the sidelines, also saw the scene, his perception was relatively weak and did not immediately notice the hidden mystery. In contrast, Chen Meijiao is much more perceptive. She was at least an expert who had reached the God condensation realm, and with just a hurried glance, she instantly gained insight into what was going on. I only saw Chen Meijiao's eyebrows knit tightly, her eyes widened in anger, and she droned out in a delicate voice. Not good. That falcon must have come to spy on our Guanzhong intelligence. Quickly shoot it down. With that said, she flashed her figure and personally took on the dastardly falcon. It was a pity that the falcon's speed was simply too fast for an ordinary martial artist to launch an effective attack against it. In the blink of an eye, it passes before one's eyes like a swift wind. Seeing this situation, Chen Meijiao did not hesitate to quickly make seals with both hands and recite words under her breath. In an instant, a dazzling white light shot out from her hand and shot straight towards the falcon. However, regrettably, even though Chen Meijiao's reaction had been quite swift, she was ultimately a step too late. Due to the distance between the falcon and them being too far, the white light ultimately failed to touch the falcon and could only watch as it continued to fly towards the pass. Seeing this, Chen Meijiao was so angry that she stomped her foot fiercely, chagrined in her heart. But soon, as if she suddenly remembered something important, her face suddenly turned pale. It must be the Imperial Beast Sai. That's right, it's the Imperial Beast Sai that did this. That falcon must belong to the Imperial Beast Sai. Chen Meijiao stared tightly at the distant pass under the city tower and gritted her teeth. As it turned out, after careful observation, she discovered that the Imperial Beast Lodge had actually secretly colluded with the three major clans of the Song Kingdom. Now that we have learned such important news, we must pass it on as soon as possible. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. That falcon circled in the air for a few times before finally landing slowly in an extremely smooth position in a tent outside the pass. At this moment, in the middle of that spacious tent, a youth with a gloomy expression was holding two delicate young girls on his left and right. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a chilling glint. Just then, a sturdy falcon shot in like lightning and landed steadily on top of the case table beside the youth. Seeing this falcon return, the youth's face instantly became grave, and then he pushed the two young girls in his arms away without a second thought. Over at the Sword Chi Xiong Pass, it's surprising that 70 to 80 cultivators have swarmed over at once. Move quickly and hurry to inform Zhaoping to come over, the youth commanded urgently. It wasn't long before he saw a flamboyant gentleman dressed in clean white robes hurrying to the front of the tent, and then striding in without hesitation. This person had a slender figure, elegant temperament, and exuded an innate air of dignity between his hands and feet. This white-clothed youth was Zhao Pang from the royal family of the Song Kingdom. Senior brother Wang, what exactly happened that's so alarming? As soon as Zhao Pang entered the tent, he couldn't wait to open his mouth and ask. And that shadowy young man who was called Senior Brother Wang was a disciple of the Imperial Beast Jade, Wang Lang. He was not only good at manipulating all kinds of demonic beasts, but he also possessed an incomparable falcon as his competent partner. This time he came, Wang Lang's mission was to specifically deal with that Chen Meijiao. This Chen Meijiao, too, is really a bit mysterious. No one knew exactly where she came from, but she managed to successfully take in a rare green jade spider with her own strength. It was for this reason that Song passed the news about Chen Meijiao to the Imperial Beast Jade and requested that they send their experts to respond to it. As a result, the Imperial Beast Zai dispatched Wang Lang to carry out this task. According to my falcon reconnaissance, I learned that there are almost nearly 100 cultivators coming from the Sword Chi Xiong Pass there. Wang Lang said while waving his hand to signal the two young girls to exit the tent first. Hearing this number, Zhao Peng couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart and hurriedly asked after him, 100 cultivators? Then what realms are they all in? Wang Lang shook his head. The Eagle Falcon hadn't reached that strength yet. There was no way to know, but I guess, the strength is nothing more than that. After all, your Song Kingdom is on a full-scale attack, and even if there are more cultivators in his Chen Kingdom, he won't be able to distribute that many. Wang Lang continued. Besides, as long as he, the Kingdom of Chen, dares to let the disciples of the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion go out, when the time comes, I, Royal Beast Jai, will cooperate with the Kingdom of Liang to attack from the other side, and I will have to nibble off a piece of meat from the Kingdom of Chen anyways. Zhao Peng nodded helplessly. The battle line was indeed spread too long this time, resulting in the three great sects not having enough men. That's what contacted the Imperial Beast Master. The self-proclaimed righteousness of the Imperial Beast Jai had always had no good impression of the demonic sect of the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion. Try it first and see what reaction the other side has. Wang Lang said. Zhao Peng pondered for a moment and said to do it. Then do it. Prepare to attack the Sword Qi Xiong Pass. Zhao Peng directly ordered. Once the order was given, many sect disciples began to rub their fists, break through the majestic pass and kill the other cultivators, and all the supplies on them will be yours. Zhao Peng's words directly stimulated the disciples of the three great sects. Song's cultivation resources were too centralized, and were basically in the hands of the top levels of the three major sects. This also led to the fact that the bottom of Song was not as strong as the bottom of Chen, but it's all relative. Mainly in terms of where Chen is. It's a bit bigger than Song. With a large territory, there would be more resources and more talented disciples to discover. Similarly, the geniuses of the Chen country were also more concentrated, which was why the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion was stronger than the three major clans of the Song country. Wu, between cultivators, that is, they can fly with their swords and can step into the air, but in the earthly world, the soldiers attacked, and still needed to be unified in command. A horn sounded, and the entire outside of the majestic pass was filled with heads. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. It's so much more majestic than Sword Qi Xiongguan. Li Ping, who was lying on the women's wall watching, his face eventually changed. Song has begun to attack. The other party was indeed waiting for the arrival of their own cultivators. The other party's appetite is not small. Is it trying to wipe out all the cultivators in Xiongguan? Chen Meijiao frowned and directly ordered. Immediately, have all the cultivators come out and come to this Xiongguan. At this moment, there can be no hesitation. Once the Sword Qi Xiong Pass was broken, the entire in the northwestern direction, there would be no more obstruction. Soon, the first wave of cultivators and the second wave of cultivators arrived. It was the first time Chen Mingjiao had seen such a scene and clenched her fists tightly. The beads of sweat on his hands betrayed himself. Is Mingjiao afraid? Chen Meijiao asked. Chen Mingjiao shook her head. Not afraid. Chapter 38. A carnage. Majestic and magnificent. Stretching for thousands of miles of the border fortress across the eyes, the grandeur is shocking. However, in the face of such a treacherous city, why didn't they take a straightforward decapitation action? Sending experts to sneak into the city and remove that Li Ping couple in one go? This question lingered in Zhao Peng's mind. After all, he had just stepped out of the imperial city not long ago, and many things were still full of confusion for him. Only Zhao Peng looked at the experienced Wang Lang beside him with a puzzled expression, hoping to get an answer from him. Wang Lang shook his head slightly. First of all, there is no full certainty that this decapitation will be successful. Secondly, our main army is not here, while Chen's main force is likewise not here. In other words, the key location for the real battle between the two sides is not here. Moreover, we are a prestigious sect. How can we use those underhanded and cunning devilish means to achieve our goals? This runs counter to the purpose of our sect. Hearing these words, Zhao Peng couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment, realizing that his thoughts were too simple and childish. At this moment, Wang Lang gazed ahead and continued to analyze the situation. In fact, victory or defeat in this battle is not crucial to us. Of course, it would naturally be better if we can win. Once we break through the defense line from here and smoothly enter the territory of Chen, we will definitely reap a lot of harvests after plundering along the way. Between the words, it was as if he had already seen the scene of victory in sight, as well as the rich loot piling up on the mountain. Zhao Peng looked in the direction Wang Lang was pointing, but he saw a team charging towards the towering walls like a tidal wave. From time to time, huge stones rolled down from the city walls, accompanied by bursts of thunder. A thrilling scene. Seeing that the situation was critical, Zhao Peng made a decisive decision and shouted, "All experts of the innate realm, listen to the order. Quickly go forward to assist the group of cultivators who are attacking the city, and make sure to fend off the falling ringstones from above. As he gave the order, many cultivators displayed their magical abilities, each showing their own skills, and a fierce battle of offense and defense began. All the cultivators of the innate realm and chi refining realm quickly joined forces to fend them off. Li Ping hissed angrily, his voice exploding in the air like thunder. At this moment, the cultivators of Song and Chen finally engaged in their first fierce encounter at this majestic pass. One could only see countless talismans flying in the sky, while various kinds of precious weapons rushed across the sky. Zhao Pang and Wang Lang, who were standing at the back watching the battle, were wide-eyed and filled with astonishment. This was the first time in their lives that they had witnessed a battlefield of such a grand scale. Similarly shocked, Li Ping and Chen Meichi couple, although they have been through 100 battles, but also the first time to see this kind of thrilling large-scale killing, accompanied by the group of brazen soldiers who kept on charging. The entire front of the majestic pass was instantly plunged into a white-hot fierce battle. Kill, brothers, join me in killing into the Xiangguan Pass and kill all those damnable Chenggui dogs clean. A burly 1,000-man commander held his axe aloft and fought his way up towards the walls. Kill. In an instant, the morale of the entire Song soldiers was like a volcano erupting, instantly reaching its peak. However, right at that moment, Li Ping opened his eyes in anger and hissed loudly at the top of his voice. Give me a hard smash. Directly smash all these bastards of Song off the city walls. Before the words fell, a huge and incomparable piece of ringing stone rolled down from the citadel like rain, only to hear one miserable scream after another. One by one, the Song soldiers were smashed to a bloody pulp and lost their lives. Not only that, but there were also some powerful innate realm cultivators who exerted their mana, easily destroying a towering cloud ladder. Boom, boom, boom. A large swath of talismans, ruthlessly smashed onto that city wall, shaking it slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying sword waste flew down to the citadel, and directly began to harvest the heads of the group of soldiers. But the group of soldiers under the citadel, there were too many cultivators, and they went forward and backward, charging upward with no intention of dying. Vajra sect, come out and kill with me. A large, bare-chested man brought his fists together, stepping directly over the heads of the people, over the heads of a group of people, towards the city. Just then, someone raised his arms and took the lead at the front. Immediately after that, more and more cultivators rushed towards the majestic pass like a tidal wave. A considerable portion of these cultivators, surprisingly, were all naked, with muscles churning and veins rippling, obviously a group of fierce and incomparable body cultivators. These body cultivators were fearless and ran wildly up from the bottom of the city, relying solely on those two huge fists, and engaged in a thrilling fight with the soldiers guarding the majestic pass. Although the cultivation level of this group of cultivators was not that profound, most of them were at the gathering Yuan realm. However, as physical cultivators, they possessed strong melee combat abilities and could exert strength comparable to that of the late stage of Yuan through close physical combat. However, the group of teenage girls who came led by Sister Chen Meijiao appeared powerless in the face of such a fierce and brutal Vajra sect physical cultivator, only to see the iron fists of those physical cultivators fall as if they were a blistering wind and rain, each punch containing the force of 1,000 pounds, ruthlessly smashing into those young boys and girls. Only a miserable scream could be heard, as one after another teenage girl was sent flying backwards, some even spitting blood from the mouth on the spot and collapsing to the ground. Even Chen Mengjiao, at this moment, was in a state of blossom, her body covered in splattered blood. These guys are just heartless and uncaring. Seeing this scene, several experts of the passage realm finally couldn't hold back, and they unleashed their stunts, attacking the group of cultivators. In an instant, all sorts of brilliant and eye-catching spell light flashed up, illuminating the entire battlefield. The attacks of the Tongling realm powerhouses were incredibly powerful, instantly tearing apart the defense of this group of cultivators. One must know that for physical cultivators, the most powerful thing was their impenetrable defense. But once the defenses were breached, they were left naked and exposed to the enemy. Pffffffffff. Only a few muffled sounds could be heard as several flying swords sped in, accurately piercing into the body of this group of cultivators. Although the physical cultivator's flesh was extremely strong, the sword in the hands of the sword cultivator was able to break through their defenses, and even the strongest body would have difficulty resisting its sharpness. These Chenghua dogs still have sword cultivators? Zhao Peng still recognized the sword cultivator and hurriedly looked at Wang Lang. Nowadays, this one from the Imperial Beasts Lounge could definitely help himself. They have sword cultivators? Our Song Kingdom has sword cultivators too. A youth stepped forward. This is a sword cultivator from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Luo Sen. It was the same person who had been seriously injured by Mu Lang that time, and this time, he led the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples to follow Zhao Peng all the way north to Xiongguan. Chapter 39, Critically Injuring the Green Jade Spider. Li Ping's gaze condensed and he instantly struck out. He was also a sword cultivator. Only seeing a gentle wave of the arm, a cold light appeared, and a long sword with a flickering light was born out of the void, coming out of the sky. With a stern aura, he attacked towards the other party. The opposite side of Luosen was only at the Tonling realm, and his strength was simply a world away from Li Ping's. So where would he be Li Ping's opponent? In an instant, he was beaten by Li Ping's attack and was unable to fight back. In the end, he was even directly knocked out and fell heavily off the castle tower. Right at this moment, a dainty cry came. "Husband, I've come to help you and kill all the Song scum," only to see that above Chen Meijiao's shoulders, the green jade spider, which was originally only the size of a fist, unexpectedly grew against the wind and rapidly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, a green-colored spider with a huge body and fierce face appeared above the city. This green jade spider had a green face and fangs, and its mouth spewed out a black mist that was chilling. Its several pairs of incomparably sharp claws waved in the air, bringing up gusts of strong winds as it clawed mercilessly towards the Song cultivators. Prior to this, the two sides had been able to fight hard and back and forth in front of this majestic pass. However, when the green jade spider appeared, the situation immediately changed drastically. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a miserable scene of hell on earth. As far as the eye could see, corpses were everywhere, broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and blood dyed the earth red. The green jade spider, however, still hadn't stopped killing, still frantically devouring the corpses on the ground, never satisfied. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The green jade spider continuously emitted a low hissing sound, and although that sound was not big, the power contained within it was extremely astonishing. This low-frequency sound wave was like a magical sound that penetrated the ears, ruthlessly impacting the spiritual will of those soldiers around them. It didn't take long for one soldier after another to cover their ears in agony. Blood gurgled out of their 7 orifices, and they were simply unable to withstand this terrifying sonic attack. Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound came from the sky. It directly dissolved the fear within that group of soldiers. "It's the falcon." Li Ping panicked in his heart. This falcon would not have appeared somehow. On that falcon, there was actually a youth. The beast master. Chen Meijiao's heart trembled. That imperial beast Jai finally still went down. The main thing was that the falcon restrained his own one, the green jade spider. "Chirp, Chen Meijiao. I heard that you have a green jade spider. I think this is the one, right? I've come here today to take a look." On the falcon, that youth said softly. Sure enough, it was directed at herself. Chen Meijiao asked, "What are you?" "Imperial beast Jai. Wang Lang. The clan has specially sent themselves here to target you, the green jade spider." From the falcon, Wang Lang leaped down, and then the falcon transformed into an ebony light and swooped down towards the green jade spider. Hiss, the green jade spider, that is also a violent temper, will not sit still and wait for death. The bloody mouth opened and a mass of white spider web appeared, blocking the falcon's path. Chirp, the falcon hissed up to the sky and directly broke through that spider web. It directly rushed towards the green jade spider and viciously pecked into the green jade spider's body. Hiss, the green jade spider rolled on the ground in pain, and those on the citadel, whether they were from the Chen kingdom or the Song kingdom, were overwhelmed by the green jade spider. "Pearl, come back." Chen Meijia couldn't look away, and with a stretch of her hand, the spider transformed into a fist-sized spider. On the body, there was still green blood. Chirp, as the falcon swooped down again like lightning, its ear-piercing hissing sound was like thunder, shocking the eardrums of everyone present. In an instant, only countless soldiers were seen with pale faces and blood spurting out wildly from their mouths, having suffered a fatal blow. At this time on the battlefield, the tacit cooperation between the Eagle Falcon and Wang Lang was seamless. They tightly suppressed Chen Meijiao, beating her so much that she had no power to fight back, and it was difficult to even find a chance to catch her breath. On the other side, Li Ping's hands quickly pinched his spells as a hand seal flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, a long sword with a chilling light appeared out of thin air and spun rapidly around his body. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of breaking air, Li Ping seized the opportunity and flashed his body, attempting to launch a sneak attack while Wang Lang was off guard. However, his wishful thinking failed to materialize, and just at the moment he was about to strike, a white figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, stopping him hard in his path. "As a fellow sword cultivator, your opponent today is me." The visitor's long white shirt danced and hunted with the wind. His face was cold, his eyes as sharp as knives, and he exuded a palpitating aura. Li Ping's heart tightened, and he stared at the person in front of him with a deadly stare full of vigilance. Judging only from the aura emanating from the other party, this person's strength was clearly far above his own. "Who are you?" Li Ping asked through clenched teeth as he forced himself to calm down. "Heavenly Sword Sect, Lian Chang." After the man in white coldly spat out these words, a green light flashed in his hand, and a green-colored sword suddenly came out of its sheath. Only the sword light was like a rainbow, carrying a powerful and unrivaled sword chi as it sped towards Li Ping. Bang! The two long swords clashed with an earth-shattering roar. Amidst the sparks, Li Ping was horrified to find that his own original longsword, which he regarded as if it was his life, had been easily shattered by his opponent in an instant. But, when the essence sword was destroyed, Li Ping immediately suffered a heavy blow. A mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and his entire body flew backwards several feet away. This sudden change also caused Chen Meijiao, who was struggling to support herself, to be startled, and for a moment she panicked, revealing a break. The incomparably ferocious falcon took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and its sharp beak pecked fiercely on top of Chen Meijiao's back. "Ma'am!" Li Ping hissed loudly. Their couple was finished. The whole Xiongguan was finished. Chen Meijiao fell from the sky, falling down. This time, the majestic pass may be the place where the couple will die. Chirp! The falcon, once again, cut through the sky and charged towards Chen Meijiao. The beak, glinting with cold light. Chen Meijiao definitely wouldn't wait for death. But just as she was about to resist, suddenly Chen Meijiao realized that her strength was imprisoned. Not good. I'm banned. As that falcon's beak got closer and closer, Chen Meijiao's face turned pale and she became more and more flustered. Ding! Just as that beak was about to peck through Chen Meijiao's head, a copper mirror appeared, successfully fended off the falcon. Wang Lang squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. It was that direction where the bronze mirror appeared. A flying boat appeared, and as that flying boat got closer and closer, Wang Lang's heart suddenly throbbed. Chapter 40, This Colorful Man. Who is the visitor? How dare you block my imperial beast jade so boldly? Wang Lang shouted angrily. His eyes were fixed on the front, and his heart was secretly shocked. He could feel the strength of the other party, which was not inferior to his own. One could only see a flying boat slowly approaching, and on top of that flying boat stood a young man with a straight posture. The young man's face was handsome and extraordinary, with a pair of starry eyes like cold stars flashing, two sword eyebrows flying diagonally into his temples, exuding an evil temperament. Beautiful girl, I didn't think we'd meet again so soon. The corners of Mu Lang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile, and his gaze went straight to Chen Meijiao in his arms. At this time, Chen Meijiao's face was full of disbelief. How could she not imagine that the person in front of her would be the one that made her hate Mu Lang with gnashing teeth? And what made her feel even more embarrassed was that the long dress on her body at the moment had long since been pecked by the falcon and torn to shreds. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed, and that hidden spring light unreservedly fell into the eyes of Mu Lang. Chen Meijiao immediately blushed in shame, her heart anxious and annoyed. This lousy appearance of his own right now was actually seen by this detestable denizen just like this. I'm talking to you. Seeing that Mu Lang ignored himself and only stared at Chen Meijiao, Wang Lang could no longer hold back his anger and once again questioned in a loud voice. However, Mu Lang didn't even return his head for a moment, only coldly squeezing out a word from between his teeth. Get out! With a slight tremor, the flying boat landed steadily on the citadel. In an instant, everyone's gazes were unanimously drawn to this sudden flying boat. Wang Lang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was so insulted himself that his whole face turned red, as if it would spit fire at any moment. Chirp! Suddenly, the vicious falcon let out a sharp hiss. Opening his sharp claws, he lunged towards Chen Meijiao, looking like he actually wanted to put her to death in front of Mu Lang. Unfortunately, how could Macaron let this beast have its way? With just a slight glance, the falcon was like an enemy, and then flew far away, never daring to pounce on Chen Meijiao again. Li Ping stared at this Mu Lang. This teenager was actually acquainted with Chen Meijiao? The key Chen Meijiao was embraced by the teenager and actually didn't resist in the slightest. That teenager's hands were still not honest. Chen Meijiao, who is he? Li Ping held back the anger in his heart, covered his chest, and asked. Chen Meijiao heard Li Ping shout and hurriedly got down from Mu Lang's arms. Husband, this colorful man is a true legend of the immortal pavilion. Chen Meijiao was well aware of Mu Lang's identity, and not far away, Lian Chang. Wang Lang's face was not good. Mu Lang's sudden appearance had completely disrupted the plans of the two. Lian Chang. The other party's strength is not below his own in the slightest. It is possible that it is even higher than his own. Wang Lang retrieved the eagle falcon and watched from afar, no longer making a move. Wang Lang's strength, Lian Chang was well aware of it, and he didn't expect this teenager to be even more powerful than him. Zhao Peng, withdraw your troops, Wang Lang said. In desperation, Zhao Peng could only withdraw his troops. Wang Lang wouldn't fight with him because of Mu Lang. After all, this battlefield is dispensable. Woo! The horn, which continued to sound, was heard by the cultivators, soldiers throughout Song, and their faces were expressionless. One by one, they began to retreat backward. and Li Ping didn't send his men to charge. At this moment, his face was ironic. He didn't expect Chen Meijia to actually blush with shame. One must know that Chen Meijia was an exceptionally cold woman who rarely had contact with other members of the opposite sex. Collect the troops, pile all the corpses together. Li Ping did not speak, and Chen Meijia directly ordered. Subsequently, it was even farther away from this colorful person. Mu Lang. The flying boat was still hovering in the air and had not yet completely disappeared. Only when all the corpses on top of the city were grouped together did Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui both walked out slowly. In an instant, a strong odor of blood hit their noses, hitting them hard, and the sprawling corpses on the ground, the gruesome limbs, constantly stimulated their nerves. Vomit. Xiao Meinyang was ultimately unable to endure such a bloody and horrifying scene. Her body involuntarily trembled. Her stomach turned over and she was the first to dry heave. How had she ever seen such a tragic and bloody picture? Usually pampered. At this time she only felt dizzy and the sky was spinning. Tang Yanrui on the side was even more wretched, only to see her face as pale as paper, and her originally delicate lips had also lost their blood color at this moment. Some of the filth spewed out of her mouth uncontrollably, and she could only cling to the female wall as she desperately vomited. Two women as beautiful as the heavens appeared in front of the crowd, causing many soldiers at the city's head to not be able to help but light up. They stared blankly at these two delicate and charming figures, and for a moment they actually forgot about the smell of blood that permeated the surroundings. However, Chen Meijia had something else in mind. After experiencing that scene just now, she finally deeply understood the rumors she had heard earlier about Mu Lang's special hobby. Looking at the two women in front of him, who were blushing and vomiting, could it be that this Mu Lang really had such a fetish? Why else would you bring such two weak women to a bloody place like a battlefield? Thinking of this, Chen Meijia suddenly felt a pang of fear, and secretly decided in her heart that she must minimize her contact with this teenager in the future. It would be terrible if you were to somehow dry heave yourself one day, like these two women. If you were carrying a child, a true disciple of the immortal pavilion? Li Ping did not directly go to ask Mu Lang himself, but instead took a step to Chen Meijia's side and asked with his gaze fixed on her. That's right, that horny bastard is the immortal pavilion's 10th true disciple. Mu Lang. Chen Meijia lightly bit her silver teeth and snapped. Sex maniac? What did he do? Lip pin knocked sideways. Him? Don't think he's too old for that. He's into those married women. Into human women. Sex maniac. Very odd hobby. Chen Meijia gently bit her lip, instantly shivering at the thought of the feeling of that lecherous man wrapping his arms around her just now. It's been years since I've felt that way. At this moment, Li Ping's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. Unfortunately, Chen Meijia didn't care. 10th true transmission? Tianyi is still the 7th true biography. That means that it's not as powerful as Tianyi. Li Ping said angrily. Tenchi? Chen Meijia instantly came back to her senses and quickly realized what Li Ping was thinking. Li Ping did not yet know the strength of Mu Lang. In the immortal pavilion that was a move, and repelled Tianyi. It was even a mouthful that he had a crush on Li Tong's mother, all of which Li Ping didn't know. The Li family, moreover, would not reveal such information to him. Xiongguan, Mr. and Mrs. Li Ping need true Master Mu. Li Ping did not salute, so Chen Meijia had no choice but to salute. Chapter 41, The long night is long, and I have no mind to sleep. Ahem. Accompanied by a burst of violent coughing, Chen Meijia was unable to suppress her coughing just after her words fell. She was seen to be pale and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The incomparably ferocious falcon suddenly attacked and viciously pecked at the green jade spider. The sharp beak pierced deeply into the spider's body, and there was no doubt that the blow had similarly hurt Chen Meijia's lungs. Li Ping, who was on the side, was alarmed by the situation. He hurriedly stepped forward to support Chen Meijia and cried out anxiously, "Ma'am, you should quickly rest for a while." As he spoke, he carefully assisted Chen Meijia to the side. At the same time, the gaze of Mu Lang, who was standing not far away, flashed, only to see him gently flick, and instantly a small and delicate white porcelain bottle fell into Chen Meijia's arms with precision and accuracy. The cool little porcelain vase passed through the tattered and torn clothes on Chen Meijia's body and came into direct contact with her delicate skin, instantly imparting a cold sensation. Chen Meijia understood, and she forced herself to endure the pain, pretending to be calm as she fished out the small porcelain bottle from her bosom, pouring out an elixir from it. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he put that elixir into his mouth and tilted his head back to swallow it in one gulp. Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui, who were standing next to each other, couldn't help but have their stomachs turn over. They really couldn't stand such a bloody scene. In the end, the two were unable to hold on and could only helplessly turn around and board the flying boat once again. After all, such a scene was too bloody for them to watch. Chen Meijia, who had taken a slight breather, didn't stop moving as she turned her head to look above the city tower, which was covered in bloodstains. So, she took a deep breath and then ordered loudly, "Come on people, hurry up and go wash away all these bloodstains on the citadel." Perhaps it was because the healing medicine given by Mu Lang was surprisingly effective. Not long after, Chen Meijiao's complexion was obviously much better. At this time, the situation outside the city had also changed. Seeing that Chen Meijiao's side had temporarily stabilized the situation, Zhao Peng waved his hand and instructed his men to retreat back to the camp first. While on the city wall, Lian Cheng and Wang Lang were watching the majestic and treacherous barrier in front of them with a vigilant face, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. That one should be a certain true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. With a strength in the late stage of God condensation, Lian Cheng narrowed his eyes. True legends of the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion? All 10 of their true legends are of this strength? Wang Lang had less contact with the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. Lian Cheng shook his head, not quite sure himself. If it's really not possible, we'll continue to try and find out tomorrow. Lian Cheng still didn't have a rough idea about Mu Lang's strength. Just because Wang Lang was undefeated didn't mean that he was undefeated. Besides, on the city wall, Li Ping was ready to have the pile of corpses burned. "Husband, that pile of corpses doesn't need to be burned first, just pile them up there to give the opposite side a warning that they want to be dealt with at night," Chen Meijiao said. Li Ping did not know what Chen Meijiao was thinking and only nodded his head. The group of corpses were, for the most part, soldiers from across the street. "Husband, go arrange for someone to arrange a place for this horny bastard to stay." Chen Meijiao looked at the flanking Mu Lang. To be honest, Makiran was still quite good-looking, handsome and suave. It's just a weird hobby. Arranging a place to stay? Li Ping was extremely reluctant. He suddenly realized that Chen Meijiao had actually started to think about Mu Lang. "The rooms here are all full. Just let them leave," Li Ping said indifferently, his eyes still glancing at Mu Lang. "Husband, obviously I'm next door. It's fine. Just have someone clean it up." Chen Meijiao gave Li Ping a blank look. It turned out that the incident years ago has interfered with Li Ping life. Chen Meijiao. Li Ping has long been sleeping in separate rooms. Chen Meijiao. What do you mean by that? Li Ping hissed in a low voice. He could still let Mu Lang sleep next door to Chen Meijiao? This colorful embryo. Thousands of miles to help us Xiongguan. How can we chill their hearts? Chen Meijiao saw that Li Ping did not arrange for people to clean up and sent people on their own. Li Ping had no choice but to look down at the city. Chen Meijiao's tattered clothes revealed snow-white skin, but not many people dared to look. When he passed by Mu Lang made a move of his hand and a shirt appeared, casually draping it over Chen Meijiao. This could make Li Ping in the back look at his teeth. No wonder Chen Meijiao was familiar with it. The two were definitely familiar with it. "This lady has saved you twice." Mu Lang looked at Chen Meijiao with a smile. Chen Meijiao blushed and instantly understood what it meant. Last time, the two had only met on one side. This time, it was expected to be a long-lasting encounter. "True Master Mu, follow me. My concubine will arrange a place for you to stay," Chen Meijiao said. "You're welcome, ma'am." Mu Lang followed Chen Meijiao away. Looking at Chen Meijiao's back, that exposed skin, that twisting waist, the living in the past, is not so bad, not as pungent as the smell of blood in the citadel. So pungent. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yanrui came out and began to tidy up the house, began to make the bed and clean the room. "Ma'am, I didn't expect to actually be the wife of the sword Qi Xiongguan's Guan master." Mu Lang lightly snickered. "I'm even more surprised that Gongzi is actually a true disciple of the Immortal Pavilion. I heard that you're already in the Heavenly Dipper realm." Chen Meijiao blankly glanced at Mu Lang. "I know very little about your ladyship, and your ladyship knows everything about me." Looking at Chen Meijiao, he had already seen in her arms the injured green jade spider. The white, greasy skin and the green jade spider had been a contrast. "Junior Lang Jun, the bed and couch have been packed. Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiao Meinyang walked out and glanced at Chen Meijiao. Woman to woman, the sixth sense is very sensitive. Then, "Ma'am, farewell for now. Your Excellency, when the long night is long and you have no desire to sleep, please keep your voice down. My concubine lives next door." Chen Meijiao turned around and left. "Put." Tang Yanrui covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Aya, my mother, every time you sound so loud. This time you have to keep a low profile." Tang Yanrui directly made fun of Xiao Meinyang. Xiao Meinyang was not embarrassed. "Male love, it's normal. What's low key? Besides that woman, she's not an oil lamp." Chen Meijiao returned to the citadel. Looking at the corpses below the city, she had her own thoughts inside. As night came on, the walls were lit up. The camps across the street, not so much. Tong Yanrui, after Xiao Meinyang finished her meal and casually washed up, she had already fallen asleep. Tonight, there really wasn't much noise. Mu Lang, on the other hand, was sitting on a chair, listening to the commotion next door, which was Chen Meijiao. A road, if not a sound. From time to time from Chen Meijiao room, Chen Meijiao pain sweating, cover the mouth, do not dare to make a sound. That head of green jade spider, all started to twitch, and with no choice, Chen Meijiao made this decision. Only after a long time did Chen Meijiao open the door, dressed in black civilian clothes, and quickly blended into the night. Chapter 42, they're definitely having an affair. Looking at that ink-like figure moving away until it disappeared, the corner of Mu Lang's mouth slowly raised a smile that appeared to be there. I don't know what this Chen Meijiao's hasty departure is about. After several skillful shuttles, Chen Meijiao finally left the Xiangguan Pass from an extremely hidden place. Cautiously, he poked his head out and looked around before tiptoeing out. Such a hidden place. Does it mean that she is going to have a private meeting with her lover? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Mu Lang's mind, spying on Chen Meijiao's little unknown secret. At this moment, in the majestic pass below, lying in piles of corpses that have long since lost the breath of life, and nothing else, the air was sickeningly thick with the pungent smell of blood. Ahem! Chen Meijiao couldn't help but cough lightly, but then as if she realized something, she hurriedly covered her mouth for fear of making the slightest sound and attracting unnecessary trouble. After all, there were enemies all over the place, and the slightest mistake could lead to the end of all things. Watching the surrounding area for movement with trepidation, after confirming that the surrounding area was empty, Chen Meijiao only then took a long breath. Hanging heart finally fell back into the belly a little. Immediately after that, he pulled out the small and exquisite green jade spider from his bosom. It was only that the spider was glittering with green light, but a large hole had suddenly appeared on the left side of its body, and a steady stream of thick green blood was flowing from it. Every time when Chen Meijiao gently stroked the green jade spider with her fingers, it would involuntarily tremble from the pain, and along with it, Chen Meijiao's body would also tremble slightly. Shoo shoo, as long as you suck out the essence from these corpses, you'll soon be back to your old self. Chen Meijiao murmured softly, full of love and compassion as she gently stuffed the green jade spider in her hand into the midst of that mountain of corpses. Only then did Mu Lang understand the reason why Chen Meijiao had sneaked out. I didn't expect this green jade spider, but it also dared to devour corpses. This was the tactic of a demonic cultivator? Mu Lang just looked at Chen Meijiao. This woman was still truly ruthless. Ordinary cultivators, they really didn't dare to risk the world by devouring corpses. The green jade spider, just lying in the corpse, kept gnawing on the corpse, absorbing the essence inside. As time went on, one by one, they dwindled, and soon someone noticed the end. Chirp, the falcon, which kept hissing in mid-air, directly startled Chen Meijiao. Bold demon, how dare you gnaw on a corpse? Wang Lang roared. It was a sound like flat-out thunder. The entire inside and outside of the majestic pass were all attracted by the voice. One by one, they all looked at the pile of corpses, and there really was something gnawing on them. With the appearance of a bunch of torches, it was soon seen through the beams of the torches that someone was actually hiding beside that pile of corpses. Even more crucial was the fact that that green jade spider was gnawing at an astonishing speed. Who's hiding where? From the citadel, Li Ping roared. Chen Meijiao's heart was bitter. How did she meet this kind of stupid husband? Boom! From the falcon, Wang Lang leapt up and directly blasted onto the pile of corpses, directly exposing Chen Meijiao's figure. Fortunately, the green jade spider was small and quickly burrowed into the cracks of the corpse. What to do? Chen Meijiao, dressed in black, directly began to flee. Once caught, the consequences were unimaginable. It's really a Chen devil cultivator. Wang Lang stepped on the falcon and watched Chen Meijiao fleeing towards the city. A god condensation realm that wanted to escape was rarely stopped. Li Ping was tempted to give chase, but feared it was a song tweak. Those demonic cultivators of the Chun kingdom, they deserved to die. The corpses even dare to refine them. Lian Chang also came out, still surprised by Wang Lang. No, that guy is still in the pile of bodies. That falcon of Wang Lang's quickly discovered the spider in the corpse, and the key spider was actually still whimpering and eating. Catch him and you can search for its owner. Wang Lang's words directly caused Chen Meijiao in the city to panic. Once it was confirmed that she was practicing magic, it would be the end of herself, and Li Ping, and her father. How can we let you and others enter the majestic pass of our sword chi? Li Ping stopped Wang Lang, although he was not a rival. In the city, there was now an additional immortal pavilion true successor. Li Ping was instantly confident. Then go look in the corpses. Wang Lang knew in his heart that now that there was an additional teenager in Guanli, the other party's strength had increased greatly. As each corpse turned into pieces, the place where that green jade spider was hiding became smaller and smaller. Husband, what's wrong? At an unknown time, Chen Meijiao, wearing a long skirt, also came to the city tower. Filled with worry, Wang Lang's own spider did not have the time to take it back. not realizing that it would become his own drawback. Chen Meijiao's heart was burning with anxiety. Wang Lang was soon going to catch the green jade spider, but she didn't expect Mu Lang to show up. With a direct grip in the void, the green jade spider came directly into Mu Lang's hand and was smoothly put away in his sleeve. Bring out that thing. Wang Lang stood on the falcon with his arms crossed. Get out. Petting the little fox. Mu Lang didn't even look at Wang Lang. That's a devil cultivator. Actually refining corpses. This is something that everyone can put to death. Wang Lang said righteously. That's my thing. I'll refine the corpse. What's it got to do with you? Then Mu Lang swung his long sleeves and directly left. Chen Meijiao's heart was about to jump out of her chest. Luckily Mu Lang made a move. Otherwise she was really finished. But when Mu Lang went back, he glanced meaningfully at Chen Meijiao. Mu Lang, are you suddenly being merciful? Today's Mu Lang and the Mu Lang in the heavenly realm were completely different. No, she's coming to my house tonight, and she won't die until she brings this spider back, Ma Korang said. When Mu Lang left, Chen Meijiao couldn't help but be flustered. She had to go to Mu Lang's place at this moment. Once Xu Zhu was exposed, Chen Meijiao's heart was in her mouth to die. Husband, I'll go back first. Chen Meijiao waved her hand at Li Ping and left first by herself. Li Ping nodded. For Chen Meijiao, there was suddenly an extra wave of distrust in his heart. Lianchang also came to the top of the city and watched Chen Meijiao leave. Senior brother Wang, is it possible to see what it was that devoured the corpse and what it was that fled? I suspect it's that lady, Chen Meijiao. Back then, no one knew who she worshipped, but she acquired a green jade spider. Wang Lang said. And just now, what that pixie dream immortal pavilion disciple was incriminating in his hands was Chen Meijiao's spider, and this disciple was trying to disguise Chen Meijiao's identity. Wang Lang analyzed. Do you mean that the relationship between that pixie dream immortal pavilion disciple and Chen Meijiao is absolutely chaotic? Lian Cheng asked. The two of them definitely have a thing for each other. Chapter 43, Mrs. Li is still really charming. After returning to her room with a heavy heart, Chen Meijiao sat on the edge of her bed with her brows furrowed. The mind kept recalling all the things that had happened before, and the heart felt more and more unsettled. Now, that crucial spider had fallen into the hands of Mu Lang, which made her feel very tricky. In any case, there had to be a way to get it back. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Meijiao decided that it would be better to go to Mu Lang's house, no matter what. To get back Xu Zhu, Makaru was still playing with the spider with great interest, and did not stop his hands when he heard the knock on the door. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Standing outside the door was none other than Chen Meijiao, who didn't even leave Mu Lang a moment to catch his breath and couldn't wait to see him and get back what belonged to her. Come in. Mu Lang's lazy voice came from inside the house. Xiao Menyang rushed forward to open the door for Chen Meijiao at the sound of her voice and said softly, "Please come in." She then carefully closed the door again. Meanwhile, Li Ping had just returned from his inspection of the citadel. As he passed by, he inadvertently glimpsed Chen Meijiao hurrying into Mu Lang's room. At first, Li Ping did not pay much attention to it, thinking that perhaps Chen Meijiao had just gone to find Mu Lang to ask something about the situation outside the city. However, as the door to the room closed tightly, a strange feeling crept up in Li Ping's heart. After Chen Meijiao stepped into the room, her eyes were instantly drawn to Mu Lang, only to see Mak Lang staring at her with a smirk, his eyes revealing a few hints of teasing. I don't know what Mrs. Li has come to my humble abode for? You have to know that I am not a decent man, but a notorious sex maniac. If Mrs. Li is so rash as to intrude into my room, I'm afraid it will damage your reputation if word gets out. As Ma Korang spoke, he gently tweaked the spider's abdomen with his fingers, and the action looked both ambiguous and teasing. When Chen Meijiao heard these words, she couldn't help but bite her lips lightly. Her cheeks flushed with a blush, but she still looked straight into Mu Lang's eyes without flinching. True Master Mu, could you return the beads to me? Chen Meijiao softly said. Give it back to you? Do you know that this spider is a thing of an evil cultivator? Could it be that Mrs. Li is an evil cultivator? Saying that, Mu Lang suddenly came up to Chen Meijiao and stared at her. TSK, Mrs. Li is still in style. This action directly scared Chen Meijiao backward for a moment, and then she stared at Mu Lang with vigilance. True Master Mu, please also respect yourself. Self-esteem? Suddenly, Mu Lang glanced at the door. This Li Ping still had a hobby of listening to rooms? Directly hugging Xiao Menyang. She was a bully. Boing. The sudden voice directly made Chen Meijiao confused. This colorful man is so colorful? There are still outsiders here. And Li Ping outside the door. All of a sudden, his blood spurted in anger. Good you Chen Meijiao, actually stealing behind his back. Sex maniac, don't you stop, there are still outsiders around. Chen Meijiao's face was flushed with red, shyly glaring at Mu Lang. her big beautiful eyes looking at him with affection, as if they could drip water. After hearing Chen Meijiao's words, Mu Lang reluctantly loosened his hands that were tightly holding Xiao Meinyang, while Xiao Meinyang, who was loosened, glared fiercely at Mu Lang. There was both a hint of annoyance and a little imperceptible shyness in those eyes. Immediately afterward, like a frightened bunny, she quickly dove into the soft bed and wrapped herself tightly among the covers. Mrs. Li, do you not yet have an heir? What is there to be ashamed of? The corners of Mu Lang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile, his hands absently playing with the green jade spider, his tone flirting easily. At this moment, although Li Ping outside the door couldn't see the exact situation that was happening inside the house, just those sounds coming out from the cracks of the door were enough to make him burn with rage, especially when he heard Mu Lang say such light words to Chen Meijiao. He was so angry that he was shaking, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, wishing to immediately rush in and beat Mu Lang violently. Mrs. Li, when we met a few days ago, you weren't as shy as you are now. As Ma Korang spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally gently ran his fingers across the belly of the spider in his hand. Only Chen Meijiao's face instantly became as delicate as a ripe apple. No, don't do this. Chen Meijiao let out one murmur after another that seemed to be a refusal, although that sound was not considered how ambiguous, but it was full of endless temptation, gently brushing against one's heart, making one not help but be tickled. However, to Li Ping outside the door, these voices were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into his heart. He could no longer endure this humiliation and torture. His teeth clenched and his veins rippled on his forehead. This Mu Lang, he's simply bullying people too much. Finally, Chen Meijiao realized that the situation would get out of control if she continued like this, so she took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves inside her. Mu Gongzi, please, for the sake of my boy's son being from the same family as you, please raise your hand for now. After saying that, she lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Mu Lang's eyes again. Chen Meijiao was completely under the control of Mu Lang at this time, and was powerless to resist. She only looked at the man in front of her with a face of shame and indignation that made her helpless. Your boy is in the same division as me? Mu Lang asked with a strange look on his face. Hearing this, Chen Meijiao couldn't help but thump in her heart, but she still nodded with a strong composure. The figure of a person instantly flashed through Mu Lang's mind. Tonger? Could it be Li Tong? Just then, Chen Meijiao's heart tightened violently, as if there was a big invisible hand that clutched her heart. However, this nervousness only lasted for a few moments before he quickly adjusted his mind and returned to his usual calm and relaxed demeanor. Mr. Mu Tonger is indeed my concubine's son, Chen Meijiao said softly, her tone filled with tenderness and love. At this moment, she was a tender woman who was a source of pity. Hearing this, Mu Lang couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Chen Meijiao once again, looking up and down carefully at Chen Meijiao's shapely figure. She sked and praised. I didn't expect it, so you are Li Tong's mother. Previously, I had even joked with that kid about wanting his mother, and now that I've seen it, you really do have a lot of charm. When Chen Meijiao heard these words, her cheeks instantly flushed with a blush, her shyness overflowing. However, she didn't forget the purpose of her trip, so she hurriedly spoke. Mr. Mu, please be magnanimous and return that green jade spider to my concubine. With that, he reached out his hand in an attempt to reclaim the treasure that belonged to him, but just when she was about to touch the green jade spider, Mu Lang suddenly extended her index finger and gently pressed it on the back of her hand. This sudden move caused Chen Meijiao to tremble, and a strange feeling instantly spread throughout her body, causing her heart to beat faster and her breath to catch. While Mu Lang, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, flirting with him like a smile. You're a devil cultivator. Mrs. Li, why are you so timid and afraid? Chapter 44 Angry Li Ping, Devil's Fixer. These two words were like a huge stone, weighing heavily on Chen Meijiao's heart. No matter how hard she tried to drive it out, it always haunted her like a ghost. Mr. Mu, concubine. Concubine really isn't a demonic cultivator. It's just that by chance, I was fortunate enough to be under Senior Shi Huaji's tutelage, and this green jade spider was given to my concubine by my senior. Chen Meijiao explained, fearing that she would be misunderstood as that demonic cultivator that everyone shouted at. At this moment, Mu Lang had already gained insight into Li Tong's true identity, and Chen Meijiao knew that she absolutely could not carry such a terrible reputation as a devil cultivator. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will be no place in the kingdom of Chen in the future. Right at this moment, Su Fuyang in Mu Lang's arms suddenly burrowed out. Shi Huaji? You're actually a disciple of Shi Huaji? From now on, you'll follow Mu Lang, and if he dares to not help you, I'll definitely come to your aid. This sudden scene caused Chen Meijiao to feel puzzled, and even Mu Lang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Obviously, none of them had expected Su Fuyang to be so righteous, but from this, It could be seen that with regards to this person, Shi Huaji, Su Fuyan seemed to be quite familiar with him. Thus, Chen Meijia couldn't help but open her mouth in curiosity and asked, "Do you recognize my master?" In the face of Chen Meijiao's inquiry, Su Fuya was mysteriously smiling and gently waved her hand. "About this, well, there's no need to tell you." As soon as the words left her mouth, she snuggled back into Ma Kurong's warm embrace. At this moment, Mu Lang turned his gaze to the green jade spider in Chen Meijiao's hand, pondering, "This green jade spider can devour corpses and thus recover itself. I wonder if this can be true." Chen Meijiao nodded. "Theoretically, if there are absolutely more corpses, I can still break through the Big Dipper realm." Break through the Big Dipper? In an instant, Mu Lang had an idea. Wouldn't that mean that he could cultivate a Heavenly Dipper realm, or even a Cave Void realm, extremely quickly? It's okay, it's good. Next time, I'll be the bad guy. I'm the demonic cultivator. Leave the green jade spider to me. I'll make it devour the corpse. Mu Lang narrowed his eyes and said, "Why?" Chen Meijiao had a feeling that Mu Lang wouldn't be so kind. "Nothing, you leave." Waving his hand, he signaled Chen Meijiao to leave, which made Chen Meijiao feel puzzled. Chen Meijiao was ready to sacrifice her body, but she didn't expect Mu Lang to just let herself go. After Chen Meijiao left, Mu Lang pondered over Chen Meijiao's words. "Who is Shi Huaji?" Mu Lang asked. Su Fuyang blankly glanced at Mu Lang. "Don't ask. It's better to hurry up and break through the mid-heavenly dipper." It was followed by a short nap in Ma Kurong's arms. When Chen Meijiao returned to her room, she saw Li Ping sitting on a chair waiting for her. "You're back?" Li Ping stared at Chen Meijiao with an ironized face. "Why did you come to my room?" Chen Meijiao did not immediately reply to Li Ping. Instead she asked him back. "It was so unpleasant just now in the house of that immortal pavilion true master, wasn't it?" Li Ping gritted his teeth. "What's so unpleasant? I just went to get something." Chen Meijiao directly laid down on the bed, not even looking at Li Ping. "Getting stuff? It's all taken to the bed." Li Ping hissed in a low voice. "Really think I didn't hear that? Li Ping, what are you mad about?" "I really went to get something." Chen Meijiao, at this moment, stared at Li Ping. This Li Ping, the more he talks, the more wrong he gets. "Take something? Take what?" Li Ping questioned. For a moment, Chen Meijiao didn't know how to answer. The green jade spider, which could not be taken out of the hand at all. Could not be taken out of the hand at all. Li Ping, just don't be unreasonable. At this moment, Chen Meijiao was really angry. "I'm being unreasonable? Why did you leave last time? Did you see him? And then this time, he simply came to Xiongguan?" Li Ping became more and more agitated as he spoke, and it really felt like a hat was being worn hard on his head. "What? He's stronger than you, better skilled than you, young, handsome, and of high status. I'm willing to follow him." Chen Meijiao roared helplessly. "Finally telling the truth. You're finally telling the truth. A pair of dogs." Li Ping glared angrily, itching to immediately go find trouble with Mu Lang. "Scram!" Chen Meijiao roared. Li Ping slammed the door of the room hard and went out without looking back. Next door, Mu Lang, Xiao Meinyang, and Tang Yenrui were all smiles, all eavesdropping on Li Ping. Chen Meijiao quarrel. "Junior Lang Jun, I didn't expect you to be so powerful," directly making them fight as a couple. Gently peeling the orange, he fed Mu Lang one petal at a time. "Mu Lang, tonight you can go to Chen Meijiao's room and directly take her. And by the way, take the pills and break through to the mid-heavenly dipper stage." The little fox tilted her head once again and looked outside. "Chen Meijia can help me break through the mid-sky dipper?" Mu Lang was a bit unconvinced. "Yes, her physique is special. I've only just discovered it." Su Fu shook his head. Mu Lang was unbelieving. What kind of physique could still help him raise his realm? "Aunt Su, you're not swindling me, are you?" Mu Lang was somewhat unconvinced by Su Fuyang's words. "Swindle you into what? Believe it or not?" Su Fuyang blankly glanced at Mu Lang, leaping into Xiao Meinyang's arms. "Alas, I don't know how long it will take for Little White to successfully transform into his form." Looking at Little White curled up in his arms, Mu Lang was still somewhat curious. That night, Ma Kurong slept through the dawn. Chen Meijiao, on the other hand, hadn't slept all night and had been secretly fuming. If it weren't for Li Tong, Chen Meijiao and Li Ping might have divorced long ago. Until dawn, Li Ping was still standing there on the city tower. Those corpses under the city had long since been consumed by the fire. Li Ping recalled that Chen Meijiao did not allow the burning of these corpses, and there was a hint of strangeness in his heart. The key, that spider of Chen Meijiao's, also often devoured the carcasses of some animals. Xiao Meinyang waited for Mu Lang to finish washing up and finish breakfast. As she went out, Chen Meijiao also happened to go out, and when she saw Mu Lang, she hurriedly avoided her eyes. Her cheeks were shy, and she didn't dare to look at Mu Lang. "Concubine, meet Mr. Mu." Chen Meijiao lowered her head. Now that she had been discovered by Ma Kuang, she was really afraid of Ma Kuang mentioning her little secret. Mrs. Li doesn't have to be like this. I'm a fellow disciple of Li Tong, Mu Lang said with a wry smile. But in Chen Meijiao heard, why the word Li Tong? Mu Lang seems to be particularly twisted. Then Tonger in the future. Please ask Mr. Mu to help take care of him. Chen Meijiao stroked the green jade spider and couldn't help but think of that little episode last night. Don't worry. For the sake of Mrs. Li, I will definitely help take care of Li Tong, Mu Lang said. The two men talked and laughed as they made their way to the citadel. But it was this that made Li Ping extraordinarily angry. It was unabashed. Adulteress, Li Ping hissed in a low voice. Mu Lang skimmed his lips. Mrs. Li is really white-skinned and beautiful. A special thing on earth. General Li is really lucky. The more you hear that, the less it sounds. Is that a blatant provocation? Chapter 45, The Same People at the End of the World. Mr. Mac, don't bully me too much. Li Ping's eyes widened angrily and his teeth clenched as he squeezed these words out from between his teeth. His eyes, which were on the verge of spitting fire, stared at the Mu Lang in front of him with a deadly stare, wanting to eat him alive. However, Mu Lang was unimpressed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing his smirk and glancing contemptuously at Li Ping. General Li, I don't know where this young man has gone too far. Rather, it's your furious look that's really out of character. After saying that, he leisurely turned around and strutted towards the city wall, leading Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui behind him, only to see that Mu Lang didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders and casually reached out and wrapped his arms around Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui's slender necks. Come, both of you, keep your eyes open and watch. Don't miss the show. However, before Mu Lang's words fell, Xiao Meinyang's face suddenly turned pale and her stomach turned over, followed by a sound of dry retching. She couldn't stand the horrible charred body in front of her. The pungent smell of charring and the sickening gruesomeness of it made her nearly collapse. Tang Yanrui on the side was even worse, only feeling the sky spinning. The food she ate in the morning instantly vomited out in her head. She clasped her hands over her mouth and pleaded with tears in her eyes. No, don't. I want to leave. I can't stand it anymore. I want to get out of here. When Mu Lang saw this, not only did he not have the slightest bit of compassion, but instead, he frowned slightly. You two are so timid as rats. There will be many bloody and cruel scenes like this in the future. If you don't even have this much guts, how can you survive? At this time, Tang Yanrui and Xiao Meinyang had long been scared out of their wits and were trembling. Chen Meijiao on the side couldn't help but cast a disdainful gaze at these two weak women. Such useless vases. Staying by their side is also a burden. Just watch by my side and get used to getting used to it. Mu Lang didn't let the two women leave. Mr. Mu, bullying a woman like this is not what a great man would do, Li Ping said. Oh, none of your business. Mu Lang didn't give Li Ping a good look. Trying to build a persona in front of yourself? Mr. Mu, at least you're a true legend of the immortal pavilion. How can you be so barbaric? Li Ping was trying to make Chen Meijiao see Mu Lang's true colors? I didn't mess with you, and you're picking on me instead? You've gone against the Big Dipper? With that, Mu Lang suddenly wrapped his arms around Chen Meijiao. The entire Xiongguan is going crazy. What explosive news is this? Li Ping was also confused. This pair of dogs and men, actually in public. So meticulous. Chen Meijiao was confused by the sudden movement. This Mu Lang was taking advantage of herself. Eating your own tofu? Chen Meijiao wanted to push Mu Lang away, and the scent of Mu Lang's body stimulated Chen Meijiao. In an instant, Chen Meijiao's body went limp. Think about Li Tong. It won't take me any effort at all to get him killed. Mu Lang blew into Chen Meijiao's earlobe. Chen Meijiao's body stiffened, and her hand, which was trying to push Mu Lang away, trembled. Mr. Mac, don't. This word don't want directly made Li Ping go crazy over it. How about it? General Li, am I savage enough? I can be even more savage. Mu Lang's actions really made Li Ping excited and abnormal. Afterward, Li Ping forcefully calmed the anger in his heart. Duke Mu, the last general was wrong. Mu Lang then let go of his hand, and Chen Meijiao hurriedly ran out and hid behind Li Ping. Li Ping's face was disgusted. Now he still knows to hide. Last night he went for a long time with his eyes. It's good if you know you're wrong. Don't think about all that nonsense. Just guard the sword Qi Xiong Pass properly. Mu Lang's fingers gently tapped Li Ping's shoulder. Lord Mu, the last general knows, Li Ping said helplessly. As long as you perform well, you can be promoted to the late stage of god condensation. Mu Lang casually painted a pie for Li Ping. Li Ping was first stunned. Then he thought that Mu Lang was compensating himself. No one is nice to you for no reason unless there is an agenda. Chirp. In the sky, the falcon began to check out the city again. However, Mu Lang didn't make a move against the falcon and just held the little fox and looked outside the city. A camp that had begun to retreat. presumably too close to the majestic pass. Spirit! Spirit! Suddenly, the bronze mirror in Mu Lang's arms made a sound, and Mu Lang hastily picked up the bronze mirror. Soon, Chen Duling's cold and arrogant voice came from the bronze mirror. Mother! I'm here! When Mu Lang wanted to say something else, Su Fuyao directly blocked his lips with her fingers, just signaling Ma Kurang to move away and walk to a less crowded area. Ling Ling, the heavenly realm is in chaos. The Linglong Imperial Dynasty and the Puxian Zen Temple are at war, and after a while, I don't think I'll be able to contact you. Mu Jing-Emmer said. Mother, the heavenly realm is at war too? We're at war in the lower realm as well. Chen Duling said softly. Ling Ling, be careful then. Also, that Daolord realm from last time, is it still there? Mu Jing-Emmer asked casually as if she had thought of something. Not anymore. They released me and I went back. However, there is a bronze mirror in their possession. Chen Duling said. There's another bronze mirror in their possession? Mu Jing-Emmer realized something, but it was a bit late. Mother, they won't hear us, right? Chen Duling asked. Here, just here. It's not like it's a secret anyway, but you'd better be careful. Don't expose your real body. Mu Jing-Emmer admonished. Soon, another questioning scolding came from the mirror. Good you Mu Mirror Emmer, hiding here again. Why don't you go serve young master? Then, in the mirror, there was no sound again. Su Fuyan wanted to laugh and cry again, but then she looked at herself. Wasn't she also serving the young master of White Tiger Mountain? The same people at the end of the world. Lian Chang, Wang Lang and the two of them slowly walked into mid-air, while Li Ping and Chen Meijia looked at the two of them warily. The two of them, they were no match for Lian Chang, Wang Lang, but they also knew that as long as Molong was there was no need for them to worry. That disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, come out. Lian Chang did not recognize Mu Lang. Mu Lang stood with his arms folded, frowning, staring at Lian Chang closely. Are you talking to me again? Yesterday, you suddenly appeared and directly blocked senior brother Wang, and we admit that we were not your opponent. Today, we both want to see your strength. Lian Chang said. This is an indication that the two are ready to join forces. Mu Lang was almost amused by Lian Chang. I just don't want to make a move. Don't you two make a fool of yourself. Chirp. When you say do it, you do it. The falcon swooped down directly, while the long sword behind Lian Chang's back was similarly sheathed. The two attacked Makoran from both sides. This pissed off Makoran's violent temper. Hands pinch seal. A golden light appeared across the sky. A flash of golden light. The falcon directly fell down. It is the above Wang Lang fell down together. As for Lian Chang, Mak Lang's speed was not something he could stop. Kicking him hard in the chest, kicked him straight down to the ground. I don't want to slaughter you guys. Behave yourselves, and the next time, I'll crush you into powder. Mu Lang said. Chapter 46, Snake Demon White Suzhen. Without hesitation, Mu Lang turned around and ascended the city building, and with a casual glance, his gaze happened to land on Chen Meijia, who was not far away. She only looked a little rattled, looking at Xiao Meinyang on the side again. At this time, her face was slightly pale, losing her previous delicate color. From time to time, he lightly covered his abdomen with his hand, and his stomach flipped over. Tang Yenrui, on the other hand, pursed her lips tightly, her eyes wandering, never daring to take a glance down the city, because as long as she looked at it, she would not be able to help but continue to vomit. Just then, a small moan suddenly came out from Mu Lang's arms. At first, Mu Lang mistakenly thought that the moan came from Su Fuyang, but immediately afterward, the same sound resounded again. Boing hum. This time, Mu Lang finally heard the source of the voice, and he couldn't help but faintly stare. Could it be that Xiao Bai had awakened? So, tentatively, he called out softly, White. With that said, Mu Lang carefully reached into his arms and felt around before gently lifting little White's tail. As he did, a pair of large, soulful eyes appeared, staring intently at himself with dripping eyes. Sure enough, it really is White. I only heard little White say excitedly, Young Lord, I've succeeded. I am now able to transform into a human. Hearing this, Mu Lang was first delighted, but then, as if he had thought of something, he unexpectedly, without saying a word, swung his arm and directly threw little White in his hand to the ground. Caught off guard by being treated so rudely, Kahaku fell heavily to the ground with a cry of surprise. However, unexpectedly, after landing on the ground, Xiao Bai instantly flickered, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a long dress as white as snow. The belt around her waist aptly outlined her plump and charming curves. The rounded and firm buttocks are even more striking. The breeze, the hem of the skirt gently fluttering with the wind. Under the hem of the skirt to reveal a pair of crystal clear, such as sheep fat white jade like warm and smooth feet, only to see that those feet were surprisingly bare. unencumbered by any shoes, just unreservedly exposed. This state adds a bit of spontaneity and ease. Xiao Bai greets young lord. The woman curtsied slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant. This woman who had suddenly appeared, however, caused an indescribable emotion to well up in Chen Meijiao's heart. Since you have now been transformed into a human, you can no longer be called Little White in the future. Bestow you, Bai Suzhen, Mu Lang said after a little thought. For some reason, the name suddenly popped into his mind, as if it was destiny. Bai Suzhen? Xiao Bai murmured the name softly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, but he quickly accepted it gladly. Good. From now on, I am Bai Suzhen. Perhaps because she had just completed her transformation, Bai Suzhen was still slightly rusty in her human form. From time to time, he would unconsciously stick out that scarlet tongue, which was staggeringly long. And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Mu Lang, and couldn't help but cause some other thoughts to arise in his heart. Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui on the side were quite calm about Bai Suzhen's appearance, and didn't see too much surprise at all. The two of them had long since learned that the beautiful and touching woman in front of them was the white python that they had seen before. Humph! What a pervert! Chen Meijiao couldn't help but curse in a low voice when she saw this. He glared fiercely at Ma Kurang, as if he was very dissatisfied with his actions just now. Just then, Li Ping, who was next to him, happened to hear these words. A strong feeling of dissatisfaction surged in his heart, and he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles were even slightly white from the excessive force. If he didn't know that he was not as strong as Mu Lang, otherwise with his nature, he would definitely not let Mu Lang off easily. On the other side, Bai Suzhen was carefully stealing glances at Xiao Meinyang, while at the same time looking down to examine herself. It was only that she kept twisting her body, as if she wanted to make corresponding changes to her figure according to the proportions of Xiao Meinyang's and Tang Yanrui's figures at any given time. At this moment, I only heard Mu Lang say carelessly, "Today, it seems that they won't dare to come back to offend. Perhaps after a few more days, there will be no need for me to sit here all the time." Although these words were only uttered by Mu Lang inadvertently, as the saying goes, the speaker has no intention of saying it, but the listener has the intention of hearing it. When Chen Meijia, who was standing at the side, heard this, her heart trembled violently. As it turned out, she had never forgotten the task that her father had given her, to investigate the matter of why Mu Lang was able to break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm so quickly. The reason why Mu Lang was able to have such an amazing breakthrough speed, he must have some sort of treasure hidden in his body. That was why her father had ordered her to come and find out what was going on and wait for an opportunity to seize that treasure. However, at this moment, if Mu Lang really left this place as he said, then where should Chen Meijiao go to find that treasure? Thinking of this, Chen Meijiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, for her, this treasure was vital. If he could successfully obtain it, he might be able to help Tonger successfully advance to the Big Dipper realm. With a casual wave of his hand, Mu Lang brought the three women directly down to the city hall. Need to do a good job of helping White Suzy celebrate. Xiao Bai, don't always gulp your tongue, so be subtle. As for gulping your tongue, tonight is fine, Mu Lang said, smiling slightly. At night? Bai Suzhen looked at Mu Lang suspiciously. She was quite fond of this young master. Sword Chi Xiong Guan. There weren't many restaurants. It was basically the military pay earned by this group of soldiers. Some of the big spending pawns, every bit of pay they were given, was totally inadequate for the toss. When passing by the greenhouse, Bai Suzhen also curiously glanced inward, and the women inside, one by one, were charming and enchanting. There were also women, trying to drag Ma Kurang inside, but the three beautiful ladies beside Mu Lang, taking out any one of them, were much better looking than them. Boss, a table of meat dishes, Mu Lang said. Bai Suzhen had just broken through and was in need of a large amount of food, and Mu Lang was also considered a beast cultivator, so he knew a little more about it. Of course, Mu Lang was born in human form and didn't need this transformation grass transformation at all. Aunt Sue, I'll leave Little White's cultivation to you from now on. Mu Lang rubbed the little fox's head. The gong method he practiced belonged to the White Tiger Mountain's gong method, and ordinary beasts could not really practice it. Alas, you have to trouble me for everything. Su Fu shook his head. After this meal, you continue to transform into a white snake and hide in Mu Lang's arms. Su Fuyang leaped into Xiao Meinyang's arms. Xiao Meinyang was much more comfortable in her arms than Mu Lang. Soon, a table of wine and food was served, and Bai Suzhen ate like a starving man. Grabbing a roasted chicken in one hand, he just nibbled on it. This eating appearance directly scared Xiao Meinyang. Tang Yanrui. Chapter 47 White Tiger Bronze Chariot. Eat slowly, eat slowly. Xiao Meinyang comforted with her voice, truly afraid that the woman in front of her, who had just been transformed into a human, would eat too fast and too hastily, and would burst her stomach. only to see Bai Sujin wind up gorging herself and muttering under her breath, yummy, it's so delicious. It had been a long time since I had tasted such delicious food. However, just as Bai Sujin was enjoying her meal to the fullest, from the next table came an ear-piercing scoff. Yo ho, is this also a cultivator? Look at the way she's gobbling, like she hasn't eaten meat in several lifetimes. Isn't she afraid of being propped up to death? Mu Lang sat on the side, not paying the slightest attention to these taunts. After all, in this majestic past nowadays, most of the people gathered were unimpressive characters, people of the earth and chicken. It was really difficult to arouse his interest. In contrast, although Tang Yenrui did not talk much on weekdays, she was actually a hot-tempered person. Upon hearing this mockery, she couldn't help but turn her head slightly and glare fiercely at the group at the next table. Oh, so it's a bunch of teenagers. Taking a closer look, the young girl at the head of the group of teenagers actually had such a slight resemblance to Chen Meijiao between her eyebrows. How can you talk like that? Tang Yenrui could not hold down the anger in her heart. Violently slamming the chopsticks in her hand on the table, her eyes widened angrily, and she rebuked in a stern voice. Unfortunately, in the face of Tang Yenrui's questioning, no one at the opposite table even bought it. They remained as they were, exchanging pleasantries and continuing to mock Bai Sujin, completely disregarding Tang Yenrui. At this moment, Mu Lang, who had been silent, finally spoke. If you really want to make a move, then try the strength of the innate realm. After saying that, Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui, both of you look at me. I look at you. Both of them don't know how to do it. And Chen Meijiao, who had secretly followed behind Mu Lang and the others, didn't know when she had entered the restaurant. Coming directly in front of Chen Mingjiao, the wine table creaked as his fingers poked it. Mingjiao, mind your people, day in and day out. What are you doing? Chen Meijiao said in a hurry. He also secretly glanced at Mulang's face, fearing that this colorful man would get angry. Sis, what are you doing? So many people are watching. Chen Mingjiao whispered. All right, you guys leave now, before he gets angry. Chen Meijiao said. Sis, I know he's very powerful, but this is your and your brother-in-law's place, not to mention that it's still the Chen family's jumping off point. Chen Mingjiao was extremely dissatisfied with her sister's attitude. Mingjiao, you quickly take the people out, Chen Meijiao angrily rebuked. After waiting for Chen Mingjiao to leave, Chen Meijiao then slowly came to Mu Lang's side and directly sat on Mu Lang's stool. Mr. Mu, Mingjiao is young and doesn't know any better, so you'll be a grown-up. Chen Meijiao compensated with a smile. He just glanced at Chen Meijiao, and then handed the wine pot on the table to Chen Meijiao. Drink it and I'll pretend it didn't happen. A whole jug of wine, estimated at £1 or £2. Chen Meijiao didn't hesitate and poured it in violently, regardless of whether or not Mu Lang was angry. As long as he opened his mouth, he had to drink it anyways. The excess wine flowed slowly down Chen Meijiao's neck, soaking a piece of his shirt. Perhaps it was too thin, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Nice attitude. I can pretend it didn't happen. Mu Lang looked at Chen Meijiao with a smile. I don't know. Is there any place to break through this majestic pass? Mu Lang said. He hadn't forgotten Su Fuyao's words. Chen Meijiao's special physique, Xiao Bai's special identity, and his own white tiger bronze chariot had some pills inside. One could utilize these to break through to the middle stage of the Big Dipper. Breakthrough? Chen Meijiao looked at Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui. These two women broke through the middle innate stage? Or was it that the woman in white who had just appeared consolidating her cultivation? You can go back to the mansion. No one will bother you there. However, Chen Meijiao was uneasy again when she thought of Li Ping's sudden entry into the room last night. No, there's a place outside the pass. It's more secluded, Chen Meijiao said. As to why Mu Lang, a Big Dipper realm, didn't go to protect the Dharma, Chen Meijiao didn't ask much. She knew there were some things that were better left unknown. Unbeknownst to her, it was this that led her, directly, into a path of no return. There are outside the pass? Mu Lang's eyes flickered as he decided to go to that hidden place. You lead the way in front. In a moment Tang Yenrui, Xiao Meinyang, go back to your room, Mu Lang said. Xiao Meinyang had a reluctant look on her face. No, I'm going to follow. As Xiao Meinyang did so, Tang Yenrui hurriedly followed and nodded. Chen Meijiao didn't doubt it and led Mu Lang directly out of the gate. The place was really hidden. It was Wang Lang's falcon that didn't even realize that Mu Lang and the others were out of the gate. It was a huge cavern that was pitch black inside. When they reached the cave, Su Fuyao leaped down and directly transformed into a woman. A white brocade skirt and slim waist. It was the several women who were surprised by Su Fuyao. As Su Fuyan transformed into a woman, the entire cave was directly sealed by a boundary. Chen Meijiao's face changed slightly as she turned around and wanted to leave. Mr. Mu, there's still something going on in Xiangguan. I'll go back first. Mrs. Li, Don't go back yet. There's something that needs your help in a moment. Mu Lang opened his mouth. Just then, a surprising scene happened, only to see that above his palm, a bronze carriage appeared out of thin air. The carriage is a delicate and chic shape, small and exquisite, like a piece of artwork carved in fine detail. Looking at the two beasts in front of the carriage, they were carved in a lifelike manner, as if they were going to come to life in the next second. As the bronze carriage slowly fell from the air, the moment it touched the ground, it unexpectedly began to rapidly grow in size, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge and incomparable bronze carriage. This large carriage was extremely spacious, and even if dozens of people were seated in it at the same time, it wouldn't look crowded and narrow at all. After getting into the bronze carriage, Mu Lang looked at this bronze carriage with a large number of pills placed in the corner. Suddenly a white figure swept by like a speedy wind, and then steadily plopped down in the center position of the large carriage. Su Fuyan looked at this bronze carriage. This was in the lower realm. If it was in the heavenly realm, Su Fuyan's kind of strength would not even be worthy of getting into a bronze carriage. What kind of person is that Mu Zhan? Mrs. Li, not going up to take a look? Mu Lang stared at Chen Meizhou with a smile. Today, no matter what, she will not be allowed to leave. Xiao Meinyang. Tang Yanrui also saw this bronze carriage for the first time and couldn't help but be a little curious. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yanrui, can go up and take a look, Mu Lang casually said. There was also Bai Suzhen, looking at Mu Lang with a pitiful face. Little White goes up as well. None of them will be able to leave today. Su Fushang said. Chapter 48, Mr. Shepherd, let my concubine go. Chen Meizhou's face changed slightly. At this moment, even the most obtuse person would be able to clearly perceive what was to follow, only to see Chen Meizhou hastily speak. Mr. Mu, I have to rush back to see the situation first. After all, the Song Kingdom might suddenly attack again at some point. As a well-read passerby, she was well aware of the next move of Ma Kuang, this colorful man. At this moment, the original atmosphere on the White Tiger bronze chariot, which was still quite relaxed, suddenly became ambiguous, and a refreshing atmosphere began to permeate the air. Don't be in a hurry, Mrs. Li, you'd better board the carriage first to check and see. As for Song, here we have this duke to sit on, so what are you afraid of? Lightly knocking on the bronze carriage, the corner of his mouth hung a smile if anything, seemingly calm and relaxed, but the depths of his eyes were hidden in a few points of cunning. I have to say, Chen Meizhou is indeed a very charming woman. Natural beauty, graceful, a unique flavor flowed between the knitted brows and smile. However, unlike those who are flirtatious and Thai, Chen Meizhou has a charming and enchanting demeanor, but when it comes to the critical moment, she will never easily make frivolous moves. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Meizhou did not hesitate to turn around and wanted to escape from this place. Unfortunately, Su Fuyang had already laid down a boundary, firmly blocking the entire cave, as impenetrable as a copper wall. Mr. Mac, be magnanimous and let me go. Chen Meizhou was flustered in her heart. With her cultivation at the condensation realm, it was simply a fool's errand to try to break through the boundary set up by Su Fuyang. Mrs. Li, you'd better be good and go to the big carriage to rest for a few moments. Mu Lang was not moved, still persuading her with good words, and when Chen Meizhou was not prepared, he reached out and grabbed her arm, and with a little force, he was going to force her to take the carriage. Chen Meizhou naturally refused to be captured and struggled desperately. God Condensation Realm, Big Dipper Realm. In the end, there was a difference of one realm. Mr. Mac, Mr. Mac. Chen Meizhou was getting more and more flustered. What happened next was not an outcome she wanted anymore. Little White, you watch over her first, and if you're needed in a moment, you'll take human form. After waiting for Chen Meizhou to get into the carriage, Mu Lang said. Bai Suzhen directly transformed into a white snake and wrapped around her neck. The long, fishy red tongue was on Chen Meizhou's neck, ready to bite. First, he helped Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yanrui to break through. The two of them broke through the innate realm for some time. For Mu Lang, it is still a bit too slow, and he hates Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yanrui a realm a day. There really weren't many low realm elixirs for Mu Lang. However, Chen Meizhou is here, at least a god condensation realm, more or less. Taking out Chen Meizhou's storage bag directly, the small and delicate storage bag did not have much space, but when Mu Lang took out the storage bag, Chen Meizhou opened her teeth and claws and tried to pounce on her. Give it back, give it back. Unfortunately, Mu Lang paid no attention to it, opened his storage bag, and directly poured it into the carriage. Nice guy. No wonder Chen Meizhou is crazy. It actually contained an assortment of clothing, most of which was still snug. Such a private thing was exposed in front of Mu Lang's eyes like this. Chen Meizhou was mortified to death. A few random fiddles and I did find a couple of small porcelain vases. Don't you move. These clothes? Even Li Ping had not seen them a few times, and this time, Mu Lang had actually randomly stripped them. Regarding pills, Mu Lang still recognized some of them and directly opened the porcelain bottle. There really is an innate realm elixir. Directly let Tang Yen Rui, Xiao Meinyang take. The two for Mu Lang, without hesitation, directly swallowed the pills. In fact, it hadn't even been a month since the two had broken through the innate realm, so they should consolidate their cultivation now. But Mu Lang had already made their physiques gradually change. One fleshly mortal body and one innate white tiger sacred body. Two categories that had never crossed paths in this life ended up getting better. Taking the pills, Mu Lang directly helped them. Anyway, this time when he returned to the heavenly realm, how could he bring back 100 or 80 true one realm ones with him? When the time comes, night after night, we'll be singing at White Tiger Mountain. Mak, Maki Rang, hot, swallowing the elixir. It didn't take long for the two to start radiating heat. Still have the heart to talk about heat? Directly break through. Mu Lang said. Without a breakthrough, he didn't have the heart to play. Casually taking out two crystals, he placed them in the hands of Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yen Rui. Perhaps it was the coolness of the crystals that quieted the two men's troubled minds. Once again, crystals are better than pills and have no side effects, but a breakthrough also needed a lead, and the elixir was the lead. After all, the two didn't have a cultivation technique. The main thing was that Makorang's gongfu was not suitable for them. With the effects of the crystals, Xiao Meinyang's talent, after all, was much higher. The reaction was too much faster than Tang Yen Rui, absorbing the speed of the spiritual qi inside. It was also much faster. Xiao Meinyang, the first crystal stone has been consumed. In Tang Yen Rui's hand, there was still half of the crystals. Cough. According to reason, one crystal stone from the innate realm is already enough. Why does Xiao Meinyang still need it? Su Fuyang weaved and arrived in front of Xiao Meinyang. There were some things that Mu Lang didn't understand, but Su Fuyang knew. Su Fuyang's eyes stared, directly looking inside Xiao Meinyang's body. Within Xiao Meinyang's body, there was actually a small vortex that kept absorbing spiritual energy. You don't think so? The appearance of vortexes within the body. That was something that only existed in the Tongling realm. What's with this Xiao Meinyang? Taking another look at Tang Yen Rui, it was within her body that a tiny vortex had similarly appeared, although it wasn't as large as Xiao Meinyang's. Another crystal stone, which Mu Lang placed in Xiao Meinyang's hand without hesitation. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the crystals could be seen shrinking. The first crystal in Tang Yen Rui's hand was finally refined. These two people's physiques were definitely related to Mu Lang. After all, both of them had exchanged words with Mu Lang. The small vortex in the two men's bodies was like a bottomless pit. Already two crystals had gone down, and there wasn't even a hint of fullness. Does it mean that it's time for Mako Wave to fill the vortex again? Mu Lang, get ready. Once there's a change, you're ready to go at any time, Su Fuyo said. The chief commander this time was Su Fuyang. After all, the main thing was to help Mu Lang break through the Big Dipper realm. Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yen Rui break through the mid-antenasal stage. Just incidentally, Xiao Meinyang's skin gradually turned red and began to emit strands of heat. Tang Yen Rui was slightly better. Mu Lang, go quickly. It's already the third crystal. If we don't go, maybe they'll explode and die. Su Fuyang had actually encountered this situation for the first time. A black mist rose up, directly covering some of the images, and without hesitation, Mu Lang drilled into the black mist. Chen Meijiao's heart was pounding. She hadn't had this experience for a long time. In the black mist, nothing could be heard or seen, but Chen Meijiao was in a panic. Chapter 49, Feedback. 1 hour later, between the black fog, two crisp sounds suddenly came out. Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yen Rui managed to break through to the middle innate stage. This is a breakthrough? Chen Meijiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her, and a wave of envy could not help but well up in her heart. She secretly thought to herself that Mu Lang had treated these two beautiful ladies really well, that he was able to help them raise their cultivation so quickly. It was important to know that these two women, who were only mortal in flesh, were able to step through the door of the cultivation world under the guidance of Mu Lang. Having said that, Mu Lang was a notorious flirt in the heavenly realm, and was never short of women surrounding him. With just a gentle wave of his hand, whether it was within the White Tiger Mountain or within the entire Linglong imperial dynasty, those women would all fall into his arms like moths to a flame. However, what is puzzling is that this second ancestor let go of many saints and princesses in favor of these ordinary women in the earthly world. Su Fuyang shook her head helplessly. She was puzzled by this and could not understand Mu Lang's mind at all. Back then, when she was in the heavenly realm, she was nothing more than an old maidservant beside Mu Lang. And what about after the lower realms? They became his protectors. The first time I saw this was when I was in the carriage, and I had to work part-time as a family doctor. Thinking of this, Su Fuyan was so angry that she stomped her feet, secretly screaming in her heart, "Ouch! Ouch! 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 Ouch!" Just then, the black fog was slowly set aside. Only Xiao Meinyang, who had successfully made a breakthrough, stood there, dainty and beautiful. The skin that was originally as white as snow became even more delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade after this breakthrough. The crystal is so clear that it can be blown away and has a mesmerizing shine. It was at this moment that Su Fuyao said, "Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui, you two go aside first. Mu Lang, get ready." Hearing this, Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yenrui didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and immediately stepped aside. Next, there was an important moment coming up. As Mu Lang was going to break through to the mid-sky dipper stage, it was important to realize that the amount of aura needed at this stage was a massive amount. "Little White, hurry up and transform into human form," Su Fuyang commanded methodically. As soon as the words fell, Bai Suzhen, who had been perched on Chen Meijiao's neck, gently leapt down, instantly transforming into a clear woman in a long white dress. After losing Bai Suzhen's bondage, Chen Meijiao was a bit foolish in her heart though. However, she knew very well that the most powerful existence here was the white fox woman in Mu Lang's arms, so it's better to choose to stay put and quietly observe. That woman exuded a palpitating aura. There was no doubt that she was definitely a great demon with terrifying strength. At this moment, Su Fuyan looked at Mu Lang with a grave expression. "Mu Lang, quickly sacrifice what the Song Kingdom has obtained." "Good," he said, silent for a moment, then hissed in a low voice, his mouth opening slightly, and a bright, dazzling light drifted out from it. When the light dissipated, it was actually a beast Dan that emitted a powerful demonic aura. It is said that this is a great demon of the cave void realm, who unfortunately failed in his attempt to reach a higher realm, so that he ended up dead. However, at the last moment of his life, this demon pills, which had condensed the essence of the great demon's lifelong cultivation, remained in the world, and it was by virtue of traveling to the Song Kingdom to obtain this precious demon pill that Mu Lang was able to successfully break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. It's not that the treasures from the Heavenly realm aren't good enough, it's just that some of them are of too high a grade. With Mu Lang's current strength and cultivation, he simply did not have the ability to refine and absorb it. At this moment, that originally large demonic Dan was now only the size of a pigeon's egg. Obviously, after a long time of refining by Mu Lang, most of the energy had been absorbed by it. When Chen Meijia, who was standing on the side, saw this, her heart trembled violently. She never thought that Mu Lang was actually a demon cultivator. The true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion was actually a demon cultivator. Such a shocking secret had actually remained unknown, and no wind had ever gotten out. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Good guy. Su Evening Autumn even secretly raised demon cultivators. What exactly did she intend to do? Is it possible that there is an ulterior motive? In this instant, Chen Meijiao even felt that Mu Lang might kill and silence her in order to keep this secret, so she subconsciously took a few steps back. "Where's your green jade spider? Release it." Su Fuyan looked at Chen Meijiao and said. The head of the green jade spider was taken out by Chen Meijiao. The green jade spider hadn't fully recovered yet, and some scars could vaguely be seen on its body. "Let the green jade spider cultivate together." Su Fu shook his head. That green jade spider understood human speech, and a trace of gratitude flashed in its eyes. White Suzhen, the green jade spider accompanied Makarong around. That demon pill was enough for the two to cultivate. And then Mu Lang also transformed into a white tiger. It was actually comparable to a small mountain. And when Mu Lang transformed into a white tiger, Bai Suzhen, the green jade spider, and Su Fuyao actually had a feeling inside that they wanted to worship. This bronze carriage can actually hold all things, big and small. Mu Lang's mouth opened wide, and he gulped out his demonic Dan as well, which shone with an eerie purple light. The purple demonic Dan kept on intermingling with that cave void realm demonic Dan, interlacing. Just a hint of overflowing aura was already enough for Bai Suzhen, the green jade spider, to cultivate. Mu Lang kept gulping down the demonic pills, and that terrifying aura directly suppressed several people who didn't dare to move. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yenrui being purely human, were still slightly better, but thinking about it, Mu Lang's real body was actually a white tiger, a huge body. It was terrifying to think about. Bai Suzhen, Su Fuyang, and Chen Meijia, who was conjoined with the green jade spider, were all looking up at Mu Lang, the white tiger, that belonged to the existence of the overlord level amongst the demons. With an innate rank suppression, that demonic Dan was constantly being absorbed by Mu Lang's purple demonic Dan, and as the demonic Dan became smaller and smaller, by the size of a pigeon's egg, it was already less than the size of a peanut. All of Mu Lang's spiritual energy relied on absorbing external spiritual energy. When the demonic Dan was just the size of a grain of rice left, Chen Meijiao suddenly panicked in her heart. Because she sensed that the green jade spider was flustered. When the last trace of aura was absorbed by the purple demonic Dan, Mu Lang was completely unfulfilled. By Suzhen, Chen Meijiao, it's your turn to feed back. Su Fu shook his head. Feedback? Chen Meijiao suddenly seemed to understand something, turned around and ran, about to leave the bronze carriage. In that look in by Suzhen's eyes, there was only attachment to Mu Lang, and as long as Mu Lang needed it, she could give everything unconditionally. But Chen Meijiao was different. She didn't want to. A tail appeared, directly curling around Chen Meijiao's waist and pulling her to Mu Lang's side in one go. Chapter 15 Middle Stage of the Big Dipper. Mr. Mu, please be magnanimous and spare my concubine. Chen Meijiao's face was as white as paper, trembling and pleading. At this moment, she was remorseful in her heart, regretting why she had crossed paths with this Duke Mu Lang. It wasn't so long ago that she had fantasized about having some sort of romantic encounter with him, but now it seemed like nothing more than a dream. However, how could Mu Lang be a character that she could easily control? Only a rolling black mist filled the air, enveloping the surroundings tightly. From time to time, a twisted human face loomed in the black mist, and these faces had their eyes tightly closed, their faces filled with pain. Could, is this the legendary devourer? Chen Meijiao's eyes widened as she stared at the black mist in horror. At this moment, she only felt a powerful pressure coming over her, wanting to completely crush her in general. Even though she tried her best to break free from this force, she found that she was unable to move a single bit. Her own cultivation realm was completely suppressed at this moment, accompanied by a low tiger's whistle and snake's roar that resounded throughout the cave. The atmosphere that was already tense to the extreme instantly became grave. In an instant, the aura within the cave was like a surging wave, hitting the surrounding stone walls wave after wave, emitting bursts of dull roaring sounds. Aunt Sue, it's still so close to a breakthrough. Mu Lang roared lowly with difficulty in the black mist. The only way to break through was to rely on Auntie Sue's help. And after Su Fuyang, who had been standing on the sidelines watching the battle, heard this, she didn't hesitate to pull out a crystal-clear jade stone with dazzling light from her bosom. This piece of jade emitted extremely rich fluctuations of spiritual qi, obviously not comparable to ordinary crystals, but a precious and incomparable lower-grade spirit stone. Mu Lang, give it your full attention, Su Fuyang shouted with a grave expression. After taking a deep breath, only its cherry mouth slightly opened, and a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a golden-colored demonic Dan the size of a human head. As soon as this demon Dan appeared, it exuded a majestic and palpitating aura. At this moment, although Chen Meijiao, who was in the middle of the thick fog, was unable to witness it with her own eyes, she was still able to clearly perceive the existence of the demonic Dan by virtue of the special connection between her and the green jade spider. What a great deal, to be such a terrifying great demon. Right at the moment when the demonic elixir appeared, both Bai Suzhen and the green jade spider were suppressed by that invisible pressure, causing their bodies to tremble. Even the bronze mirror in Xiao Meinyang's arms emitted a low muttering sound at this moment. Obscure. Who on earth provoked that grumpy stinky fox? Actually, even the demonic pills were forced to be revealed. Alas, it's my fault for being too gullible to mother's words. I really shouldn't have left that mirror with them. At the same time, the bright and dazzling golden demonic Dan kept rotating around Mu Lang's purple demonic Dan. As for the green jade spider and the white Suzhen's respective small demon dawn, they were pulled, and also followed closely with Mu Lang's purple demon dawn as they rotated together. Roar! Mu Lang hissed in a low voice, and all of his aura began to surge up. The inferior spirit stone emitted a milky white halo, and the aura inside kept surging towards the purple demonic pills. Chen Meijiao suddenly felt a wave of panic hit her. A big invisible hand was tightly choking her heart. At the same time, she clearly felt that the spiritual energy in her body was being lost at an alarming rate. It was like a flood that broke the dike, and it was out of control. Mr. Mu, concubine can't hold on any longer. Chen Meijiao cried out with a face full of panic, a hint of despair in her voice. It was at this moment that a brief trance appeared in her consciousness, and the scene before her eyes became blurry. Time passed by minute, and the originally calm great chariot was at this moment setting off a shocking wave. The surging waves of air rolled wildly, filling every corner, and these air waves contained aura that was dense to the extreme. They intertwined and collided with each other, making a crackling sound that was deafening. Looking at the purple demon pill, it was even emitting a demonic light at the moment, revealing a creepy aura. Boom! A loud bang suddenly rang out, followed by two more violent booms. Boom! Boom! The entire inside of the carriage was instantly flooded by waves of qi, and the sea of qi shook violently. emitting bursts of dull roars. It's going to break through. However, in the face of such a shocking scene, Su Fuyang's heart was without waves. For her, it wasn't a difficult task to assist Mu Lang's breakthrough with the help of the demon pill. After all, her strength was far from ordinary. However, in stark contrast to Su Fuyang was Chen Meijia. Being too weak and thus fragile, it may not be able to hold up at any time. Mu Lang, if you don't make a breakthrough at this moment, when else can you wait? Su Fuyang shouted. Hearing Su Fuyang shout, Mu Lang violently opened his eyes, and those tiger eyes that were originally tightly closed, at this moment blossomed with a heart-stopping light. He opened his mouth and sucked hard, only to see the purple demonic pills, which directly disappeared into his mouth. But, in an instant, Mu Lang only felt a powerful and unrivaled force explode within his body, and an endless torrent of aura surged up between his limbs and bones. These auras were running rampant in his meridians, and wherever they passed through, they brought about heart-rending and severe pain. Mu Lang clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain, not allowing himself to scream out. Finally, after the raging aura gradually calmed down, he could no longer suppress his inner excitement and threw his head back with a long whistle. Roar! The sound of this tiger's roar resounded through the clouds, shaking the entire carriage slightly, and with that roar, everyone knew that Mu Lang had broken through. The water came to the surface and naturally broke through to the middle stage of the Big Dipper. Mid-Sky Dipper. Mu Lang instantly felt strong. Compared to the early stage of the Big Dipper, it was too strong. Bai Suzhen, on the other hand, was disheveled, and the demonic Dan on her body barely managed to get into her body. Little White, there's still a little bit left to keep for your cultivation, this time to assist me in breaking through the middle stage of the Big Dipper. I'm aggrieved. Casually, he tossed the inferior spirit stone to Bai Suzhen. Mei Jiao Chen had no such luck. The green jade spider's injuries healed, but its mental state shriveled. Perhaps it was the spiritual energy that fed back to Mu Lang, which caused the green jade spider's spiritual energy to be insufficient. Mu Lang, you can take the opportunity to pocket Chen Meijiao, Su Fuyang suddenly reminded. Mu Lang's tiger eyes lit up, and his entire mental state was instantly elevated. In the thick fog, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Meijiao's collar and yanked it in. Chapter 51, Xiao Mengyan's Obsession. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. The only one who was there was Su Fuyao. With that hidden smile, time passed slowly, and after a long time, the thick fog finally began to disperse. When the fog cleared, Chen Meijiao's originally delicate and attractive face now looked incomparably haggard and lifeless. Moving sluggishly to straighten her slightly messy clothes, suddenly, a green shadow swept by like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it went straight into her arms. Chen Meijiao was first startled, and when she saw what was in her arms, she barely managed to squeeze out a smile on her face. Mac, Mr. Mac, can you let my concubine go now? Before the words left his mouth, he only saw that the boundary in front of him, which had been tightly closed all along, suddenly slightly opened a corner. Seeing this, Chen Meijiao did not hesitate to seize this opportunity, and with a flash of her body, she drilled out beyond the boundary at an extremely fast speed. Only after Chen Meijiao's figure completely disappeared into thin air did Mu Lang lazily stretch a big lazy waist. Turning his head to look at Su Fuyang beside him, he only saw that the latter was staring daggers at Chen Meijiao's departing back, a touch of imperceptible cruelty showing in her eyes. A moment later, Su Fuyang withdrew her gaze and faintly said to Mu Lang, "All right, Ma Kurang, hurry up and pack up, we should go back too." After saying that, only a crisp ringing finger could be heard, and that bronze great carriage instantly turned into a stream of light and once again disappeared into Mu Lang's hands. At the same time, Su Fuyang's figure changed for a while, and in the blink of an eye, she even transformed into a small and delicate white fox, lightly leaping onto Mu Lang's shoulders. On the other hand, Bai Suzhen also shifted and transformed into a large snake with a snowy white body, sinuously circling around in Mu Lang's warm embrace. Xiao Meinyang, Tang Yan Rui, it's time to go back. Accompanied by Su Fuyang's shout, the two beautiful ladies moved at the sound and followed Mu Lang with light steps. Perhaps it was because he had broken through the middle stage of the Heavenly Dipper. Mu Lang felt a wave of relief that the journey back to Xiongguan wasn't too far away. Soon, it was back to the majestic pass. Li Ping, still standing there, looked at the Song military camp in the distance. When Mu Lang passed through the Xiong Pass, the personnel from both sides, as if they didn't see Mu Lang, ignored him. On the majestic pass, without seeing Chen Meijia, Mu Lang closed his eyes and slowly experienced it. In an instant, it sensed the location of Chen Meijia, who was currently bathing in her boudoir, as if she was trying to wash away the traces left behind by Mu Lang. Su Fuyao sneaked out of Mu Lang's arms with Bai Suzhen. Mu Lang didn't say anything, just left straight away. Su Fuyang was not an ordinary person. There were only a handful of people in the entire lower realm who could fight against her. Returning to the mansion, the moment she opened the door to her room, Chen Meijiao next door first froze, then slowly scooped up the warm water and drenched her beautiful torso, constantly scrubbing his body, trying to wash away the traces left by Makoran. But for some reason, when Chen Meijiao thought of Mu Lang, there was an additional invisible shackle in her heart. It's as if you're in control of your own destiny. Chen Meijiao bathed while shedding tears. How she was unbearable. How she was bullied by Mu Lang. Although I said I wanted to have an encounter, I didn't want to lose my virginity. After Bai Sujin, Su Fuyan left Mulong. Bai Sujin was in a daze. Su, Lord Su, what are we going to do? You have to find a way to get Li Ping killed. Su Fuyo said. Get Li Ping killed? This is an extremely weird thing to do. Well, get Li Ping killed while what? There is no doubt. Only necessity. Su Fuyo leaped up and began to weave his way through the crowd. As for why Su Fuyang didn't do it herself, that was something that needed to be asked of Su Fuyang. Bai Sujin, with a suspicious face, how to get Li Ping dead. Being in the same condensed spirit realm, Bai Sujin was not sure if she was Li Ping's opponent. When Mu Lang returned to his room and slightly closed his eyes, he could feel Chen Meijiao bathing. Junior Lang Jun, what's wrong? Xiao Meinyang looked at Mu Lang with an odd expression. Chen Meijiao is bathing next door. Although Mu Lang's voice was not loud, it went straight through the wall and into Chen Meijiao's ears. It was even deeper into the depths of her shy mind. Jesus, how in the world did that wretched pervert learn that he was bathing at this very moment? At the thought of this, Chen Meijiao's pretty face instantly turned red like a haze, and her heart was flustered and overwhelmed. Jerking up from the tub, her wet hair clung to her pale, jade-like skin. The water droplets that slid down slowly flowed down along those delicate and charming curves. At this time, Chen Meijiao's body was only wrapped in a thin as a cicada's silk, the hidden carcass in the weak candlelight illumination more attractive. Yet it only slightly covered her evocative and delicate body. Perhaps this would bring so little pathetic comfort to his extremely disturbed inner self. Just then, a gentle voice came. Junior Lang Jun, quickly come over to rest for a while and try these fresh fruits. Xiao Meinyang walked in with a plate of exquisite fruits, overflowing with an incomparably considerate and caring smile, only to see her gently pick up a piece of fruit and slowly pass it to Makarang's mouth. As a long ripe, flavorful woman, Xiao Meinyang exuded a unique charm between her hands and feet. Faced with such a tantalizing scene, Mu Lang naturally wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. He obediently opened his mouth and took the juicy piece of fruit into his mouth, chewing and savoring the sweet taste. On the side, Tang Yenrui silently watched all this happening in front of her as she pursed her lips tightly. This intimate gesture of Xiao Meinyang's would make even herself feel a little overwhelmed when she watched it. And at this moment Xiao Meinyang has completely and totally regarded Mu Lang as the only one in her life, wholeheartedly devoted to obedience, even showing a hint of almost slavish obsession. For Makiran, it was unconditional obedience. Compared to being in the Song Palace, Xiao Meinyang was even more attractive nowadays, with snow-white skin and a plump waist. Xiao Meinyang, are you doing whatever you're told to do now? Mu Lang casually said. Xiao Langjun, you are everything to me. I'll listen to you in everything, Xiao Meinyang said. Tang Yenrui, on the other hand, was listening to the chills in her heart. If this goes on, not to mention that she is a twin, or a multiple, but also compared to Xiao Meinyang alone. With the last piece of fruit entering her mouth, Xiao Meinyang smiled charmingly. Little Langjun, when will you fall asleep? Mu Lang, who was originally okay with it, instantly understood Xiao Meinyang's meaning. It was Tang Yenrui who had some differences. Xiao Meinyang was crazy. Although it was said that he had just broken through the middle innate stage not long ago, he couldn't waste his body like this. You have to know that Mu Lang that was a white tiger in disguise. Extraordinary. Chapter 52, Mr. Shepherd. Really noble. Have nothing to say all night. Only Su Fuzhuang. Bai Sujin returned to Mulang's arms in the second half of the night. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window pane. Xiao Meinyang gently walked to the bedside and carefully waited for Mu Lang to get up. This once high and mighty Empress Dowager, at this moment, even willingly did the slave girl thing, had to let people sigh the marvel of fate. With someone serving him so attentively, Mu Lang naturally had no reason to refuse. Thinking back then, he had enjoyed the treatment of many people waiting to change clothes at the same time, but times are different nowadays, and now there is only Xiao Meinyang serving at the side. However, despite the decrease in numbers, this did not affect Makoran's enjoyment of the feeling of being taken care of in any way. Just as Mu Lang was about to enjoy his breakfast, suddenly, a piece of bad news reached his ears. Last night, Li Ping unexpectedly passed away. It was said that the cause of death was actually a sneak attack by Song cultivators. Hearing this news, even Mu Lang, who was in the middle of his meal, couldn't help but freeze, and the chopsticks in his hands slowly fell. Tong Yenrui, what did you just say? Li Ping is dead? Mu Lang asked with a face full of astonishment, his voice carrying a hint of an indefinable meaning. Those slave girls outside have just been talking about this matter in droves, and as soon as Chen Meijiao heard the news, she rushed out like she was mad. Tong Yenrui quietly sat on a chair and softly replied, it's really strange, how could Li Ping suddenly die in good time? As she spoke, Mu Lang gently rubbed the adorable little fox in her arms with a hint of doubt on her face. Go see what's going on. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Mainyang beside him very obediently picked up a handkerchief, gently wiped the corners of her mouth for Mu Lang, and silently followed him outward together. Once out with two beautiful young women. This time it was less dramatic. Too many people ran towards the city building. Li Ping, the lord of Xiongguan Pass, was killed and died. This is a big deal. A great event that has shocked the whole of Xiongguan. Tens of thousands of soldiers, one by one, were silent, and countless cultivators muttered with their heads bowed. It was that sister of Chen Meijiao who was also in the crowd. At this moment, Chen Meijiao was not as arrogant and domineering as she was yesterday. Lowering her head and looking at her sister, Chen Meijiao pounced on Li Ping's body and hissed. To Li Ping, perhaps the feelings were not as deep, but it was still his husband, and the two had been together for so many years. Chen Meijiao clenched her fists tightly and looked at the pass. This group of Song scum. Sis, open the city gates. Let's go out and fight with those Song scumbags and avenge my brother-in-law. Chen Meijiao was about to assist Chen Meijiao. Chen Meijiao, who had been crying, jerked her head up and looked at Mu Lang. Mr. Mu, please also help my husband avenge his death. Chen Meijiao knew that with herself. Or these soldiers of Xiongguan, the cultivators, they were not the opponents of the opposite side. Still need Macaron's help. Why should I help you? Macaron gently rubbed the little fox. Chen Meijiao froze. Yesterday, didn't this colorful man bully himself yesterday? So heartless? Mr. Mac, on the basis of, by virtue of yesterday's daytime, Chen Meijiao gave Mu Lang a hint. Yesterday, it was clear that he was bullied by Macaron. This turn around and you don't remember? During the day? What happened during the day yesterday? I don't know if Macaron deliberately didn't remember. Chen Meijiao dried the tears on her face and stared viciously at Mu Lang. Mr. Mu, it's really noble. At this moment, Chen Meijiao, her face pale and tightly biting her lips, gritted her teeth and said, Mrs. Li, I really don't remember. Why don't you tell us what happened yesterday? Mu Lang looked at Chen Meijiao with a smile. How do I talk about this? What does she say when it's hard to say? Sister, if he doesn't help, we'll go ourselves. With so many people, I don't believe we can kill Song Dog. Chen Meijiao came behind Chen Meijiao. Chen Meijiao didn't lose her head, and without Maquan Lang was simply not an opponent on the opposite side. Mrs. Li, at this moment, General Li has passed away. It's time for you to change your mourning clothes. Tang Yenrui was high on melon seeds and gave Chen Meijiao a hint. Also right. Chen Meijiao hurriedly arranged for people to go, and soon, the Li mansion also set up a spiritual hall. How come Li Ping died so inexplicably? This made Chen Meijiao puzzled and more than a little skeptical. Chen Meijiao, who was all dressed in mourning, hurriedly asked someone to go to the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion to notify Li Tong and go to the Li family to report the mourning to the Li family, and arrange for someone to tell her father. A brainstorming arrangement directly exhausted Chen Meijiao. Mu Lang slowly entered the Li mansion, and he was helpless at Li Ping's sudden and violent death. Mrs. Li, I've come to offer my condolences to General Li. Mu Lang slowly walked into the Li mansion. For this Li Ping, although he died inexplicably, but his left-behind widow, Mu Lang cannot be polite. The long white dress, wrapped around Chen Meijiao's waist, was perhaps improvised, and many parts of it were still insufficient. It was too compact and tightly strangled the voluptuous figure. A filial piety Chen Meijiao was honestly extraordinarily more alluring than the usual Chen Meijiao. It's really not a matter of wanting to be pretty and all dutiful. In fact, Mu Lang did not intend to burn incense for Li Ping, because Li Ping was not yet worthy. But looking at Chen Meijiao all dressed in mourning, Mu Lang still burned incense for Li Ping. After all, one is not that kind of person. Mrs. Li, please also express your condolences, and in the future, if you have anything to do, look for me directly. But there's no harm in saying so. Mu Lang just stood to the side. Chen Meijiao, on the other hand, in her heart, scolded Mu Lang from beginning to end. What is the basis for saying rich and magnificent, and then mentioning the requirements? At least you slept with yourself, and you're not willing to do this? Chen Meijiao did not dare to talk nonsense. At this moment there are quite a lot of people who condoled Li Ping. Then my concubine thanks Mr. Mu for taking care of me. As Chen Meijiao gritted her teeth, Mu Lang didn't care at all. leading Xiao Mainyang, Tang Yenrui then left. When he returned to his residence, he was hugging the little fox. Aunt Sue, was Li Ping slaughtered by you and Little White last night? I have to say, Ma Kurang was pretty sensitive. Su Fuyang raised her head slightly, her small eyes looking at Mu Lang. Mu Lang, when did you become so sensitive? But you really did guess right. Mu Lang had thought that Su Fu Shua would deny it, but thinking about it, who in the entire lower realm was worthy of Su Fu Shua's denial? Auntie Su? Why is that? Since Chen Meizhou has already lost her body to you, she can't get involved with another man, much less a husband. Su Fushang said. Mu Lang froze. Although he was a second-generation ancestor, he really wasn't the kind of person who would kill a man's husband and take advantage of a man's wife. Ha! Auntie Su, you're so bossy. Mu Lang was speechless. It's not that I'm overbearing, it's that the mountain master doesn't allow it. Su Fuyang moved the Mu war out. This Mu Lang does not believe it. Tianyan sect. He and Pu Banyan still had a relationship. Do not believe that he can kill Wang Zhanfeng also. Chapter 53, Rumors Abound. Su Fuyang seemed to be able to penetrate what was going on in Mu Lang's mind, and immediately afterward, she raised her head. When you return to the celestial realm, that Pu Banyan will surely uphold your chastity, and if she dares to transgress even a little bit, the entire Pu family will find it difficult to escape. Hearing this, Mu Lang couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is it possible that Shepherd's War is so brutal and overbearing? Mu Lang slowly walked up to the top of the city tower and stood with his hands on his head, quietly gazing at the scene in front of him. Only the whole city was covered with white silk everywhere, and on the opposite side of the citadel, Wang Lang and Lian Cheng were climbing high and looking into the distance. From time to time, the falcons circling in the sky let out a sharp hissing sound, breaking the tranquility. Right at this moment, Wang Lang received a message delivered from the eagle falcon, and his face instantly became gloomy in disbelief. Li Ping is dead? How is this possible? You know, Li Ping had been alive and well. Why would he suddenly die a violent death? And what's even more unbelievable is that the news coming out of the city actually said that Li Ping died under the sneak attack of his own people. What the hell is going on here? In my opinion, it is highly likely that this matter was poisoned by that immortal pavilion true legend in the city. As far as I know, he was very close to Chen Meizhou, so I think it must have been this pair of adulterers who conspired to kill Li Ping. Lian Cheng frowned slightly and calmly analyzed. It had to be said that Lian Cheng's speculation was not unreasonable. Since that's the case, how about we try to spread this news into the city, stir up their internal strife, and make them kill each other? A hint of cunning flashed in Wang Lang's eyes as he proposed. After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other and immediately set out to implement the plan. It was at this point that an elaborate plot quietly unfolded. Beginning to utilize the falcon, a steady stream of silk was thrown toward the pass. These silks were densely written on top of each other, and what was written was even more jaw-dropping, depicting the relationship between Mu Lang and Chen Meizhou as if it were a lingering love story. Immediately thereafter, the plot took a sharp turn for the worse, even depicting Mak Lang taking advantage of Li Ping's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack from behind, causing him to die on the spot. Not only that, but there is even a plot to create something out of nothing. Mu Lang actually pretends to offer condolences after Li Ping's death, but secretly has a private meeting with Chen Meizhou. The duo even conceived a child in secret. Such outrageous news caused an instant uproar when it came out. Numerous soldiers had passed around these silks filled with words, carefully recalling all the past behaviors of Mu Lang and Chen Meizhou. More so, some people are trying to find clues in it to confirm the veracity of the news. Gradually, more and more people believed the rumor, and emotions became more and more agitated. Many soldiers were enraged and pulled out the swords on their belts, screaming that they were going to settle the score with Mu Lang. It was at this moment that he saw Chen Mingjiao hurriedly trotting all the way over, her face full of panic. Sis! Chen Mingjiao shouted loudly as she darted towards the spirit hall. By the time he ran close, he was so exhausted and out of breath that he couldn't even speak properly. At this moment, Chen Meijiao was wearing a long dress as white as snow, quietly kneeling in the middle of the spiritual hall. Hearing her sister's cry, she slowly raised her head and asked softly, Mingjiao, what's so alarming? Chen Mingjiao couldn't catch her breath and hurriedly handed the piece of silk clutched tightly in her hand to her sister. Sister, such news has suddenly come from the city. Take a look. Chen Meijiao's eyebrows knit tightly, full of suspicion. She stretched out her delicate hand and carefully received the piece of silk. However, when she fixed her eyes for a closer look, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and her face instantly became gloomy to the extreme. As her gaze moved, Chen Meijiao's face became more and more unsightly, and in the end, it was actually iron blue. Suddenly, her originally charming and attractive phoenix eyes fiercely condensed, a cold aura flashed, and she snapped. Mingjiao, Where exactly did this come from? The voice was cold and piercing. Chilling. Chen Mingjia was startled by her sister's sudden questioning. I'm not sure. It's just that today there were suddenly more silks like this in the city for some reason. And when I saw the handwriting on them, I rushed to bring them to you. After saying that, she timidly lowered her head, not daring to meet Chen Meijiao's eyes. Chen Meijiao snorted coldly, and without saying a word, she casually threw the silk ruthlessly into the blazing fire pot on the side. There. With a sound, the silk was instantly engulfed in flames and turned into a wisp of green smoke rising up. In that case, I'm afraid that Duke Mu as well as the soldiers in the city have already seen these things? Chen Meijiao's heart raced as she eagerly pursued the question. Chen Mingjiao shook her head blankly and answered honestly. I guess so. The amount of silk is too much. When Chen Meijiao heard this, her heart was even more anxious. She rose to her feet with a flourish, and her steps were hurried, as if she did not wish to delay a moment, because she knew deep down that if this matter were to spread out, especially if the upcoming Li family and her own parents were to know about it, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. How could she face the crowd in the future? And how could she gain a foothold in this city? Meanwhile, on top of the high city tower, Mu Lang stood against the wind. The figure was erect and handsome, and in his hand he similarly held a piece of silk that was generally the same as what Chen Meijiao had seen. At the moment, he was gazing thoughtfully into the distance, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Xiao Meinyang, I really didn't expect it. Someone on the opposite side was able to make a guess. Mu Lang murmured as he gently stroked the head of the well-behaved and cute little fox in his arms. Xiao Meinyang smiled faintly and softly responded. Junior Lang Jun. This world is so big that there are many capable people and people with brains abound. It's really not surprising that someone was able to guess the clues. The voice was clear and pleasant, just like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Moving. Guess? Afterwards, Mu Lang looked at the falcon still soaring in the sky. In that case, don't blame me. Directly at the falcon in the sky, he grabbed it with force. Chirp! The falcon let out a hiss directly. An invisible force directly grabbed the falcon and crashed it down from the sky. Put! Suddenly, Wang Lang sprayed out a mouthful of blood. This startled Lian Chang. Senior brother Wang. What's wrong? The falcon is under control. It's probably an immortal pavilion's true legend. It seems that the falcon spread the news and was known by the other party. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But then, Wang Lang's eyes glared angrily. How did he dare? How did he dare? Put! Immediately afterward, Wang Lang tightly covered his chest, and a feeling of heartache went straight to his heart. Go! Go! He killed my falcon. Chapter 54, Your Dish. Go! Accompanied by a soft shout. At some point, Mu Lang had actually stepped into the air and appeared above the other party, condescendingly overlooking the densely packed crowd below. A smile slowly surfaced on Mu Lang's face, only to see that he violently raised his right hand, as if swatting a fly, and fiercely slapped it towards Wang Lang who was standing in the air. That slap was wrapped in endless might and instantly slapped Wang Lang's entire body down to the ground. Immediately after that, Mu Lang's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Wang Lang, reaching out and strangling his neck in a death grip. You're the one who's been spreading rumors around? Mu Lang's face sank like water, his eyes staring tightly at Wang Lang, and an incomparably powerful aura surged out from his body. Sensing Mu Lang's aura, Wang Lang's face suddenly turned pale. Just this aura alone made him feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to move even a single finger. Sky, Big Dipper middle stage? Wang Lang squeezed a few words out of his teeth with great difficulty, his heart filled with disbelief. This youth in front of me had actually advanced again? One must know that the last time they met, he was clearly still only at the early stage of the Heavenly Dipper. At the early stage of the Big Dipper realm, Wang Lang still had the power to fight, but at the middle stage of the Big Dipper realm, Wang Lang could only wait for death. No, not me. In the face of Mu Lang's emanating murderous aura, Wang Lang was scared out of his wits and hurriedly denied it. At this moment, he had clearly detected the anger in Mu Lang's heart, fearing that the slightest carelessness would incur the danger of killing him. Not you? Heck, it has to be you if it's not you. Mu Lang let out a cold smile, the corner of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a touch of cruelty. With that, he slammed his hands together. Ka-ching! With a crisp bone-cracking sound, Wang Lang's neck was thus pinched and broken by Mu Lang. Even though Wang Lang had the cultivation of the God Condensation realm, he was still powerless in front of Mu Lang. Seeing this scene, the crowd that was still watching exploded. Lian Chang, who was standing on the side, was even more frightened and turned around without hesitation. Zhao Peng, hurry up! Wang Lang was killed by him. In an instant, the entire outside of the majestic pass was thrown into a state of confusion and clamor. People either scattered and fled, or stayed on the spot, looking at that youth, Mu Lang, with a face full of fear. The Imperial Beast Fast, that was a behemoth. Someone actually slaughtered a disciple of the Imperial Beast Fast. It's horrible. Lian Chang led the way, and all of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples behind that followed. Stay, then wait to be slaughtered. Shouldn't have messed with me. Mu Lang stared at Lian Chang, that Heavenly Sword sect disciple. In mid-air, with a casual stroke, Lian Chang's back took a heavy blow and was directly knocked down by Mu Lang. Chen Meijiao got the report and, in a panic, ran to the city tower. Charge me. Chen Meijiao's jade lips lightly opened, and a furious cry exploded like thunder. Kill. Open the city gates and rush out, leaving no one behind. At this moment, she was as if she had been transformed into a different person, without any trace of her previous shyness, only to see her almond eyes rounded, willow eyebrows erected, her delicate body slightly trembling, obviously already angry to the extreme, because she knew in her heart that she had to rush to clean up the group of dog thieves in front of her before the people of the Li family arrived. At that moment, the mid-air Mu Lang stood leisurely with his arms folded, coldly watching the fierce battle below. He really couldn't raise the slightest interest in these ordinary mortal martial artists. After all, with his strength, being able to personally kill Wang Lang and seriously injure an expert like Lian Chang was already considered to be giving face. However, when he saw Chen Meijiao dressed in a plain white mourning garment, yet still valiantly commanding thousands of troops, a wave of strangeness could not help but well up in his heart. The delicate figure wrapped in that mourning garment, as well as her resolute and decisive temperament, actually made Mu Lang's lustful heart stir up. When the crowd returned to the top of the city tower, Mu Lang stared at Chen Meijiao with a burning gaze and suddenly turned his head to Xiao Meinyang beside him. Xiao Meinyang, when the other day comes, you will also wear a long white dress like this, and you will definitely be more graceful. When Xiao Meinyang heard this, she first glanced thoughtfully at Chen Meijiao, who was busy reorganizing her troops not far away, and then the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a look that seemed like a smile. Yo! Is it possible that little Lang Jun hasn't seen enough of this lively scene and wants to be accompanied by this kind of beautiful scenery every day? After saying that, she reached out and gently pulled Tang Yanrui by her side, and continued to tease. If it's not enough to enjoy herself, this Tang Yanrui is also a beauty embryo. Just after the words left her mouth, Tang Yanrui was instantly flushed with shame and hurriedly hugged Xiao Meinyang tightly, pouting, "Mother, don't tease me, otherwise people won't comply." Seeing this, Xiao Meinyang not only did not converge, but instead became more and more interested, twisting her waist and Tang Yanrui laughing and joking. For a while, the citadel was filled with laughter. Once this group of Song's soldiers are routed, there might be another group of people, so at that time, should we continue to stay here and leave this sword Qi Xiong pass? At some point, Chen Meijiao came back and looked at the two beauty queens laughing and joking. What are you trying to say? Mu Lang watched the group of soldiers clean up the mess, not quite understanding what Chen Meijiao meant. The Li family will come, and my father will come as well. When that time comes, I want you to help me testify that I didn't betray Li Ping. Chen Meijiao said. I testified? You didn't hook up with me? What does the Li family believe? Mu Lang's face looked odd. Aha! And Tonger will also come. Chen Meijiao's eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at Mu Lang. What do you mean? Concubine. Concubine wants you to take care of looking after Tonger in the Immortal Pavilion in the future. Chen Meijiao finished speaking, her face blushing. Yes, I can also help you prove that we don't have anything to do with each other, Mu Lang said. Afterwards, he took out several crystals from his arms and directly stuffed them into Chen Meijiao's arms. Here are some crystals. You can try to break through the Heavenly Dipper first, and then you'll have a say in the Li family, Mu Lang said. Chen Meijiao raised her head. Mu, is Mr. Mu planning to adopt me? Or are you planning to use crystals to get rid of me? Adopt you? Mrs. Li's words. It's not impossible, as long as you nod your head. My family's young Langjun will definitely raise you white and fat, Xiao Meinyang said. Duke Mu, don't worry, as long as you treat Tonger well. It doesn't matter if I can cultivate to the Big Dipper realm, Chen Meijiao said. After that, Chen Meijiao turned around and left. Junior Langjun, this Chen Meijiao, now orphaned and widowed, is right up your alley. Xiao Meinyang covered her mouth and snickered. Go back. If no one really comes in a few days, then go back to the Immortal Pavilion. Waving his hand, he led the two beautiful ladies away at the same time. All that was left was a field of corpses. Chapter 55, Big Breasts, No Brains. This day, the entire majestic pass was crowded with people. Suddenly, many unfamiliar faces appeared. Most of them were from the heavenly capital with different identities. Some of them were dressed in gorgeous costumes and had rich, bloated bodies, obviously high-powered dignitaries. Some of them have a good posture and flavor. and they are the noble women of the rich and noble families. There were also some youthful young girls who had peach blossom faces and smiles. The handsome teenage boys, on the other hand, were all very imposing and graceful. In addition, a large and imposing procession is slowly making its way through the pass. There were cultivators and soldiers in this group. Their pace and discipline were so neat that one could not help but be impressed. The influx of so many strangers into this majestic pass at once could really keep Chen Meijia busy and overwhelmed. Some of these new arrivals were friends, family and servants of the Li family, while others were from her father's side. As for that huge team, it is presumed that it should be the elite soldiers specially allocated by Tiandu. Since Chen Meijia knew all the details of this group of people, she had to personally go out to properly arrange all sorts of things for them. Just then, Ma Kurang was leisurely leading two people to wander around the bustling streets. However, it didn't take long for him to be recognized. "Greetings, true Master Mu." Immediately afterward, a handsome-faced youth greeted him with quick steps. When he came closer, this youth hurriedly bowed to Mu Lang and greeted him respectfully. One must know that in the entirety of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, almost no one knew about Mu Lang's irascible and irritable bad temper. As a result, everyone would try to show more courtesy when they saw him, so as not to accidentally offend this bogeyman. Hearing someone greet him, Ma Kurang only slightly raised his head and glanced at him. The person who came face to face in front of him was a completely new face to him, and had no impression at all. "Don't recognize, don't even bother." Shepherd Lang took it as if he hadn't heard it, and led the two of them, Xiao Meinyang, all the way forward. Where there are people, there are those who don't care. That young man wasn't upset when he saw that Mu Lang ignored him. He would only have to be more careful if Mu Lang took him on. The youth did not say much, but the slightly shorter teenager standing beside him locked his gaze firmly on Xiao Meinyang, only to see the teenager's eyes blinking as he stared straight at her. However, this teenager obviously did not notice the honorific title that the youth used towards Mu Lang just now, Mu Xinjuan. Even if he had heard of the title by chance, I'm afraid he would have only scoffed at it. After all, this place was the Chen family's sphere of influence, and as the son of the titular county king, he had always been unselfish and arrogant. "Brother Zhu, who exactly is this? And look at those two women following behind him. TSK TSK TSK, it's really the color of the country." While the teenager was talking, his eyes never moved away from Xiao Meinyang for half a minute, and he couldn't even spare a blink. Seeing this situation, the young man panicked and stretched out his hand to cover the teenager's mouth, and lowered his voice to urgently persuade. Seiji, you can't just say that off the top of your head. It might cause trouble." Immediately after that, the youth hurriedly turned his head to look at Mu Lang's gradually moving away figure. His heart could not help but feel a burst of fear, and a layer of fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It turned out that the mouthy son in front of him was not someone else, but Chen Meijiao's own brother, Chen Lai. Although Chen Lai tops the title of the world's son, his status is actually not the firstborn son. Above him, an older brother exists. However, since he and Chen Meijia were born from the same mother, he was specially arranged to participate in this operation. Of course, the reason why he was so politely honored with the title of Shirzi was simply out of politeness. "What do you mean?" Shanlat asked. "That one is a true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion? This time he is the one who helped your sister, your brother-in-law, to defend the majestic pass," the youth said. "Oh, that's him? The true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion?" Chen Lai was puzzled. Afterwards, Shanlet left straight away. He was going to find his sister. "Let's see if we can talk his sister into it." Li House, a pretty Chen Meijia, surprised at Chen Lai, this brother of their own. "The sky is not afraid of the ground. I didn't realize that there was actually a mind for this. Once you leave my place, you mustn't talk nonsense. Once Duke Mu knows about this, even if father and uncle step in, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save your life." Chen Meijia warned anxiously. Knowing well the temperament of Duke Mu, she would never allow anyone to make a wrong move against his woman. And this unknowing younger brother display in front of me actually hit those women's ideas. Really bold. One must know that Mu Lang's women are not characters to be messed with, not to mention the powerful forces behind them. However, Chen Lai didn't seem to take his sister's words to heart. "Meijia, how can you be so proud of others and destroy your own? Even if that Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion is powerful, in the end, it is still relying on the shelter of our Chen family to survive." Just then, a voice suddenly came from beside Chen Meijia, only to see a woman in a long green dress speak up once again. Aya, Meijia, why does our Chen family need to be afraid of that tiny Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion?" It turned out that this woman was none other than Chen Meijiao's mother. Ever since he was a child, she had always coddled Chen Lai in 100 ways, so much so that she had raised this lawless character of his today. Hearing her mother's remarks, Chen Meijiao only felt a splitting headache and helplessly said, "Mother, don't get involved here." Faced with such an ill-informed mother, Chen Meijiao felt both angry and helpless. After all, she clearly knew that the current situation was very serious, and if she couldn't stop Chen Lai's foolish behavior in time, it would most likely bring about a huge disaster for the entire County King's mansion. But that woman didn't realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest, and still kept looking at Chen Lai with a doting gaze. "What are you afraid of? Although their immortal pavilion possesses experts of the heavenly deity realm, our Chen family has the same. Could we still be inferior to them?" Obviously, she had completely failed to consider the contrast in strength between the two sides and the consequences that might be triggered. To be honest, Chen Meijiao looked at her mother's figure and slowly sighed. The saying about having big boobs is true. Chen Meijiao's mother, Shen Miaoshu, came from the Qin family of the Qin kingdom, which was also a prestigious family. Shen Miaoshu is in her 40s, with a hot, plump and full figure, especially that pair of proud. Chapter 56, Marriage? Mother, don't you know? Mr. Mu is a powerful person of the heavenly Dipper realm, and he's also a true disciple of the immortal pavilion. Chen Meijiao eagerly wanted to awaken Shen Miaoshu's attention by emphasizing Mu Lang's identity. However, no matter how she tried her best, Shen Miaoshu seemed to be oblivious to this, and remained in a cloudy and breezy manner. Meijiao, you should stop talking. Regarding Mu Lang's identity, my mother naturally has a number in her heart, and I've warned Chen Lai to be a little more restrained, so that should be fine, right? Shen Miaoshu wore a smile, her eyes full of doting on her son, and tenderly glanced at Chen Lai, who was standing by the side. Then, Shen Miaoshu gently picked up the teacup and sipped a small mouthful of the fragrant tea before opening her mouth unhurriedly. There is another important matter. This time, the sword Qi Xiong Pass needs someone to guard it, and the Shen family has been entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Then there are a few choices before you now. Either remain here, return to the Li family, or come with me to the County King's residence. Think it over yourself. Hearing these words, Chen Meijiao couldn't help but feel a surge of unspeakable joy in her heart. Finally able to get rid of this disgusting place. It's just a pity that Li Ping is no longer alive. Is it really necessary to let uncle go to guard the sword Qi Xiong Pass? Chen Meijiao asked, unable to hold back her inner excitement. Well, it is precisely your third uncle who is in charge of this task. Shen Miaoshu nodded and replied. Right at this moment, a thought crossed Chen Meijiao's mind like lightning, and she was suddenly particularly eager to travel to the Immortal Pavilion. Even though she knew full well that the infamous sex maniac was also in the Immortal Pavilion, she couldn't suppress the urge. I'm going to go to the Immortal Pavilion. With Tonger, Chen Meijiao said. Child? Shen Miaoshu froze. She didn't expect Chen Meijiao to actually want to go to the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. People take children. Can they take you? What are you going to do there? If you really can't go back to the County King's mansion with me, I'll ask your father to find you a good man to marry again. Shen Miaoshu's head started to short-circuit again. Marriage? Chen Meijiao was stunned, not expecting her mother to say something like this. Mother, how old am I and still married? You don't marry? Do I want to get married? I want to marry someone too. Your father isn't dead. Shen Miaoshu narrowed her eyes and looked at Chen Meijiao. It made Chen Meijiao look furtive in her heart. Don't mess around. I need to break through the Big Dipper realm recently, so don't mess around. Chen Meijiao said. Break through the Big Dipper realm? Shen Miaoshu didn't expect her eldest daughter to have this ambition. Okay, after you break through the Big Dipper realm, your brother will probably be crowned prince by your father. Shen Miaoshu's family of 3, in the County King's mansion, was not doing well. County King Qinjin has many wives and concubines, and the first lady is the first daughter of the Chao family. So when the son of the first lady was born, it was the first son, the future sheriff king, now the sheriff prince. The second lady Shen Miaoshu gave birth to a son, can only be considered a male son? Slightly want to flatter the Shen family. We'll call Chen Lai as the son of the world. The third lady, on the other hand, had 2 daughters, and Chen Meijiao was born to the third lady. The rest are a bunch of concubines. Once Chen Meijiao broke through the Big Dipper realm, then Shen Miaoshu would also rise. How much longer? Shen Miaoshu asked. There's still a little bit of crystal stones missing. Mother, do you have any more crystal stones? Chen Meijiao knew that Shen Miaoshu definitely had quite a few crystal stones. No, it's all been given to your brother to cultivate. Shen Miaoshu directly rebuffed Chen Meijiao. Meijiao, hurry up and break through the Big Dipper realm. When the time comes, I'll ask your father to find you one in the Big Dipper realm, and when the time comes, it'll definitely allow your brother to sit in the position of the world's son. Shen Miaoshu seemed to be undeterred and still wanted to introduce Chen Meijiao. Angry, Chen Meijiao turned around and left. Ever since she was a child, Shen Miaoshu was just bent on thinking about her brother and never helped her think. Now, how is it that you are over 30? How old are your children? And you are ready to let yourself marry again? Chen Meijiao had a feeling of wanting to cry. Just like that, Chen Meijiao arrived at Mu Lang's place, who was currently lying on the bed with Xiao Meinyang feeding him. This life, it's pretty cozy. Mr. Mu, when will you return to the Immortal Pavilion? Chen Meijiao looked at that colorful man. He was really colorful. In the middle of the day, he was immersed in tenderness. At this moment, only Xiao Meinyang's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she looked at Chen Meijiao with a few hints of impishness. Yo, back to the Immortal Pavilion? What's the matter? Could it be that Mrs. Li is ready to go back with my youngest son? Is it possible that you've already tasted the wonderful flavor of it? Seeing this, Tang Yanrui, who was on the side, also couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly as she chimed in. Indeed, this figure is enough to fascinate a gentleman for a night. Even the always simple Xiao Bai as well as the intelligent Su Fuyan were filled with curiosity at this moment. They really couldn't figure out why Chen Meijiao would suddenly make such a request. Could it be that she couldn't bear to see Mu Lang leave? In the face of the crowd's teasing and confusion, Chen Meijiao's face flushed slightly. That's right. I want to follow you to the Immortal Pavilion to visit Tonger. It turns out that right now, for Chen Meijiao, there seems to be no other place to go except to where the child is. After all, if she stayed where she was, she would be reduced to a poor little widow with a confused future ahead of her. As for the county king's mansion, she would never want to get involved, because once she stepped through that door, Shen Miaoshu would surely force her to remarry someone else. The Li family, on the other hand, needs no consideration. Being alone in the Li family meant nothing to her. Hearing Chen Meijiao's words, Mu Lang couldn't help but reveal a strange look. To the Immortal Court? To find Li Tong? But, Li Tong's situation in the Immortal Pavilion is not good. Li Ping died and you didn't inform Li Tong? Tonger was notified. But after so many days, Tonger should have arrived a long time ago, and now he hasn't come. Chen Meijiao said. Li family did not arrive. Maybe Li Tong and home, and Li Zi won up. Mu Lang said. Chen Meijiao froze. Li Tong and the Li family came together. Then she had something in mind. The Li family, perhaps, brought Li Child home. Although it was said that Li Tong's talent was not high, but at least he had worshipped in the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion. And in the future, it would still be possible to become a God Condensation Realm. The God Condensation Realm was already considered good. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Chen Meijiao couldn't help but know a tiny bit more in her heart when she was mentioned by Mu Lang. Afterwards, Chen Meijiao immediately left, needing to chart her own path anew. Xiao Langjun, is Chen Meijiao's destiny with Li Tong over? Xiao Meinyang asked softly. I guess it's all those gossips throughout Xiongguan. The Li family must know about it. I guess it severed the relationship with Chen Meijiao. So Li Tongqi was taken back by the Li family. Tang Yanrui analyzed. Chapter 57 News of Su Wanqiu. For Chen Meijiao, Mu Lang didn't say much. After all, this was just an encounter. Can we still keep pestering people? Obviously unlikely. However, a jade slip from Su Eveningxiu caused him to feel an indescribable pang. A message came that caused him to fall silent for an instant. Only one line was clearly displayed above that jade slip. Mu Lang, when you return from the Xiongguan, do not return to the Immortal Pavilion, go straight to the Su family, and helping Ning go to the Qin family to break the marriage contract. After seeing this message, Ma Korong didn't know what to say. There was no anticipation that in the end, he would actually have to helping Ning on the path of withdrawal. Xiao Meinyang, who was on the side, noticed the bitter look on Mu Lang's face that he couldn't hide and couldn't help but ask with concern. What exactly happened? What kind of message did Su Evening Autumn send you exactly? Mu Lang shook his head helplessly, then handed the jade slip in his hand to Xiao Meinyang. Xiao Meinyang was first slightly stunned when she saw this. She couldn't open it at all. But something unexpected happened. The moment the jade sketch touched Xiao Meinyang's palm, it actually suddenly turned into pieces, while at the same time, a shimmering subtitle slowly emerged. Mu Lang, after leaving from Xiongguan, don't return to the Immortal Pavilion. Immediately go to the Su family to assisting Ning and going to the Qin family to return the marriage with Qin Feng, and then rush to the heavenly Dangshan mountain after completing this matter. Seeing this, not only was Xiao Meinyang stunned, even Tang Yanrui next to her was filled with suspicion. It was really hard to figure out why there was such an arrangement that actually required Mu Lang to personally go out and deal with this matter of withdrawing from the marriage. Helping Su Ning withdraw from the marriage? Isn't that too humiliating? Tang Yanrui came over with a face full of surprise, and her gaze also landed on top of the jade slip. Obviously she had also seen the message delivered on it. There's nothing strange about that, Xiao Meinyang said with a calm face. This matter couldn't be more normal. Su Evening Autumn said that her Su Ning is exceptionally gifted, while Qin Feng, who has been reduced to a waste, is naturally unworthy of Suingning. After saying that, Xiao Meinyang even nodded her head fervently. In Xiao Meinyang's conception, it was always the hero who could match with the redhead. After all, in this world where martial arts was the norm and the strong were the most respected, those without strength were doomed to be eliminated. At this moment, Tang Yenrui couldn't help but be a bit stunned. She never thought that Xiao Meinyang, who usually seemed quite kind, would be so snobbish. However, at the moment, she did not say anything more, but just stood quietly and listened to the two continue their conversation. Well, it does make quite a bit of sense. Ma Kuran, who was eating fruit, casually responded, his mouth somewhat slurred from being stuffed with fruit. After Chen Meijiao's matter is taken care of, we'll set out for the Su family and help Suingning return this marriage. Next thing you know, you'll have to go straight to Tiandang Mountain. Tendong Mountain? Xiao Meinyang's expression suddenly became grave. Tiandang Mountain? It can't be that place, right? In the depths of her memories, a Tiandang Mountain did exist, but this mountain was located at the border of the Chen and Song kingdoms, and there were people from all the major clans sent to guard it all year round. Moreover, as far as she knew, Myriad Voice Workshop's sect base was not far from this Tiandang Mountain. Is it possible that the situation between Chen and Song has developed to a white-hot stage where swords are being drawn and things are on the verge of breaking out? Thinking of this, Xiao Meinyang's heart couldn't help but raise a trace of worry. Well, it should be the place you mentioned. Would Xiao Meinyang be excited if she met Xiao family members? Mu Lang said with a face full of curiosity. Need to know. Although the Xiao family is also considered a bit of status in the Song dynasty, but in reality it is not much. After all, the Song kingdom had always been controlled by the three major clans, and almost all of the disciples were personally sought out by these three clans. Some of these chosen disciples were orphans with miserable backgrounds, while others were beggars begging along the streets. Most of them are the kind of people who have no one to depend on, so it is very easy to control. However, the situation in Chen is very different from Song. In the state of Chen, the entire country was centered on the royal family, with the Pantheon Immortal Pavilion in particular serving as an important fulcrum. These two forces constantly recruited and collected the sons and daughters of all the great clans and guided them to embark on the path of cultivation. By doing so, it invariably creates a strong hold on the clans. Junior Langjun, I have been Junior Langjun's person since the moment you took me out of Song. I thought that when I was in the Xiao family, I had trouble getting even a single chance to cultivate at all. Speaking here, Xiao Meinyang couldn't help but slightly lower her head, and her voice became softer and softer. Now that I am able to follow Junior Langjun, I also have the opportunity to be able to cultivate, which would be a difficult thing to do if I were in Song. At this time, Xiao Meinyang appeared incomparably meek and well-behaved, and she was even more obedient to Mu Lang. Tang Yenrui looked at Xiao Meinyang from time to time. The more this Xiao Meinyang said, the more bitter drama. What chance is there? She just hasn't discovered her talent. Junior Langjun, when will you leave then? Xiao Meinyang said sadly. It'll only be a day or two. Help Chen Meijiao suppress this group of people from the Chen kingdom and leave. Mu Lang thought that this group of Chengua came, in all likelihood, they would cause trouble. And when the time came, Chen Meijiao alone could not handle it, but unbeknownst to her, Chen Meijiao was just waiting for Li Tong. Once Li Child doesn't come, she'll leave on her own. This mess can just be casually thrown to the Li family, to the Xin family, or to the county king's house. Mu Lang had really waited for 2 days at this sword Qi Xiongguan, and had not waited for Chen Meijiao to ask Mu Lang to come and help. 2 days later, Mu Lang directly threw out that flying boat, which was not very large, but gave a hint of a shocking feeling. A flying boat? That true legend still has a flying boat? Shan Miaoshu narrowed her eyes. Although the county king's mansion was rich, a flying boat was still unattainable. Mother, I've already said that the true legend is in the Big Dipper realm. Isn't it normal for a Big Dipper realm to have a flying boat? Chen Meijiao said. Shan Miaoshu pondered. That true disciple. The Big Dipper realm? Chen Meijiao's heart trembled. Shen Miaoshu, that look. She was not comfortable in her heart. Shen Miaoshu absolutely again in the mind. How old is that true legend? Shen Miaoshu asked. How big? I don't know how big. In an instant, in Chen Meijiao's heart, she knew what Shen Miaoshu had in mind. You don't want me to marry Makaru, do you? Some other day, have your father go to the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion and ask if there are any suitable men. Shen Miaoshu said. Sure enough, that's what she's hitting on Makaru. Chapter 58, Little Langjun. I want it. Mother, you should stop pulling strings. That true disciple. There is no shortage of women around him at all. Chen Meijiao was so anxious that she was even on the verge of stamping her feet in anxiety. So what if there is no shortage of women? I know in my heart, our royal family is not short of princesses. If this one doesn't work, then send a few more over. Shan Miaoshu. At this moment, seemed to have made up her mind that she had to send Chen Meijiao to Mulang. Mother, what on earth are you rambling on about? Chen Meijiao stared at her mother with wide eyes in disbelief. Your brother has fallen for that true disciple's maid. And you, now a widow. Let your father go find a few more county lords and give them all to him as concubines. I don't believe it. So many county lords still can't be exchanged for one of his maids of honor. The more Shin Miaoshu said, the more she felt that her idea was brilliant and incomparable. And she couldn't help but have a smug smile on her face. By no means. I'll never marry that fellow. And there's no way he'd marry a widow into his family. Chen Meijiao gritted her teeth and viciously dropped these words before twisting her slender waist and turning away in a huff. Looking at Chen Meijiao's fading back, Shin Miaoshu not only did not get angry, but instead, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and she let out a light laugh. Who said I want you to marry him? It's just a gift to him as a concubine. If you want to become the main wife, then you have to be at least a royal princess to qualify. After saying that, she gently shook her head, secretly pondering in her mind how to implement this plan next. The Su family, household name. Su Jincheng couldn't wait for Mulang to arrive. He secretly calculated in his mind that once Mulang showed up, he would immediately take him to the Qin family and decisively push that marriage off. And along the way, Mulang was on the hoof, not daring to delay in the slightest. The flying boat was harnessed and sped along. The flying boat cut through the sky, leaving behind a splendid wake. At this moment, Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yanrui were sitting comfortably on top of the flying boat to cultivate. Closing his eyes tightly, his breath flowed around his body, intermingling with the aura of heaven and earth. At the same time, Bai Suzhen had already transformed into a human form, with a graceful and beautiful figure. Only lightly opening his vermilion lips, he slowly spat out the crystal-clear demonic elixir. As he breathed in and out, the essence of the sun and moon around him was constantly drawn into his body. For demons, these sun and moon essences were undoubtedly extremely precious tonics that could help them rapidly raise their cultivation. Mulang could be described as caring for all of them, and he didn't stint on providing a large amount of crystals for them to use. The only expectation was to see them successfully break through the realm, their strength going to the next level. Just like that, after 2 whole days of running around, the flying boat finally arrived at the heavenly capital once again. The Su family had long ago sent people to stand guard at the city gates, waiting in anticipation. The moment Mulang stepped off the flying boat, Su Ming immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Mr. Mu, you finally arrived. My father has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. Su Ming spoke while respectfully leading the way ahead. Mulang nodded slightly and responded. Aha! Facing the enthusiastic Su Ming, Mulang acted rather coldly. After all, he had only come this time because of Su Evening Autumn's instructions to just do his part. Mr. Mu, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this matter to end up bothering you. Just after arriving at the Su family, Su Jincheng came. Su Jincheng was still slightly less than pleased with Mulang's arrival. Mr. Mu, you're here. Su Yingning came. Her petite and delicate appearance was very cute. Aha! Su Yingning, you want to withdraw from Qin Fang's marriage? Glancing at Su Yingning, Mulang wondered if this was Su Jincheng's intention or Su Yingning's. Su Yingning held her head high, holding out her not-so-full breasts. Qin Feng has lost all his cultivation and is no longer worthy of himself, which is why I begged Auntie to help me withdraw from the marriage. Xiao Meinyang couldn't help but raise her head and look at Su Yingning, whose temperament she still quite liked. Oh, that means you asked to withdraw from the marriage yourself? Mulang said thoughtfully. Su Yingning nodded. Alright, you guys pick a time as soon as possible and go to the Qin family early. I have other things to do. Mulang said. Anyway, there's no more bullying. At most, it's just a matter of adding to your own reputation and forcing your way out of the marriage. It didn't matter to Ma Korang. Su Jincheng had already learned of Su Evening Chio's news, and Mulang had to hurry to get to Tiandang Mountain. As it is today, Dangshan is totally hitting the ground running. Early tomorrow morning, Mr. Mu will go to the Qin family. Now let's prepare some things to save for tomorrow, Su Jincheng said. At this moment, Su Ming was already preparing to take Mulang and the others to rest. The last time he came to the Su family, it was to fetch a transformation grass, and that was a favor owed to Su Evening Autumn. Nowadays, Mulang wouldn't take a shorthand. Alright, Mr. Mu, please also take an early rest. We'll go to the Qin family first thing in the morning and settle this before it's too late, Su Jincheng said. Su Ming then led Mulang forward to rest. Duke Mu, we won't go out to receive the wind tonight. You can rest early. The meal will be arranged to come over in a while, Su Ming said. Originally, he had arranged for Mulang to go to the banks of the Tenda River, but he was afraid that Mulang would be very unhappy. Alright, you'll bring the food over later. We'll eat in the house by ourselves. Mu Lang said. For the Su family, Mu Lang was still considered polite. After all, it was Su Evening Chio's family. Xiao Meinyang sat cross-legged, her wonderful figure perfectly displayed, and she hated the fact that she couldn't stop cultivating every chance she got. Tan Yenrui, on the other hand, was sitting on a chair, getting high on melon seeds. She also cultivated, but not as actively as that Xiao Meinyang. Soon, Su Ming sent some meals over, and after the three of them enjoyed them, it was truly a long night with no desire to sleep. Mu Lang, when will you return to the Immortal Pavilion? Tang Yenrui asked. What's the point of going back to the Immortal Pavilion? You miss your sister? Xiao Meinyang suddenly opened her eyes and glanced at Tang Yenrui. It had indeed been some days since he had left the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion this time. Well, I wonder how Yen Yun is doing in the Immortal Pavilion. Tang Yenrui worriedly said. You just don't care about those. Just cultivate yourself properly. Worrying about this and that day after day. Xiao Meinyang softly said. Then she came into Mu Lang's arms and looked at Mu Lang's handsome face. Junior Lang Jun. I want it. When Tang Yenrui saw Xiao Meinyang's Thai appearance, she just hated her teeth. Again. Every time, Xiao Meinyang wanted to. The one who was hurt was Tang Yenrui, and Xiao Meinyang always dropped the chain when it mattered. And Tang Yenrui's temperament is stubborn. No matter what, she'll stick it out to the end. Xiao Meinyang, don't be a tart. You're the one who teases lust, and you're the first one to run away. Chapter 59, The atmosphere is in place. It was really as Tang Yenrui had said, at most 1 tea's worth of work. Xiao Meinyang's face was full of redness as she wordlessly looked at Tang Yenrui. Xiao Meinyang, what do you mean? You're the one who arches the fire every time. Why are you looking at me? Tang Yenrui said sharply. What kind of strength is Mulan? She doesn't know? Suddenly, she wanted Tang Yenyun. Perhaps it would be better if my sister was here. At least she wouldn't be bullied so miserably. Xiao Meinyang had a plump body with well-proportioned proportions, and her skin was white and beautiful, making her attractive. To be honest, the lower realm palace casting, that is also a first-class proportion coordination. That said, the Empress of Song, the Empress Dowager is so beautiful and moving, and Chen is so much stronger than Song. So isn't the Empress Dowager, even more fascinating? While Mu Lang spoke softly, Tang Yenrui made a turn. TSK, is it not enough for you to have me and Xiao Meinyang, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Xiao Meinyang, on the other hand, revealed a touch of complacency. Junior Lang Jun, I'll support you. The Empress of the Kingdom of Chen should be a member of the Shen family. That's Chen Meijiao's mother's wife, Shen Miaoshu's niece. Subsequently, Tang Yenrui looked miserable. Xiao Meinyang was always against herself. Two people together from the Song dynasty should not be an affront. Well, Mu Lang in the future, absolutely many women should be a united front. But Xiao Meinyang's mind is something Tang Yenrui can guess? Xiao Meinyang's heart was completely on Mu Lang. Su Fuyang, as the protector of the path, raised her head slightly. She knew in her heart the strength of Mu Lang. By Suzhen, take human form and go up, poking the coiled white. Little White raised his head and looked around. Then he understood what Su Fuyang meant. In a puff of smoke, Bai was transformed into a plump, full-bodied woman. The body is hot as ever. Young lord, Auntie Su sent me. Bai Suzhen lowered her head and shyly entered the bed curtain. Makiran was coming anyway. Su Fuyang's sharp claws casually transformed, and the entire room was surrounded by a boundary. And then gently on the bronze mirror at the head of the bed, a slight poke. Let the storm be as big as it is inside, and it won't disturb the people outside. And in the courtyard, in that pavilion, a young girl, with her chin in her hand, was staring. Su Yingning just silently looked at Mu Lang's room. This true disciple, who had only met a few times, had perfectly captured the heart of this playful young girl. Su Yingning could completely guess what Mulan and the two other beautiful ladies were doing, and she wasn't ignorant of anything. Looking down at his body, he was a far cry from those two beautiful women. Humph, I don't know what I ate to grow so big. Su Yingning snapped. She was already thinking, if she wanted to follow Mu Lang away after the retreat tomorrow, how about using the excuse of wanting to see her aunt? Taking out a bronze mirror, he just started measuring his handsome appearance, which was getting prettier and prettier. At the head of Mu Lang's bed, there was an exquisite bronze mirror, and on the opposite side of the bronze mirror stood a woman with an indifferent face. At the moment, the woman was holding her hands tightly over her ears, trying to block out some sort of sound that was coming through. She was heard screaming angrily. Ah, it's so infuriating. What the hell is that damnable dog man doing? Why are those women screaming so miserably? This person was none other than Shen Duling. That originally beautiful and touching face had become somewhat distorted from anger at this time, and her eyes were glaring round, revealing an uncontrollable rage. The more Chen Duling thought about it, the more furious she became, and she fiercely reached out and swung her hand, slamming the teapot on the table to the ground viciously. With a crunching sound, the teapot instantly shattered into countless pieces, splashing tea in all directions, but that didn't seem to quell the anger in her heart, only to see her continue to curse through clenched teeth. Damn you guys! Damn you! How can a big man be so cruel to bully a woman? It's simply heavenly. At this moment, the scenes of Mulang bullying Xiao Mengyang and Tang Yanrui kept surfacing in Chen Duling's mind, and these images haunted her, causing her to almost go crazy. Even though she desperately covered her ears, those ambiguous cries continued to pour into her ears like a tidal wave. What's worse, however, is that it doesn't seem to be over. Just then, Su Fuyao clearly did not intend to let Chen Duling off easily, only to see the corners of Su Fuyao's mouth rise slightly, revealing a wry smile, then gently waving her claws, adding a touch of mysterious magic to those sounds. It easily penetrated the blockage of the bronze mirror and traveled straight into the room where Chen Duling was, and so, those already unbearable sounds became more and more deafening at this moment. Where had the untouched Chen Duling experienced this kind of thing? That delicate white face instantly became red. Even the roots of her ears and neck were tinted with a layer of seductive scarlet color. Seeing this, the corners of Su Fuyan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of imperceptible smugness. Immediately after that, without hesitation, she once again put her hand into that bronze mirror, which was unhindered to her. In the blink of an eye, he tightly grasped Chen Duling's slender wrist and gave it a forceful tug, easily yanking Chen Duling over from the end of the bronze mirror. At this time, Chen Duling's originally neat clothes became a bit messy due to being pulled suddenly. Her mind snapped and she instinctively began to struggle up in panic. However, this amount of her strength was simply like an ant trying to shake a tree for Su Fu shook. It was not helpful at all. Su Fuyang just lightly waved her arm, and a powerful force firmly imprisoned Chen Duling, making her unable to move. Get off me! Chen Duling's eyes widened in anger as she loudly rebuked, but Su Fuyang was unmoved, still holding onto her with a death grip and refusing to let go, because she had carefully planned for so long, and it had taken her a long time to get to this point, so how could she easily let go of this perfect opportunity in front of her? Just as the two were at a standstill, suddenly, another majestic voice came from the bronze mirror. Let go of Turin. Is she not at your disposal? Hearing this familiar voice, Su Fuyan's heart could not help but tremble. Emmer? That's right. It's none other than Mu Jing'emmer. Su Fuyang secretly grumbled, not expecting Mu Jing'emmer to show up at this juncture even after all the calculations. Mu Jing'emmer has always had a close relationship with Chen Duling, and as a matter of practice, she would get in touch with Chen Duling every once in a while. Because of this, Su Fuyao had been wary before, not daring to rashly take too strong a stance against Chen Duling. But who would have thought that the situation would develop so coincidentally today? Seeing that the atmosphere on Mu Lang's side has already been baked into place, if we can use Chen Duling to push the envelope a bit more, we may be able to help Mu Lang achieve what he wants. So, after thinking about it, Su Fuyao finally decided to take a chance and chose to go after Chen Duling. Originally, she wanted Su Yingning. The girl was too thin for her liking. Although Chen Duling is cold, she is strong and more importantly, she has a good mother. Once he controlled Chen Duling, returning to the heavenly realm to harness Mu Jing'emmer was just around the corner. Chapter 60 Chen Duling's Revenge. Mu Jing'emmer's strength was unfathomable, far above Su Fuyang. If she could make a move, helping Chen Duling resolve the crisis at hand would be nothing more than a breeze. However, it is regrettable that at this moment, she is in the distant heavenly realm. Even if she has the ability to penetrate the sky and earth, it is difficult to extend a helping hand to the lower realm of Chen Duling in time. Her long and white jade hands, despite containing endless power, were unable to cross that chasm between heaven and earth and reach the lower realm. Let go of Duling, or else once I know your true identities, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will definitely take your dog's head. Mu Jing'emmer angrily scolded. With her intelligence, she naturally knew exactly what terrible things might happen next. After all, she's the one who came through. Oh, that's up to you. The corner of Su Fuyang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and then with a gentle wave of his sleeve, he sent the imprisoned Chen Duling on top of Mu Lang's bed. Mu Jing'emmer, who was far away from the heavenly realm, was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, and the fire in her eyes was burning, and she hated that she could not fly down to the realm at once and break these people into pieces. No, don't! Chen Duling let out a mournful scream. However, immediately afterward, all the sounds came to an abrupt end, and the entire world was plunged into dead silence at this moment. Mu Jing's heart was burning with anxiety. His eyes were cracking and tears were swirling in the corners of his eyes. Right at this moment, a maid hurriedly came. Mu Jing'emmer, there is an honored guest coming today, and the front hall is in urgent need of manpower to go and serve them. Hearing these words, Mu Jing'emer couldn't help but freeze. Chen Duling was suffering from bullying in the lower realms. Her life and death were uncertain. How could she be told to still have the heart to entertain those so-called VIPs? For a while, her mind was in turmoil and she was at a complete loss. Chen Duling was forced under the covers, but her inner stubbornness prevented her from giving in, trying to struggle against it, yet it was all in vain, because at this moment, Macaron's power was far superior to hers. Right at that moment, Chen Duling felt like she had fallen into a bottomless abyss and wanted to die. How could she have never imagined that she would be possessed by someone whose cultivation level was far below hers, and the means used by the other party was so despicable and shameless, which made her high-minded and proud. How could she be convinced? Despite the reluctance in his heart, reality is cruel and unforgiving. What can you do if you don't obey? At this moment, she was in a completely vulnerable position, and was simply powerless to break free from Su Fuyang's bonds. After all, Chen Duling was experiencing something like this for the first time, and felt extremely uncomfortable with some of Mu Lang's actions. Mu Lang, on the other hand, was like a veteran in the flower world, knowing all kinds of techniques like the back of his hand. No matter how much Chen Duling resisted, in the end, it was still difficult to resist Mu Lang's fierce attack, and gradually she was completely conquered by him. At this time, Chen Duling is already all disillusioned and unlovable. There have been many times that I wanted to fight back, but I could not help that my body was confined by Su Fuyao, so I could only watch myself suffer this kind of humiliation. After all the resistance came to nothing, Chen Duling finally fell into despair and numbness. She knew deep down that this was the first humiliating experience of her life, and at the same time secretly vowed that it would definitely be the last as well. Finally, in the midst of the silence, Chen Duling couldn't even put on her clothes before hurriedly transforming into a figure and drilling into the bronze mirror like lightning. Its speed was so staggering that none of them were able to see her as she left. Even Mu Lang had only caught a glimpse of a naked silhouette flashing by. Back at the Chandu Liege Pavilion, Chen Duling got a basin of warm water on her hands and knees. She couldn't wait to jump into the warm water, wanting to wash the filth from her body. She wanted to wash away those traces that Makaru had left on her body. Washed and rewashed, Su Fuyang was full of complacency and lightly nodded her head. Since there was already this first time, then there would certainly be countless times to come. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a wry smile. From now on, there will be a good time for Chen Duling, as long as there is a need, absolutely any time from the opposite side to grab her over, as long as they could subdue Chen Duling. Then in the future, Mu Jing'emer would be like something in the palm of her hand, and she could be at the mercy of Mu Lang. One must know that once they ascended to the heavenly realm, very few women would be able to resist Mu Lang's charm. At this moment, Bai Suzhen was so excited that she could hardly contain herself, and even though she had already transformed into a human form, the snake's letter that gulped out from time to time exuded a uniquely seductive aura. It caused Mu Lang's heart to flutter, creating an unspeakably marvelous feeling. This night could be considered extremely satisfying for Mu Lang. After all, Chen Duling, who can be called an excellent beauty, was finally in his pocket. On the other hand, Su Fuyang, who was on the side, gazed at Mu Lang with doting eyes, secretly sighing in her heart. This teenager who has always preferred to seduce other people's wives. It was only after Mu Lang tightly embraced Bai Suzhen and fell into a deep sleep that Su Fuyang gently waved her small and delicate claws, slowly lifting the boundaries set up around her. At this moment, both Mu Lang and Bai Suzhen had already entered dreamland, and even Xiao Mengyang and Tang Yenrui were no exception. However, Su Fuyao did not sleep, and the one who also did not sleep was Chen Duling. The reason why Su Fuyang failed to close her eyes was not simply because she was able to snuggle in Mu Lang's warm embrace any time during the day. The more important reason was that she was bent on accelerating the process of raising Mu Lang's cultivation. Thought that with the help of Chen Duling this time, Mu Lang had a chance to break through to the late stage of the Heavenly Dipper. Only Chen Duling ended up losing her virginity. But Mu Lang didn't break through. Shanduran didn't fall asleep. That's because she couldn't sleep at all. It was hard on her body. Her heart was unusually weird. She was actually possessed by a man, and she needed to vent her anger. Need to kill. Unexpectedly, it is the experience of this night, the mirror demon Chen Duling, direct blood on the line, to kill all the underhanded men in the world who have committed crimes. Through the copper mirrors throughout the kingdom of Chen, whenever a man started to rape a woman, in the copper mirror was seen by Chen Duling, both would reach out a hand from the bronze mirror. Long, slender fingers with fishy red fingernails that were creepy. Then it was a matter of grabbing the back of the man's head and applying slight pressure. With Chen Duling's force, the man's entire head made a crisp sound, directly crushing the other party's head. The fishy red blood, white and greasy brain matter splattered all over the woman's face. The frightened woman panicked. And this scene was constantly being played out all over the kingdom of Chen. Chen Duling's ruthlessness was the knife that directly caused hundreds of men to, inexplicably, die violently. There was even the seventh prince, Chen Zhe, who was pinched to death from behind while humiliating a minister's wife and daughter. Chapter 61 The Great Joy. Early in the morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the light muslin, illuminating every corner of the house. Mu Lang turned around leisurely, gently stretching his body to shake off all the night's fatigue in general, and a cozy moan came out of his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Meinyang, who was on the side, rushed forward, holding in her hands the washing utensils that had already been prepared, gently waiting for Mu Lang to wash and organize his clothes. Everything was so orderly. Right at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by Su Ming's familiar voice. Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu, breakfast has been prepared. Please enjoy. After you've had your meal, I still hope that Mr. Mu can accompany us on a trip to the Qin family. Before the words fell, they only saw Su Ming and Su Jinchang walk into the room together. When he had finished washing up, Ma Coran walked to the table unhurriedly and slowly sat down. His eyes first fell on the sumptuous breakfast in front of him, and then moved to Su Jinchang, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table. Su family master, there's one thing I've never been able to figure out. Doesn't your family have a heavenly deity realm ancestor? By common sense, there should be no need to bother me with handling matters with the Qin family. Right, so why do you have to ask me to go along this time? Although Mu Lang's voice was not loud, it was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Jinchang straight in the heart. In the face of Mu Lang's questioning, Su Jinchang looked a bit rushed. He hesitated for a moment and then stammered. Mr. Mu, truth be told, this matter was decided by the family sister and the old ancestor in a joint discussion. As for the specific reasons for it, I really don't know much about it. After saying these words, Su Jinchang couldn't help but cry out in secret, thinking that this was really a difficult situation to deal with. Hearing this, Mu Lang's brows frowned slightly, and his heart was even more suspicious. Oh, surprisingly, it was Su Evening Autumn's idea? A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He really couldn't figure out what exactly Su Evening Autumn intended to do. At first, Mu Lang had speculated if it was the Su family's intention to make themselves act as the one who offended the Qin family, thus taking the blame for them. But today it seems that things are not so simple. Qin family, is there still a heavenly deity realm? Mu Lang asked. Su Jinchang's face was flabbergasted. Then he said seriously, he didn't dare to be ambiguous about this matter. The Qin family, there is another heavenly deity realm, who is now old and decrepit. Only then did Mu Lang seriously survey Su Jinchang. I see. Could it be that the Su family is afraid that the Qin family's old heavenly dipper, who is aging and in poor health, will fight with you guys for his life? So they're letting me go? Mu Lang's words directly caused Su Jinchang to tremble slightly. This kind of thing, he wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Mr. Mu is mistaken. You're a disciple of late autumn. Our Su family wouldn't do something like this that would hurt morality. Suddenly, a vicissitude voice rang out from outside. An old man came, a long green-colored robe. Slowly, Su Jinchang, Su Ming hurriedly saluted. Greetings, third uncle ancestor. The old man waved his hand, signaling the two to go wait outside. Mr. Mu, I've discussed it with Evening Autumn. It's to borrow your name to withdraw from the marriage. Just say that Yingning has fallen for you and is forced to withdraw. It's not to ask you to have a firefight with Qin old dog. The old man said. Mu Lang didn't say anything. This old man's words were not trustworthy. The old man also seemed to be able to tell that Mu Lang didn't quite believe him, and slowly sighed. Alas, Mr. Mu, I know deep down that you don't believe in the old man's words, but there really is a reason of last resort, which is that I want to borrow the identity of your immortal pavilion's true successor to force the Qin family to withdraw from the marriage. The old man sighed. Then he took out a brocade box from his arms and placed it on the table with a reluctant face. Mr. Mu, here are the only 2 spirit stones that I have. The old man has treasured them for a lifetime and hasn't even bothered to use them. Consider it all as a reward for Mr. Mu. The old man gently pushed the brocade box to Mu Lang, gesturing Xiao Mingyan to open the brocade box. There were really 2 milky white crystals lying in the box. In that case, I'll make a trip. Mu Lang stood up and straightened his clothes. The old man was smiling, although there was a hint of reluctance to give up the 2 spirit stones, as long as the matter was completed. It was perfect. Under Su Jinchang's openings, the Su family headed towards the Qin family with great vigor. Along the way, many people looked towards the Su family. The entire Tiandu. It had been a long time since they had seen such a big formation. Although all of the Su family was a prestigious family, under the drive of Su Evening Autumn, it was also famous in the heavenly capital. The Su family? That's the Su family? Where is the Su family going? Soon enough, someone noticed something strange about the Su family. The Kisus were also carrying a huge pile of boxes of gifts. Some people with sharp eyes quickly recognized that the Su family carried that was a bride price. Whose girl does Su Ming of the Su family have his eye on? Alas, that Su Ming brat, with a belly full of bad water. I don't know whose girl is going to suffer. Don't mention it. Last time I even saw him go to the Chandu Pavilion women's auction. He's been all along the banks of the Tendu River and slept on a flower boat for several nights. This is getting more and more outrageous. Su Ming was in the team, listening to it with a reddened face, and lowered his head to look at the others in a bad way. Su Jincheng, on the other hand, had a face of iron, itching to slap Su Ming. Su Ming, look at your reputation. Su Jincheng gritted his teeth. This caused Su Ming's head to fall even lower. Who is that youth holding the fox in the Su family's team? Why haven't I seen it before? Is he from the Su family too? Soon, Mu Lang's dress attracted a group of people. I don't know. Looking even more unreliable than Su Ming. A big man hugging a fox. Pussy. Good lord. This fire, it's leading directly to Makarang. Xiao Meinyang and Tang Yenrui were pursing their lips and sneering, but Mu Lang didn't care. What was this? In the heavenly realm, there were also in excessive words. That little lady from the Su family is also in the team. It's really a woman who's getting better and better looking. That's right, the Qin family is blessed. Such a beautiful young lady is close to marrying into the Qin family. And it's rumored that she's also a young genius. The Qin family? Soon, someone realized that the direction the Su family was going. Wasn't it the Qin family? No, isn't that the direction of the Qin family? Is this a bride price to the Qin family? That's not right. What kind of woman goes to the man's house to pay a bride price? What the hell? Follow it up and check it out. Yeah, follow it up and check it out. Not only did the peddlers in the marketplace see it, but also the Qin family's household staff hurriedly ran into the Qin mansion to inform Master Qin. This is a big deal. The Su family carried the bride price to the Qin family. Maybe the two families will be married. Master, great joy, great joy. The family man stumbled and ran towards the hall. A majestic and solemn middle-aged man slowly walked out. What's the matter? So flustered. What's the matter? The middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Qin family. Qin Ming, great joy, great joy. The Su family is here carrying a huge pile of bride price. The family's servant gasped. Chapter 62, Withdrawal of Marriage. The Su family actually carried such a large amount of bride price here? Qin Ming murmured with a face full of suspicion. One must know that although the Qin and Su families had set up a doll's marriage early on, however, in recent years, this matter had almost gone unnoticed. Especially since Qin Feng had accidentally gone off the deep end while practicing. No one in the Qin family had expected Su Yingning to marry into the Qin family. After all, Su Yingning's talent was simply too astonishing. At only 16 years old, she had already stepped into the Tongling realm, and breaking through to the heavenly deity realm in time would not be difficult. To tell the truth, even Qin Ming himself had moved to go to the Su family to break off the engagement. But I never thought that today the Su family would take the initiative to carry a generous bride price to visit the door. Could it be that the Su family intends to facilitate this marriage? Thinking about this, Qin Ming cannot help but be happy, secretly thinking in his heart. No wonder today early in the morning up will feel extraordinarily comfortable. So there is such a big happy event coming. Oops. No. It's more appropriate for me to personally go and greet them. Before the words left his mouth, Qin Ming was already impatiently darting towards the gate. When he reached the doorway, he happened to see Su Jincheng leading a long hiring procession slowly walking towards him, and both sides of the road were crowded with many peddlers who came to watch the fun, exchanging pleasantries and pointing their fingers. Brother Su, haven't you come back well? Quickly invite. Qin Ming greeted him with 3 steps and warmly greeted Su Jincheng as he walked towards the mansion. At this moment, a faint scent of tea filled the spacious hall, and the exquisite tea sets were neatly arranged. Apparently the finest aromatic tea had already been prepared and was quietly awaiting the arrival of the guests. Su Jincheng stood calmly at the side, methodically directing the servants of the Su family. They were seen filing in, carefully placing boxes of bride price filled with precious items steadily in the center of the hall. These bride price gifts were piled up in a mountain, emitting a dazzling light that made people not help but look at them. Right at this moment, the originally calm Qin Ming suddenly felt a throbbing at the corner of his eyebrows, and an unspeakably ominous premonition surged like a tidal wave. His heart was secretly shocked, and his eyes could not help but be drawn to the piles of magnificent bride price. Brother Su, what do you mean by this? Qin Ming frowned and reached out to point at the bride price, asking in confusion. Su Jincheng smiled faintly and replied with a warm face. Elder brother Qin, these are the bridegroom's gifts that I have specially prepared, and I brought them today, precisely to give them to you. After saying that, he personally went forward and attentively arranged for Mu Lang to be seated. After all, this Mu Lang is not an ordinary character. Is the Su family's important VIP? Cannot be neglected. Not to mention cannot cause him to be upset. Immediately afterward, Su Ming and Su Yingning also took their seats one after another. The atmosphere seemed a little subtle as the crowd sat around. Elder brother Qin. I wonder where your family Qin Feng is now. Su Jinchang picked up a cup of fragrant tea, and after taking a sip, he opened his mouth seemingly casually and inquired. Qin Ming hesitated slightly before slowly replying Qin Feng is at the old ancestor's place. He has been following behind the old ancestor for this period of time, expecting to be able to repair his damaged meridians with the help of the old ancestor. As he spoke, Qin Ming intentionally or unintentionally nodded to the name of the old ancestor, and a trace of imperceptible deep meaning flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hearing this, Su Jinchang understood, instantly understanding the implication in Qin Ming's words. Even though Qin Feng had now been reduced to an invalid, he was still able to receive the attention and favor of the old ancestor, a favor that could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, a meaningful smile surfaced on Su Jinchang's face. Then is it possible to invite Mr. Rinzai over here? Today's matter is of great importance, Su Jinchang said with a serious face. Should I call Qin Feng here? However, Qin Ming only glanced faintly at Su Yingning, who was standing by the side, and then nodded slightly thoughtfully. I think this matter should be related to Su Yingning. It wasn't long before he saw a young man with a straight posture and elegant demeanor walking quickly, and this person was none other than Qin Feng. He walked with a hurried gait and a slightly puzzled look on his face. Father, what is the reason for your calling my child here? Qin Feng asked hurriedly. Well, the Su family has come and brought a generous bride price, Qin Ming replied softly. When Qin Feng heard this, he was first stunned, and then he cast his gaze above those piles of bride price, examining the gift. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned his head to look at Su Yingning, who was sitting on the side. When Qin Feng saw this, his heart couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Such a beautiful and lovely woman. Anyone who saw it would be happy, especially with her petite and delicate figure. One couldn't help but want to pity her. Could it be that the Su family doesn't mind their situation and instead intends to marry the Qin family? Thinking of this, Qin Feng was instantly enraptured and filled with so much excitement that he could hardly contain himself. Brother Su, the canine son has already arrived. I wonder what you need to explain, but there is no harm in saying. Qin Ming smiled and said to Su Jinchang. Just then, Su Jinchang slowly pulled out a delicate brocade bag from his bosom. Carefully untying the silk thread tied to it, he slowly opened the pouch. The slightly yellowed, slightly frayed edges of the marriage certificate appeared. Elder brother Qin, this is the marriage contract between your son and your daughter more than 10 years ago. I don't know if old brother Qin still remembers it? Su Jinchang said softly, carefully placing that marriage certificate gently on the table. Qin Ming first froze, a slight look of surprise appearing on his face, but it was only for a moment before he quickly came back to his senses. His eyes locked onto the marriage certificate, revealing unspeakably complex feelings. Oi, time is really like a white horse passing by. In the twinkling of an eye, the children have grown up. Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his tone filled with the helplessness of the rush of years. After saying that, he slowly reached out his hand towards the marriage certificate, his fingers trembling slightly. At the same time, Su Jinchang glanced at Su Yingning, who was standing by the side, without a trace. He understood in his heart that there were some words that would be more appropriate for her to say in person. As a result, the entire room fell into a brief moment of silence, with everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on Su Yingning. Uncle Qin, this marriage certificate, it's like an invisible shackle that has bound Qin Feng and I for a full dozen years. So what? Today I specifically begged father to send this marriage certificate over, because I really can't bear to delay Qin Feng's great future any longer. Although Su Yingning's voice could not be said to be loud, it was like a heavy hammer that struck hard above the heart of every Qin family member. In an instant, the entire Qin family hall fell into a dead silence, and all those present clearly heard Su Yingning's words. Among them, it was especially Qin Ming and Qin Feng, the father and son duo, who had heard it most truly. They never expected that Su Yingning would say such words in front of everyone. Su Yingning's meaning could be heard by anyone who wasn't stupid. Chapter 63 Do not deceive the youth. And at this moment, people's eyes were also focused on the marriage contract on the table, while also noticing the array of bride price. Does it say? Are these bridegrooms the same ones that the Qin family sent to the Su family back then? After all these years, they haven't been touched in the slightest? Seeing this situation, Qin Ming still held a trace of luck in his heart, and he forced himself to calmly ask, Brother Su, I wonder what Yingning's intentions are with this move. Is it hard to believe that it's just a decision she made on a whim? However, in the face of Qin Ming's questioning, Su's father only slightly raised his head and lightly sipped the fragrant tea in his cup. Everything Yingning says and does represents the attitude of our Su family. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming's face suddenly became gloomy to the extreme, as if it was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. He finally realized that the Su family had come here to openly withdraw from the marriage. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Qin family, and was simply a loud slap in the face to the Qin family in this public place. The bride price that was returned as much as it was in front of me was more like a silent mockery, ridiculing the Qin family's former self-righteousness. At the beginning, Qin Ming was full of joyful expectations to be able to marry with the Su family, to achieve a beautiful marriage. Who had expected that now will end up like this? This meaning of the Su family, it surprises old me a bit. Qin Ming's pair of eyes stared fiercely at Su Jincheng. It was definitely this old guy who came up with this stupid idea. Qin Ming cursed in his heart. Alas, old brother Qin, truth be told, your son Qin Feng is indeed gifted and has a bright future ahead of him, but my daughter has now been recruited into the immortal pavilion. In this way, she will have to cultivate single-mindedly and cut off her earthly ties. Su Jincheng said with a frank face. Qin Feng, who was standing by the side, was so angry that he was shaking, and his hands, which were originally tightly clenched into fists, were now white in color because of the 10 knuckles caused by too much force. Teeth were clenched so tightly that one could even hear the sound of cackling, and his eyes were erupting with fury. Humph! I naturally know that Su Eveningqiu is noble as the wife of the Immortal Pavilion's pavilion master, yet the Immortal Pavilion is not a place where she has the final say. Qin Ming was furious. At this time, Su Yingning, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Qin Feng, you are now a person whose cultivation is completely wasted, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to step onto the path of cultivation again in this life. Even if you still have some hope of being able to recultivate, when I achieve the right result in the future, I'm sure you'll have long been dying. Why do you need to be entangled? After saying that, she gazed at Qin Feng in such a quiet manner, her eyes as cold as a stranger. Su Yingning's unflinching words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Qin Feng's heart. However, she didn't seem to care about the other's feelings and followed up with a blunt statement. It would be better to break off the engagement early while you can. With your Qin family's family lineage and status, you are fully capable of finding a more suitable marriage for you. At that time, you will be able to marry and have children and enjoy the joys of heaven. Why not? Su Yingning's words could be described as stone cold, directly picking things apart. Those people outside the door who had come to gather around to join in the fun exploded, exchanging words. No one had expected that the Su family's visit to the door this time would be for the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. It was still the Su family's proud daughter of heaven who had gathered thousands of favorites who had taken the initiative to propose to break off her engagement with the Qin family's wasteful son who had once been hailed as a genius young man but was now the laughingstock of all. For a while, all sorts of chatter went on and on. This Su family is simply too deceitful. How dare they humiliate people like this? It's really intolerable. Someone shouted with righteous indignation. That's not true. The Su family's move is clearly a deliberate attempt to slap the Qin family in the face. It's really too much. Another person chimed in. The crowd mingled and murmured. I really don't know how the Qin family will react next. Will they agree to this? For a while, various speculations and concerns filled the scene. At this moment, only Qin Feng's eyes were wide open, and the corners of his eyes even burst open due to his anger, with threads of blood seeping out. Clenching his fists tightly, his hands kept trembling due to too much force. And even his body couldn't help but shake. Lips tightly closed, teeth deeply sunk into them, had actually bitten out blood marks. What a ruthless tactic. What a brilliant mind trick. Su Jincheng, your actions today have severely humiliated my Qin family from top to bottom. From the inside out nah. Qin Ming was furious. His chest rose and fell violently. The anger in his heart was about to spurt out in general. Right at this moment, the entire Qin family had already become a target, suffering from a tidal wave of criticism coming from all directions. However, in the face of Qin Ming's furious rebuke, Su Jincheng did not change his face or his heart, and continued to speak slowly and methodically. Elder brother Qin, don't be angry. Things are not as you think. Here's another compensation. A small token of our Su family's gratitude towards your son Qin Feng. After saying that, he unhurriedly pulled out a fine brocade box from his bosom. The brocade box was extremely well made, and it was inlaid with colorful gems that emitted a faint glow. Su Jincheng placed it on the table and then gently uncovered the lid. In an instant, a bright and dazzling light shot out from the box, shaking the eyes of the people present to the point that they could barely open their eyes. When the light was slightly restrained, people could see that there were dozens of crystal stones placed inside the box, glittering with a fascinating luster. There are a total of 30 crystals here. Consider this as some compensation from our Su family to Qin Feng. Please smile. Su Jincheng wore a smile on his face as he reached out and pushed the brocade box in the direction where Qin Feng was. Qin Ming hated to lift the table. Humiliated. Nakedly humiliated. Su Jincheng, is this alms? Our Qin family lacks 50 crystals from you? Qin Ming said angrily. This is not for your Qin family. It's for Qin Feng. As long as Qin Feng agrees to withdraw from the marriage, these 30 crystals are his. Su Yingning said softly. Wow. The enraged Qin Feng, finally unable to hold back, directly waved his hand and scattered all 30 crystals. Scram! I don't need your charity. Qin Feng roared. Then, grabbing the yellowed marriage certificate on the table, he tore it to shreds. Su Yingning, remember, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Why get angry when you can't buy or sell? As long as Su Jincheng's effect was achieved, he didn't even need Milan to step in, and it was already perfectly resolved. Ha ha, what a good deal. Su Jincheng, this time I have finally experienced your Su family's family style. Qin Ming did not want to completely tear his face off with the Su family. After all, it would not benefit the Qin family at all. But it's good to withdraw from the marriage. The Qin family has actually wanted to withdraw from the marriage for a long time, but they just didn't go to the Su family because of their feelings. No matter what, you can't admit defeat with your mouth. Since that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Su Jincheng then wanted to get up and leave. Wait, an old voice came from the depths of the Qin family. Chapter 64, The Old Man. Right after that voice suddenly rang out, a look of surprise flashed across the faces of both Qin Ming and Qin Feng unanimously. It's the Qin family's third uncle ancestor coming. They thought at the same time in their hearts. Obviously, the series of things that had happened in the front hall had finally attracted the attention of this third uncle. Qin Ming let out a soft sigh. A big stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. But there seemed to be a hint of helplessness. Only from the direction of the back hall, an old man dressed in a long black robe walked slowly. The body posture is upright. The face is solemn and dignified, not angry and authoritative. Greetings, Elder Qin. Seeing this old man appear, Su Jincheng, who had originally treated Qin Ming somewhat lightly, immediately collected his expression and respectfully bowed to him in greeting. After all, for this old man in front of him, Su Jincheng would not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Jincheng I and your family's old ancestor have also been friends for a long time, and we can be called friends. Today, you even led so many people to come to my Qin family to withdraw from the marriage. This move is really a bit excessive, the old man said as he continued to steadily step forward. Each step seemed calm and powerful, and one couldn't help but be in awe. Hearing these words, father and son Su Jincheng and Su Ming hurriedly sidestepped to make way, while Qin Feng and Qin Ming hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed deeply to the old man, showing due respect. However, at this moment, the only one who remained unmoving was Mu Lang, who was sitting on a chair, merely lifting his head slightly. He swept a glance with indifferent eyes at the old man who was gradually approaching. Su Jincheng, this one in your family is really out of line. He actually doesn't even know the most basic etiquette. He is simply unselfish and arrogant. Qin Ming was so furious that his face was red, his chest was heaving violently, and he was about to explode in the next second. He happened to see Mu Lang, who was sitting leisurely on the side, and the anger in his heart instantly found a vent. However, before Qin Ming could finish his sentence, the old man opened his mouth and interrupted. There is no need to care about this. Young people, if they are not arrogant, how can they be considered young? After saying that, the old man slightly narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Mu Lang, but he was never able to see through his true cultivation. Immediately after that, the old man turned his head to look at Su Jincheng, his brows furrowed tightly. Jincheng, look at the way you've made this mess today. My Qin family's reputation can be considered ruined. In the future, how will the people within this heavenly capital city view our Qin family? Facing the old man's questioning, Su Jincheng did not know how to answer for a moment. At this time, Su Yingning, who was standing on the side, was not the least bit afraid, only to see her raise her chin with a haughty face. Qin Feng and I were never right for each other in the first place, and it's only natural that I came to withdraw from the marriage today. Furthermore, I didn't ask these people to come along with me. As he spoke, Su Yingning even deliberately glanced at Qin Feng and the others, his eyes filled with disdain. With Mu Lang at her side to back her up, Su Yingning was naturally full of energy and had no fear. Hearing Su Yingning's words, the old man was first stunned, then laughed back in anger. Ha ha, ha ha, what a great thing to say. Since that's the case, none of you can leave today. All of you stay here obediently. I won't use force against you. I'll just wait for that old man Su Hang to personally come and collect you. Before the words left his mouth, the old man's sharp gaze fell straight onto Su Jincheng, as if waiting for his reaction. Although it was very clear in his heart that the Qin family was not an enemy of the Su family at all, After all, the Su family possessed two powerful heavenly deity experts, while the Qin family only had one of their own. However, with behavior like this, blatantly running up to someone's door and punching them in the face, even the best-tempered would not be able to help but lash out. You know, even a man of clay produces a trifle of fire. Stay in my Qin family for the time being today, and wait until Su Hang comes over in person. That old man waved his big hand, seemingly intending to just straight up block the gate like that. It was at this time that Mu Lang, who hadn't had much of a presence, finally began to show the value he possessed, only to see him gently stroking Su Fuyan's silky fur. His movements seemed extremely gentle, and no one paid too much attention to him at first. But now the critical moment has come, and it's Mu Lang's turn to step up. I only heard Mu Lang slowly speak. Alright, old man, that boundary you made can't stop anything at all, so it's better to hurry up and stop. Old man? In an instant, the faces of everyone up and down the entire Qin family changed violently. One must know that this old man's position in the Qin family was an existence that no one could reach. How dare anyone call him an old man to his face? What are you? How dare you speak to third uncle ancestor in such a tone? Seeing this, Qin Feng hurriedly stood up and angrily rebuked at Mu Lang. The old man didn't get angry at Mu Lang's words. Instead, he smiled slightly. Young man, ever since I came out, you're just emboldened. I wonder if I can introduce you. This is the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion, one of the 10 true legends. Mu Lang, he is the disciple of my sister. Su Jinchang introduced. The Pixie Hollow Fairy Pavilion? One of the 10 true legends? Now, Qin Feng's face changed greatly. This teenager was actually a true disciple of the Pixie Dream Immortal Pavilion? No wonder it's so sightless. True disciple? Su Evening Chio's disciple? No wonder he's so defiant. Good, good, good. The old man said 3 good words in a row, showing how angry he was in his heart. Young man, even if Su Evening Chio came, she wouldn't dare to be so unimpressive in front of the old man. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson on behalf of your master, the old man said, about to make a move. That palm of the old man directly grabbed towards Mu Lang. In his perception, Mu Lang's strength should not be high. The only thing he relied on was Su Evening Autumn's identity. Before the palm could touch Ma Kurang, it was blocked by an invisible force. Old man, just be quiet. Don't just come up and do it. Killing your Qin family could be a waste, Mu Lang casually said. Mu Lang's words directly caused the old man's 7 orifices to go up in smoke, and he couldn't wait to slap Mu Lang to death. Dang! Just as the old man was about to grab onto Ma Kurang, a bizarre screen appeared and managed to resist the old man's hand. Okay to fight back? The old man cupped his hands to seal and viciously grabbed that screen, directly tearing it to pieces. Mu Lang was still sitting there, not moving at all. Only the fox in his arms raised its head slightly. Then waving his hand, the teacup on the table completely flew out. It hit the old man's palm hard. Before he could touch the palm of his hand, the teacup directly exploded. The tea splashed everywhere, splashing Qin Feng all over his body. The hot Qin Feng bared his teeth. How dare you? The old man let out an angry grunt, not expecting this teenager to actually dare to fight back under his watch.